I was born on August 20th, 1986, a date that coincided with the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. In China, there are 4 ghost festivals. The 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, Qingming Festival, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, and the 1st day of the 10th lunar month. Qingming Festival and the 1st day of the 10th lunar month are occasions for tomb sweeping and ancestral worship, expressing reverence for ancestors and loved ones, as well as commemorating the deceased. The 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month is celebrated predominantly in the Jianghuai and Jiangnan regions, where it is believed that spirits roam. However, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, sometimes observed on the 14th, is particularly significant, marking the opening of the gates of hell, when wandering souls and spirits abound, making it the day of the strongest yin energy. Of course, these are merely folk traditions and do not require belief. Nonetheless, this day serves as both the ghost festival in popular culture and the Zhongyuan festival in Taoism, as well as the Ulambana festival in Buddhism, which underscores its unique significance. I began my education early, graduating high school at the tender age of 16, making me 1 to 2 years younger than my peers. This was not due to precocity, but rather a consequence of the remote area where I grew up, where there were few elementary school students and less concern for the age of enrollment. This circumstance led to my bewilderment during the college entrance examination, resulting in my failure and an early departure into society. I entered the workforce in 2002, and like a drifting reed, I wandered from place to place over the course of 7 years. I visited many locations, including Yiwu and Zhejiang and various cities in Guangdong, such as Foshan, Zhongshan, Dongguan, Zhuhai, and Shenzhen. I worked as a factory laborer, team leader, and assistant supervisor, sold fruits at street stalls, cooked in a Western-style pizza restaurant, and briefly worked as a rebar worker on construction sites. I also dabbled in insurance, sales, and furniture selling. In 2005, I was deceived by a fellow townsman into participating in a month-long pyramid scheme in Hefei. During my most impoverished times, I survived on only 2 steam buns over 3 days, while my wealthiest, I owned 2 apartments and a small car in downtown Dongguan. Those who remain in one place, confined to a small circle, often lack stories, driven only by desire. In contrast, those who wander through life in foreign lands, experiencing its myriad facets, have countless tales to share. For instance, tales of romantic encounters, the darker sides of society, eccentric individuals, and so forth. The vibrant stories of Dongguan, for example, have gained notoriety, with many elements seemingly drawn from the playwright's own explorations, reflecting a striking authenticity. Among the myriad stories worth recounting, I shall first share a pivotal moment in my life. In late August of 2007, my grandmother fell gravely ill. Upon receiving the news while in Dongguan, where I was in partnership to run a jewelry store, I immediately returned home. At that time, I owned my own private vehicle, a blue Passat. However, unfamiliar with the roads, I opted for a long-distance sleeper bus directly to our county seat, unaware that this journey would lead me down an entirely different path in life. My hometown is located in the southwest, in a region inhabited by ethnic minorities, bordering Shaanxi and serving as the gateway to the Wuling Mountains. When discussing Shaanxi, one might think of the ancient town of Fengwang from Mr. Sean Sone's border town, the transportation hub of Huaihua that connects the north and south, or perhaps the local customs surrounding corpse transportation, poison, and banditry. In terms of geography, our area is indeed part of the cultural and folkloric radiance of Shaanxi. For instance, consider the bandits. Those familiar with the anti-bandit campaign in Shaanxi may envision our region: impoverished mountains, treacherous waters, and cantankerous locals. Indeed, the primary challenges stem from the steep terrain, perilous roads, and inadequate transportation, compounded by a dense population and scarce arable land, truly a place of destitution. Before liberation, many of the mountain dwellers in our area toiled during the day with hoes and sickles, tending to the fields and livestock, while at night they honed their blades for highway robbery. These individuals, who typically scraped by in the earth, transformed into the minions of Yama during their nocturnal exploits. This duality represents both a profession and an ingrained habit. Moreover, consider the practice of poison magic. Some dismiss it as feudal superstition. Very well, let it be regarded as such. For until I reached the age of 22, I, like many comrades indoctrinated by the party state, was a materialist, disbelieving in the existence of spirits, zombies, and other bizarre phenomena. Yet, our household was rife with legends, not least because my grandmother was a practitioner of poison magic. In the darkened corners of old China, especially in remote areas, countless individuals remained uneducated. Knowledge was often wielded and disseminated by religious figures, they Taoist, Buddhist, shamanistic, or representatives of various indigenous beliefs. My grandmother served as a medium for the Miao community. Miao sorcery intertwines a myriad of elements from magic, traditional Chinese medicine, and shamanistic practices, some of which are commendable, while others defy belief. The most criticized is the consumption of talisman water, wherein a concoction of chicken blood, vermilion, rice soup, and other substances is haphazardly inscribed on specially treated yellow paper, subsequently burned, and the residual ash mixed with water for drinking. In my memory, my grandmother appears as a frail, elderly woman, stern and unsmiling, with a hawk-like nose, toothless mouth, and a sunken visage. Now in her 80s, she has spent her life in the Miao village, specializing in fortune-telling, healing, exorcising spirits, and feng shui consultations, earning the deep respect of neighbors from far and wide. My mother informed me that my grandmother suffers from cancer, specifically advanced stomach cancer, with little hope for recovery. By the time the sleeper train arrived in the county town, it was already 7 in the evening. In this remote county, there were no buses. The last minibus that traversed between the town and the county departed at 5:30. Anxiously, I sought out a dilapidated taxi, and after some haggling with the driver, I finally reached my hometown 2 hours later. No one was there to greet me. I returned home alone. The last time I'd been back was in early 2005, shortly after escaping a pyramid scheme in Hefei. 2 years had swiftly passed, and I had transformed from an empty-handed youth into someone of modest means. My mother took my luggage and informed me that my grandmother was not there. She had returned to Duns High. She expressed that she wished to pass away in Duns High, the land where she had lived for 86 years, where the well water is sweet, the rice fragrant, and the air imbued with the scent of rapeseed flowers. My mother has 2 younger sisters and a younger brother, and she is the eldest. My grandfather passed away at an early age, during the tumultuous period of the Cultural Revolution. My grandmother, not particularly skilled in managing household affairs, often relied on my mother, the eldest, to shoulder the burdens. Later, as my 2 aunts married and my uncle grew up, my parents moved to town to engage in small business ventures. A few years ago, my uncle struck gold and prospered, relocating to the city. My grandmother, however, refused to leave, choosing instead to remain alone in the Miao village known as Duns High. She had always been in good spirits, with the villagers assisting in her care, so there was little cause for concern. Unexpectedly, she fell ill, diagnosed with stomach cancer, a terminal condition. Early the next day, my mother and I journeyed to Duns High. The road, once a muddy path leading up the mountain, had been paved in 2004, and I hired a van for the trip. The journey was arduous, taking over half an hour, but we finally arrived at Duns High. Before entering the village, I caught sight of the enormous ancient locust tree, the drum tower, the grain drying yard, and the temple at the end of the path. Carrying a few gifts, I followed my mother into the village. The road was muddy, and the dry weather kicked up clouds of dust. Along the way, many greeted my mother, who responded with a furrowed brow, clearly troubled. I encountered my grandmother once more, at a time when her life was drawing to a close. Many had gathered at the old house aside from my younger aunt, who was far away in Karamay, Xinjiang. Most relatives had returned. I saw my second aunt, my uncle, and several cousins, among others. My grandmother lay in a dimly lit bedroom, and as I entered, a musty odor greeted me. My heart ached. My grandmother had always been a clean person, but age had taken its toll. My mother said, "Mom, Luzwa has come to see you." Beneath a yellowed quilt lay a frail, elderly woman, her hair snow-white, skin resembling the bark of an aged pine tree, and her face marked with dark, yellowish age spots. Her eyes were vacant, her mouth slightly ajar, with some drool escaping. She was entirely oblivious to her surroundings. This was my grandmother, a woman on the brink of death. I took her gnarled hand, but she showed no response. After a while, she glanced at me before drifting back into slumber. My mother remarked, She no longer recognizes anyone. She shook her head with a sigh. I stayed in Dunshae for 2 days, during which my grandmother remained in a state of confusion, never regaining consciousness. Several relatives debated whether to take her to the city hospital for treatment, yet they could not reach a consensus. My uncle suggested respecting my grandmother's wishes and not subjecting her to further turmoil. His family was not well off, having already spent considerable sums on her illness. At that moment, one of my cousins, who had been caring for my grandmother, rushed into the main room to announce that she had regained consciousness and wanted us to come. "Are you Luzwa?" My grandmother, her vision blurred, lay on the bed looking at me. I nodded, and she asked, "When were you born?" My mother interjected, "Luzwa was born in 86. He is 21 now." My grandmother shook her head slowly and inquired, "What month were you born?" "August 20th, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month," I replied. Suddenly, a spark ignited in my grandmother's eyes, followed by a fit of coughing, as though phlegm lodged in her chest. I gently patted her back, and, after a few minutes, she finally expelled a thick, black phlegm. She then lifted her head and said, "Master, you have finally arrived." My grandmother's spirit seemed to revive considerably. Astonishingly, she was able to rise from her bed. She directed my uncle to excavate a small jar from an empty space behind the house, which was covered with thick oil paper once used for making umbrellas. Along with the jar, a wooden box emerged, containing a thick, yellowed, thread-bound book. Pushing aside her daughter who supported her, my grandmother unsteadily approached the low tea table where the jar rested. She murmured in her Miao dialect, her hands trembling as they gestured. After this continued for about 10 minutes, she abruptly unveiled the oil paper. Inside lay a dark, amorphous mass, and after a while, a golden yellow silkworm pupa emerged. This pupa was plump and robust, roughly the size of an adult thumb, its eyes reduced to mere black dots, and its corpulent body adorned with dozens of legs, 2 pairs of wings as delicate as paper attached to it. I fixated on the black dots of its head, finding no charm in its plumpness, but rather an eerie luminescence emanating from it. My grandmother continued to chant in her indistinct Miao language, a sound I could not comprehend. Suddenly, her hand pointed toward me. The pupa transformed into a golden thread, and, amidst the gasps of those nearby, it swiftly burrowed into my mouth. A chill coursed down my throat as I felt something glide down my esophagus into my stomach. A foul, acrid taste surged up my esophagus, and I found it increasingly difficult to breathe. As if my lungs were being devoured, a piece of my heart seemingly missing, yet an organ had inexplicably multiplied within me. As this nauseating sensation churned, an overwhelming wave of sickness seized my thoughts, and I felt a tingling in my scalp before losing consciousness. My grandmother passed away the day after she awakened. She departed peacefully, holding my hand and imparting many revelations. She explained that the substance I had consumed was known as the golden silkworm poison, the king of poisons, capable of prolonging life and enhancing strength, with numerous other applications. However, having been confined in the poison box for too long, it was toxic. On the 1st and 15th of each month, at midnight, the toxins would stir, inducing excruciating pain. The only antidote was to consume the hat grass of the dwarf mule. She also informed me that this golden silkworm poison was alive, and should I fail to subdue it within a year, my demise was inevitable. If you do not enjoy the life bestowed by the golden silkworm poison, then come join me. In addition to the golden silkworm poison, my grandmother left me a book titled The 12 Methods to Suppress the Mountains, an old, handwritten manuscript. The 12 Methods of Suppressing the Mountains comprises 12 sections: altar rituals, preaching, shamanism, breeding of insects, talismans, forbidden spells, divination, rain invocation, dream fulfillment, plague expulsion, deity worship, and solidification. The entire text is handwritten in traditional Chinese characters, interspersed with numerous hasty notes, illustrations, and personal reflections, with a thickness of at least half an inch. The final chapters also document various observations and sentiments. Due to its use of traditional characters, the handwritten nature, and a mixture of literary and colloquial styles, as well as missing chapters and pages, it proves to be quite perplexing to read. During my grandmother's funeral, my mother was deeply troubled, while I remained largely indifferent to such matters. Aside from casually perusing that thick book during moments of boredom, I was overwhelmed with the funeral arrangements, nearly forgetting about the matter of swallowing insect charms. On the third day after the funeral, I began packing my belongings to return to Dongdongwen. Yet my mother insisted I stay home for another couple of days. Why? I inquired. She informed me that the following day marked the first day of the month, and we should ascertain the veracity of my grandmother's words. My mother, with a furrowed brow, lamented that she never spoke untruths to her family. Alas, she had once intended for me to take over her responsibilities, but my fear of insects prevented me from acquiescing, and she subsequently ceased to mention it. How did it come to you? She sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have summoned you back. I chuckled at her overreaction, but paid little heed, agreeing to stay home for a few days to socialize with friends. The next day, after returning from a gathering at a childhood friend's house, I found it late at night, yet my mother was still awake. She reproached me for not heeding her advice and remaining at home. Noticing her pallid complexion and tightly clenched lips, I assumed she was unwell, as it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. My mother assured me she was fine, and both she and my father sat solemnly in the main room, awaiting the arrival of midnight. I observed that 2 bundles of red cloth and several sprigs of mugwort had been added to the beams of the door, while scattered grains of millet lay around the wooden threshold, placed haphazardly. Sensing their heavy demeanor, I too began to feel uneasy. To alleviate my skepticism, my mother recounted some past events. Among the Miao people, there are distinctions between the raw Miao, who live in isolation from the world, and the cooked Miao, who have been syncretized, mingling with others, residing outside villages, and lacking traditional rituals, only celebrating Miao festivals, and often unable to speak the Miao language. My grandmother spent her entire life in Dunzhai, which was once a raw Miao village. In those days, the authority of the village chief was unparalleled, and the only person he feared was my grandmother. In her youth, she was renowned for her beauty, attracting many admirers. However, after an unknown misfortune befell her, she chose to follow a shaman deep within the mountains to learn the art of witchcraft. The title of shaman encompasses both men and women, and my grandmother followed a male shaman. The Miao are adept at breeding insects, particularly those residing in the region of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In earlier times, the mountains were undeveloped and seldom visited, teeming with venomous creatures such as snakes, centipedes, lizards, earthworms, and toads, and through familiarity, one gradually learned of their toxic properties. My grandmother's master was a renowned insect breeder, whose fame extended throughout the Shaanxi region prior to liberation. However, he later passed away, alone in a secluded valley, his remains ravaged by wild dogs, with intestines stretching 5 meters, covered entirely in writhing maggots. Thereafter, my grandmother assumed the role of the village shaman. In the year 1950, the region of Shaanxi was plagued by banditry. A notorious bandit leader passed through Dunzhai and took a fancy to a girl within the village, intending to abduct her. However, the fierce inhabitants of the Miao village were undaunted, leading the bandits to seize some grain instead. My grandmother merely muttered a few words of protest and said nothing more. Subsequently, a liaison from the town informed the villagers that the 18 bandits, including their leader, had all met their demise due to a dreadful illness. Their corpses infested with hundreds of worms. Upon cremation, their hearts and livers remained intact, resembling honeycombs. My mother recounted fragmented tales of my grandmother's past. Some of these stories I had heard from my earnest grandfather, while others were shared by the village elders. I came to realize that my grandmother, whom I had always perceived as a figure of superstitious beliefs, had once enjoyed a remarkable life in her youth. It wasn't until the 1970s and 1980s, when administrative reforms brought more interactions between the village and the outside world, that my grandmother gradually faded from public view, engaging in rituals, worship, healing, and fortune-telling to navigate her twilight years. When you went to work, we attempted to dissuade you, but your grandmother had a different perspective. She examined your fortune and declared that you were like a precious stone requiring refinement through hardship, advising you to endure some suffering in the outside world for your future benefit. Thus, my mother remarked, your current state should be attributed to your grandmother's wisdom. I smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. Over the years, I had gleaned some understanding of fortune-telling, which hinges on the interplay of reality and illusion, encompassing the realms of psychology. At that moment, the electronic clock in the living room struck 12, ringing out with a series of chimes. My mother abruptly ceased speaking, her gaze filled with trepidation as she exchanged worried looks with my father. Confused by their stares, I turned my attention towards the glass ornament beside the altar. There, I beheld my reflection, My complexion as pallid as gold leaf, an alarming yellow hue, with dark veins traversing my forehead. As I stared, a violent, twisting pain surged from the left side of my abdomen, relentless and overwhelming, akin to a tumultuous tide. I noticed my mother seemingly attempting to speak to me, but I could hear nothing. It felt as if the world was collapsing around me, yet I remained conscious. Then, I sensed something moving within my abdomen. The pain was excruciating, truly unbearable. This agony persisted for a solid 10 minutes, during which my mind remained astonishingly clear, every pang of pain vivid and distinct. While the world around me seemed to warp, as though countless malevolent spirits were emerging from the ground. Later, I learned that pain can be quantified. It was said that the pain of a woman during childbirth is roughly 10 times that of a broken rib. I have always believed that my anguish at that moment surpassed even that of childbirth, having fractured several ribs in the past. When my consciousness finally returned, I found myself sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if I had just emerged from water. My parents trembled in fear, hesitant to come to my aid. A puddle formed beneath me, a mixture of sweat and the aftermath of my incontinence, filling the living room with a foul stench. My mother cursed the spirits. "You old wretch, even harming your own grandson. You deserve to die a violent death. Do not linger around my family's loose any longer, you old specter," she scolded harshly, adhering to the customs of our hometown. When an elder passes away and returns to seek their kin, they must be rebuked. I felt a chill creep over me, and it took a long while for me to accept that this was not merely a dream, as I trembled and managed to rise. A sudden thought struck me. Today marks the 7th day since my grandmother's passing. That night, I spent hours poring over the books she left behind. But due to their hasty scrawl and my tumultuous emotions, coupled with a pervasive fear of the unknown, I made little headway in my understanding. Early the next morning, I took a bus from the county town to a tertiary hospital in the city. After registering, I underwent a comprehensive examination, which cost nearly 6,000 yuan. However, in the afternoon, the doctor informed me that my health was robust, and I exhibited none of the suboptimal conditions that often afflict the general populace. My bodily functions were gradually progressing in a positive direction. I recounted my experiences to the elderly physician who attended to me. He remained silent for a prolonged period before presenting 2 possibilities. 1. Pain induced by psychological or mental hallucinations, commonly observed in individuals with substance dependencies, mental disorders, or those who consume stimulants and neurotoxic pollen. 2. The realm of mysticism encompasses numerous phenomena that defy scientific explanation, such as my current predicament. The practice of cultivating poison, or Gu, has ancient origins. Some propose that Gu is, in fact, a virus nurtured by venomous insects, yet this remains uncertain. If that were the case, seeking medical intervention would be futile. The resolution would lie solely with those versed in such matters. Our region has long been inhabited by ethnic minorities, and the administrative designation has shifted from city to Miao and Dong autonomous prefecture. The old physician, having spent decades here, undoubtedly possessed some knowledge. But perhaps due to institutional constraints, he was reticent to elaborate, merely advising me to seek assistance. Lacking connections, I was initially reluctant to pursue this path. But after much persistence, he divulged that in the Miao village beneath Jingxian County, there resided a shaman named Long Laolan, reputed for her efficacy. Upon hearing this, my complexion drained of color. My grandmother's name was indeed Long Laolan. On my way home, I received a call from a jinn, my partner who runs a jewelry store in Dongguan, inquiring about my return due to a minor issue at the shop. A young woman who managed the counter had quit, and she usually held me in high regard, so he urged me to return and persuade her to reconsider. Our team consisted of only a dozen individuals, and at that time, Guangdong had not yet experienced a labor shortage. However, a jinn lamented that the girl was exceptionally skilled, and her departure was truly regrettable. Yet, I could not muster the energy to concern myself with such matters and inquired about her reasons for leaving. A jinn explained that the girl's boyfriend was a ne'er-do-well, relying on her for support, and her salary was insufficient to sustain their extravagant lifestyle, thus he had persuaded her to enter the world of prostitution. This practice had become increasingly prevalent among working women in Dongguan, especially following the financial crisis of 2008. I bit my lip, and the image of that girl with large, luminous eyes, reminiscent of 2 wells brimming with water, flooded my mind. I conveyed to Agan that I was unable to return due to pressing matters, instructing him to inform that girl that she could either allow me to help her find an honest man to lead a good life, or she should vanish from my sight forever, as I had no desire to encounter such a despicable person. Agan sighed on the other end of the line, and I recalled that he seemed to have a slight affection for that young woman. Upon returning home, I began to meticulously study the 12 methods of suppressing mountains. And after half an hour, I discovered the account of the golden silkworm poison that my grandmother had instructed me about. This involves capturing venomous snakes, eels, centipedes, frogs, scorpions, earthworms, large green caterpillars, mantises, cockroaches, four-legged lizards, and spiders within a brownstone earthen jar, sealing it tightly, allowing them to engage in mutual slaughter and consumption. The more toxic devours the less toxic, the strong preys upon the weak, and one must pray before sleeping and upon awakening each day. After a year of this, only one remains. This solitary survivor, having undergone a transformation in shape and color, is referred to as the golden silkworm poison. However, this is merely the initial step. The one I ingested had been refined by my grandmother over several decades for use as a life-protecting poison. This particular golden silkworm, isolated from the world for decades and dwelling in the nether realms, possesses a highly volatile temperament, becoming exceedingly irritable during certain atmospheric conditions. Only those born on the 15th day of the 7th month, having undergone the opening of the ghostly gate and purged divine energy, can withstand it without perishing immediately. Of course, this is just the first phase. To fully suppress the malevolence of the life-protecting golden silkworm poison, one must consume a specific herb. This herb is known as dragon fern, and it must be the dragon fern braided by the dwarf mule. The poison is fierce, yet it is inherently afraid of the dwarf mule. In many dialects, dwarf mule is considered a derogatory term. For instance, in Taiwan, it signifies a little ruffian. But in my family, or in the regions of Xiang and Qian, it is solely used to denote a mountain goblin. Numerous tales abound regarding these mountain goblins, each more bizarre than the last, and I shall refrain from recounting them all. The dwarf mule I refer to is a type of mountain goblin rumored in my hometown's mountainous terrain. They stand only a few decimeters tall, perpetually donning red straw hats, with their skin appearing green or purple, some even claiming it to be red, and they tend to appear in groups, delighting in playful mischief. For instance, they might transform a farmer's lunch into stone or defecate in the cooking pots of those who have offended them. Additionally, villagers from certain mountain hamlets have been known to be bewitched into eating mud at night and returning home feeling sated. The red straw hats they wear are woven from dragon fern, a plant said to date back to the age of dinosaurs millions of years ago. Naturally, these are merely legends. During my high school years, residing in the dormitory, each student carried a wealth of such stories. The truth of these tales is ambiguous, but those from the western countryside of Qingshanji shared them most frequently. I dedicated an entire day to the study of that tattered book, and during dinner, I informed my parents of my intent to visit Qingshanji, believing it to be a fortuitous endeavor rather than a perilous one, as calamity cannot be evaded. To be candid, I still harbor a lingering dread of the pain that erupted on the night of the first day of the lunar month. It exceeded the limits of human endurance, to the extent that I even contemplated death during that harrowing period. My mother gazed silently at my grandmother's portrait on the altar, sighing intermittently and shedding tears. My father remarked that my uncle resided at the Qingshanji Forestry Station, and I should seek out the short mule and visit him for mutual support. That evening, my father called my uncle, and the next morning, I set off. My uncle, a formal employee of the County Forestry Bureau, had dedicated his years to guarding the remote forest, ensuring its protection and preventing fires. Qingshanji is a region to the west of the county, characterized by towering mountains and rugged cliffs, where few creatures dare to fly, making it an untouched wilderness. The County Forestry Bureau operates a station there. With my uncle stationed at the most secluded forest cabin, I departed in the morning, transferring vehicles in the county before continuing on to the village, and finally making my way up the mountain path to the cabin. After much exertion, I arrived by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was summer, and the daylight lingered. But deep within the forest, there was no mobile signal. Fortunately, an old telephone line had been laid years ago, allowing my uncle to be notified and await my arrival at the slope. I presented him with some gifts, liquor and cigarettes, which he accepted with delight. Their forest cabin, a small whitewashed brick house, stood in stark contrast to the wooden houses I had seen along the way. It consisted of just 2 rooms, a kitchen and a bedroom. The kitchen already held a pot of meat simmering, its aroma wafting through the air. Another man, a slender figure in his 30s, greeted me with a grin, revealing a set of yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. My uncle introduced him as his colleague, Li Datsai, and suggested I call him Uncle Li. Li Datsai hurriedly insisted I call him brother instead, recalling that he had met me years ago at my uncle's home. He fondly remarked on how I had grown, recalling the days when he was still a bachelor while I was just a young boy, now transformed as he had children running about. Li Detsai had a dark complexion, rough skin, and a scar on his left cheek, giving him a fierce appearance, though he was quite amiable. We sat down to eat. The pot containing rabbit meat, 2 of them, freshly hunted days prior. The job of guarding the forest was indeed monotonous. So my uncle and his companions often resorted to using air guns to discreetly hunt wildlife, as no one seemed to mind. The vegetables were freshly picked from the nearby garden. I opened the liquor I had brought, and we chatted and drank together. My uncle, already aware of my purpose, let his spirits rise with the wine and began to berate my grandmother, calling her an old beggar, perpetually involved in superstitions, and now, as she lay dying, she was causing me distress. I had developed a certain fear regarding such matters, and since she was indeed my grandmother, I refrained from engaging in his words. Wali Ditsai chimed in with a few jabs as well. After feasting on meat and drink, I inquired about the short mule, asking my uncle if he had seen one. He burst into laughter, declaring that he had lived nearly 50 years without ever encountering such a creature, attributing the tales to hearsay and fabrication. Having spent his life in the depths of the forest, guarding against fires and apprehending timber thieves, he would have been terrified if he believed such tales. Li Datsai cast a hesitant glance at me, and when I asked if he had ever seen one, he too replied in the negative. After the meal, I offered to help with the cleanup, but my uncle insisted that while there was still light, he would take me outside for a stroll. As I stepped outside, the sky was dimming slightly. The sun, hidden behind the low forest, allowed only the evening glow to paint the opposite mountains in a resplendent golden hue. We ambled along a path strewn with fallen leaves, twigs, and verdant grass. My uncle coughing intermittently beside me. A habitual smoker, he refrained from lighting up while patrolling the woods, resorting instead to coughing. The forest cabin perched on a small hillock, and after walking several hundred meters, my uncle regaled me with anecdotes from his time as a forest ranger. In truth, the job was rather monotonous, involving daily treks with ironclad boots, vigilant watchfulness, and considerable fatigue. However, he shared a tale from a nearby village that piqued my interest. The village, named Sigi, lay deep within the mountains, its fields terraced along slopes, and the surrounding forest was a state-run timberland, rendering them quite impoverished. The clinking of coins was rare, as many villagers sought work elsewhere, never to return. In this village resided an old bachelor, tethered to his ailing mother, who toiled in the fields. Yet at the age of 38, no woman would have him. One day, 2 years prior, he unexpectedly ventured to the county town and sold a substantial amount of gold at a jewelry store, worth hundreds of thousands. Last year, when gold was priced at 240 per gram, his lump weighed over 3 pounds. Eventually, the jeweler, Huang Lao, pressed him to sell for only 200, netting the bachelor nearly 300,000. I remarked on his good fortune, wondering where he might have stumbled upon such wealth. My uncle agreed, stating that people claimed he was blessed, his ancestral gravesite surely smoking with luck. Upon his return, he intended to start a small business in town. Yet, as fate would have it, one should never become too complacent. Huang Lao later brought a group of people to confront him, alleging that the gold he had entrusted to their safe had mysteriously transformed into cow dung overnight. How could he be expected to reimburse them? It was clearly an act of bullying against the old bachelor. When negotiations faltered, Huang Lao resorted to violence, and a lawsuit ensued. Strangely, the court ruled the bachelor guilty of fraud, releasing him only this year. I questioned the legitimacy of such a verdict, asserting that the gold must have been genuine during the inspection, otherwise Huang Lao, being so astute, would not have parted with his money. My uncle chuckled, indicating that Huang Lao had a relative in high places, gesturing toward the sky and shaking his head with a smile, saying no more. Watching the light in the forest gradually fade, I suggested we return. Thus, we made our way back, stepping gingerly on the uneven terrain. I spent 2 days in the forest cabin, accompanying my uncle on patrols by day and reading by night. The dampness of the woods bred an abundance of mosquitoes and snakes, making conditions quite arduous. Yet, I paid little mind, having endured far greater hardships while working in the south, sleeping in bridge underpasses, parks, and abandoned buildings. Here, I had a bed and a mosquito net, which sufficed. Lacking a television, life in the mountains proved rather dull, with reading as my sole pastime. In the solitude of the woods, accompanied by only 2 companions, silence enveloped us when we spoke not a word. The only sounds were the insects serenading outside, and as my heart settled into tranquility, I found it easy to immerse myself in the pages of my book. Upon extensive reading, I have come to realize that the 12 Methods of Suppressing Mountains is not merely a tome of sorcery and witchcraft, but rather an eclectic amalgamation of Taoist arts, primitive witchcraft, Buddhism, and various other esoteric disciplines. It even intersperses anecdotes and tales, authored by a figure known as Shan Lao, with substantial notes contributed by an individual presumably named Luo Shiba. Gradually, I found myself engrossed in its contents. As I progressed through the text, I felt as though I had entered an entirely new realm, where my ordinary life seemed utterly transformed. Within its pages, I encountered many elements that appeared spurious at first glance. However, there were also notions that resonated with some semblance of truth. The sections concerning the cultivation of Gu curses, the care of malevolent spirits, and the creation of zombies were especially repugnant. The text also detailed the mountain goblins, small beings capable of traversing between the spirit realm and the physical world, cunning by nature. They are not malevolent, but rather enjoy playing tricks on humans, holding grudges, and feasting on pine cones and sweet potato vines, only appearing in remote and secluded forests, occasionally venturing into the homes of mountain dwellers to cause mischief. After 2 days of anticipation without sighting the fabled little goblins, I returned to the county with my uncle on the third day. While he attended to his transactions, I procured several pounds of pine nuts, a basket of sweet potato vines, incense, free-range eggs, red thread, new glutinous rice, a hunting knife, ropes, and nets. I also selected a few painted talismans from my grandmother's belongings. With preparations complete, I ventured back to the forest cabin on the 4th day. That evening, the moon shone particularly brightly. I scattered the pine nuts and sweet potato vines near the slope by the cabin and then quietly took my position to wait. The forest teemed with wildlife, and my uncle, concerned for my safety, chose to forego his 10-day rest in the county after hearing of a recent murder case in the Qing Mountain region. He arranged for a shift change and joined me in the darkness. The mosquitoes in the mountains were both numerous and fierce, yet we dared not move. My uncle applied a layer of dark herbal residue to my skin, claiming it would repel the insects. As I waited in silence, I felt an intimate awareness of the surroundings. I previously worked in numerous factories, and during my stint at a circuit board factory, I spent countless hours inspecting for defects, which strained my eyes and resulted in mild nearsightedness. Yet now, in the nocturnal light, I could distinctly perceive minute details even 10 meters away. My body, too, had grown increasingly robust and vigorous, my mind clear and alert. Gradually, I began to believe my grandmother's dying words. She had bequeathed me a legacy. But to inherit it, I must undergo a trial. Should I succeed, all would be well. Should I fail, I would face death. As the night deepened, the crescent moon hung low, and the stillness was punctuated only by the chorus of insects. My uncle, weary from age, succumbed to fatigue within the hour and retreated to rest. The mountain air was thick with humidity, and the night was as cool as water. As I listened to the insects hum, a profound calm enveloped me, as if I were awaiting an inevitable revelation. From 9 o'clock in the evening, I waited for 7 hours, until just after 4 in the morning, when a shadow finally emerged on the slope where I had scattered the bait. The emergence of a shadow instantly heightened my senses. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered it was merely a plump mountain mouse, reminiscent of a kitten. The mouse was foraging on the slope, alternately nibbling on pine nuts and chewing on sweet potato vines, while using its hind legs to dig into the earth. I remained still, retrieving a fresh glutinous rice mixed with the egg white of a farm-fresh egg from my bag. My stomach ached, not severely, but akin to an upset stomach, compelling me to release silent, yet foul-smelling flatulence, which was so noxious it even drove away the mosquitoes that had been buzzing around me. Before long, several more shadows emerged from the thicket. I could not discern their colors, but in the dim moonlight, I observed that these shadows stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, moving upright, with disheveled horizontal lines atop their heads that resembled the outlines of straw hats. As these figures entered my line of sight, a peculiar sensation stirred in my left abdomen. The discomfort had subsided, but an inexplicable unease arose within me, a foreign sense of fear that I could distinctly identify as the awareness of another entity within me. It seemed to implore me, stay away, stay away. Yet, amid this fear, a surge of exhilaration welled up within me. The texts proclaimed that the golden silkworm was a creature of extraordinary spirit, unafraid of ferocious beasts or humans, save for the fear of the 10-year-old rooster with golden claws and the diminutive mules of the deep woods. If it exhibited such awareness, then these approaching shadows must indeed be the elusive mules I had long sought. I composed myself, waiting for the shadows to draw near and then halt. I counted 5 of them, hopping and frolicking, their forms obscured by the darkness. Initially, they surveyed their surroundings, but after a moment, they began to scavenge and eat. As clouds drifted by, the moon illuminated their presence, revealing these legendary mules. They appeared to possess faces that were an intriguing blend of human and primate. Covered in a coat of greenish fur, their arms were long, nearly equaling their height. They were quite boisterous, emitting sounds akin to the calls of monkeys in a zoo, squeaks that were short in duration yet rhythmically varied. For reasons unknown, I felt their eyes glimmer with a captivating intensity. I waited approximately 5 minutes for them to congregate, then slowly rose to my feet. In my left hand, I grasped a handful of glutinous rice mixed with egg white and incense ash, while my right held a hunting net. I moved stealthily, following the predetermined path, devoid of any sound, save for the pounding of my heart. At 15 meters, 10 meters, and 8 meters, as I neared the 8-meter mark, suddenly the mules froze, turning their heads in my direction. Without hesitation, I scattered the glutinous rice from my left hand, as if rain were falling from the sky, showering them with a cascade of sticky grains. Instantly, a burnt, foul odor wafted into the air. My heart leaped with joy, for the text had stated that the mules feared glutinous rice mixed with egg white and incense ash. Once it touched them, it would feel like a searing iron. Indeed, it was true. With my left hand free, I deftly launched the hunting net with my right hand. The net was procured from the nearby mountain dwellers. Specifically designed for ensnaring rabbits, its deployment proved to be quite challenging. I practiced diligently throughout the day without success, only to discover, to my astonishment, that my efforts bore fruit at this moment. A coarse polyester net adorned with thorny spikes descended upon them like a dark cloud. To my surprise, the short mules displayed remarkable agility. Apart from one slightly taller creature that was ensnared, the others swiftly crouched and scattered in all directions. The one caught within the net struggled vigorously, emitting plaintive cries. I rushed over, securing the edge of the net with my foot, and promptly emptied the contents of my pouch, fresh glutinous rice, weighing over 2 pounds, upon it. As the rice landed, a cloud of black smoke erupted, an extraordinary sight indeed. Once the creature ceased its struggles, I retrieved a red cord and, through the net, bound it tightly before securing it with a rope as thick as my little finger. Glancing around, I realized the escaped short mules had vanished. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, I hurried towards the forest cabin, carrying the net. The furry creature inside, though seemingly small, was surprisingly heavy, around 30 to 40 pounds. A foul odor, a mix of burnt rice and pungent urine, filled the air, causing my heart to race and my throat to constrict, leaving me feeling nauseated. In the enveloping darkness, it felt as though the night itself were a monstrous maw, gripping my heart with fear, indistinguishable from the turmoil within me. My pace quickened, and I traversed the winding mountain path with ease. Knocking urgently on the door, I heard the voices of my uncle and Li Datsai inquiring from within. I announced my presence, and the lights flickered on. The door opened to reveal my uncle, clad in a coat, bleary-eyed, questioning the late hour of my return. Raising the net in my hands, I exclaimed, "I've caught a short mule." Instantly alert, my uncle ushered me inside, closing the door behind us, eager to see what I had brought. Hearing of the living short mule, Li Datsai, who had been resting in bed, also arose, draping himself in clothing to peer closer. Under the bright glow of a 100-watt incandescent bulb, I finally discerned its features. Aside from its wrinkled, darkened visage resembling that of an elderly person, it possessed large, bright eyes with dilating crimson pupils. Occasionally, it would open its mouth to reveal a set of stark, white fangs, densely interlaced. Its face and neck were sparsely covered in fur. Yet its body was indeed cloaked in soft green hair, now mingled with grayish-white rice, appearing as if scorched. It bore a resemblance to a monkey, complete with a diminutive tail and sharp claws on its limbs, with 5 fingers on its hands. Most astonishingly, it sported a red straw hat atop its head. This hat, crafted from the roots of red ferns, was rather rudimentary, seemingly woven by a child, yet if indeed fashioned by the short mule, it was utterly remarkable. The hat resembled a helmet-shaped bird's nest, snugly perched upon its head, adorned with a mixture of white and black mud, feathers, animal hair, and various unidentified substances. While these elements appeared quite repulsive, I felt an immense delight as I carefully extracted the hat from the net, shaping it for safekeeping. My uncle, having observed the creature for a moment, inquired, "What do you intend to do with this thing?" I shook my head, admitting I had not given it a thought. My uncle, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Tomorrow at dawn, we shall descend the mountain and deliver this to the Forestry Bureau. This is a rare creature, is it not? If we offer it up, who knows, there may be a reward." He continued, "You have done exceptionally well, Xiao Zhua. I have heard tales of such beings from the elders, yet in my lifetime, I have never laid eyes on one. Only for you to capture it. Truly impressive." I managed a wry smile. Had it not been for that tattered book detailing the method to trap the diminutive mule and the handful of glutinous rice I had scattered, I would never have captured such a swift and elusive creature. Without that knowledge, I would have remained oblivious to the means of my demise. Beside us, Li Ditsai rubbed his hands together anxiously, expressing concern. "This little mule is a mountain spirit raised by the earth deity. We ought to release it. If they take offense and seek retribution, we might not survive. Why fret?" My uncle replied nonchalantly. The two continued their debate, and then my uncle turned to me, seeking guidance on how to proceed, as it was I who had captured the creature. My thoughts, however, were solely on returning home quickly to procure the necessary items to dispel the curse. I had no mind for their quarrel. Seeing them flush with intensity, I suggested, "Do you not have a superior? Why not call them in the morning for guidance?" At this, the argument ceased. My uncle agreed, while Li Datsai remained silent, his worry palpable as he lit a cigarette and squatted by the threshold, lost in thought. By this time, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Summer mornings arrive early, and soon it would be dawn. Having endured the night, I was utterly fatigued and asked my uncle to keep watch while I climbed into bed. Before succumbing to sleep, I carefully wrapped the straw hat in a plastic bag and placed it in my travel pack. Exhausted, I barely touched the bed before drifting off, and I lost track of time until I was roused by a loud commotion, initially mistaking it for a dream. Suddenly, a warm hand shook me awake, and as I opened my eyes, I found my uncle standing before me, his face smeared with blood. I quickly leapt up, inquiring what had happened. He groaned in pain, clearly suffering, recalling that there were medicinal supplies in the drawer. Barefoot, I jumped down from the bed, hastened to fetch a towel to clean his face, and rummaged through the drawer for a white powdery hemostatic medication. After mixing it with a bit of water, I cleaned the blood from his left cheek, revealing 4 deep, ragged claw marks. I carefully applied the powder, asking, "Where's Li Ditsai?" My uncle grimaced. "That fool went mad and released the little mule. I have no idea where he has run off to. It was that wretched creature that caused this injury." A wave of regret washed over me. Had I not brought that accursed thing back, my uncle would not be in such a state. After hastily bandaging his wounds, I assisted him in dialing the Forestry Bureau's duty room. After a prolonged wait of nearly 20 minutes, the call finally connected. My uncle relayed the situation, and the voice on the other end grew anxious, instructing us to remain at the forest guardhouse while they promptly notified colleagues from the local forestry station to come for assistance. During the waiting period, my uncle recounted the events that transpired, stating that the two of them were initially standing by, smoking and keeping watch. However, inexplicably, Li Ditsai suddenly went berserk, tearing off the red line and freeing himself from the ropes, unstoppable in his frenzy. My uncle attempted to intervene, only to be struck down by a punch, rendered momentarily incapacitated. Just then, he witnessed that green-haired dwarf mule springing forth from the net, clawing at his face. The creature, though feeble, did not pursue further but instead fled down the slope. When my uncle regained his footing, chaos surrounded him. Even that scoundrel Li Ditsai had vanished. Fearing to venture out alone, we waited for 3 hours until 9 in the morning, during which Li Ditsai's absence heightened our anxiety. At last, a knock echoed at the door, and 4 of my uncle's colleagues entered, drenched with dew, one even bearing a hunting rifle. After clarifying the situation, they decided that 2 would remain to await Li Ditsai, while the other 2 escorted my uncle down the mountain. After much ado, we finally arrived at the county hospital shortly after 1 in the afternoon. I remained at the hospital until past 7 that evening. After my uncle's suturing surgery, he urged me to return home, emphasizing the importance of his recovery. My uncle's family, his 18-year-old son, 15-year-old daughter, and my aunt, regarded me with unkind eyes. The doctor mentioned the possibility of scarring on my uncle's face, and they likely blamed me for his predicament. I felt a deep sense of remorse and chose not to speak much. Although my uncle's injury was classified as a work-related accident, entitling him to public medical care, I still presented my aunt with 20,000 yuan the following day as a gesture of support. Since my aunt and younger cousins were not particularly welcoming towards me, I refrained from visiting them afterward. Instead, I returned home and, following the instructions in a book, procured the blood of a black donkey black dog, and black cat, along with cinnabar, bupleurum, toad venom pills, purple snow, amber, silkworm cocoons, cattle gall, scorpions, and gallbladder star. I simmered these ingredients along with the dismantled dragon fern for 3 days and nights, reducing a large pot of herbal concoction into a bowl of dark tea. After chilling it with well water from behind the Dunzhai temple, I drank it at midnight, suppressing my nausea. Upon consuming it, I felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, as though my heart had expanded. However, shortly thereafter, I began to suffer from diarrhea. It started as loose stools, then evolved into thick, black blood, mixed with unidentified flesh, thin skin, and fibrous matter. Eventually, there was almost nothing left to expel, and it felt as though my throat and rectum were a singular line, air escaping from above while foul gas erupted below. I was drenched in sweat, severely dehydrated, as my father stood by the restroom, scooping water and feeding me a spoonful every few minutes. Eventually, he too could not bear the situation, placing the kettle of hot water aside to step outside for fresh air. Thus, I squatted, alternating between expelling waste and drinking water, nearly collapsing in the restroom that night, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. For 3 days at home, I remained confined as if observing a traditional postpartum confinement, avoiding the outdoors and shielding myself from drafts. My mother diligently prepared nourishing chicken broth for me, omitting salt entirely. The taste has lingered in my memory to this day, rendering me unable to sip even a drop of chicken soup when I dine out, a remnant of those overwhelming days. On the morning of the 4th day, I sensed a slight revival in my spirit and decided to bask in the sunlight. However, I soon overheard voices in the living room, several individuals conversing. Moments later, my door was pushed open and a few police officers entered. They informed me that I was implicated in a dismemberment case and had been summoned for questioning. Completely bewildered, I exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is happening?" Officer Ma, the leader, explained that on the evening of September 4th, another dismemberment incident had occurred in Qiming Township. The crime scene was near the forest guard's hut, where my uncle was stationed. The county's criminal investigation team had traced my whereabouts to that very location and, according to witness testimonies, I had been absent from the guardhouse from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m., precisely during the time the crime transpired, thus raising substantial suspicions against me. I was taken aback by such an uncanny coincidence. Wasn't the dismemberment incident reported to have occurred days earlier? I inquired hastily. Officer Ma, with a grave expression, clarified that this was part of a serial dismemberment case, causing significant public outcry. He presented me with a summons and asked if I could walk on my own. I replied affirmatively, forcing myself out of bed with my father's assistance. Outside, a police vehicle awaited, surrounded by onlookers, curious townsfolk, and children whispering and pointing. The officer from the local precinct was urging the crowd to disperse, while I was escorted to the back seat of the police car. My mother, in tears, pleaded with Officer Ma, who merely reassured her that he would not overlook an innocent person nor let a guilty one escape. My father, trembling, held my mother as they both grappled with uncontainable sorrow. I tapped on the car window, smiling at my parents, saying, "Do not worry, I am innocent. I will return shortly." As the car began to move, its frame vibrating, I noticed that they had not restrained me with handcuffs. However, the strong smell of gasoline made me queasy, and still recovering, I drifted into a faint slumber. It wasn't until the interrogation that the entire situation became clear to me that night. A murder and dismemberment had occurred approximately 200 meters from where I had been stationed, at the foot of a hillside. The victim was a young man from CGI village, only in his 20s, who had returned home from work and mentioned visiting a neighboring village to drink with a sworn brother. When he failed to return that night, his family called his friend, who claimed he had already gone home, prompting them to file a missing person report. Coincidentally, the Forestry Bureau sought assistance from the police to locate Li Ditsai, and in a hollow at the base of the hill, they discovered the victim's body, gruesomely severed into numerous pieces. I inquired about Li Ditsai, and the investigating officer informed me that he was also missing, and efforts to locate him were ongoing. The interrogation room was illuminated by bright lights, radiating like a small sun. An interrogator and a recorder commenced their questioning, inquiring about my return, the reasons for my visit, and my subsequent departure from King Shanji. They pressed me about my activities on the night of the 4th, asking what I had done between certain hours. In response, I recounted the tale of being cursed by my grandmother, mentioning how I had caught a diminutive mule that night, only to let it escape. As I was eager to return home to break the curse, they erupted into laughter, with the interrogator remarking that my uncle had claimed something similar. dismissing it as a jest. The interrogator, a strikingly tall and handsome man in his 20s, had notably light eyebrows, one eye larger than the other, and a neck that twitched nervously. He persistently questioned me, alternating between inquiries about that night and my whereabouts on September 1st. His technique was adept. Having spent time in a pyramid scheme, I recognized the methods employed to extract information when one is caught off guard. Yet, I harbored no secrets. A gentleman is forthright. And despite my honesty, they remained skeptical. The interrogator grew increasingly irate, occasionally slamming the table and shouting at me. After 2 hours of questioning, he offered me a cigarette, which I declined. Having wandered for years, I had abstained from both tobacco and alcohol, and his attempts to offer me a smoke struck me as amusing. I recalled reading that when a suspect asks a police officer for a cigarette, it often precedes a confession, yet I had no intention of smoking. Eventually, Officer Ma, who had escorted me, entered and stated that the questioning would conclude for now, but I would be detained for 24 hours. To be frank, even though I didn't fully grasp the intricacies of the process, I sensed that there was something amiss with the proceedings. However, I dared not voice my concerns. In our region, unlike in Hong Kong, the authority of public safety experts only grew stronger at the grassroots level. That night, I spent hours in a room at the Public Security Bureau alongside a group of ruffians who had been involved in altercations. Initially, they seemed eager to intimidate me, but upon learning I was a murder suspect, they hastily distanced themselves, fearful of the repercussions. Officer Ma and the handsome interrogator conferred in the corridor nearby for an extended period. To my surprise, I found myself unusually attuned to their conversation. Eavesdropping on fragmented phrases through the iron door, the higher-ups are particularly anxious. The lack of an alibi is rather reckless, this kid. A chill swept over me as I sat pale and shaken on the floor. Having traversed the world for so long, I had heard tales of individuals being scapegoated due to the adverse implications of a case, and the thought of being ensnared in such a predicament filled me with dread. After all, I was merely an outsider, and at the time of the two incidents, I had been within Qingshanji, especially during the second dismemberment case, which occurred mere hundreds of meters from the forest lodge. The witnesses were interconnected. My uncle had sustained injuries and was hospitalized, while Li Ditsai had vanished without a trace, leaving me unscathed. Who would doubt me if not them? My greatest fear now was the prospect of torture. That night, I remained awake, ruminating on their disbelief in my motives for being in Qingshanji, suspecting that they thought I was lying, and even doubting my uncle's account regarding the mule. If I could substantiate the existence of such phenomena, would they reconsider their stance? I am reminded of the missing Li Ditsai. During those days, I was preoccupied with healing and dispelling curses, neglecting to call my uncle. His unexplained absence sends a chill down my spine, conjuring images of the malevolent dwarf mules. I recall Li Ditsai's neurotic proclamation that these creatures are mountain spirits nurtured by the deities of land. Provoke them, and one may perish without understanding how. In the stillness of the night, as the rhythmic sounds of snoring filled the air, I thought of the tome left by my grandmother, which expounded upon the methods of cultivating curses. Within its pages, it is stated that consuming a bowl of merit soup, primarily composed of dragon fern, does not eliminate the golden silkworm curse but rather suppresses its malevolence, utilizing poison to combat poison, ultimately rendering it subservient to me. As I pondered this section, I found myself involuntarily reciting its contents. Upon swallowing the merit soup, the golden silkworm curse was already subdued to a significant extent. What remained was the need for meticulous effort, continuously employing esoteric phrases to pacify the spirit. The so-called secret incantations trace their origins back to Buddhism, transliterated as mandala, also referred to as dharni, mantra, and mystical language. These terms convey the essence of truthful and authentic speech. The method of subduing curses my grandmother bequeathed to me is known as the heart mantra of the three realms. By fervently reciting the phrase, Ling Biao Tong Cha Jia Xian Lai Chi Chan, one may employ either the Miao tongue or the dialect of Jinling. A few days prior, I inquired about the pronunciation in Miao from my mother, and in my desperation, I sat cross-legged, sincerely repeating, Ling Biao Tong Chia Jia Xian Lai Chi Chan. With each character I uttered, I paused to reflect, savoring the meanings within. Allow me to elucidate the significance of these terms for a moment. Ling denotes stability of body and mind, signifying composure in the face of adversity. Biao embodies energy, representing vitality and rejuvenation. Tong symbolizes cosmic resonance, showcasing courage and determination in the face of challenges. Xia reflects the power to manipulate one's own body and that of others. Jie represents acute awareness of crises, demonstrating the ability to understand and influence human hearts. Xin signifies telepathy, encapsulating the duality of wealth and reverence. Li pertains to the control of time and space, fracturing obstacles. Qi indicates equilibrium among all things. And Chan embodies the Buddhist realm, representing a transcendent state of being, where my heart aligns with enlightenment and the myriad transformations converge. Only through profound devotion can one's words evoke tremors in the spiritual realm, allowing for a deeper understanding of the heart's essence. Remarkably, on a day when I had previously felt no connection, I suddenly became aware of an extraordinary shift in the world around me. This change is ineffable, existing and vanishing in an instant, while within me, it seemed as though some organ was responding to these 9 characters, stirring with anticipation. Upon further contemplation, I sensed it emanating from the left side of my abdomen, near the kidneys. That night marked a pivotal moment in my life. Henceforth, a series of peculiar events unfolded. Had it not been for that experience, I might very well be a different person today. Frankly, I owe a debt of gratitude to my grandmother. The following day, when I was summoned for questioning, I asserted my innocence and demanded to be released. Officer Yang, the interrogator, urged me to disclose the truth without concocting any fanciful tales. Believing I could deceive them, I insisted on my release, stating that if they were unable to identify the true culprit, I would assist them in the search. As I needed to find my colleague, Li Dutsai, to whom I owed a debt of gratitude. If they doubted my words, I could provide evidence of my honesty. Officer Yang slammed his hand on the table and shouted at me to recognize my position. If I could act as I pleased, what purpose did they serve? I pursed my lips and regarded him coldly. After a moment, I inquired if he was familiar with Long Laolon. I am her grandson. Officer Yang laughed heartily. Questioning who Long Laolon was, perhaps the director of the Public Security Bureau? I clarified that she was merely an elderly woman who had spent her life in the Miao village. He continued to laugh, yet I watched as the warmth faded from his expression, replaced by a hint of doubt in his eyes. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Officer Ma entered, joining Officer Yang. He lit a cigarette and fixed his gaze upon me, asking if I truly knew who the murderer of the dismemberment case was. I replied that I did not know, but I could prove my intentions for going to Kingshanji were entirely genuine. If they required proof, I would furnish it. Officer Ma pressed further, inquiring if I was indeed Long Laolon's grandson. I affirmed it, and Officer Yang interjected, asking who Long Laolon was. Officer Ma, nearly 50 years of age, explained to the younger Officer Yang, who had only recently graduated, but Yang remained skeptical, dismissing her as merely a sorceress, questioning the need for such nervousness. At that point, I began to recite the incantation for summoning a cursed spirit, targeting the tall, handsome Officer Yang. At this juncture, some may wonder how I could suddenly recite such incantations despite my lack of knowledge. It is worth noting that nurturing a spirit is relatively easy, while casting a curse is far more challenging. My understanding of the incantation stemmed from what I had observed in the temple. The simplest transliterations had become vividly clear in my memory. Furthermore, among all forms of curses, face-to-face casting is the most straightforward, akin to the basic maneuvering test when learning to drive. The crucial factor is that I harbored the king of curses, the golden silkworm, within me, which had transformed into my lifebound spirit. What is a lifebound spirit? It connects to the flesh, thriving in mutual existence. Once I completed the incantation, I concentrated intently on Officer Yang's face. In less than 2 minutes, he clutched his abdomen, his facial muscles twitching, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue. Beads of sweat streaming down from behind his ears. Officer Ma inquired about his condition. He replied that perhaps the fast food he had consumed the previous day was the culprit, causing excruciating stomach pain and a desperate need to use the restroom. I coldly remarked that he should refrain from going, lest he frighten himself with what he might unleash. Both officers and the unremarkable female recorder present turned to me, with Officer Ma asking if I was the source of this disturbance. My nose itched slightly, prompting a sneeze. I silently recited 2 verses of the spiritual mantra before I scoffed. I've been stuck in this station for an entire day without cause, my head pounding from hunger. Someone must bear some responsibility for this absurdity. Officer Yang slammed the table in frustration, glaring at me before exiting while clutching his stomach. I remained silent, bowing my head to doze off. The atmosphere inside was so tense it felt as though it could freeze one to death. After a while, Officer Yang pushed the door open, his face pale as he dragged himself to the threshold, his eyes bloodshot. He shouted at me, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "What on earth have you done to me?" Officer Ma hurried to support him, exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, What is wrong with you? Officer Yang weakly grasped Officer Ma's sleeve, tears streaming down his rugged face as he lamented. I went to the restroom, and what I expelled was a mass of writhing white worms. Before he could continue, Officer Ma interrupted him and turned to me. Holding his gaze for 3 seconds before bowing an apology, Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize on behalf of our team for our poor handling of the case. Please do not make things difficult for Xiao Yang. In our household, the term Mr. is typically reserved for fortune tellers. Thus, I couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily breaking my stern demeanor. After all, we were bound to cross paths again, and it wouldn't do to offend him too gravely. So I said, I need to make a phone call home to assure them of my safety. I was promptly released, with Officer Ma offering to host a meal at the largest restaurant in the county as an apology. I replied that we could postpone that for the moment and glanced at the disgruntled Officer Yang, asking him, Are you willing to comply? Though clearly shaken by the horrifying incident, he begrudgingly nodded. I will comply. Good. Then go change your trousers, I remarked, watching his face flush with embarrassment. Officer Ma flinched slightly, and once Officer Yang had left, he vigorously wiped his hands on the door. I refrained from mentioning Officer Yang's unfortunate incident and instead instructed Officer Ma, Go, or send someone to the market or the nearest farm to procure a fresh, free-range egg. It must be the freshest available. Also, acquire some red thread and yellow paper talismans that can be found at the spirit offerings and incense shop. Be swift. The sooner, the better. He agreed and promptly dispatched his subordinates to carry out my request while I was escorted into an office to sit, with Officer Ma keeping me company. We discussed the dismemberment case, and shortly thereafter, Officer Yang returned with the red thread and yellow paper talismans. I reiterated my innocence, to which they acknowledged that while the 2 dismemberment cases bore similarities, I had an alibi for the first incident, rendering my suspicion minimal. However, the pressure from above was intense, and they sought to probe for a breakthrough through me. I inwardly cursed their impertinence, yet since we had reached an understanding, I decided against voicing my grievances. When a strikingly attractive officer entered with a clay-colored egg, I took it and placed it in the hot water cup they had prepared. Then, I deftly bound Officer Yang's wrists and ankles with the red thread before giving them a firm pat. 2 minutes later, I instructed him to remove his shirt, and I gently rolled the prepared eggs over his abdomen, from his chest down to his ribs, gradually reaching the pelvic region. After approximately 2 minutes, I burned the yellow paper talisman and untied the red string. Officer Ma inquired if everything was all right. Although I lacked experience and was merely following the instructions from a book, at that moment, I had no choice but to assert that it was acceptable. Officer Yang, feeling discomfort from a sudden urge, turned crimson and expressed a need to use the restroom. I reassured him that it was a positive sign, indicating the expulsion of residual toxins, and that this time it was devoid of parasites. He skeptically dashed out. Officer Ma continued discussing the dismemberment case, and I inquired if they had located Li Ditsai. I suspected that the dismemberment was not perpetrated by a human, but rather by a dwarf mule. He questioned my reasoning, and I took some time to analyze the situation for him. Noticing my seemingly expert demeanor, Officer Ma recalled the bizarre case and presented me with the case files, requesting my assistance in analysis. I accepted without hesitation and examined the documents. The victim was a 6.5-year-old girl, the beloved daughter of a wealthy businessman in the county, who had died under mysterious circumstances, suddenly succumbing after several days of illness, with her eyes rolling back and black blood spewing from her mouth. The grieving father buried her, but the mother suspected foul play and sought police intervention. In this remote county, traditional burials were the norm, and after only a few days, the father, initially resistant, ultimately consented to an autopsy due to his wife's insistence. Unfortunately, they discovered that the body had been stolen. I remarked that her symptoms, eyes rolling back and black blood, suggested possible poisoning or some form of sorcery, yet the opportunity for an autopsy had passed, rendering any discussion futile, as it was an event from half a year ago. At that moment, Officer Yang re-entered, bowing deeply like a Japanese person, and said, I apologize, Mr. Luzwa, for my inability to recognize greatness and for offending someone extraordinary. I am grateful for your magnanimity and hope you will spare me. I, Yang Yu, will remember this lesson. Seeing his sincerity, I waved my hand dismissively, stating it was unnecessary, as my actions were merely to extricate myself from my predicament. I hoped he would not hold a grudge against me. Officer Yang quickly assured me he bore no ill will, his demeanor earnest. Fearing he might speak of forgiveness while secretly harboring resentment, I added, Do not overthink it, although I may have caused you some discomfort this time. I also alleviated your neck pain, so we are even. Upon my reminder, he touched his neck and, discovering the pain had vanished, leaped for joy. This brings to light that the original purpose of sorcery was not to harm, but to heal and save lives, often referred to as shamanism. This is documented in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. I shall refrain from delving into the underlying principles. However, it was later discovered that employing it for harm proved to be far more effective, leading to its misuse and subsequent notoriety. Officer Yang expressed his desire to treat me to a drink at the finest restaurant in the county. I did not decline, for I had learned the wisdom that having more friends opens more doors, while having more enemies builds more walls. At that moment, a young policewoman, graceful and fair, entered, pointing to the items on the table and inquiring if they should be cleared away. I consented, and she procured a plastic bag to dispose of it. Officer Ma jested that the egg remained intact and could serve as breakfast for Xiao Yang, noting its considerable purchase price. I shook my head, puzzled by the other's curiosity, and suggested they take a look. Officer Ma cracked the egg open, revealing that the egg white had already solidified. Upon peeling back to the yolk, a multitude of tiny white and black worms writhed and rolled atop it. A pallor washed over the faces of the onlookers, and the female officer gasped in horror. I, too, was startled, yet I feigned composure and declared that it should be incinerated in the stove rather than carelessly discarded to prevent any further spread. They all nodded in agreement, gazing at me with a newfound reverence. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, though I had been relatively well off in 2007. Each visit from the uniformed inspectors filled me with trepidation, compelling me to bow and scrape, fearful of their potential to cause trouble. Thus, despite having some spare cash, I had never experienced such treatment before. The burgeoning pride within me felt as warm as sunlight. What of public safety experts? They, too, were at my mercy. At that moment, I found myself intrigued by the possessions left to me by my grandmother. These mysterious artifacts suggested that with them, I could live without the need for the humility of a commoner, walking through life with my head held high and a sense of dignity, compelling those who once looked down upon me to reevaluate their perceptions. This thought inflated my spirit immensely. That evening, we dined at the Shangjing Grand Hotel, where the private room was adorned with an impressive array of 15 or 16 sumptuous dishes, complemented by fine liquor, Wuliangye. The only companions at this lavish table were Officer Ma, Officer Yang, and the female officer I had encountered at the station, leaving me, an exceptionally frugal small business owner, somewhat astounded. After several rounds of drinks and an array of flavors, as the revelry reached its peak, Yang Yu, no longer needing the title of officer, clasped my hand and called me brother. He confessed that in his lifetime, he had never bowed to anyone. His father was a provincial leader, and his mother the head of a forestry company, raised with a silver spoon in his mouth and proud of it. Yet, he admitted today, he truly respected me. What a heartfelt sentiment. He pledged that in the future, anything I needed would be but a word away. Those who claimed otherwise were fools. I replied that today as circumstances were exceptional, but it marked the beginning of our acquaintance, and we should look out for one another moving forward. Mahaiba, ever the sly one, attempted to pry information from me regarding how I acquired these items. I was only half aware myself, a mere novice, unable to elucidate my methods. Thus, I resorted to vague and grandiose assertions, claiming it to be a matter of family heritage, not for outsiders to comprehend. Yang Yu tugged at my sleeve, enviously lamenting that having a provincial leader as a father paled in comparison to possessing a truly capable grandmother. I am quite the Epicurean. Having indulged in nearly every culinary delight from the eastern precincts, my cravings insatiable. There are times when I would run for over an hour simply to savor a splendid meal, consuming with a rather unrefined demeanor. This habit, I must confess, was cultivated during my earlier days of misfortune when hunger gnawed at my belly and funds were scarce. My only recourse was to either quench my thirst with copious amounts of water or tighten my belt. Nowadays, with a beautiful woman by my side, I have tempered my eating habits, striving to appear more refined. Yet, the enchanting Huang Fei has not let me off easily, persistently pouring drinks for me. Being a man of pride, I cannot bear the thought of being perceived as unwilling, so I drink when others toast to me. Consequently, it wasn't long before a full kilogram of baijiu coursed through my veins, and I began to feel somewhat euphoric, hazily acquiescing to some unremembered promises. Though I endeavored to remain alert, my steps grew increasingly unsteady. As I gazed at the radiant smile of Huang Fei before me, my heart, which had remained calm, suddenly began to race, longing to grasp her delicate hand and draw her into an embrace filled with affection. Luzhua, please help us, or I shall face the wrath of my superiors. The voice, sweet and melodious, emanated from the lips of a policewoman, igniting a surge of masculine bravado within me. That night marked the final occasion of intoxication in my life. The following morning, I once again called home to assure my family of my safety, and later, accompanied by Ma Haiba, I visited my uncle who was still recuperating in the hospital. By noon, we were aboard a dilapidated police vehicle en route to Kingshanji. During the ride, Ma Haiba expressed his gratitude profusely, explaining that the case had garnered significant negative attention, with upper echelons urging a swift resolution. His subordinates were frantically overwhelmed. Yet they possessed not a single clue. Fortunately, my unique capabilities had come to their aid. I sensed that since the previous day, after I had broken the curse, his demeanor had shifted to one of obsequiousness. I remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, my eyes narrowed in contemplation. 2 dismemberment cases had occurred under the cover of night. The first victim was a 32-year-old bachelor from the village of Sagai, who eked out a living by taking on odd jobs at construction sites. However, his laziness rendered him quite inconsequential. He was drawn to brawls and could be roused for a mere handful of cash coupled with a hearty meal. The second victim was a young man who had returned from working away, devoid of any enemies, merely enjoying a drink now and then. These 2 individuals hailed from opposite ends of the village, one from the eastern side and the other from the 5th group in the west, with no apparent connection. The sole commonality was that both had been gruesomely mutilated and discarded in the wilderness. As the vehicle traversed Qingming Township, the road conditions deteriorated significantly, strewn with loose stones that made the journey to Sagai quite jarring. Nevertheless, my health had improved, and I continued to recite the 9-character Heart Sutra, feeling less fatigued. Upon arriving in Sagai, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with an air of unease permeating the village. The special task force from the Public Security Bureau stationed in Sagai had not withdrawn and was still conducting investigations. A police officer in his 40s briefly inquired of Ma Haibo before ceasing his questions. It was evident that Ma Haiba held considerable esteem within their ranks. He was summoned for a meeting, while I meandered through the village. This is a destitute mountain village, where 80% of the houses are dilapidated wooden structures, scattered haphazardly throughout the valley, creating a disordered appearance. By the village path, a few children in split-crotch pants are playing in the mud, unattended, while a blind old man basks in the sun on his threshing ground, puffing on a dry cigarette. A disheveled man approaches from the direction of the village, and upon seeing the children playing in the mud, he runs over with a grin, exclaiming, "Come, let me show you. I found a lump of gold, haha." The children scatter in a frenzy, shouting, "The madman is here! The madman is here!" The man, bare-chested and with a crooked face, rushes past me, insisting, "I'm not deceiving you. This isn't Cao Dong." A young lad of about 14 runs over to assist him, saying, Uncle, why have you come out again?" The youth helps the man back toward the rear of the village, while the man mutters, "This isn't Cao Dong. It's a lump of gold." I felt a sense of unease and approached the blind old man to inquire, "Grandfather, was that person truly mad?" The old man set down his pipe, rolled his white eyes, and gestured for me to sit on a nearby stool. "You must be a visitor to the village, right? Come sit." Once seated, he sighed and replied, "Ah, yes, Wang Baosong has indeed become a madman." I asked, was he not mad before? No, he was once the village's greatest filial son, nearly 40 years old, living off this land with his aged mother. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, he found a large lump of gold in the mountains and thought he would become wealthy by selling it. However, he was accused of fraud and imprisoned for over a year, and this is the result. With no money for treatment and no one to care for him, his mother is half buried in the ground and can no longer manage. I recalled the tale my uncle had shared with me. Realizing that this was indeed the mad and he had mentioned, I inquired about his mother's condition. The blind old man sighed. What can be done? Thankfully, a young lad is looking after her. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. A young lad? I asked curiously. The old man explained that the young lad was the very one who had just assisted Wang Baosong, a distant relative who frequently provided support to them. For the past 2 years, it was this young man and his family who had helped care for Wang Baosong and his mother, allowing them to survive. He is a good person, I thought to myself. Many proclaim that rural areas are pure and represent humanity's last paradise. Those who say such things have likely spent little time in the countryside. In truth, places are much the same everywhere. I cannot speak for other regions, But in the rural areas I have inhabited and encountered, I often witness brothers quarreling over inheritance, widows being oppressed, or ungrateful children neglecting their ailing parents. Moreover, it takes only a slight familial connection for someone to step forward and offer care, which is indeed a commendable act of kindness. Poverty diminishes ambition when one is impoverished. What can they not accomplish? At that moment, Mahiba approached me, saying he wanted to take me to the site of the first murder. I inquired if there were any clues there. He responded that there were, but they had all been sent to the station for testing. I remarked, "Then what purpose do I serve in going? I am no deity." He chuckled and replied, "Though you are not, you are nearly so." I recounted to him the recent events I had heard, and Mahiba responded that he was aware of the situation, though it was not directly handled by him. He had perused the case files, and it was indeed a matter of undeniable certainty. I chuckled, remarking that the common folk say Huang Lao bullies others due to his power. Could there be no hidden agenda? Mahiba burst into laughter, dismissing the notion of any such conspiracy. Noticing my skepticism, he assured me he would show me the case files upon my return, where the evidence was irrefutable. A true ironclad case. As he spoke, he recalled another matter, stating that the case file he had shown me yesterday pertained to the mysterious death of a 7-year-old girl, whose father was Huang Lao. He lamented the misfortune of the man, who not only lost his daughter in a tragic manner but also suffered a sudden illness, likely drawing close to death himself. He further mentioned the beautiful young woman, Huang Fei, from yesterday. Her uncle was Huang Lao. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over me, prompting me to express my desire to visit the madman's home. Mahiba glanced at me, questioning whether I felt sympathy. I offered a faint smile, admitting I was unsure, simply feeling an urge to take a look. He acquiesced, summoning a village official to guide us to Wang Baosong's residence behind the village. I felt somewhat unhinged, my mind swirling in chaos. As we passed by a livestock pen, I found myself inexplicably fixated on an old water buffalo. It grazed laboriously, its age evident. Upon noticing my gaze, it lifted its head to meet my eyes. For a fleeting moment, we locked in a silent exchange, and I became entranced, oblivious to Mahiba calling my name. The old buffalo gazed intently at me, and suddenly, its bright, dark eyes welled with large tears, reaching through the fence. I touched its face. It remained still, and I collected a small handful of its tears. Continuing on our way, Mahiba inquired about my actions, to which I replied, smearing the buffalo's tears on my eyelids, insisting it was nothing. He grasped my hand, asking if I had discerned something. I paused, questioning him about his concern. His face had paled slightly as he informed me that the second victim was the son of that household. At that moment, I recalled that my recent actions felt as though they were performed in a state of unconsciousness. Could it be that the golden silkworm goo within me was influencing my consciousness? Deep within my heart, a certain part sang joyfully, akin to tender green shoots emerging from fertile soil, gently and cautiously connecting with me, resembling a beloved pet or an abandoned child yearning for familial affection. How could I possibly harbor such feelings? Was it conceivable that this birth goo had been subdued by me? Yet, how could that be? The texts state that the golden silkworm goo requires at least 6 months, or even up to a decade, of daily prayers and nightly chants to gradually be tamed and claimed as one's own. I understood that while I had directed it to poison young you yesterday, it was primarily through sheer force of will. Nevertheless, deep within, an awareness urged me onward. Go here, go there. Before long, we arrived at Wang Baosong's home. A dilapidated wooden structure with 2 rooms, the back of which housed a kitchen that had partially collapsed. Wang Baosong sat in the disordered courtyard of his home, his gaze vacantly fixed on the horizon, where rolling mountains and terraced fields lay beyond. A clear, shimmering stream wound like a silver ribbon into the distance. Upon seeing the uniformed Mahiba, Wang Baosong immediately leapt up, kneeling in the muddy ground, and exclaimed in a panic, "I report to the government, I am not lying. It is indeed gold." He spoke while knocking his head. Mahiba's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, the house reverberated with thuds, and a young man named Qingya emerged, eyeing the 3 of us with suspicion. "Who are you? What do you want?" He wore a yellowed-blue school uniform, adorned with the emblem of Qiming Primary School on his left chest. Though he appeared spirited, his ears were somewhat large, resembling those of a bat. Mahiba replied, "Young student, we came to check on Wang Baosong and his mother." His tone softened, and his demeanor became amiable. Nevertheless, Qingya continued to scrutinize us warily for a moment before shouting into the house, "Grandma, someone has come to see you." Afterward, he led us inside. I surveyed the desolate courtyard, devoid of even weeds, remaining silent as I followed Mahiba. The interior of the house was suffused with a musty odor, a concoction of old cotton and decaying wood. The air was stagnant, and within the dim space lay a single bed. I noticed an emaciated elder lying on it, turned to one side, adorned with a brown woolen cap, while the mosquito net had turned a grimy gray. "Qingya, turn on the light." The elder's voice was frail. With a click, the light flickered to life, revealing a dim and yellow glow typical of a 30-watt bulb. Qingya brought over several stools, and Ma Haiba sat at the head of the bed, exchanging a few inconsequential pleasantries. As I examined the room, apart from some decades-old furniture, it was truly bare of any adornment. Yet, my focus was not on these trivialities. The tears of a cow had allowed me to perceive something extraordinary. The entire room was shrouded in a swirling darkness. A faintly acrid stench lingered, particularly emanating from a compartment beneath the bed, where a heavy miasma of death seemed to coalesce. The elder on the bed resembled a corpse more than a living being, while Qingya, serving tea and water, bore an aura of menace upon his forehead. What was the origin of these energies? How was I able to discern them? It was because I had smeared the tears of a cow across my eyes. Cows seldom weep, and the most sorrowful moment in their lives is typically when they are led to the slaughterhouse. They are gentle creatures, hardworking and selfless, yet are often regarded as animals capable of bridging the spiritual realm. In ancient times, among the Miao and Dong ethnic groups, offerings were made with cow heads, including both raw and cooked sacrifices. In certain regions, cows are venerated as deities, as seen in Hinduism and among the Biye and Galao people in southwestern China, where festivals honoring the cow king are celebrated. In essence, by anointing oneself with cow tears, one can perceive things beyond the ordinary. For those skeptical, a mere dab during a funeral may reveal the truth. The water Qingya brought was served in a bowl that was grimy and covered with grease. I held it in my hand, but did not drink. However, Ma Haiba and the village official, unable to uphold their composure, paid no mind and drank a few sips. Wang Baosong's mother, who had been coughing, noticed me and asked, "Young man, why do you seem somewhat familiar? Where are you from?" I replied that I hailed from the vicinity of Dedunzi town. She responded with a faint acknowledgement, gazing at me wearily, and I continued to stare at her within the mosquito net, saying, "My grandmother's name is Long Laoan." She fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Ma Haibo suggested it was time to leave, and I took 1,000 yuan from my pocket, placing it beside the pillow. As I stepped outside, I caught sight of Wang Baosong huddled in the corner of the main room, his disheveled hair seemingly infused with the scent of blood. I walked a considerable distance, yet I felt as if a pair of eyes were fixated on me from within that dilapidated little house, shining like a flashlight in the darkness, sending chills down my spine. Upon returning to the lodgings of the Special Task Force, I found the village cadre preparing to depart. I grasped his arm and, with a grave expression, inquired about Wang Baosong's mother. What was her background? He regarded me with curiosity, dismissively responding, "Just an old countrywoman. What background could she possibly have? She's lived in this village since my childhood. Nothing seems unusual about her. Where is she from? What is her origin?" I pressed. "I don't know. Isn't she from around here?" He looked bewildered. An old landlord nearby interjected, "Are you referring to Luo Ermiai? She is from Zhongyang, and she resides in a mountain hollow over at Kingshanji. Zhongyang is also a Miao village, quite remote, rarely interacting with the outside world." Having perused the miscellaneous discussions within the temple, I was aware of the prevalent practices of raising poison. Consequently, I asked the old man, "Do you have any freshly laid eggs?" The old man, puffing on his cigarette, smiled broadly, his wrinkled face lighting up with a glint of cunning in his eyes. "We do have some, but I know he is trying to bargain," he replied. 10 yuan per egg. I'll take 2. All right, he agreed enthusiastically, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, and then hurried to the chicken coop in the yard to fetch the eggs. Why do I always use freshly laid eggs to dispel poison? The term poison broadly refers to ailments caused by the accumulation of insect toxins that lead to swelling and blockages. Insect toxins are attracted to freshness, and by boiling newly laid eggs to a soft consistency, then rolling them across the chest and abdomen, it becomes easier to absorb the toxins into the yolk. However, this method is not absolute. It can only capture a portion of the poison, and if not executed correctly, it may lead to further harm. Ma Haiba, visibly anxious, remarked, "Am I cursed? Is there something wrong with that bowl of water?" The village cadre appeared equally perplexed, saying, "How could that be? I've heard of such matters. But that old woman casting curses seems absurd. The eggs were soon retrieved, and I handed the old man 20 yuan to slightly boil them. I turned to Ma Haiba and explained, generally, the one who casts the curse must also be the one to dispel it. Otherwise, if the method is incorrect, the consequences could be dire. However, my approach is somewhat unique, and the nuances are not easy to articulate. Just know that it works. I spoke the truth. Within the 12 methods, curses are broadly categorized into 11 types: gold silkworm curse, snake curse, contempt curse, stone curse, loach curse, harmful deity curse, malnutrition curse, swelling curse, epilepsy curse, shadow snake curse, and living snake curse. The ways of casting curses are manifold, each possessing its own secret techniques. Among them, the malnutrition curse involves grinding centipedes, small snakes, ants, cicadas, earthworms, and hair into a powder, placing it in a room or box before the carved idol of the 5 pestilence gods, and offering it for an extended period before introducing it into water. If not dispelled, the powdered remedy will adhere to the intestines, causing bloating, pain, and an urgent need to purge. Had it not been for my protective gold silkworm charm, capable of dispelling all malevolent curses, I might not have been able to eradicate the poison afflicting them. Ma Haiba expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "Damn, you even gave them 1,000 yuan." I sensed he was somewhat blaming me for not having alerted him earlier, so I replied, "You were intent on pursuing the murderer of the dismemberment case. I merely wished to avoid alarming the snake." Ma Haiba's face brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "Do you know who the killer is?" I advised him to have someone monitor the madman's residence and not to concern himself with anything else. At that moment, an old man entered with a porcelain bowl containing 2 boiled eggs, and I proceeded to neutralize the curses afflicting them, utilizing the method I had previously employed. Afterward, Ma Haiba, pale-faced, went to assign tasks, while a village official grumbled about seeking trouble. I cautioned him against it, warning that he might not even know how he would meet his demise. His expression changed dramatically, and he exited in a state of terror. Observing his demeanor, one could surmise he was perplexed by how an ordinarily docile family could transform into something so frightful. As night fell, Ma Haiba informed me that the family indeed harbored issues. I was uninterested in the particulars and merely inquired when they would take action. He replied that we should wait. As soon as the arrest warrant arrived in the morning, we would strike. During dinner, the special task force members were noticeably more animated. Several young officers engaged me in conversation, their tone imbued with a sense of respect. No one indulged in alcohol, for some had to continue surveillance that night. Regrettably, when I asked if they had located Li Datsai, they all shook their heads in denial. I spent the night at the Special Task Force's base in Sedge Village, sharing the space with several officers on duty during the day. I had grown accustomed to offering daily prayers, murmuring my invocations throughout the sultry late summer evenings of September. With merely a single electric fan whirring, I found myself drenched in perspiration, tossing and turning until I finally succumbed to sleep around 11 o'clock. However, my slumber was far from peaceful, as the cacophony of the officers' snoring reverberated through the room. Just as I finally drifted into sleep, I felt a chilling breeze brushing against the back of my neck, a sensation starkly different from that produced by the fan. It was akin to having a dab of medicinal oil applied to my neck, only to be chilled by a mountain breeze, eerie and unsettling. I awoke abruptly, startled from my half-sleep. Before me, at a distance of 3 meters, stood a little girl clad in a pink belly band, her hair styled in playful pigtails. Her porcelain-like complexion was striking, with dark, glistening eyes and chubby, snow-white limbs, exuding an air of endearing innocence, reminiscent of a doll from a painting. Yet, lurking behind her ears and beneath her chin were grotesque, dark veins. She gazed at me in terror, her tiny mouth pouting as she exhaled softly toward me. Who? The chilling sensation at the back of my neck persisted. My mind was clear, and I swiftly recalled the teachings regarding minor spirits within the 12 methods, the little ghost. The concept of the little ghost has various interpretations, originating from the Miao tradition in China, where entities like the 5 ghosts and the Lu Ling Tungzi are considered forms of nurturing minor spirits. In Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Singapore, they refer to them as Kumanthong. The Miao people's witchcraft also encompasses this, calling it inviting the heavenly child. In truth, aside from a select few profound sorcerers, the practitioners of necromancy typically employ talismans and the spirit-nurturing properties of willow wood. The most common method, however, involves unearthing the graves of recently deceased children, using candles to scorch the chin of the child's corpse. and collecting the resultant corpse oil in a small coffin to directly concoct minor spirits. These minor spirits possess numerous utilities, attracting wealth, averting calamities, serving as omens, inducing illusions, and safeguarding homes, but they can also inflict harm. Within the house, none of the inhabitants stirred. The silvery moonlight streamed through the wooden lattice window, and I focused intently upon her, gazing steadfastly, then silently murmuring, "Spirit dart, unify and penetrate the heart, severing the chill at the nape of the neck." Gradually, the coldness dissipated, replaced by a surge of warmth rising from my lower abdomen. At that moment, the girl finally realized that I could see her and attempted to flee. I would not allow her to escape. Communicating with the golden silkworm spirit within me, I whispered forcefully, "Dart." Instantly, her form froze, and I felt a wave of heat radiate from my body, concentrating in my hands. I leapt from the bed to seize the girl's hand. Upon grasping her, I felt her icy touch, yet I knew I had captured her. Just then, she turned her head, her porcelain-like face transforming to a ghastly hue, her eyes shifting to crimson, and her petite mouth splitting into a wide maw filled with sharp teeth, lunging towards me. I felt no fear of such a rudimentary spirit. Focusing my energy in my right hand, I harnessed the power of the golden silkworm to withstand her bite. Her teeth sank into my arm, but the heat concealed beneath my skin scorched her, causing her to release her grip and struggle desperately. I was at a loss for what to do, holding on tightly to her. After a moment, the spirit ceased its thrashing, gazing at me with a pitiable expression. Her eyes turned black, with a faint glimmer within, akin to a beacon in the night. I was at a loss for words. Nonetheless, witnessing the innocent expression on her face stirred an inexplicable sense of compassion within me. There we were, a human and a spirit, exchanging glances for a while. Noticing her blink, I wondered if she could speak, and I inquired, "Who sent you?" She blinked again, her gaze filled with fear as it drifted towards the west. I understood that the west was the direction of Wang Baosong and his mother, Luo Ermiai. I asked her once more, "Can you speak?" She shook her head, her lips parted, yet no sound emerged. I realized that as a spiritual entity, she lacked vocal cords and therefore could not speak. However, she could comprehend my words, indicating that she possessed some degree of intelligence. I recalled the heavy scent of decay beneath Luo Ermiai's bed at Wang Baosong's house. Could it be the burial site of this little spirit? The tome 12 Methods of Mountain Suppression contains numerous esoteric tales, including accounts of zombies, minor spirits, and various creatures. Having encountered such phenomena frequently, I found them less astonishing. Moreover, with my life-protecting spirit, I felt no fear. While minor spirits can claim lives, they primarily do so through illusions, malevolence, and an aura of mystery. True entities capable of causing harm typically possess significant mastery, and this little spirit appeared to have formed only recently, lacking any substantial power. I relaxed my demeanor, allowing my curiosity to intensify. I had never encountered such a spirit before, which only fueled my curiosity, prompting me to inquire about various matters, such as whether she knew her name, the whereabouts of her family, and her age. However, the ghostly doll was utterly oblivious to her past, merely shaking her head in a daze. When I mentioned Luo Ermiai, she became overwhelmingly terrified, her petite form trembling with fear. At that moment, the village rooster crowed for the first time. The ghost doll began to exhibit intense panic. I understood that ethereal beings are most fearful of sunlight, dissolving upon exposure. In her initial form, she could only seek refuge within the remnants of her own corporeal essence, otherwise, she would inevitably vanish. Thus, I showed her no hostility, releasing my grip and gently saying, "You may return now." She stared blankly at me, her hand still at her mouth, pecking at it. I waved my hand, urging her, "Quickly return and cease causing harm to others. If fate allows, we shall meet again." For reasons unknown, I felt no animosity towards this once terrifying entity. Firstly, she was exquisitely crafted, undeniably adorable. Secondly, her abilities were limited. Having only just taken form, she was unlikely to cause any malevolence. Reflecting on it, a little girl, who met an untimely death, was subsequently subjected to the manipulation of her own remains, her spirit controlled to inflict harm upon others. Such a fate is indeed quite pitiable. Admittedly, I confess, I am rather fond of the adorable. The ghost doll regarded me for a moment before she began to levitate, slowly squeezing through the gaps in the wooden boards. I stood in a trance for a while, then glanced at the figure still lost in slumber on the bed, sighed, and donned my clothes to await the dawn in the courtyard. The following morning, Mahaiba, armed with a search warrant, invited me to accompany him. I shook my head in refusal, expressing my disinterest in witnessing the event. Ma Haiba, visibly apprehensive, mentioned that without someone to oversee the situation, there was a risk of comrades sacrificing themselves. I chuckled, remarking that they, being a group of burly state-armed forces, wielding clubs and firearms, should not fear such a thing. However, since the previous day's events, Ma Haiba had genuinely become timid, candidly admitting that he was haunted by the memory of a dreadful experience in the restroom, a harrowing nightmare that plagued him throughout the night. Their leader was the deputy captain of the criminal police, a man in his 40s, who also implored me to join them, assuring me that my comrades would not forget my presence. I reiterated that my refusal was not a matter of pride. In truth, I was genuinely somewhat frightened. They regarded me as an expert in esoteric matters, unaware that I was merely a novice, lacking a mentor to guide me. Had it not been for the golden silkworm that my grandmother had nurtured for decades residing within me, and my recent diligent study of an ancient tome, I would have long succumbed to peril. Moreover, it appeared that Luo Ermii was not only adept in nurturing goo, poisonous insects, but also in cultivating small spirits. Who knows what other abilities she might possess? In terms of proficiency in the mystical arts of Miao, she surpassed me by a considerable margin, while I remained merely a vessel of ancestral legacy. Witnessing my hesitation, Ma Haiba grew increasingly uneasy. He tugged at my sleeve and asked, "Luzwa, speak honestly. Is this mission fraught with peril? If so, it would be prudent for us to prepare ourselves mentally." A young officer nearby, visibly anxious, interjected, "Boss, should we be writing our wills?" They referred to their superior as boss, while the deputy criminal team leader, who was swallowing nervously, gazed at me expectantly. Being surrounded by a circle of stern men was quite uncomfortable, evoking a sense akin to standing on stage in my student days. The weight of 1,000 eyes upon me. Yet, simultaneously, I felt a thrill. After all, as a young man of 21, witnessing seasoned officers, typically clad in uniforms and racing past in patrol cars, gathering around me like schoolchildren, stirred an unusual sensation within. During my days working southward, I had interacted with their colleagues, who were actually just local defense team members, all of whom exuded an air of arrogance. Yet now, how amusing it was. In a moment of impulsiveness, I agreed. Reflecting on it now, I realize how naive I was. Had I declined and returned alone, would I have missed out on a formidable rival? Would my life have taken a different trajectory, avoiding the subsequent events that unfolded? Yet, life is indeed wondrously unpredictable. At the madman's residence, someone was always on watch. After the deputy criminal team leader confirmed there were no anomalies, he declared it time to depart. I walked in the midst of the group, my mind fixated on the contents of the 12 Methods of Suppressing Mountains, a title too lengthy. Henceforth, I shall refer to it simply as the Broken Book, aptly named for its dilapidated state. The material was extensive, yet I could only recall the chapter on nurturing poison and some miscellaneous notes, desperately trying to remember. Last-minute preparations can yield unexpected results. I ran back to the previous household to collect cow tears. Observing my meticulousness, the others also dabbed some on their eyelids. Soon, we arrived at the residence of Wang Baozong in the village, where we met with the monitoring officers. As a multitude of unfamiliar faces gathered, 2 stray dogs from a neighboring house began barking frantically. Ma Haiba, who had been beside me, remarked, "Luzwa, why do I sense a heavy, sinister aura emanating from this house?" I looked up to see dark mists swirling within the aged wooden structure, enveloping it in an eerie shroud. A gust of wind carried a foul, briny scent that permeated the air, indeed a foreboding presence. Those of us who had smeared cow tears on our faces wore furrowed brows and solemn expressions, while the officers stationed there curiously inquired, "Where is it? Where is it?" The day was overcast, the morning sun obscured, as a chilling breeze swept down from the mountains, sending shivers down our spines. The older men, seasoned and cautious, hesitated at the front, yet among the 7 or 8 individuals there, some, emboldened and dismissive of superstition, pressed forward. At the deputy criminal team leader's command, 2 young officers broke down the door. As I prepared to enter behind them, I heard a startled cry from within, followed by the sharp reports of 2 gunshots. 2 young officers emerged in a frantic escape, their clothing adorned with several vibrant centipedes, each measuring nearly 2 inches in length, emitting cries akin to those of a slaughtered pig as they writhed upon the ground. These centipedes continued to thrash about, their glossy exoskeletons reflecting a repugnant sheen. Several officers swiftly swatted them away, trampled them underfoot. The centipedes, fragile creatures, burst upon impact, releasing a foul, viscous liquid of white and black hues. Amidst the chaos, the centipedes were vanquished, yet the two young officers collapsed, their complexions turning a ghastly shade of purple and black, their bodies convulsing. I crouched down to examine them, discovering multiple bite marks on their bodies, oozing black, pus-like blood. Luzwa, you must save them. Seeing their skin heated and trembling, Mahibo placed all his hopes upon me. I, however, felt utterly at a loss. The essence of this curse was typically intangible and tasteless. Who would have imagined that the occupant of the room would unleash centipedes? This was not mere sorcery. It was a form of beast taming and pest control, a domain beyond my comprehension. The officer most severely afflicted was rolling his eyes back, on the brink of death. A burly officer brandished his weapon, ready to charge back inside. Damn it. I'll confront her. We must extract the antidote, or else I'll take her life to compensate for Shaoli. A wave of anxiety washed over me as a thought suddenly struck. I hurriedly restrained him, saying, I have a plan. Let us not act rashly. They all turned to me, impatiently inquiring about my intentions. I replied with gravity, regarding today's events. You must not speak of this outside nor include it in any reports. The deputy team leader readily agreed. Of course, we shall not divulge a word. The others nodded in affirmation. Why did I insist on this? It was because I had just recalled something vital. In the realm of biological toxins, the curse is both the pinnacle and the source of all poisons. If the injuries were merely physical and devoid of spiritual implications, perhaps the golden silkworm could serve as an antidote. I had recently managed to establish a faint communication with the golden silkworm, and surprisingly, the signals it relayed felt affirmative and even somewhat buoyant. I remembered that the golden silkworm's sustenance primarily consisted of toxins, particularly those associated with curses, which it particularly relished. Seeing their readiness, I settled into a cross-legged position, following the ancient text instructions. With my hands clasped in reverence, I intoned, I beseech the spirit of the golden silkworm to manifest. After reciting this invocation several times, I felt a constriction in my throat, and a slippery substance surged forth from my mouth. As I opened it, a plump, golden silkworm shot forth, landing precisely on the wrist of the most grievously injured officer, beginning to draw out the pus and venom from the wound. Though I was aware of the presence of this tenant within me, witnessing its true form made me nearly retch at the thought of last night's dinner. Yet I dared not succumb to nausea. Should I falter, the brilliance of my esteemed status would surely fade. I held my composure, grimacing as I observed this creature traverse the bodies of the afflicted officers. To my dismay, a nearby portly officer remarked, How adorable. This comment filled me with a mix of shame and fury, compelling me to cover my face in embarrassment. As the golden silkworm absorbed the toxins, the pallor of the two officers began to improve. Though still pale, their complexions were no longer as dark as before. Approximately 2 minutes later, the golden silkworm crawled over the wounds of the two individuals, its movements becoming sluggish. It shook its head and descended to the ground to feast upon the mangled corpses of centipedes, exhibiting a rather gluttonous appetite, much like my own. I instructed a few nearby officers to assist the two young constables to lean against a nearby stone, then declared, It should be fine now. The deputy captain grasped my hand, tears of gratitude streaming down his face, exclaiming, Luzwa, I truly thank you. I replied that it was unnecessary, then turned my gaze toward the wooden cabin, where several officers stood guard with firearms, yet dared not enter. I thought to myself that this group was committed to seeing it through, and called out, Elderly lady inside, this is Luzwa, the one who visited you yesterday. Please cease this pestilence. The cabin door was shut, and the window panes were shrouded in darkness. After a prolonged silence, a peculiar voice spoke, Young lad, it seems you are indeed the grandson of Long Laolon. The voice was not human but resembled the buzzing of mosquitoes and the rustling of insects, strange yet distinctly clear. I responded affirmatively, mentioning that the village elders had told me you never harmed anyone in your lifetime. Why, now in your old age, do you engage in such activities? She sighed, remaining silent. I continued, Do you believe the government has wronged your son, Brother Baosong? She sighed again, and after a while, she said, Young lad, it so happens that your grandmother's lineage shares some connection with our family. Among the Miao people's 18 caves, only our two families reside in Pingdong, in the great mountain's embrace. I see you also nurture golden silkworm goo. Why not compete with me? If you win, I shall surrender. I protested. Isn't it unfair to compare me to my grandmother? Why bully a mere young lad? She laughed, her voice akin to that of a night owl, sending a chill down my spine. After a moment, she inquired if I would accept the challenge. I glanced at the deputy captain and others, who nodded in agreement. Did they truly believe I would prevail against the neighboring house, with 10 firearms surrounding us? Before I could respond, the wooden door suddenly swung open, a chilling gust sweeping forth, stirring up dust. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back, still reeling from the surprise, when I noticed the golden silkworm Gu, previously devouring the centipede carcasses and licking the blood, suddenly erected soft wings and darted into the doorway. The deputy captain, Mahaiba, and several armed officers looked at me with admiration. I maintained a stoic expression as I gazed into the darkened room beyond the door, remaining silent. I understood their reverence for my ability to command such a small creature, yet unbeknownst to them, the little thing was entirely indifferent to me. Charging forth on its own accord, the interior was devoid of sound, cloaked in darkness, and I merely sensed a thread of consciousness binding me to it. As it moved rapidly, entangling and gnashing through various actions, relaying a chaotic barrage of sensations into my mind. After a few minutes, the golden silkworm Gu returned, triumphantly circling around me. I noticed it appeared slightly larger, while a peculiar sense of fullness settled within my belly. The silkworm alighted upon my shoulder, then began to crawl up my neck, seemingly intent on reaching my mouth. As I recalled the grotesque sight of it feasting on pus and blood, gnawing on the corpses of insects, a wave of nausea surged within me, compelling me to hastily cover my mouth and nose, barring its entry. It writhed on my hand, its beady black eyes fixated on me with a pitiful gaze, evoking an unexpected twinge of compassion. Nonetheless, my inner resistance was unwavering, and I vowed to never relinquish my grip. Observing my steadfastness, it ceased its attempts at communication and began to crawl down my hand. Its body was cool to the touch, reminiscent of jade, devoid of any foul odor, yet imbued with a delicate scent of sandalwood. I presumed it had conceded, only to be startled by an itch at the base of my spine, as I felt it burrowing inward, followed by a tightening in my abdomen. It had finally returned home, while tears streamed down my face, and I swore never to allow it to emerge from my mouth again. A lamenting voice from within the room echoed, an elderly lamentation. I never anticipated that Long Laolon had truly mastered the art of the fateful golden silkworm. Alas, such is destiny. The earlier sounds of buzzing and fluttering had faded, replaced by her stifled sobs, barely perceptible. The deputy captain of the enforcement team regarded me, inquiring if we could commence. I understood his question pertained to whether the venomous creature had been eradicated. Witnessing his mix of reverence and trepidation instilled a profound sense of satisfaction within me. Observing the dissipating dark aura in the wooden cabin, and noting that Luo Ermii had seemingly resigned to her fate, I presumed there would be no further resistance, thus I nodded and declared, "It is time. Proceed with caution regarding her nails." As I uttered these words, a heat surged in my ears. Turning my head, I caught sight of the boy known as Qin Yizi, standing at the entrance with a chipped wooden lunchbox in hand, glaring at me and the public safety experts with palpable hostility. Someone promptly searched him, revealing only a warm egg hidden within his old-school uniform, clearly his breakfast. The wooden box contained thin porridge and pickled vegetables, indicating he had come to deliver a meal to this family. I had heard the blind elder in the village mention that for the past 2 years, it had been Qin Yizi who diligently cared for Wang Baosong's mother, braving all weather to bring her food. How old was he 2 years ago, 11 or 12? After the search yielded no evidence, the police released him, instructing him to step aside as they conducted their investigation. He complied, moving outside the courtyard, and then spat bitterly onto the ground. I felt his gaze upon me, and the discomfort in his penetrating stare prompted me to retreat indoors. Inside, the atmosphere remained oppressive and humid, filled with an unsettling odor. As the light was turned on, I beheld Luo Ermii being lifted by several men, while Wang Baosong was restrained on the ground by 2 burly officers. Luo Ermii pleaded, "He is merely a madman. Do not trouble him." The dim light had obscured my view of Luo Ermii yesterday, but today I discerned her gaunt figure, nearly emaciated, her body resembling that of a mummy, her face a visage of terror. I understood that those who practice sorcery and engage daily with spirits often suffer the depletion of their vitality and the erosion of their fortune, without a means of redemption. Their appearance becomes ghastly, and their fate is invariably bleak. Though I had previously dismissed such notions as mere superstition, witnessing her now rendered my heart cold with realization. Wang Baosong struggled and was pushed out, while Luo Ermii glanced at me and smiled, remarking, "Indeed, the pupil surpasses the master." Her smile was rather peculiar. I inquired about the little ghost from yesterday, asking where the body was found. She replied, I had forgotten about that. The remains of the little ghost are buried beneath the bed. As for where it was found, it should be sought where the sins were committed. Luo Ermiai, paralyzed and unable to walk, was wrapped in quilts by several officers, with foul-smelling liquid dripping from the foot of the bed, making them feel quite ill, prompting them to hastily carry her outside. I sensed that the life of this elderly woman was nearing its end. Ma Haibo interjected, asking what little ghost I was referring to. I refrained from recounting the events from last night, simply reminding him of the case he had mentioned regarding the tragic death of a young girl whose body had been stolen. Move the bed aside and dig a little. The truth will soon be revealed. Ma Haibo asked in disbelief. Really? I replied, would I deceive you? He now believed my words implicitly and quickly summoned 2 officers collecting evidence in the room to fetch shovels and crowbars. I nudged the bed slightly inward, indicating a spot heavily imbued with the scent of decay for them to excavate with caution. The floorboards were rotten, and after easily prying them up, 2 strapping young men began to dig with shovels while I searched the room for anything unusual. From a wooden chest, I unearthed some wooden spikes, silver rings, incense candles, and other assorted trinkets. And on the altar, I discovered several wooden carvings of deities, jars, a heap of herbs, incense ash, peach wood, bone fragments, and a vividly lifelike porcelain doll. At that moment, someone shouted that they had found something. I moved to the foot of the bed and saw a thin coffin, about 50 centimeters long, nestled beside a pile of hard clay, exuding a putrid stench. I promptly instructed everyone to open all the windows, and then asked them to find damp towels to cover their faces. They crouched down and used a crowbar handed to them to pry open the coffin. Upon opening it, we were met with the sight of a grayish skeleton, small in stature, the flesh completely decomposed into a mass of putrid pulp, teeming with countless writhing maggots. At that moment, I could no longer contain myself. Forsaking any semblance of composure, I dashed out of the wooden house, leaning against a wooden frame as a wave of bile surged forth. This initial retching triggered a chain reaction, and soon my stomach began to protest vehemently. Expelling yesterday's lunch and dinner in a tumultuous eruption, some even spewed from my nose. When I had finally vomited, all that remained was sour bile. I noticed several comrades beside me maintaining the same position. Ma Haibo emerged, covering his nose with a towel, and upon seeing the mess we had made, his face turned pale once more. When he saw that I appeared somewhat better, he remarked, I've closed the coffin. We'll take it back for the technical department to examine. Then we'll know for certain. Sigh, after 20 years as a policeman, what haven't I seen? Yet this time, it truly feels cursed. Fearing that he hadn't secured the coffin properly, and that the foul essence might escape, I steeled myself against the nausea and ventured back inside. Upon re-entering the room, I inspected the small coffin, which was meticulously nailed shut. I waved at Ma Haibo by the door to indicate that it was ready. All has been completed, and the final outcome awaits their interrogation. In this accursed place, I wished to linger not a second longer. As I lifted my leg to depart, I was taken aback to find that I could not move. Glancing down, I was startled to see a delicate little girl, her porcelain-like features flushed with color, clinging to my leg. I looked toward the door and noticed Ma Haibo directing several officers, completely oblivious to the peculiar scene unfolding beside me. I lowered my gaze and inquired, "What do you want?" The little girl shook her head and pointed toward a small coffin nearby, parting her lips in silence. I asked, "Do you wish for me to help you with your burial?" She shook her head. I then asked, "Do you seek my assistance in guiding the spirits?" Again, she responded with vigorous head shakes, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed up at me. I chuckled softly and said, "You do not wish for me to take you away, do you?" Finally, she nodded, a smile breaking across her face, reminiscent of an eager puppy seeking approval from its master. I felt a pang of unease. What business did a grown man have escorting a little ghost? Moreover, I was not well versed in the art of ghost rearing. Noticing my hesitation, she leapt up, grabbed a broom, and began to sweep the ground. Then, she took hold of my clothing and wrung it in desperation, her eyes welling with tears when I did not respond. Her pitiful demeanor stirred something deep within me, and my heart ached. I asked, "How can I take you with me? Where do you reside?" If she were to dwell within the coffin, I would have resolutely declined. I lacked the fortitude of a professional medium. Thankfully, she pointed to a porcelain doll resting upon the altar. I picked up the palm-sized porcelain vessel and discovered a switch near the doll's neck. Upon opening it, I found a small compartment containing a few strands of black hair, bones, ash, and oil, all separated by a membrane that prevented any spillage. I said, "Very well, I shall take you with me, but if you misbehave, I will leave you under the sun to bake." She shook her head in fright and then nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking for grain, which almost made me laugh. I raised the porcelain vessel, and she immediately transformed into a white thread, slipping inside. Luzwa, Luzwa. Ma Haiba approached and nudged me. I asked, "What is it?" He chuckled, though his expression was somewhat off, and asked, "What are you mumbling about all by yourself?" I replied, "Did you not see anything?" Ma Haiba, looking somewhat sheepish, said, "Don't scare me." I reassured him, just jesting, and then lifted the porcelain vessel, stating, "I intend to take this with me. Is that acceptable?" Ma Haiba inquired, "What is this?" I shook my head, feigning an air of mystery, and told him not to ask, as I would handle it upon my return. At that moment, he did not press any further, merely nodding and saying, "Take it with you." Just then, someone entered, calling that the car had arrived, and asked if I wished to return to the county. Naturally, I was eager to leave this dreadful place, so I agreed to go back together. Upon exiting the courtyard, I noticed Qing Yazi still lingering on the earthen ridge at the entrance. I chose to ignore him, allowing the child to harbor his animosity toward me. "You are a traitor to our Miao clan," he shouted, his voice filled with indignation. I turned to look at him, and he grew even more fervent, spitting toward me. "You have driven Uncle Baosong mad and now seek to bring harm to Granny Luo. You outsiders, you, a traitor to the Miao clan, still assist them." His accent, interspersed with the Miao dialect, made it difficult for me to comprehend, yet I could discern the venomous hatred in his eyes. At his age, one's gaze is particularly vibrant, with a worldview already formed, often obstinate, extreme, and filled with indignation. Observing such eyes evokes an indescribable feeling within me. In the courtyard, 2 police officers stationed there approached him, saying, "Kid, what do you understand? Move along." I remained silent and turned away. The officer continued to reprimand him. "This old woman has broken the law. No matter who it is, they must face the consequences." In the car, I briefed Ma Haiba on the need to cleanse the residual toxins affecting the 2 injured young officers and instructed him to procure some water chestnuts upon his return. Regardless of the quantity, they should be sliced, dried, and ground into powder to be taken daily with 2 qian in the morning, washed down with a hollow white soup. This regimen should continue for a week without interruption to effectively expel the poison. Having conveyed this, we arrived at Qingming Township. I declined their invitation to stay and took a bus back to the county alone. It was just past noon when I reached the county town, where I hastily consumed a fast meal before purchasing some nutritional supplements to visit my uncle at the county hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, I encountered my cousin Xiaojing, who merely glanced at me, huffed, and turned away without greeting me. My uncle, however, greeted me warmly and asked if I had any gains from my trip to King Shanxi. His face was stitched up and wrapped in thick white gauze. I first inquired about his condition, to which he replied that he was doing well, adding that as a man, scarring was of little concern. Xiaojing, standing nearby, chimed in indignantly, "A few scars make you look like a thug." My uncle scolded her, questioning her lack of understanding. Xiaojing shot me a glare before storming out. While I reassured my uncle not to be upset, noting that adolescent girls could be like that, I refrained from excessive apologies and began recounting the events that transpired in Sagai village. After a moment of silence, my uncle asked, "Do you truly possess the golden silkworm goo?" I affirmed, and he grasped my hand tightly, cautioning me, "Never speak of this to outsiders, and do your utmost to keep it from prying eyes." Though I have spent half my life in the mountains, I understand human nature. In ancient times, possessing a treasure was a crime. Your gift is precious, and too many knowing about it could lead to trouble. Do you understand? I nodded, indicating my comprehension. He sighed, saying, "My facial injuries are not severe. In time, they shall only leave a few shallow scars, and with public medical assistance, you needn't worry excessively. I have not achieved much in my life, and with Xiao Hua and Xiao Jing growing up, their temperament mirrors their mother-s, which concerns me greatly. If difficulties arise, I trust you will lend a hand. Furthermore, you have given your aunt too much money. I will ask her to return it." I quickly waved my hands, insisting it was unnecessary, explaining that Xiao Hua and Xiao Jing's matters were also mine, and I would certainly help. After some back and forth, my uncle ceased his remarks and shifted the conversation to Li Dicai, lamenting that there was still no news of him. Several searches had been conducted in the wildwoods, yet no signs had emerged. My uncle sighed, once filled with anger towards him, now consumed by worry. I spent over an hour at the hospital before heading to the bus station to return home. Although I had previously reported my safety, my parents were still overjoyed to see me return unscathed. In contrast, some idle onlookers nearby appeared rather disappointed and approached me with numerous inquiries. essentially questioning how I had been released. I could not be bothered with their trivialities. Closing the door behind me, I carefully placed the porcelain jar containing the spirits of the little souls and earnestly began to study the tattered book my grandmother had bequeathed to me. The experiences of the past few days imparted upon me a profound understanding. My grandmother had left me a treasure, an immense one at that, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary and ushering me into an extraordinary realm. However, if I failed to utilize it wisely, I could find myself joining her and reminiscing at any moment. Truth be told, I had always harbored a certain fear of my grandmother, which limited our interactions. The 12 Methods of Mountain Suppression comprises 13 chapters, each spanning several dozen pages, with a total of nearly 100,000 words, accompanied by an equal measure of annotations and interpretations, not to mention a plethora of illustrations and diagrams. To be honest, at first, I found it rather challenging to grasp. Nevertheless, once I realized the invaluable knowledge contained within, my motivation soared. That day, I was engrossed in reading until the late hours of the night, only succumbing to drowsiness when the moon had traversed its western arc and the insects began to chirp. In a haze, I once again beheld my grandmother. Initially, I assumed I was dreaming. Yet, the vividness of this dream was astonishingly palpable. In a daze, my grandmother appeared before me, gazing at me with comfort, stroking my head, and saying, "My dear grandson, it seems you are now able to communicate with the golden silkworm Gu. There is no need for you to descend and accompany me. How wonderful! I never expected you to be capable of speech, even in this state of immobility and hazy awareness." I then inquired, "Grandmother, is everything in the 12 methods genuine? Are the events of the past few days real?" She looked at me in silence. At that moment, I did not find her visage unappealing. Rather, she appeared far more amiable than I had previously remembered. After a brief pause, she smiled and replied, "You already know the answer. Why do you need to ask me?" She continued, "You have now inherited my legacy. Yet there is still a lack of ritual for the elder generations." She instructed me to return to the old house in Dunshae and pay homage to the ancestral spirits at the shrine, then to rid the old house of all its belongings to avoid contamination. I agreed without hesitation. She then advised me that after perusing the contents of the book, it would be best to burn it. When I inquired why, she explained, "I lack the ability to safeguard that which is written. Possessing it only invites calamity. You never know when vengeful spirits may come seeking retribution. Burn it, and you shall be unencumbered." I assented, and she further asked whether I had made contact with Sister Luo'er from Zhongyang. My consciousness began to blur, and I could not recall what I had said. Nevertheless, she reassured me that there was no cause for alarm, for the traditions of the Zhongyang Miao village had long been lost. As she spoke, my grandmother sighed, lamenting that our lineage was also on the brink of extinction. At that moment, I was nearly devoid of awareness, only faintly hearing her utter, "Cultivate virtue and do good. Take care of yourself." The following day, I awoke with recollections of 3 things: paying homage to my ancestors, burning the tattered book, and the exhortation to cultivate virtue and do good, taking care of myself. The memory is so vivid that I skipped breakfast and hurriedly procured incense and paper money, hiring a tricycle to journey to Dunshae for the apprenticeship ceremony to honor my ancestors. Upon revisiting my grandmother's home, I discerned a palpable heaviness in the atmosphere, as if countless insect carcasses and long serpents lay buried beneath the soil of the courtyard. I heeded my grandmother's admonitions without a hint of negligence, lighting the incense and dutifully bowing 3 times with 9 prostrations before the altar adorned with the tablets of numerous revered ancestors, respectfully proclaiming, "Esteemed ancestral masters, I, Luzwa, humbly beseech your grace, under the protection of my grandmother, Long Lao Lon, may I be welcomed into the fold. I implore the esteemed ancestors to show compassion, disregarding my meager talents, and bless me with a life of peace, free from calamities." After my devotions, I felt an ethereal energy rising from the tablets, enveloping me in warmth, as if every pore had ingested the essence of ginseng fruit, leaving me utterly revitalized. Once I concluded my rituals, burned the offerings, and tidied up, I left no remnants behind. Before exiting, I carefully scraped the mud from my shoes on the threshold, ensuring none was tracked into the main room. Following my grandmother's passing, the ancestral home had become the property of my uncle, and as I departed, I took one last lingering glance, never to return in this lifetime. Upon my return to town, I visited a photocopy shop owned by an old childhood friend, Lao Gung, conveniently located beside the local school. His business catered to teachers and students, ebbed and flowed with activity, and fortuitously, he happened to be free at that moment. I approached him, requesting to borrow the machine for a day and inquiring about the cost. He insisted it was unnecessary, as he was headed to the county for supplies and would not be opening the shop, encouraging me to utilize it without any reservations. I accepted graciously, rushing home to retrieve the tattered book. My grandmother had instructed me to burn the worn volume, a command I intended to honor. Yet, with my limited intellect, I knew I wouldn't digest its contents swiftly. However, being well-versed in the digital realm, I scanned the text into a digital format and downloaded software to convert it. Some portions were untranslatable, keeping 2 copies and backing them up on a disk. Contemplating the convenience of acquiring a portable device for future viewing, as smartphones had yet to achieve sophistication, I had brought a 1 gigabyte disk and spent the afternoon in the shop, ultimately processing 254 documents. After deleting some of the motion pictures from the disk, I transferred the files and then set the book 12 methods of suppressing mountains ablaze, reducing it to ashes, thereby fulfilling my grandmother's second request. While dining that evening, I received a call from Ma Haiba, who inquired about my availability, mentioning new developments in the case. I dismissed him with a chuckle, remarking that I was not one of their superiors and saw no reason for him to report to me. Ma Haiba insisted, "I'm not joking." Wei brought Wang Baosong and his mother in for questioning. Wang Baosong is utterly unhinged, and his mother only admits to cursing Huang Duo, the daughter of Huang Laoa, and concealing the body. There is no evidence tying them to the dismemberment case. Furthermore, Luo Ermiai disclosed a significant detail, stating that Huang Laoa's severe illness was caused by her curse, which is unsolvable. She insists on meeting you. I inquired, what does she want to see me for? To engage in idle chatter? Ma Haiba, in a soft-spoken manner, implored me, expressing the gravity of the situation, stating that Luo Ermiai was gravely ill and had little time left. He urged me to visit promptly, to assist until the very end, as the saying goes, to escort the Buddha to the west. Moreover, even if I were to disregard his request, I ought to consider the implications for Huang Fei, as she is related to Luo Ermiai through her uncle, Huang Laoya. I could hear a cacophony of voices on the other end of the line and inquired about his location. The old rascal chuckled without reply, and moments later, my living room door was pushed open. He had taken it upon himself to drive over and fetch me for safety's sake. Upon his arrival, a uniformed police officer entered, causing my parents to feel anxious and stand up to greet him. My father, recalling past troubles, rubbed his hands nervously, the creases around his eyes deepening. Fortunately, Ma Haiba was adept at socializing and soon had my parents laughing. When my mother learned of his purpose, she hastily urged me to leave, saying, "Go on, go on. The authorities are here to see you, and you're still here eating." In the eyes of ordinary folk in our town, the government holds immense authority. Public matters are of the utmost importance. My parents, lacking formal education, perceived anyone in uniform, particularly police officers, as representatives of the state, compelling us to cooperate. During our journey, Ma Haiba briefed me on the progress of the case. I raised several points of concern. First, was Wang Baosong genuinely insane or merely feigning madness? If he were faking, everything would be easily explained. However, if he were truly mad, how could he have exhumed a body while Luo Ermiai had been bedridden for over 6 months? Second, I was convinced that Wang Baosong was the true culprit behind the dismemberment case, a conclusion I had reached through intuition. Though lacking evidence, it remained speculative. Did his mother have any knowledge of this? What could his motive for murder be? Ma Haiba queried if I suggested the existence of a third party. I replied that I was merely speculating, as practices such as black magic and Maoshan Taoism included methods like the 5 ghosts moving technique, which could summon supernatural entities to perform the task without direct involvement. Yet, it was evident that Luo Ermiai lacked such abilities. In summary, Luo Ermiai, the matriarch, was the crux of the entire case. Once she spoke fully, matters would likely resolve. Nevertheless, we could not afford to relax our vigilance regarding the situation in Sedge Village, as a genuine third party might still be present there. As I concluded my thoughts, I suddenly recalled a pair of vengeful eyes and pondered the possibility. Ma Haiba remarked, "It's a pity you're not a police officer. You have a keen insight." His flattery struck a chord within me, as I recognized his experience far surpassed mine, having dealt with more cases than I had encountered attractive women. Yet, humans are often drawn to sweet words, and his praise stirred a sense of pride within me, positively influencing my mindset regarding the case. I recalled a recent lesson and suggested to Ma Haiba that perhaps I could elicit a confession from the madman, Wang Baosong. He asked if I was serious, and I affirmed that it was worth a try but required some preparations. He assured me that funding was ample within the department and encouraged me to voice any needs. Thus, I requested him to procure sandalwood incense, yellow talisman paper, purified water, Buddhist music tapes, and a larger recording device or speaker. Ma Haiba promptly made arrangements, ensuring that everything I requested would be taken care of. When we arrived at the county bureau, everything was already prepared. I spotted the timid Wang Baosong in the interrogation room where I had previously stayed, exuding a neurotic wariness. Ma Haiba mentioned that this madman occasionally loses control and may become violent, suggesting that I might want to administer a sedative. I declined, remarking that with a sedative, there would be no point in questioning him further. Had he been fed? Yang Yu interjected, stating that he had received an extra meal today, braised pork, and had devoured 3 bowls, showing quite an appetite. I instructed them to leave the food behind and for them to step outside, assuring them that everything could be reviewed on the video recording. Yang Yu was reluctant to leave, expressing a desire to closely observe the captivating sorcery. After a moment's contemplation, I acquiesced, but insisted he remove his uniform to avoid provoking Wang Baosong. He agreed and donned a white shirt instead. Wang Baosong was restrained in the interrogation chair, muttering indistinctly, his words fading in and out, yet his demeanor was one of profound vigilance and anxiety, alternating between glaring and twisting his neck. I remained silent, turned on the recorder, and played some Buddhist music, ordinary melodies intended to calm the spirit, soothing in tone and simple in lyrics, often heard in temples or incense shops. Lighting a stick of sandalwood incense, I sat quietly behind the table, eyes closed. As the music persisted, Wang Baosong's mental state gradually began to relax, the satisfaction from his recent meal subtly eroding his bodily defenses. After approximately 20 minutes, Wang Baosong entered a drowsy state. I washed my hands with pure water, then retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper, biting the tip of my tongue to let a drop of blood fall upon it, mixing it in preparation to chant a soul-calling incantation. 3 souls lost, oh how hard to reclaim. 1 heart drifts away, 2 spirits are not to be mourned. Yesterday I consumed oil tea, today I've lost my soul. The soul does not cease to wander, rebirth brings no peace, spirits return, oh souls, come back. My voice was soft, almost imperceptible, yet I was merely mimicking the incantation without true understanding. My genuine ace in the hole, however, lay in the golden silkworm goo. The golden silkworm goo can ensnare a person in a dreamlike illusion, rendering them unable to escape and utterly compliant. Beside me, Officer Yang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Is this hypnosis or the legendary shamanic invocation?" I paid him no mind, focusing intently on communicating with the entity residing within. Fortuitously, all preparations had been meticulously laid out, and this unwelcome tenant finally made its move. As my voice gradually faded, the half-awake Wang Baosong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes vacant and unfocused, staring ahead. My heart leaped with joy. I posed him a few straightforward questions: his name, his origin, his age. Observing that he had completely entered a trance state, I boldly inquired, "Wang Baosong, why did you commit murder?" He rolled his eyes back, revealing the whites, and in a faint yet clear tone replied, "I didn't wish to kill. It was them who compelled me to." "Who are they?" "Them? They are the mountain god. They said someone has offended the mountain god, a sinner who must be slain. After the killing, they reward me with gold, great gold, so much gold." "Are they the little mules?" "They are the mountain god. I dare not call them little mules." "Where are they?" "Beneath the ancient millennia-old tree at the back pavilion cliff. The mountain deity has been venerated for 1,000 years and has engaged in spiritual cultivation for 10,000. Wang Baosong and I engaged in a question-and-answer dialogue, while Yang Yu diligently recorded our exchange. After I had nearly unraveled the entire sequence of the murder and dismemberment case, I conferred with Yang Yu about the chain of evidence, the course of events, and the motives for the crime, achieving clarity on the matter. I extinguished the sandalwood incense and then sang a brief melody, one I scarcely comprehended, to conclude the ritual. Wang Baosong stirred from his slumber, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, before struggling violently and resuming his nonsensical ramblings. The door swung open, and Ma Haiba entered, grasping my hand tightly. He remarked that at this juncture, the case was essentially resolved, declaring it to be nothing short of miraculous, akin to a dream. I noted that although the perpetrator was indeed a murderer, he was also mentally unstable, lacking any criminal capacity, and had been manipulated by the mountain imp. While we could accept such occurrences, it was uncertain whether the general populace would believe it. They might, but it was doubtful whether the authorities would share that conviction. I urged him to ponder how best to handle the situation. Unfazed, he laughed dismissively, suggesting we proceed to interrogate Luo Ermiai, who was currently in the intensive care unit of the county hospital, her condition terminal. Without the strength to endure, her demise was imminent, perhaps within days, if not hours. Reluctantly, I agreed. A day later, I met with Luo Ermiai, addressing her directly by name, which seemed disrespectful to the deceased, in the hospital's intensive care unit. This time, her visage was shrouded in a pallor of death, resembling a mere skeleton. Yang Yu continued his recordings nearby. I rose and bowed respectfully, as she squinted at me, her spirit evidently waning. I inquired why she had specifically summoned me, encouraging her to speak freely. With a faint smile that seemed forced, she replied, "Having suffered through most of my life, I never expected to find myself in such a fine room." I observed the barred windows and the steel-frame bed draped in a stark white blanket, permeated by the acrid scent of formaldehyde, and could only manage a bitter smile. Her eyes were clouded, nearly devoid of life. Yet upon noticing my smile, she too managed a grin, imbued with a sense of liberation that I could not comprehend. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Although Ma Haibo had sent me to interrogate Luo Ermiai, the case had already reached its conclusion. The forthcoming judicial proceedings bore little relevance to me or to this exhausted elder before me. After a brief struggle, she finally spoke. "I sought you out to serve as a witness regarding my son's affairs." I reminded her that her son had confessed to being seduced into murder and dismemberment by the mountain imp, and that the judgment was a matter for the court. She appeared taken aback, her previous train of thought faltering. Fixing her gaze on me, she coughed violently, prompting a nearby nurse to assist her by patting her back. At last, she expelled a thick, dark red phlegm, which offered her some relief. With a venomous glare, she demanded, "What exactly did you do to him?" "He has become a madman, utterly devoid of reason." I mentioned that I had attempted to summon his spirit, hoping to bring him back, but to no avail. However, he did confess. She inquired how the Han court might rule in such a case. I admitted my ignorance in legal matters, but explained that generally speaking, the insane are deemed mentally incompetent and thus cannot be held criminally liable. Her expression softened slightly at this. She confessed her lack of understanding, yet expressed her trust in me, for I am the grandson of Long Laolan. I felt a peculiar sense of embarrassment from her words, reminiscent of a martial arts novel where a master, admiring their adversary before death, entrusts the younger generation. However, truth be told, I lack the resolve to involve myself in Wang Baosong's affairs. I am merely a small business owner with a family to support, including aging parents who toil daily despite being in their 50s. I simply do not possess the financial means or leisure to delve into such matters. The responsibilities of Wang Baosong's latter life primarily rest with the relevant governmental departments. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of paying so many taxes? But in this land, the term taxpayer seems to be out of vogue, and those in authority often appear when least expected and vanish when needed. I understood that Granny Luo, despite her exhaustive efforts, was ultimately motivated by her deranged son. She asked if I had visited old Wang yet. I shook my head, questioning what purpose it would serve to visit that unscrupulous merchant. She seemed perplexed, asking if I was not sent by old Huang to deal with her. I clarified that I was merely an incidental passerby. Not comprehending my meaning, I recounted the entire sequence of events to her. She listened in silence and, upon concluding, sighed deeply, lamenting, alas, such is fate. Her eyes, mired with sleep, welled with murky tears. I observed that my grandmother and Granny Luo, among others, held a profound belief in destiny. Yet, in this line of work, one could hardly afford to be skeptical. There are indeed mysterious forces at play beyond our understanding. I found myself beginning to share that belief. Everything became clear as Granny Luo finally began to disclose these matters. Her spirits were not particularly high. She simply stated that she had placed a curse upon old Huang, a curse that none could unravel but her. She suggested that if I doubted her, I could verify, but warned against hasty attempts. One misstep could lead to immediate demise, with no room for discussion. I inquired, then what of it? She requested my assistance in ascertaining whether old Huang's family wished for him to live. If they did, they must seek the curse's undoing. Should they desire this, they would need to take responsibility for her son's future, including the cost of his treatment. I offered to inquire on her behalf, deeming the matter trivial. As old Huang was still conscious, and wealthy individuals are often quite fearful of death, engaging him would yield the most effective results. I have now come to understand that Granny Luo intended to extort old Huang's family. Initially, she sought revenge against the Huang family and planned to use their most vulnerable child, the 6.5-year-old Huang Duo, to enact her curse, turning her into a spirit. However, upon Wang Baosong's release from prison, Granny Luo discovered that her son had lost his mind. If she were to pass, without someone to care for him, her son would soon join her in death. After much contemplation, she devised today's scheme. She had married into Sedge village but had never revealed her identity as a practitioner of curses and a shaman. In this act, she was prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of her son's future. Yang Yu made a phone call, and soon news arrived from the Huang family. They were willing to offer 500,000 yuan to send Wang Baosong to the state psychiatric hospital for treatment and cover all subsequent expenses. I had long heard that the Huang family was one of the wealthiest households in our impoverished county, and their generosity was indeed striking at this moment. I relayed the news to Granny Luo, and she insisted that I act as a guarantor for the arrangement. If the Huang family proved untrustworthy, she would rely on me to mediate. It was clear she expected that should Huang Lao's condition improve and the Huang family turn their backs, I would be the one to uphold the agreement. I categorically refused. I had no desire to involve myself in such troublesome affairs. Noticing my reluctance, she grinned, revealing her toothless smile, and asked, "Have you taken in that little ghost?" I replied, "So what if I have? And what if I haven't?" She warned, "You won't be able to care for it. In just a few days, its spirit will dissipate, leaving no trace of the 3 souls and 7 spirits forever extinguished." I retorted, "Come on, our family isn't without means to handle such matters." She, somewhat helpless, mentioned she had a method to summon back the ghost's earth soul, also known as the consciousness soul, to awaken its memories and restore its intellect. This piqued my interest. While the idea of awakening memories held little allure for me, the prospect of restoring its intellect truly captivated my imagination. A ghost, being of in nature, despite its original innocence and charm, would inevitably become tainted by the corrupting influences of the dark energies over time, becoming jealous, resentful, violent, and ultimately devolving into a mere shadow of its former self, devoid of reason, retaining only its primal instincts. If I could indeed summon back the earth's soul and rejuvenate its intellect, this little ghost would possess its own consciousness and worldview, thus achieving something of significance. As its master, my own standing would naturally rise alongside it. I agreed, stating that if such a method existed, I would gladly serve as a witness. Should one party breach the contract, I would hold them accountable. She gazed into my eyes and asked me to swear a blood oath, causing my heart to race. In the past, as a staunch atheist molded by years of ideological education, swearing an oath felt as trivial as passing gas, and I would have readily accepted. However, after diligently studying for several days, I had come to understand the implications and dared not comply. What is a blood oath? It is a ritual that involves using one's own blood as a conduit to chant incantations, thereby transferring a portion of one's soul to another body or contract. The former incurs the cost of life, while the latter demands a sacrifice of blood. Here, we speak solely of the latter. Should I fail to fulfill the terms of the contract or do so inadequately, I would face misfortune, potentially endangering my family, suffering illness, and perhaps even succumbing to a blood disease. Such a curse is insidiously malevolent, with its origins traced back to Thailand's voodoo practices. Though similar methods can also be found in the black magic of Miao and the Taoist arts of Maoshan. I was truly taken aback, not anticipating that Granny Luo's intentions were of such gravity. I clapped my hands and stood up, addressing her, "Granny Luo, if you can provide me with that method, I would be delighted. I would certainly take care of Wang Baosong in the future. If you hesitate to give it, I would rather have that little ghost do chores, cook, and clean for me as a maid than risk my well-being for something so intangible. The risks and rewards are simply not commensurate." I declared that I would return home, as their affairs were not my concern to begin with. I turned to leave, but she called me back before I reached the door. I gazed at her with a calm demeanor, yet my hand remained poised on the door, unwilling to retreat. Tears flowed abundantly from her eyes, caked with sleep, as she implored, "How could you do this?" I regarded her with indifference. In the past, I might have softened, but the thought of the little girl's corpse buried beneath her bed and the malevolent curses she conjured hardened my heart, as resolute as a stone at dawn. She proposed a compromise, suggesting she would cast a blood curse upon Huang Lao. I exhaled in relief, stating that as long as I bore no loss, I was amenable. I understood her reluctance to see Huang Lao suffer, as he would not survive more than a decade, and when the Huang family ultimately breached the contract, she would find herself powerless. Huang Lao was hospitalized at the First People's Hospital of the province, diagnosed with schistosomiasis and pulmonary edema, despite the exorbitant expenses. His condition showed no improvement, and he was preparing to transfer to a major city. Just days ago, I received word that he had set off, having just departed. Once our arrangement was settled, I turned to Granny Luo and inquired, "It was Qin Yazi who assisted you with the sorcery, wasn't he it? The grave digging, the corpse oil extraction, and the creation of the little ghost. Those were all his doing, correct? This little ghost is only 14, yet possesses considerable audacity." Granny Luo averted her gaze, closing her eyes and offering no response. I sat on a bench outside the ward with Yang Yu, speaking earnestly. "You are aware of what should be deleted from the records and what must remain, correct?" Yang Yu nodded in affirmation. I pressed further. "Certain matters must remain buried in silence. Otherwise, they will fester. Do you understand?" He perceived the underlying thread in my tone, gazing at me silently for a moment before nodding solemnly and agreeing. He inquired about my methods of learning these dark sorceries. Were they scientific? I remained silent, pondering the absence of an answer to his query. Noticing my silence, he hastily apologized, fearing he had broached a taboo. I reassured him that it was of no consequence. Moments later, a policewoman named Huang Fei approached, asking if Yang Yu's words held any truth. "Which matters?" I replied. She spoke of her uncle, Huang Jinshi. Only then did I learn the true name of the boss, and questioned whether he had truly been cursed. I responded, "How would I know? Luo Ermei claims so. If you wish to believe, then do so. If not, then disregard it." Her eyes reddened instantly, and she exclaimed, "How can you be so callous?" To be honest, among the women I have encountered, Huang Fei may not be the most beautiful, yet she is undoubtedly unique, possessing an undeniable grace. Her skin is fair and tender, her features exquisitely defined, and her figure is both curvaceous and delicate. Standing at approximately 1.67 meters, her raven black hair cascading like a waterfall, she embodies a striking presence, particularly when clad in her uniform, exuding an air of confidence that even the most discerning men cannot resist. However, she is a goddess, educated, employed, and well-connected, while I, in stark contrast, am merely a rustic, impoverished individual. What good is my knowledge of sorcery if it does not yield wealth? Absent this case, our lives would have remained forever unlinked. Any fleeting fancy I harbored would have been in vain. At times, one harbors excessive expectations for ephemeral illusions, only to be met with disappointment. Observing Granny Luo, who has languished in poverty and paralysis, one realizes that such matters cannot grace the halls of elegance. The relentless tide of time will ultimately render them obsolete. Perhaps it is a sense of inferiority that breeds my aversion towards Huang Fei. Yet, her tear-streaked visage, reminiscent of rain upon pear blossoms, struck a chord deep within my heart. I am one who responds to strength rather than vulnerability. Witnessing the glimmer of her starry eyes clouded with mist and encircled by a crimson hue, I hastily conceded, "Very well, I have spoken with her. If you are willing to take responsibility for her son, all shall be well." Internally, I pondered how, being a police officer, one could simply weep at the drop of a hat. To my surprise, she immediately broke into a smile. "Really?" I affirmed, "Of course it is true." At that moment, Yang Yu beckoned me aside, informing me that a colleague from the village had called to report that a child named Wang Wanqing had run away just the previous night. Wang Wanqing was the renowned Qin Yazi, presumably a disciple of old Lady Luo. I recalled my own days at 16, venturing alone into the world of work, and a pang of sorrow filled my heart. However, I could not compare myself to him. His psychological resilience far surpassed mine. Nodding in acknowledgement, I chose to remain uninvolved, even ignoring Yang Yu's inquiry about venturing to Zhangyang Miao village to search for him. 2 hours later, old Tooth Huang, afflicted with festering sores and a swollen abdomen, was brought to the county hospital. In old Lady Luo's intensive care unit, I bore witness as both parties signed an oral contract. Subsequently, under the pretext of a secretive exorcism, old Lady Luo expelled everyone from the room, with me being the prime target of her dismissal. Once outside, I squatted in the corridor of the 3rd floor of the inpatient department, lacking any semblance of grandeur. Yang Yu inquired if I wished to smoke, to which I replied in the negative, for I am not a smoker. He gazed at me, hesitating to speak, and sensing his unvoiced thoughts, I followed him downstairs. Beneath a locust tree in the courtyard, after he finished a cigarette, he asked if I could teach him a bit of witchcraft. I resolutely shook my head, declaring it was out of the question. He grew anxious, promising a substantial reward and even offering to become my disciple. I continued to shake my head, sincerely explaining that witchcraft is a dubious path, beneath the dignity of true practitioners, and fraught with peril. One misstep could result in self-harm. As evidenced by old Lady Luo's grim fate, I had no choice but to tread this irreversible path. You, being young and from a respectable family, have a boundless future ahead of you, and truly, there is no necessity for such pursuits. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance. As friends, I would surely help you. Yang Yu's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve, and after a moment, he sighed deeply. Luzhua, I understand that individuals like you value fate and connection. I shall not press you further, but I sincerely hope our friendship can endure. I assured him it would. Just then, Huang Fei rushed down in a flurry, her ample bosom bouncing, her small face flushed with urgency, exclaiming that she had heard her uncle's loud cry from the room and asked what we should do. I followed her upstairs, and as we neared, the sounds of wailing gradually subsided. After a while, old Lady Luo called out, Luzhua, you may enter. I opened the door, and a foul stench of decay wafted out. I beheld old Tooth Huang slumped in a wheelchair, his face of a sickly yellow hue, a blood mole upon his brow, clearly afflicted by a blood curse. His teeth chattered incessantly, producing a rattling sound, yet his abdomen had considerably shrunk, while excrement flowed freely from his body, staining the blue and white striped hospital gown with dark fluid. I turned to Granny Luo and asked, can you even perform the Zhuang ethnic technique of the swollen curse? What is the swollen curse? It is a unique method of the Zhuang people in Guangxi, shrouded in secrecy. The afflicted person experiences abdominal distension, rumbling in the belly, constipation, and in severe cases, persistent ear blockage, auditory hallucinations, and torment from malevolent spirits, enduring suffering yet not meeting death, a truly insidious practice. She remarked on my discernment. I noticed her struggle, her life flickering like a dying flame, and I could only sigh. She then revealed to me the method for retrieving the spirit of the deceased child, which was not complex. I mentally noted the instructions and then called for the family of Huang Lao to enter. Granny Luo explained to them how to dispel the residual poison of the curse. As I listened, I was astonished to learn that the medicinal catalyst was to procure 12 adult female hedgehogs, one each day, boiled with brown sugar and ginger, to be consumed in the evening. This must be done for 12 consecutive days, neither more nor less. Granny Luo sternly warned Huang Lao's family not to forget their oath. Otherwise, not only would Huang Lao meet a tragic demise, but his family would also suffer dire consequences, facing business decline and domestic unrest. The family nodded fervently, assuring her they would not dare to forget. As I exited the hospital, Huang Lao's family, a graceful middle-aged woman, his wife, a man with a sharp, monkey-like face, his brother-in-law, and a boy clad in the uniform of the county's first high school, his eldest son, caught up with me. His brother-in-law inquired, Master Lu, is what that old beggar said true? I regarded the three of them with solemnity and replied, you are not lacking in wealth. This concerns the life of Boss Huang. So do not betray trust. Otherwise, you will regret it when it is too late. His brother-in-law retorted, even a small mosquito is still meat. No one's money comes easily. The youth chimed in, indignantly declaring it to be mere feudal superstition, suggesting they might be setting a trap to swindle our family's money. I suddenly turned around, fixing my gaze on the two of them with intensity. In that moment, I felt my facial muscles tense, my stomach churn, and the gold silkworm curse screeched in my mind. I clenched my teeth, suppressing my rage, but my eyes felt as if they would pop out. I imagined I must have looked quite terrifying, as they all appeared visibly shaken. His wife stammered, Master Lu, please do not be angry. The child does not understand. I took several deep breaths, regaining my composure, and calmly stated, I am unaware of the grievances between your families, and I am not an official to meddle in such matters. However, Boss Huang's bullying behavior is indeed inappropriate, and it appears he is destined to face such a calamity. Follow Granny Luo's advice for now. When Boss Huang regains consciousness, let him decide. But as a witness, I must forewarn you, if you do not adhere to the contract. You have seen the tragic state of Boss Huang. Should anything go awry, do not seek me out. My tone was resolute, and their expressions varied. His wife appeared anxious. His brother-in-law looked sheepish, while most infuriatingly, his eldest son glared at me in anger, ready to shout, only to be restrained by his mother. I chose not to engage further and turned away, due to logistical inefficiencies in the county. I went to the commercial square the next day and purchased a device capable of reading electronic documents. Although I paid a hefty sum, I was quite pleased with its password function. I received 2 phone calls. The first was from my partner, Agan, in Dongguan, who inquired if I had finished my matters and when I would return. At that moment, I was unaware that my life was on the brink of a significant transformation. I informed him that I was entangled in a murder case and was restricted from leaving, but it would not be long. He responded with an "oh," and then shared the news that the young lady he had mentioned previously had resigned. I simply acknowledged it, choosing not to delve further into the conversation. After a brief silence, he hung up. I sensed his dissatisfaction. Business is a partnership, and he must have been thinking of his tireless efforts in Dongguan while I was at home, supposedly on an extended break, which surely sparked his ire. Subsequently, I received a call from Huang Fei, who apologized, stating that her aunt regretted having confronted me the previous day. She inquired if I was available that evening, as they were hosting a banquet at the Shanjing Grand Hotel to formally apologize. I declined, suggesting they fulfill their commitments. Everything was fine as it stood, and otherwise, even divine intervention would be futile. Huang Fei spoke to me with a hint of melancholy, asking if I was angry, to which I replied no, explaining that I was in the city and genuinely had no time. We exchanged a few more words, and she updated me on the progress of the case. I managed to respond appropriately before ending the call. I wandered alone in the city for an entire afternoon, particularly visiting bookstores. What did I purchase? A collection of books on witchcraft, virology, the I Ching, Taoist, and Buddhist scriptures, as well as various esoteric subjects. The actual value of these published works remains uncertain to me. I merely sought to broaden my horizons. After returning home, I spent another 3 days there until the deputy chief of the criminal division called, announcing that the case had been solved and urging me to attend a celebratory gathering at the bureau. I hesitated, suggesting that my presence might be unwelcome, but he insisted, stating that I must attend the post-event banquet, or he would be too embarrassed to face me. Moreover, the 2 police officers I had rescued were eagerly awaiting the chance to toast me. While we spoke, I heard a car horn outside, prompting the deputy chief to laugh heartily, declaring that Yang Yu had arrived to escort me. I opened the door to find Yang Yu, who welcomed me with a warm embrace and explained that although Lao Ma intended to join, he was now the star of the show, as I had graciously ceded most of the credit to him. I then got into the car. The celebratory feast took place at a grand hotel affiliated with the Forestry Bureau. In a private room, I found the individuals involved in the previous operation alongside several leaders, with guests continually arriving to offer toasts. Fortunately, I had encountered various social situations before, allowing me to navigate the event with ease. During the banquet, Ma Haiba informed me that the case had concluded. Granny Luo had confessed to the murder of the young girl, and there was ample evidence to confirm Wang Baosong as the perpetrator. The case had been transferred to the procuratorate to proceed through the judicial process. I nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring whether everything had been resolved from start to finish, to which he assured me there were no issues and that the higher-ups preferred to keep the matter contained. Huang Fei approached me once more, still broaching the subject of her uncle's family inviting me to dinner. I joked that I would attend only if she invited me personally, while I would not meet with anyone else. To my surprise, she sweetly responded that it was a deal. Yang Yu informed me that Lao Ma was to be promoted. That evening, Ma Haiba indulged excessively and became thoroughly intoxicated. Having consumed approximately 3 bottles of white liquor, I found myself devoid of any inebriation, a phenomenon I attributed entirely to the influence of the golden silkworm Gu. However, since that fateful night, I have developed an insatiable craving for alcohol, though it is more accurate to state that the golden silkworm Gu has cultivated this desire within me, perpetually tethering itself to my consciousness and compelling me to indulge in drink every couple of days to satiate its needs. I discovered that, aside from the 5 poisons such as snakes and scorpions, offering liquor to the Gu is also permissible. Following the celebratory feast, I received word from Li Datsai that someone had located him, barely clinging to life, in a neighboring village of Kingshanji. He had been severely traumatized and, upon being rescued, retained no recollection of the events that transpired prior. His physical state was alarmingly frail, yet after some recuperation, he was deemed to be out of danger. Ma Haiba, Yang Yu, and I forged a friendship, and they frequently invited me to drink. On 2 occasions, Huang Fei even invited me to a quaint CAF called Island Coffee for conversation. Her curiosity about my life was insatiable, as she incessantly probed me with questions. In the course of our interactions, I learned that Huang Fei was actually 2 years my senior and a graduate of a prestigious police academy. Setting aside such matters, I must confess that I harbored a certain fondness for her. Her figure was striking, her visage radiant and her demeanor lively. Were she to become my wife? It would indeed be a delightful circumstance. Yet, I discerned that Huang Fei's interest lay solely in the art of witchcraft and Gu. Harboring a rather simplistic view of me as a person, reducing our relationship to mere friendship, I was uncertain whether her innocence was genuine or feigned. After several attempts to gauge her disposition, I realized she was quite conservative. By then, I was no longer an untainted youth. My approach to relationships was pragmatic, driven by needs rather than romantic notions. Fearing that I might become ensnared, I decided to withdraw. I made a brief return to Sedge Village, to the location that Granny Luo had mentioned, where I unearthed the child's milk tooth, carefully wrapping it in red cloth. This tooth was pivotal for summoning the earth spirit of the little ghost, Duo. Additionally, I completed the correction of the electronic document pertaining to the 12 methods of mountain suppression. A week later, Arjun called once more, urging my return. Thus, I refrained from lingering any longer, gathered my belongings, and packed the electronic document of the 12 methods of mountain suppression along with a ceramic jar shaped like a doll, a plethora of books, and boarded a bus to Waiwa. From there, I purchased a train ticket and transferred to a train bound for Guangzhou from Dazhou and Sichuan. Making my way back to the south, this journey spanned over 20 hours, during which I nestled in a hard sleeper, delving into the information contained within the documents. A delicately crafted ghost doll assisted me with leg and shoulder massages. The business at the store was bustling, so I refrained from summoning Arjun to pick me up and made my way back to Dongguan on my own. Upon arriving in Dongguan City, I first returned to my home in Hojia to drop off my luggage and take a refreshing shower before calling Arjun to inform him of my return. He replied affirmatively, asking if he could arrange a welcome dinner for me that evening. I insisted on treating everyone, acknowledging their hard work during my absence, and proposed we all dine and sing together. Arjun suggested he would secure a venue right away and inquired if I wished to visit the store. I agreed, promising to arrive shortly. My days upon returning to the south have been rather bleak. I did not re-enter the factory. Instead, I took on temporary work for a few days, then seized an opportunity to acquire a tricycle in an industrial park in Zhuhai. Each morning, I sold steamed corn, pancakes, and porridge for breakfast, and during midday, I pursued insurance sales, attracting clients, while also assisting others with online shopping. In the evenings, after the factory workers finished their shifts, I operated a motorcycle taxi and helped with relocations. Indeed, I rose with the roosters and retired later than the cows, exhausted like a dog. For 4 continuous months, I shed 20 pounds. However, it was during this time that I managed to accumulate a modest sum of capital, which I then invested in a fast food restaurant. People often say that poverty is merely a lack of being driven to a critical point. When truly pressed, what cannot one achieve? I have a classmate who, upon graduating from university, found a comfortable job at a pharmacy earning over 2,000 yuan a month. However, when a family emergency arose that required funds, he had no savings. The unfortunate passing of a relative left him with deep regret. Recently, I reconnected with him. He is now striving in Shenzhen, earning over 10,000 yuan a month, merely the fruit of 2 years of hard work. Not to digress, the fast food restaurant was thriving, yielding substantial profits, and my schedule became more relaxed. Soon after, I encountered a businessman from Hong Kong, with whom I engaged in several transactions, the specifics of which I shall refrain from detailing, as they are not particularly flattering, and I earned some additional money. Subsequently, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from that businessman, who encouraged me to partner with his cousin, Gang, in a business venture. Thus, I swiftly transferred the fast food restaurant to a fellow villager and journeyed to Dongguan City. Gang is the cousin of that businessman. Upon my arrival at the store near the commercial street, I discovered Gang was absent. Several employees greeted me warmly, calling me Brother Lu. I nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about Gang's whereabouts. The store manager, Mei, informed me that Gang had gone to finalize an order and would be hosting a welcome dinner for me in the evening. I expressed my gratitude for their hard work during this time and encouraged them to enjoy the evening, to which they enthusiastically agreed. After dismissing the staff, I retained Mei to discuss the store's operations. Gang and I primarily sold fashionable accessories, cosmetics, beauty tools, exquisite gifts, and home decor items, representing one of the top brands in the industry. Our store in the southern district of Dongguan City boasts 2 locations and 4 independent counters. Gang typically oversees logistics and after-sales service, while I manage marketing, administration, and various other tasks. Having operated for nearly a year, our business has stabilized. Supported by a few capable team members, alleviating my concerns. After a brief conversation revealing no pressing issues, Agung arrived. We shared a firm handshake. And after sending Xiaomei off to her duties, Agung and I sat in the small office at the back of the store to chat. We discussed family matters. Though I refrained from sharing any peculiar occurrences, Agung expressed his condolences regarding my grandmother's passing and then spoke about recent business developments. When the topic of Wang Shaqing, the aforementioned young lady, resigning arose, Agung's tone turned slightly reproachful, suggesting that if I had returned sooner to persuade her, perhaps she could have been retained. I inquired about her current whereabouts. The tone of Argon was somewhat bitter as he remarked that Shaqing's boyfriend had rented a place in a small town, soliciting clients for a mere 70 yuan per encounter. He expressed his disdain for the neighbor, wishing he could find someone to deal with him. I chuckled and replied, "This is akin to guerrilla warfare. No wonder it's cheap. It hardly compares to the prices set by legitimate establishments like foot massage parlors or nightclubs. One would expect Shaqing's worth to exceed such meager sums." Argon's expression turned cold. He discerned my deliberate provocation and inquired about my intent. I responded, "What could my intent possibly be? My brother, Argon, I consider you a comrade." Hence my bluntness. That girl, now, is a treasure for a multitude. Her beauty is coveted by many. She has already descended into a world you might not comprehend. They say performers are heartless and callous, but this is not an absolute truth. However, she has chosen to become involved with that Zhao Gang fellow. And what she offers is an expression of love, a love both pure and selfless, a grand affection. Yet, this love has no bearing on you. Do you understand? I retrieved 200 yuan from my pocket and placed it on the table, stating, "If you harbor feelings for her, I would gladly finance your pursuit, 70 yuan. Precisely for 3 encounters. Afterward, you will surely grow weary." Upon hearing my words, Argon trembled, rising abruptly as if to strike me, yet hesitated and remained still. His lips quivered, and he gradually sank to the ground, burying his head in his arms. Moments later, I heard muffled sobs escaping him. With a sigh, I recognized that although Argon was 27, he had not experienced many romantic entanglements and was somewhat introverted. This was why his cousin, Boss Gu, had partnered him with someone like me, who was lacking in many aspects. Had Argon possessed the astuteness of his cousin from Hong Kong, he might have found himself in a different situation. Still grappling with his thoughts, Argon remained pensive during dinner that evening. While at the karaoke bar later, I suggested to him that after our session, I could take him to a nightclub for some relief. He shook his head, declining, explaining that he needed time to process everything. He hoped to feel better in a few days. I nodded, advising him to reflect on what was worthwhile and what was not. As we sang, several young women from our establishment persistently encouraged me to drink. I welcomed their advances, ultimately intoxicated several of them to the point of staggering. A few of the guys laughed, saying, "Brother Liu, you've really improved your drinking since your last visit home." In truth, many of them were older than I, yet they habitually referred to me as Brother Liu, perhaps due to my mature demeanor. We continued to revel until midnight, when 2 seasoned employees informed me with playful laughter that they were off to seek merriment in the night. Meanwhile, Argon and I were tasked with escorting our colleagues home, avoiding the police as we delivered each one safely. The last person I took home was our manager, Xiaomei, who was slightly inebriated. I called her sister to come down and assist her. After hanging up, Xiaomei leaned against the driver's seat, drowsily calling out to me, "Brother Liu." She had changed into a stunning, bright yellow dress with stockings for her shift, and after a few drinks, her complexion glowed with a rosy hue. Her figure was delicate, and her voice was soft and enticing as she gazed at me with an alluring charm, stirring something within my heart. Reflecting upon the passage of time since my last separation from that former girlfriend, I have led a solitary existence for nearly several months. Xiaomei, the belle of our establishment, hails from Hunan and possesses striking beauty, remaining single. I am aware that she harbors a slight affection for me, however. Adhering to the principle of not courting those within my immediate circle, I have refrained from causing her any distress. Yet, at this moment, an inexplicable surge of fervor courses through me. Fortunately, Xiaomei's sister soon descended to escort her away. A graceful matron, I inquired if she required assistance in ascending the stairs. She graciously declined, stating that the 2nd floor was merely a few steps away and that it was unnecessary to trouble Mr. Liu. As I escorted Xiaomei outside and observed them enter the building, the lingering fragrance from the car enveloped me, leaving me momentarily disoriented. It was some time before I managed to drive away. Upon returning to my residence near Hojia, the clock had struck midnight. I reside in a 3-bedroom apartment on the 12th floor. As I unlocked the security door, I sensed movement within, focusing my attention. I discovered the little spirit I had brought back, crawling on the living room floor, playfully stirring up dust. I have since ascertained her identity. She is indeed Huang Lao's youngest daughter, Huang Fei's cousin, Huang Duo. However, due to the trials endured during the alchemical transformation by Luo Ermei and the passage of time, she has lost all memory of her past, and her cognitive abilities have somewhat regressed to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. After several conversations, I have taken to calling her Duo, and she has responded affirmatively. Upon my entrance, she looked up, revealing her cherubic face, delicate and beautiful like her mother, who was once a charming little beauty in life, her complexion pale as milk. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern a hint of a bluish tint. I extended my hand, and she rose, scampering towards me, floating as she embraced me. Though she is an ethereal being, devoid of corporeal form, I could still feel her presence, akin to grasping a balloon. I lifted her as one would a helium balloon and inquired if she was tidying up. She nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she blinked innocently. I encouraged her to continue, explaining that I had been away for quite some time and that the dust had accumulated significantly. She gestured in a somewhat aggrieved manner, indicating that she had already been cleaning for a while. I bent down to wipe the floor and, noticing the dust, informed her that her method was incorrect and that we should start anew. Observing her adorably naive expression, I couldn't help but chuckle. Although this little spirit is incorporeal, she still possesses a degree of influence over the material world. In this realm, spirits can be categorized into 2 types. One is aggressive, often the result of the transformation of restless souls who met untimely ends. They excel in driving the living to madness, some even capable of thwarting intruders or inflicting harm upon adversaries. Such entities have become increasingly rare, with knowledge of their existence primarily confined to the remote borders of Southeast Asia, particularly in regions like Cambodia or secluded Islamic areas. The other type is benevolent, adept at attracting patrons, safeguarding households, ushering in both good fortune and averting calamities. These spirits are prevalent in Southeast Asia, especially in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Singapore, where numerous merchants and entertainers are rumored to keep such spirits, particularly in gambling establishments. In contrast, their presence is relatively scarce within China, though some can still be found in the deep mountains of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau and Tibetan regions. Thus, my encounter with Duo was indeed serendipitous. The little creature initially harbored a fear of me, yet after I delved deeply into the teachings of Granny Luo and the 12 methods, our communication flowed effortlessly, and she obeyed my directives. At times, she appeared somewhat bewildered, but her industriousness shone through. When I asked her to perform a task, she complied earnestly, albeit with occasional reluctance. There were moments of playful interaction that brought me joy, evoking a sense of companionship akin to that of a cherished pet, certainly more agreeable than the golden silkworm within me. When she struggled to lift the mop due to her diminutive strength, I fetched an old towel and prepared a basin of water for her. She obediently lay on the ground, diligently scrubbing away. Meanwhile, wearied from my travels, I retreated to the bathroom for a soak. As I filled the tub with warm water and reclined within, I reflected on the recent events, marveling at the peculiarities of life. As the water enveloped me, my thoughts meandered from my ex-girlfriend's fiery physique to Huang Fei's commanding allure in her uniform, and then to the memory of Xiaomei's soft, rosy lips brushing against my hand. Suddenly, Duo materialized before me, her left hand clutching the damp towel while her right finger playfully occupied her mouth. Her eyes resembled dark cat's eye stones, and she gazed at me with the curiosity of a young kitten. Let me elaborate on my economic situation at that time. By the end of 2007, I indeed possessed a car and 2 properties, but this was primarily due to my speculative investment in real estate, having borrowed some external debts from Arjun's cousin, Boss Gu, alongside a mortgage that weighed heavily on my finances. Consequently, my liquidity was rather constrained, and even the 2,000 yuan I provided as nutritional support to my uncle felt burdensome. Of course, if I were to liquidate my shares in the jewelry store, I would have some funds, but that constituted the foundation of my livelihood, and I dared not act recklessly. Among those I am grateful to throughout my life, there are numerous individuals. However, in 2005 and 2006, the person I was most indebted to was Boss Gu Xianxiong, Arjun's cousin. I have always held Boss Gu in great esteem. Had he not afforded me the opportunity, I might still be operating a fast food establishment in a village adjacent to some industrial park. One must always remember to express gratitude. In late September 2007, I returned to a semblance of normalcy, engaging in daily inspections of the store, managing inventory, attracting customers, and balancing accounts. This life, while busy, also afforded moments of leisure, largely contingent upon my willingness to relinquish control. Previously, I was a hands-on individual, personally overseeing many tasks. This was partly due to Arjun's innate simplicity and gentleness, as well as my perception of the business as my own endeavor. Consequently, many employees regarded me as a relentless worker, and my strict standards, coupled with my exemplary conduct and fairness, instilled both fear and respect among them. Thus, despite Arjun holding a larger stake, others considered me the leader. Upon my return, I began to delegate responsibilities to those I had cultivated trust in, primarily relinquishing control aside from daily financial reconciliations. Many remarked that Wugu had returned home a changed man. With newfound leisure, I devoted my days to studying the 12 methods within the teachings, and in the evenings, I explored various disciplines on the computer, seeking to cross-reference and validate my findings. At times, my obsession consumed me to the point of neglecting sleep and sustenance. As time elapsed, I gradually discerned a remarkable enhancement in my intellect. My memory expanded, and recalling events became as vivid as a photograph. The intricate concepts that once eluded my understanding began to reveal themselves. Naturally, during that period, my primary focus remained on the endeavor of restoring Junzi's earthly soul and reviving his sentience. Within Taoist philosophy, there exists the notion of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, which delineates the division of human consciousness into what are termed souls and spirits. The 3 souls comprise the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the vital soul, while the 7 spirits include the celestial spirit, the spiritual wisdom, the vitality, the strength, the central spirit, the essence, and the heroic spirit. Here, the term soul refers to the spiritual essence that can exist independently of the human form. Conversely, spirit pertains to the manifestation of consciousness that is tethered to the physical body. In ancient texts, the 3 souls were also referred to as the fetal light, refreshing spirit, and subtle essence, with alternative names such as the master soul, the awakening soul, the life soul, or the original spirit, encompassing both the yang and yin aspects. In essence, these entities represent the core consciousness retained through the cycles of life and death. Among them, the life soul, also known as the yin spirit, initially flickers like a candle in the wind, ephemeral and transient, leaving no trace in the mortal realm. Yet, through esoteric practices, it can be reversed, enduring countless tribulations to persist, albeit often diminished in memory, familial bonds, and humanity due to the cleansing winds of the netherworld, which gradually erode its essence over time, ultimately transforming it into a spectral remnant. Only by summoning back the elusive earthly soul and merging it can one ensure its lasting existence. To accomplish this, Granny Luo possesses secret methods, having retained the longest cherished milk tooth of duo. According to her techniques, I also needed to procure other ingredients, with the most crucial being a herb known as 10-year soul-returning grass. This herb is, in fact, a traditional Chinese medicinal plant belonging to the family of 3 white grasses, consisting of the entire plant or leaves, primarily used for treating bruises and injuries. It is documented in Guangxi Traditional Chinese Medicine and Guangxi Medicinal Plant Directory, making it relatively easy to locate. However, the challenge lies in the prefix 10-year. Soul-returning grass thrives in the warm, humid mountainous regions of Guangxi and Yunnan, growing as a sprawling herb with a distinct odor, smooth and hairless, with a growth cycle spanning 1 to 3 years, and occasionally as short as a few months. Its remarkable efficacy manifests only after it has matured beyond 10 years, with male stamens exceeding 6, short and robust filaments, and a stem that exhibits a purplish hue. Burdened by the weight of daily life and entangled in trivialities, I found myself at a loss for how to seek it out. In utter desperation, I resorted to contacting Boss Gu, who frequently traverses the regions of Guangdong, Southeast Asia, and Hong Kong, beseeching him to leverage his connections in the pursuit of this herb. Boss Gu readily acquiesced, mentioning that he had acquaintances within southern pharmaceutical factories who could assist in my inquiry. When he inquired about my purpose for seeking this herb, I hesitated to divulge the truth and merely claimed it was for a friend. During the phases of the new and full moon, when the malevolent energies are at their zenith, the little spirits may experience a lapse in consciousness, potentially leading to madness. Nevertheless, duo is not an inherently aggressive spirit. This refers to innate aggression rather than being driven by external forces. It poses no threat to others. However, during these times, It may manifest with a ghastly visage, resembling its form at the time of death, tormented by the relentless winds of the underworld, enduring profound suffering. The quest for the resurrection herb, after a decade's passage, remains a distant dream. The far waters cannot quench the immediate thirst. How could I bear to see my little girl endure such suffering? Thus, within the confines of the 12 methods, I sought a remedy. Using willow twigs and leaves dipped in pure water, also known as rootless water, traditionally derived from rain and dew, though I employed distilled steam from my rice cooker. Each night, I recited the heart-purifying mantra for 10 minutes, then formed the inner binding seal and chanted the Vajra mantra of the lotus-born Buddha 3 times, steadfastly anchoring my being. As I persevered, my companion, Duo, continued to cry out in pain on the 15th night, yet by the first day of the new month, she could bite her lip and endure the agony. Though her eyes still brimmed with tears, they remained unfallen. As my understanding of the 12 methods of mountain suppression deepened over time, I found its essence to be profoundly intricate. Despite the presence of many obscure elements that seemed filled with ignorance, I still believe the author, Master Shan Gu, employs a spring and autumn style to perplex the reader. However, the passages I grasped were as refreshing as sweet spring water, clearing the fog in my mind. As I mentioned earlier, this is not merely a treatise on the witchcraft of the Miao region. It intertwines with Taoist and Buddhist theories from the Central Plains, allowing me to compare it with the esoteric texts I had purchased, mutually validating each other. During that phase, the greatest benefits I derived were not from the main text, but from the extensive annotations and supplements within. The text itself represents the Tao, while the annotations embody the techniques. The Tao, though correct, can be obscure, whereas the techniques present clear and practical methods. Among these, there is one named Luo Shiba, my revered master. Initially, I was unaware of this, and even harbored some misconceptions about his surname, mistaking it for a pen name. Yet that is a tale for another time. Life continued its course. October marked a bustling season for consumer markets, and business in my shop began to flourish. I found myself increasingly occupied, often returning home around 11 or midnight. However, thanks to the vitality bestowed by the creature within me, I felt invigorated and not overly fatigued. During the day, Duo resided in her porcelain jar for approximately 12 hours, but at night, she would spring forth to play in the house, assisting me in chores such as laundry, mopping, and cleaning. As time passed, I no longer regarded Duo as an anomaly, but rather as a little housemaid, a cherished daughter. Though the golden silkworm was my life's essence, nourished day and night by my vitality, an assertion I hold some skepticism towards. As I believe all flesh and essence are but illusions, merely feelings that diminish daily, it was vivacious by nature, often venturing out. Initially, it emerged every 2 days, then daily, slipping out through the valley to frolic in the room. I would procure some offal and mix it with 52-degree ergotu to feed it, leaving no remnants behind, requiring no washing of the bowl. Despite being a creature of venom, the golden silkworm possessed wisdom and enjoyed playing with the little ghost girl, Duo. However, its young nature clashed with Duo's preferences. She often resisted, leading to their playful games of hide-and-seek throughout the various rooms, creating their own joy. Initially, I was under the impression that the young energy of the golden silkworm Gu would scorch Duo. However, after several encounters, I discovered that Duo's spirit had grown stronger, albeit slightly. Through the art of talismanic communication, I established a connection with her, which brought me clarity. Thus I decided to relinquish control. Yet, on one occasion, the two little beings ventured into someone else's home, causing a middle-aged woman to faint in fright. Upon hearing this incident from the property management downstairs, I was incensed and issued a stern command for them to refrain from wandering about. The golden silkworm Gu gazed at me with its round, black bean-like eyes, while Duo nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Nevertheless, within a few days, complaints persisted, and one household even began to relocate. The plummeting property values pained my heart. However, it should be noted that this time, it was not their mischief that caused the trouble. That is a tale for another time. Every Saturday, I would take my porcelain doll to the nearby People's Hospital for a leisurely stroll. Why, you may ask? The golden silkworm Gu required a dual nourishment, often maintained. While Duo, being a spiritual entity, could not partake in earthly sustenance and did not undergo metabolism like living beings. Yet, with the passage of time, deterioration was inevitable. Ordinary families nurturing little spirits often find their minds sharpened, but their tempers volatile and envious. Hence, during meals, they would set a small bowl and chopsticks for the spirit, adorning it with lovely children's clothes and toys, entertaining it day and night. with my talismanic support in the dual methods of divine worship. I prayed and chanted daily to ensure Duo remained true to her nature. However, I always desired to enhance her essence further, leading me to devise a plan to collect celestial souls from the hospital to nourish her. What are celestial souls, you may wonder? It has been mentioned before that humans possess three souls: the celestial soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul. These three souls exist within the realm of spirit. Thus, upon death, they return along their respective paths. The celestial soul ascends to the celestial realms, embodying the eternal, while the earthly soul descends into the underworld to comprehend the moral consequences of its earthly deeds. The life soul lingers between graves. The essence of these three souls is the true reality of life, an energy form generated by genuine thought, which absorbs spiritual quality to manifest a physical form. Belonging to the spiritual realm. Once a person passes away, the three souls disperse. The earthly and life souls, hindered by memory and personality, cannot be utilized. Yet the celestial soul, being pure energy, remains for a period before gradually dissipating. This phenomenon serves as an exceptional nourishment for Duo. In the hospital's morgue, as the souls of the deceased disperse, the celestial soul is the first to vanish, often within an hour, while those with stronger fates linger for only half a day before soaring into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Thus, I was gambling on fate during opportune moments. I could absorb several strands of spiritual energy within a few hours, while at other times, I might return empty-handed. As I carried the porcelain jar home, Duo gazed at me with an expression of longing, her black pearl-like eyes igniting a rather disturbing desire within me for more souls to pass on. Indeed, such thoughts were somewhat morbid. Nonetheless, whether or not there were souls to collect, my weekly vigil at the hospital had become a shared pastime for me, Duo. And the golden silkworm Gu. Outside, they dared not reveal their forms, fearing the presence of powerful beings or the potential fright they might instill in the mortal realm. I frequented the place often. Despite the constant ebb and flow of people, there were those who began to harbor suspicions. Consequently, I visited several nearby hospitals for a change of scenery. However, I found myself returning to Shotin more frequently, to the extent that a seemingly aloof female doctor suspected I was secretly enamored with her, often giving me disdainful glances. That said, this enchanting woman possessed a striking appearance. With the nurturing essence of lingering celestial energy, Duo's ethereal form grew increasingly stable. When I first encountered her, she appeared timid and fragile, without focused concentration. One could hardly perceive her presence, her energy feeble. Yet, through my prayers and incantations, her spiritual essence gradually stabilized, enabling her to perform minor tasks, such as massaging my back and shoulders, though these were of little consequence. However, by the third week of accompanying her to the hospital, one evening, upon returning home, the little girl surprised me by preparing a bowl of frozen dumplings. It is worth noting that spirits inherently fear fire, and the sight of that steaming bowl filled me with both pride and gratitude. Eventually, even without the need for concentration, I could feel her presence, akin to jelly, cool, soft, yet with a hint of resilience. She was quite playful, often making adorable ghostly faces to amuse me. Yet, on one occasion, she transformed into a visage of green skin and sharp fangs, startling me greatly, leading me to reprimand her, which quelled her mischief from that point onward. At some indeterminate moment, she developed a fascination for television, particularly enjoying Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, watching it with unrestrained delight. Though she emitted no sound, the expressions on her face were remarkably animated. At times, she would even roll around on the sofa, providing endless amusement. The golden silkworm also underwent some changes. Growing increasingly stout, its body felt soft yet possessed a solidity akin to metal. It exuded a delightful fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood, capable of shifting between hard and soft forms. Occasionally, I pondered that if it were not for its diminutive size, it might serve as an amusing novelty for ladies. All right, I admit to some wicked thoughts. Most notably, the creature's eyes were captivating. Once I found them eerie and enigmatic. Yet now they seemed to contain a myriad of colors, unfathomable in depth. Life continued unabated, while the rumors of hauntings within the building grew ever more sinister. Initially, I heard whispers from the property management and security staff downstairs, but they were soon silenced by company orders to refrain from gossiping. However, within the owners' group, the tales became increasingly outlandish. Some claimed to have encountered a female ghost, long hair cascading to her waist, her bloodied visage suspended in midair. Others recounted sightings of a grotesquely mangled corpse drifting outside their windows. While some spoke of nocturnal visits from an alluring woman in dreams, vibrant and enticing, leading to an exhausting night of passion, leaving them perplexed come morning, with remnants of their nocturnal escapades staining the sheets, the air thick with their musk. Such accounts are numerous, and it is difficult to discern truth from fabrication. The reasons behind the hauntings have been subject to countless retellings, with various versions emerging. The most credible narrative suggests that within one of the apartments resided a beautiful woman, a mistress kept by a Hong Kong businessman on the mainland, living a life devoid of worry, indulging in shopping, beauty treatments, and social gatherings with friends, occasionally playing mahjong and enjoying drinks. However, despite her seemingly charmed existence, she lacked contentment. One day, her former lover appeared, seeking reconciliation, stirring old feelings within her during her otherwise aimless days, leading her to rekindle their romance. My former boyfriend was an incompetent playboy, and thus, the majority of the funds provided by the Hong Kong businessman merely filled the gaps in our financial losses. Yet, she willingly accepted this arrangement, and no one had the authority to intervene. Tragically, her former boyfriend inadvertently contracted a virus, which he then transmitted to her, leading to a widespread outbreak that affected nearly a dozen individuals among the Hong Kong businessmen. Upon learning of this, the businessman was enraged. He dismissed his mistress, subjected her to a brutal beating, and demanded the return of all his indulgences. In her desperation, she sought out her former lover, but he coldly refused her entry, leaving her in a state of despair. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, she leapt from a height one fateful night, tragically becoming a mere heap of flesh upon impact. However, fueled by resentment, she donned a crimson dress, red socks, and red underwear in her final moments, unexpectedly transforming into a vengeful spirit, tormenting the living. This incident transpired in July of this year and was even reported in the local tabloids, which I naturally found distasteful. As rumors began to circulate, I would typically brush them off with a laugh, but having already stepped halfway into this line of work, I found myself paying closer attention, though I encountered no concrete evidence, leaving me uncertain of their veracity. Alas, I must have been cursed, for as the end of October approached, the weather turned chilly and business began to dwindle. Fortunately, the early and mid-month performances had been exceptional, providing a much-needed boost to morale. Our establishment customarily disperses salaries in the middle of the month. However, the financial reconciliation must be completed by the end of the month, rendering me quite busy during those days, often until late at night. The gold silkworm, accustomed to mingling with mischievous spirits, was quite displeased with my irregular hours. One morning, as I prepared to leave, it slipped out from its hiding place and coiled atop a porcelain doll I had placed in my study, refusing to depart. I welcomed this little creature's presence, particularly given the recent surge in crime, and decided to let it guard the premises. On October 28th, I remained in the office alongside my colleagues, Arjun, Xiaomei, and another manager, Gu Wei, calculating accounts until 10 p.m. We then invited the two managers and several remaining staff members to a nearby eatery for grilled fish. After our late-night meal, I ensured everyone returned home safely, which brought us to past midnight. The last to be dropped off was Xiaomei. This young lady's affection towards me had been growing increasingly evident and direct. She often brought me breakfast in the mornings, poured my tea, and sought opportunities to engage me in conversation. Xiaomei, whose full name is Zhang Yimei, was born in 1989 and had ventured into the world at the tender age of 15 after graduating from middle school. With her considerable social acumen and striking beauty, she excelled in sales and was among our earliest employees, quickly rising to the position of store manager. Logically, given Xiaomei's beauty and her eager disposition, I should have accepted her advances with ease. However, I had moved past the phase of seeking simple carnal pleasures and found it challenging to develop deep feelings for her. I worried that should our relationship falter, I would lose a vital pillar of support for the store, as trustworthy individuals are hard to come by. Thus, I feigned ignorance while being fully aware of the implications. Yet, I recognized that such a situation could not remain unresolved indefinitely, which weighed heavily on my mind. After parking my car in the garage, I entered the building, where the robust security guard at the front desk greeted me, saying, "Mr. Liu, good evening." I nodded in acknowledgement, intending to lift my leg and proceed, when the security guard interrupted me, his expression one of sincere apology. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Liu, but the elevator is out of order today and will not be repaired until tomorrow. Please take the stairs." I retorted, "My home is on the 10th floor." I unleashed a torrent of invective upon the portly guard, lamenting the exorbitant property fees I had paid in vain. He, with an affable demeanor, merely apologized repeatedly. Finding the exchange rather pointless, I disregarded him and pushed open the door to the stairwell, beginning my ascent. Logically, a young person like myself should have no trouble climbing a flight of stairs. A few strides would suffice. However, after a long day and a few drinks, I was not in my prime. With no golden silkworms to bolster my spirits, my tolerance for alcohol was not particularly robust. I had been eagerly anticipating a soothing bubble bath at home, yet this unexpected turn of events had thwarted my plans. Nevertheless, no amount of lamentation could alter the grim reality of climbing the stairs. The building in which I resided was of considerable height, and the ascent was arduous. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, my steps grew unsteady. The stairwell was dimly lit by motion sensor lights, and the silence was palpable. Clinging to the iron handrail, I ascended, but after only 2 flights, my hand encountered a slick substance. Raising my hand, I discovered a glob of fresh nasal mucus. Enraged, I wiped it against the wall while muttering curses about the lack of public decorum and the audacity of littering. My voice reverberated, causing the corridor lights above and below to flicker brightly. Suddenly, I fell silent, sensing a chill creeping up from the nape of my neck. A gentle breeze, inexplicably arising, wafted in, cold and damp, reminiscent of a crypt. My inebriation dissipated in an instant, and I turned abruptly to survey the empty staircase, finding nothing amiss. I focused my attention on the floors above and below, realizing that apart from the faint sound of the wind, there was no other noise. At that moment, I became acutely aware of the potential presence of a ghost. Initially unafraid, I was suddenly struck by the memory of my golden silkworms lying at home on the 10th floor, and regret washed over me. I dared not linger and hastened my pace upwards. In a state of urgency, I discovered a surge of latent energy with my long legs. I could leap 3 steps at a time. Summoning all my strength, I sprinted, and within moments, I had ascended 4 or 5 flights. As panic surged within me, my senses heightened, and I felt an unsettling breeze behind me. I dared not turn around, fearing that a malevolent spirit might pounce the instant I did. Why did I resolutely choose to ascend rather than return to the lobby for assistance? Because if the rumors held any truth, this entity was a vengeful spirit. Its malevolence as corrosive as poison, impervious to ordinary means of containment and likely to inflict harm. Yet, with the golden silkworms in my possession, despite their deadly nature, their inherent warmth could counteract most malevolent forces. Thus, home was the safest refuge for me. In this manner, I ascended flight after flight, finally pausing at a doorway marked 5th floor. Only now, in the midst of my panic, did I realize that I had unwittingly traversed this threshold 7 or 8 times. Caught in a ghostly loop, a sense of foreboding enveloped me, and I concentrated, silently reciting the sacred incantation to dispel fear. As I pushed open the door to the corridor, I was met with an unsettling sight. The once brightly lit hallway now flickered ominously, steeped in an air of dread. Cold sweat trickled down my face as a sudden thought struck me. The deceased woman resided on the 5th floor. At that time, despite my thorough study of the 12 methods of suppressing mountains, my focus had shifted predominantly towards the research of nurturing insects, forbidden spells, pestilence, and miscellaneous discussions due to the presence of 2 little ones at home. While I had heard of rituals, sermons, and talismans to combat malevolent spirits, I was never truly adept, nor could I claim extensive knowledge. Lacking a mentor and experience rendered me utterly flustered, and my performance was far from satisfactory. Most importantly, although I was somewhat stronger than the average individual, without the golden silkworm goo, I was virtually powerless. At that moment, my heart brimmed with regret. As I silently recited the incantation and returned to the staircase, I beheld a pink visage of a woman suddenly materializing on the opposite white tiles. Her expression filled with unending sorrow. I hastily attempted to wipe it away, only to find her eyes widening further, her visage becoming increasingly harrowing and spine-chilling. Simultaneously, a 3rd and 4th face appeared successively on the tiles, smiling, a ghastly smile. I ceased my efforts to wipe them away and anxiously scanned my surroundings. A voice, both mournful and accusatory, drifted down the corridor, ethereal and initially faint, yet growing increasingly piercing as the faces multiplied upon the tiles. Reminiscent of an owl's hoot or a cat's lament. Though I could not comprehend the words, I felt the palpable resentment that permeated the air. Gradually, I discerned her words. I did not throw anything away. I did not throw anything away. I spoke carelessly. She had not discarded anything. She had merely cast herself away. It dawned on me how I had inadvertently provoked this spirit. In truth, I had only paused for a fleeting glance down the 5th floor corridor, and upon turning back, I found myself confronted by a multitude of feminine faces on the tiles, a mere 10 seconds having passed. Instinctively sensing the perilous nature of this floor, I disregarded any thoughts of a ghostly barrier and hastened upwards. Suddenly, the corridor lights extinguished, plunging everything into darkness, a chilling breeze enveloping me. Instinctively, I turned back. And through the moonlight streaming in from the vent, I glimpsed a woman with long hair clad in a red silk garment gliding towards me. At first, I could not make out her face, but as she drew near and lifted her head, I beheld a grotesque visage, a flattened, disfigured face, a mass of decaying flesh, teeming with maggots, and 2 white eyeballs dangling from her cheeks, revealing a gaping, ghastly maw. The stench of rotten flesh and blood assaulted my senses as her long black nails reached perilously close to my back. In my 21 years of life, I had never experienced such terror as on that day, at that moment. My heart nearly ceased to beat. A myriad of thoughts surged through my mind. At that instant, the incantation from the 12 methods concerning the Dharmapala of the 3 realms surfaced in my consciousness. Simultaneously, I formed the great Vajrawal seal with my hands. Invoking the wrath of the Dharmapala, twisting my waist and thrusting forward, casting aside all negative emotions in an instant. With a thunderous shout, I bellowed, "Miao Duo!" This cry, infused with all my vital energy, resounded like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the entire corridor. The world lay shattered like a mirror. The dimly lit corridor flickering with visions of red silk skirts and decaying visages, the wretched wails of vengeful spirits transforming into countless ephemeral shards that vanished into the ether. Only the bright lights in the corridor silently mocked me. Such a description might appear somewhat visualized. Indeed, I felt my heart constricting and expanding. And after a moment of terror, all fear ebbed away like a receding tide. I must have been dazed for 3 seconds when I heard the hurried, heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. At that moment, I had regained my senses and recalled that the spirits of the weak often resort to illusions to frighten their victims. Fortunately, I considered myself somewhat of a professional in this realm, yet it seemed the adept had drowned in their own confidence. I foolishly believed I could rely on the protective charms of the golden silkworm, only to find that a female specter had chosen to confront me. How infuriating! Did she think me an easy target? My indignation stemmed from the fact that my trousers were now damp and uncomfortable. Mr. Lu. Someone called from below. It was the portly security guard I had encountered earlier, rushing up the stairs alongside an older guard, a man in his 50s whom I recognized as simple and honest. Out of breath, the plump guard inquired about my well-being. I replied, "I encountered a ghost. Do you believe me?" His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You too? Have you also seen a ghost today?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, I asked if others had experienced similar encounters. The plump guard confirmed that a single woman residing on the 14th floor had also seen a spirit and was currently refusing to leave the security room. I queried how they had come to my aid, and he explained that they had observed me pacing in circles around the staircase on the surveillance monitors, which struck them as odd. They had come to investigate, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, they heard my frantic shout, prompting their urgency. "Wait here," I instructed, and I dashed up to my apartment on the 10th floor. Upon entering, I found my living room cloaked in darkness, where Duo sat on the sofa, her eyes wide with anxiety as she watched television. The golden silkworm buzzed beside her, and upon noticing my arrival, it swiftly darted towards me, attempting to enter my mouth. I instinctively blocked it and glanced at the screen, which displayed a Hong Kong horror film titled The Old Corpse of the Mountain Village, airing on a midnight slot. Observing Wood's fearful demeanor, I felt incredulous. After all, we were facing real spirits, while the film portrayed mere illusions. What was there to fear? Duo wished to embrace me, but I deterred her and hastily changed my trousers in the bathroom. Once refreshed, I permitted her to continue watching, pocketing the golden silkworm, and then hurried to the 5th floor corridor to rejoin the 2 security guards. In the property management surveillance room, I beheld the ludicrous scene of myself on the monitor, a solitary figure with head bowed, fervently traversing the staircase between the 4th and 5th floors. Then peeking through the corridor door, retreating, fixating intently on the corridor's tiles, only to dash downward and abruptly shout, "Miao, get out." I must have appeared utterly deranged. Within the surveillance room sat a woman with an oval face, fair skin, and bright, large eyes, around 24 or 25 years of age. She embodied a striking beauty. Yet her pallor and trembling frame rendered her somewhat pitiable. Our gazes met, and after a moment of hesitation, she stammered, You also encountered that filthy thing?" I said, "Indeed, I have encountered something similar. What about you?" She recounted an unsettling experience from half an hour prior, where a woman, her visage grotesquely disfigured and her body rigid, pursued her, instilling terror that nearly shattered her composure. Overwhelmed by fear, she collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with dread. Fortunately, she encountered a patrolling security guard, who escorted her back. I chuckled softly, reassuring her that if there were truly a ghost, it would merely frighten people and could do her no real harm. I turned to the two security guards and inquired about the room of the woman who had passed away in July, questioning whether it was still occupied. The portly guard informed me that it was uninhabited. A residence where a death occurred was deemed a haunted house and had been taken off the market, with no one having come to view it. I thought to myself that it was fortunate no one had come, otherwise prospective buyers would undoubtedly endure a more harrowing encounter with the supernatural than others. I asked if I might take a look inside, postulating that there must be something unclean within, lingering attachments that needed to be eradicated for the building to be at peace. The rotund guard, grinning, flattered me. "Mr. Liu, as a company owner, you understand such matters?" I replied affirmatively, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief, stating he had no key to enter the premises. At that moment, a corpulent man entered, and the young woman seated on the couch sprang up, like a fledgling returning to its nest, rushing into the man's embrace. The two exchanged tender words, with the woman tearfully sharing her ghostly encounter. Upon hearing her tale, the hefty man bellowed at the two guards, who nodded in compliance. After a tirade of curses from him, his face flushed a deep shade of purple. He took the woman and left, declaring they were off to a luxury hotel for a night of intimacy, adding that the expenses should be reimbursed by the property management. I broke out in a cold sweat, observing the demure and frail woman. How could she possibly withstand the weight of nearly 300 pounds pressing down upon her? The two guards appeared increasingly anxious, the portly one hastily reporting to their superior. I stood up, and the elder of the guards inquired, "Mr. Liu, are you also heading out?" He was from Sichuan, his accent warm and familiar. I smiled and replied, "There's no need for that. However, if your superiors do not take action, the encounters with ghosts will only increase, and this building may very well become uninhabitable. Could you possibly unlock the door for me, to let me take a look inside?" The portly guard, after finishing his phone call, wore a somewhat apologetic smile. "Mr. Liu, I'm afraid today is simply not feasible. My boss has stated someone will come to address the matter tomorrow." His response bore the formality of an official spokesperson from the foreign ministry. I chose not to engage further, opting instead to take the stairs back home. As I passed the 5th floor, I turned into the corridor, employing the spirit of the golden silkworm to inspect each apartment door. I noticed that the first door on the east side appeared peculiar, shrouded in a faint veil of darkness, reminiscent of the descriptions found in texts of haunted abodes, a typical sign of malevolent entities lingering. I recited a passage from the 12 methods of the altar, repeating it continuously while forming hand seals. After a while, the darkness began to dissipate slightly. I surmised there were indeed some unsavory elements within, but given my novice status and the thorough security measures in the corridor, I could not simply break in. Thus, I resorted to shouting a few curses at the door, a traditional form of exorcism that some may have witnessed their parents perform in their youth, which, when delivered with conviction, could potentially have a purging effect. Upon returning home, I retrieved the yellow talisman paper, vermilion, brush, and scented ink that I had purchased from the incense shop days prior. Regardless of their efficacy, I meticulously followed the encrypted manuscript of the 12 methods from my computer, concentrating my spirit and essence in my mind for an extended period. Then, with a single breath, I inscribed 4 Nero talisman of tranquility. Upon completion, a wave of fatigue surged to the crown of my head. I summoned the golden silkworm goo and urged it to sprinkle some blood onto the talismans. The golden silkworm goo resisted, fluttering its plump body around me while glaring with its dark, beady eyes. I took Dodo's hand and communicated, explaining that this was for her safety. If the female specter were to wander here, drawn by the spirits, it could endanger Dodo, and who would play with her then? The golden silkworm goo hovered in midair, then descended onto Dodo's ethereal form, sliding down like a slide to the ground. After a while, it crawled onto the yellow talisman paper on the table, wriggling and twisting its body. Eventually, the 4 yellow talismans shimmered with golden light. The Nero talisman of tranquility was finally complete, and I affixed them at the entrance, the bathroom, the living room window, and the bedroom window. They served to some extent as a barrier against malevolent forces, stabilizing the home. It is noteworthy to mention why Dodo, being a spirit herself, remains unaffected. Firstly, she has become my little ghost, and spiritually, we share a bond. Secondly, She is close to the golden silkworm Gu, which, though not particularly wise, is quite nurturing to those it cherishes, thus posing no threat to Dodo. The Nero talisman of tranquility, crafted by the hands of myself and the golden silkworm Gu, is naturally unharmed. The ordinary golden silkworm Gu is fastidious, serving as a blessing to its master, ensuring that those who raise them seldom fall ill and livestock thrive. More remarkably, once a person is fatally harmed by the golden silkworm Gu, they can command the deceased's spirit to labor for them, thus leading their master to prosperity. However, those who nurture golden silkworms must choose one of three fates: solitude, poverty, or premature death, for the magic to manifest, resulting in unfortunate outcomes for most. Consequently, a custom known as marrying the golden silkworm has emerged. I advise those traversing minority regions to refrain from picking up any gold or silver found on the ground. This is an aside, and I shall not dwell further on it. My own golden silkworm Gu is rather docile, demanding little from me, and has not posed any dilemmas requiring choices, except for an initial period of disobedience, during which it relentlessly tested me. It became obedient after I offered it a bowl of black tea of merit, though it occasionally exhibits temperamental behavior and enjoys indulging in spirits. It has consistently proven reliable in crucial matters, despite my discontent with its return method, which, with time, I have grown accustomed to. The night passed without incident. The following day, filled with concern, I returned home early, arriving around 6 in the evening. In the lobby on the first floor, I noticed a young man clad in an old, green robe, reminiscent of the attire worn by the Taoist priests in the legend of the Condor heroes. He wore a long, wide-sleeved robe, wrapped trousers, cloth shoes, and did not don a square cap, instead having his hair styled in a bun with 2 strands of blue whiskers. He was engaged in an animated conversation with someone I recognized as a manager from the property office, though I could not recall the details well. A crowd had gathered around them. Notably, the rotund security guard spotted me and called out, "Mr. Liu, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Did you not encounter something unclean yesterday? You should speak with Master Miao. He worked the night shift last night, yet he appears quite spirited now," albeit with some I discharged clearly indicating he was summoned on short notice. The young Taoist gazed at me and made a respectful bow, addressing me as sir, which took me by surprise, as I had expected the customary title of layman given my modest acquaintance with Taoist texts. Moreover, I pondered how a Taoist without a title could dare to venture out. The manager beside me introduced him. Master Miao is the direct disciple of the 78th generation leader of the Shanqing sect of Maoshan, possessing unfathomable wisdom and boundless powers. With his presence to guide us in the rites for the departed, we can all rest assured. I graciously returned the gesture while observing the scruffy Taoist, doubting the validity of his claim as a disciple of the esteemed lineage. Maoshan Taoists are often portrayed in various films and dramas, renowned for their ghost-catching exploits. While I was aware of this, I also understood that the so-called Maoshan teachings are often intertwined with folk sorcery, which bears no resemblance to the true essence of the Maoshan sect's doctrines. A genuine disciple would be devoted to meditation in the mountains, honing their spirit, rather than exhausting themselves in a charade of supernatural antics to swindle sustenance. Lost in my skepticism, the Taoist who introduced himself as Miao offered me a slight smile and remarked, "Sir, your brow is darkened, and your eyes harbor malevolence. Clearly, you have encountered the morning star and traversed the northern fire. Fear not. Allow me to lend you my assistance." The scruffy Taoist engaged me in casual conversation, displaying a commendable familiarity with Taoist lore and ancient metaphysics. My lack of experience rendered me unable to discern authenticity, so I merely indulged him. After recounting my experiences from the previous day, Miao performed a bow to the surrounding onlookers, proclaiming that he had identified the source of our troubles. It was undoubtedly the malevolent spirit of the woman who had leapt from a building in July. He would now proceed to guide her spirit back to the underworld. With that, he gathered his belongings: a peachwood sword, a bagua compass, a cosmic cloth bag, and a soul-retrieving banner, all essential tools of his trade. Curious bystanders wished to follow along, but the property manager attempted to dissuade them. The scruffy Taoist remarked nonchalantly, "Evil spirits possess a lingering, malevolent aura. Contacting them may lead to illness or financial misfortune. Those unafraid may accompany me." The crowd promptly thinned out. I chuckled, declaring myself a bold fool, intrigued enough to accompany him. He glanced at me, nodded slightly, and remained silent. We arrived at the first room on the eastern side of the 5th floor, where the property manager opened the door. The Taoist used his peachwood sword to prod at a talisman, igniting it spontaneously as he recited incantations in a flurry of movements before stepping inside. I followed him, along with the staff. The room was a spacious three-bedroom apartment, adorned in a feminine style with shades of pink and lavender. Although it was still early outside, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere lingered within, likely due to months of vacancy, suffused with the scent of dust. Someone drew back the curtains and turned on the lights, illuminating the room like daylight, which alleviated the gloom somewhat. I squinted for a moment, failing to detect anything unusual. It was evident that the woman had a strong preference for geomancy and feng shui, or perhaps the affluent merchant favored such beliefs. The paintings, potted plants, and wall-mounted aquariums were all meticulously arranged, suggesting guidance from a skilled practitioner. Logically, such an environment should not give rise to any formidable spirits. However, I experienced an unsettling encounter yesterday, one that I cannot deny. Following the untamed path, I wandered into the master bedroom, where a grand bed was adorned with a striking crimson silk coverlet, a sight that unsettled me. Having been forewarned that the room's owner was a carrier of a virus, I dared not touch anything. After inspecting the room, the scruffy fellow turned to the property manager and remarked that the owner was destined for greatness, perhaps even to ascend to a position of prominence, enjoying a lifetime of splendor. Yet, a single misstep led to a precipice of despair, leaving him filled with resentment, his spirit lingering in the mortal realm. He suggested conducting a ritual to exorcise this obstinate ghost. As if on cue, the property management swiftly set up an aid immortals table, incense burners, and other necessary items. In the living room, the scruffy man retrieved various scattered implements from his bag, purified his hands, and began the incantation. The staff gathered in a cluster while I squeezed into the back, watching as he muttered incantations and wielded a peachwood sword, occasionally lifting a yellow talisman, igniting it atop the incense, and moving rhythmically. I listened intently to his chants. It seemed to be the ascension to true hidden secrets, or perhaps some divine invocation. The words were indistinct, but eventually, he bellowed, "Supreme Lord Laozi, esteemed celestial beings on duty, heed my command, grant forgiveness." This declaration was clear. After uttering it, he stood still, as if frozen. 3 seconds later, he began speaking in a different tone. "O female ghost, the suffering of the mortal realm is great. Do not linger. Souls return to souls, dust returns to dust. Quickly embark upon the path to the Yellow Springs. Do not delay, do not delay. Today we part, with no promise of return." At this point, I could no longer contain my laughter. I was aware of what many did not. This individual emanated no divine aura. He was merely engaging in self-talk, wholly attempting to swindle money. This confirmed my suspicions. Indeed, he was a charlatan masquerading as a Taoist priest. After these remarks, the scruffy man continued his exaggerated movements, his gestures becoming more grandiose and theatrical. I grew weary of this farce and redirected my focus to the extraordinary aspects of the room. As I scanned the dimly lit space, I noted that the most vibrant atmosphere resided within the bathroom of the bedroom. After the commotion, dusk settled in, and the neighborhood outside was illuminated by the glow of streetlights, with countless windows coming to life. I proceeded toward the bedroom, reaching the glass partition door of the bathroom. Just as I reached out to pull it open, I felt a sudden tug on my arm. Turning around, I saw the portly security guard, his expression impassive, stating, "You cannot enter." I retorted, "What? I can't even take a look?" He replied that without permission, no one was allowed to interfere. This altercation caught the attention of the property manager, who approached to advise, "Mr. Liu, perhaps it is best not to meddle. Let Taoist Miao handle it." A sense of unease began to wash over me. I shrugged off the security guard's grip, uninterested in his presence. He was rather rotund, yet his hands were chillingly cold. The disheveled priest in the living room, having completed his ritual to appease the spirits, fetched a coarse porcelain bowl filled with pure water, mingled with ash and remnants of yellow talisman paper. He took a sip and began to spray the mixture around the room. With his substantial lung capacity, he produced a dense mist that enveloped the space. After thoroughly misting the living room, he directed his attention towards the occupants of the room, the property manager, an elderly security guard from Sichuan, and a young man, each of whom grimaced as they endured the spray. When he aimed at me, I instinctively recoiled, insisting that it was unnecessary, as I truly felt unworthy of such treatment. He furrowed his brow in my direction before turning to the portly security guard, who also stepped aside. This provoked his ire. After a hasty spray into the air, he muttered, "I am doing this for your benefit. Once this is done, all malevolence will dissipate." With a peachwood sword in hand, he took another sip of the ash-infused water and proceeded to the bedroom. aware of the previous occupant's illness. He used the sword's tip to poke at the red silk bedspread, releasing a magnificent cloud of mist. Satisfied with his work, he surveyed the surroundings and declared, "This matter is resolved. I shall take my leave." Manager Wang, I must say, the feng shui of this building is indeed problematic. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the bathroom door adjoining the bedroom. It seemed he intended to extract a consultation fee from the property management. But his curiosity was piqued by the shadowy figures moving behind the frosted glass of the bathroom. All his pretenses faltered, and he swallowed hard. His eyes fixed intently on a pod of hanging spider plants nearby. Suddenly, he began to cough violently, evidently having ingested the residual ash water. After regaining his composure, his face fluctuated between hues of green and red as he muttered, "That spider plant is a harbinger of doom. This family must possess some understanding of geomancy. How could they commit such a gross error?" With that, he lifted his leg, brandished his sword, and carefully retrieved a pre-drawn talisman from his bag. Approaching the door, he attempted to push it open, but found it firmly locked from the inside. The others around us inhaled deeply, silent, as an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. If no one is inside, what force has secured the door? I felt an unsettling chill, devoid of wind, yet ominously cold, a creeping sensation rising from my lower back. At that moment, I became acutely aware that something malevolent was afoot. Where in this city could I find a cow to shed tears for me? Truth be told, had it not been for the scruffy priest's presence, I would have been able to perceive the spectral entities clearly. The priest, sensing something amiss, turned to me, "Mr. Liu, what should we do?" Although I was uncertain why he sought my counsel, I suggested, "Find a hammer or kick the glass to shatter it. There is surely something unusual inside." He replied, "Mr. Liu, you are indeed wise. Would you care to do it?" I quickly shook my head and stepped aside, distancing myself from the group. I felt a chill, as if being watched by envious, malevolent eyes, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. As the disheveled figure raised the issue, Manager Wang and his associates engaged in a deliberation, ultimately deciding to pry open the door. Should that fail, they would resort to force. The stout security guard was dispatched to procure a crowbar, while the seasoned guard collaborated with a tall, slender plainclothes officer to manipulate the door. Present in the room were myself, the disheveled figure, Manager Wang, the two security guards, and a finance officer, seemingly the object of Manager Wang's affections. Initially, there had been another owner present, akin to myself, but he had lost interest midway and departed. The stout guard emerged from the bedroom, prompting the disheveled figure to initiate a conversation with me, expressing a sense of familiarity upon our first meeting. I responded in kind, remarking on his resemblance to a celebrity. When he inquired which one, I jested that he resembled Yin Jiping. To my surprise, he acknowledged the reference to the return of the Condor heroes, sighing deeply as he declared, "To be Yin Jiping in this life, what matter if I perish?" I was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether he envisioned himself as the lecherous Taoist who sullied the character of Xialong or as the genuine leader of the Chuanjian sect from history. The two officers struggled with the door, lamenting that it felt as if something were holding it shut, no matter their efforts to force it open. Just then, a massive figure entered the room, and Manager Wang scolded, "You glutton, I sent you for tools, not to dawdle." The stout guard remained silent. I looked up to find his eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, and his round face contorted with an eerie fury. As my gaze descended, I was startled to see he was wielding a cleaver. The disheveled figure and I exchanged a glance, both exclaiming in unison, "Possessed," before we could utter another word. The stout guard raised the cleaver high. This thick knife, clearly intended for butchering, swung violently toward Manager Wang, accompanied by a high-pitched, unearthly shriek that could only belong to a young woman. In a flash of crimson, the cleaver sliced through Manager Wang's left hand as he instinctively raised it to defend himself, the blade lodging itself into his bone with a sickening sound, causing him to collapse in agony. The finance officer let out a blood-curdling scream, "Oh my God, a ghost," demonstrating remarkable professionalism despite the chaos. The disheveled figure, now identified as Miao leapt toward the door, igniting a yellow talisman that produced a flickering flame, driving the possessed stout guard back. Startled by the fire, the guard retreated momentarily, only to regain his composure and swing the cleaver again. I anticipated that the peach-wood sword wielded by Miao would shatter under the assault. However, to my astonishment, the weapon withstood the blow and rebounded. In a frenzy, the finance officer seized the opportunity to flee, disregarding the skirmish between the two men. I attempted to intervene but only managed to grasp a corner of her garment, struggling to pull her back. Within mere steps, the stout guard, having been deflected by Miao, retaliated with a swift strike, severing her elegant head from her neck. Blood erupted from the corpse like a gushing waterfall, saturating the room with a nauseating stench of death. A life extinguished, an utterly horrific sight. At this moment, I found myself growing anxious. I had always assumed that spirits were merely frightening entities. I never anticipated the existence of possession. Faced with a matter of life and death, I felt compelled to act without reservation. Harnessing the power bestowed upon me by the golden silkworm curse, I sprang forward, swiftly closing the distance to the corpulent security guard. With a practiced kick, reminiscent of my childhood brawls, I struck precisely at his center of gravity, sending him crashing to the ground with a loud thud that reverberated through the wooden floor. Miao was drenched in blood, courtesy of the female accountant's fervent assault, and his rage ignited the three spirits within him, causing him to erupt in fury. He drew his sword, tracing a series of intricate symbols in the air. His left hand poised at his waist in a stance of readiness, while his right hand wielded the blade, moving it in various directions, both horizontal and vertical. With his left hand forming a defensive gesture before his chest, thumb pressing against the nails of his ring and pinky fingers, he bellowed, "Those who engage in battle, advance in formation." Upon reciting this incantation, he thrust his sword directly at the vulnerable spot of the overweight guard. Though the wooden blade did not pierce his flesh, the guard trembled violently, as if caught in a storm. Elated, Miao disregarded the blood that stained him and retrieved a yellow talisman inscribed with red characters, seeking to expel the spirit from the guard's body. However, to our astonishment, the guard, after a brief convulsion, suddenly halted, grasping the peachwood sword with his left hand. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a chilling roar, revealing jagged teeth and a visage marred by strange, prominent veins, unlike any ordinary human. With his right hand, he reached for the bone-slicing knife on the ground, intent on unleashing further violence. Alarm coursed through me. This was a grave situation. This ruffian possessed a modicum of supernatural strength. Yet, I reminded myself that it was still a mere fraction of true power. In this critical moment, I found myself, I was communicating with the golden silkworm curse. This troublesome entity, unpredictable like the 6 meridians' divine sword, had finally stirred. Just as the hefty guard grasped the knife and braced himself to rise, a surge of warmth enveloped my entire being. Instinctively, I hooked my thumb against the nails of my pinky and ring fingers, wielding the sword with intent. With a powerful kick, I sent him sprawling once more and shouted for assistance. Manager Wang, clutching his arm, rolled on the ground in agony, while the 2 security guards trembled in fear. The older security guard from Sichuan hesitated briefly before rushing to lend a hand. Possessed by a spirit, the hefty guard exhibited strength akin to that of a raging bull, thrashing desperately against our restraint. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of myself, Miao and the older guard, we managed to subdue him. I realized that despite Miao questionable skills in sorcery, he possessed considerable strength. When he exerted himself, he was not inferior to me, who bore the power of the golden silkworm curse. With great effort, we finally secured the hefty guard, and a lean figure in casual attire approached, grabbing hold of one of his legs. Kneeling, I pressed my sword against the guard's terrifying forehead, urgently reciting the heart mantra of the King of the Three Realms. This incantation connected the energies of heaven, earth, and spirits, capable of dispelling malevolence and guiding evil spirits to rebirth, thus liberating wandering souls. Bolstered by the golden silkworm curse, my usual recitations, which often evoked drowsiness, resonated with newfound vigor today, echoing in my ears with an inexplicable pull, each syllable reverberating distinctly. As I chanted, Miao joined me, invoking the Taoist Maoshan sect's ascension to truth, though not the publicly known version. The latter half consisted of an esoteric mantra, uttered rapidly, resembling a buzzing sound. While maintaining his incantation, he utilized the peachwood sword to seal the malevolent energy radiating from the female ghost. For approximately 5 minutes, after reciting the incantation twice, the portly security guard finally ceased his struggles, trembling violently, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head, and his breath growing shallow. I shouted toward Miao, "Friend Liu, this female specter seeks to drain the life force from this unfortunate soul, fighting a losing battle. Do you possess any ghost-catching talismans to lend? We cannot allow an innocent life to be extinguished." Gasping for breath, I glared at him with rolling eyes, lamenting my lack of such tools. Miao expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Seeing the security guard's breath nearly extinguished, he exclaimed, "Alas, we are in dire straits. If we do not act, he will lose his soul." Noticing my continued inaction, he gritted his teeth, cast aside his peachwood sword, and rummaged through his cosmic bag. Retrieving a talisman wrapped in crimson silk, he unfurled the silk and spat upon it with little grace, declaring, "Today, I find myself at a loss." After which, he bit his tongue, allowing a stream of blood to fall upon the talisman, which he then pressed firmly to the guard's forehead. The yellow talisman adhered to the security guard's azure brow, and I immediately sensed a tremor in the air, thick and difficult to breathe. A tingling sensation coursed through my left hand, where I had been restraining him, as the golden silkworm curse transmitted a wave of dread, prompting me to release my hold and stumble backward. The talisman quivered alongside the security guard's body, and then, from its tip, a wisp of azure. Pure flame erupted, neither scorching nor harming the guard in any way. Yet, the dark, malevolent energy enveloping him was gradually consumed, and perhaps it was mere illusion. But I seemed to hear a woman's wailing mingled with laughter, a haunting melody that pierced the air with sorrowful resonance. Suddenly, a surge of dark mist erupted from the guard's jade pillow point, formless and shapeless. Miao shouted fiercely, brandishing his sword, and as he struck, the dark mist dispersed. I, however, instinctively extended my hands, dispersing the remaining shadows. A fragment of black mist resembling a woman's head shattered amidst a wailing cry, echoing with profound grief and reluctance. The oppressive chill in the air dissipated, leaving only the scent of blood lingering in the room. Manager Wang continued to lament, while the tall, slender man removed his clothing to wrap around Wang's severed arm. At that moment, a series of determined footsteps approached, and a cadre of imposing police officers appeared before us. Led by a burly middle-aged officer wielding a firearm, aimed squarely at me. "Get down, hands up." Several men rushed in, their voices booming, one young man trembling in fear, clearly unnerved by the bloody scene within. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized I had collapsed beside the headless corpse of the female accountant, my backside resting against her long legs clad in black stockings. Cursing my ill fortune, I crouched down, cradling my head, wary of the vigilant officers, fearful that a moment of carelessness might lead to tragedy. I noticed a property management employee peering in hesitantly from the doorway, likely having sensed something amiss and called for help. Fortunately, the slender man, initially faltering, now spoke fluently, recounting the events clearly. Although the lead officer remained skeptical, he eventually lowered his weapon, sheathing it at last. Immediately, someone carried the wailing manager Wang, who sounded as if he were being slaughtered, to the hospital. The police began their busy preparations to secure the scene, but Ma Keming halted them, saying, "Wait a moment." The middle-aged officer in charge looked at him, and he turned to me, asking, "Lu, do you find anything suspicious about this restroom?" I replied, "Do not address me in such a manner. I am unworthy of it. Master Ma, please be thorough in your work and eliminate this filth entirely to prevent future calamities." He nodded and conferred with the middle-aged officer about opening the restroom. The officer, though skeptical, was persuaded by the insistence of the thin man and the old security guard, as well as the prevalent superstitious beliefs in the southern region, and nodded in agreement. Once the plan was set, a police officer fetched a hook and, after some effort, managed to pry the door open. As the sliding glass door opened, he groped for the wall lamp, and upon turning it on, he immediately let out a loud scream and rushed out, vigorously shaking his hands. The middle-aged officer quickly inquired what was wrong, and he stammered, "There are worms inside," as he raised his hand to reveal several white maggots. With the light now illuminating the interior, Ma Keming and I peered inside and discovered a piece of white flesh on the sink, teeming with white maggots and small blackish-purple beetles, which were no larger than a fingernail, writhing densely and scattered throughout the bathroom. Ma Keming sighed and remarked, "It appears to be a placenta, an undeveloped placenta. I wonder what could have caused such deep resentment." I grimaced, disinterested, and closed the door. Turning back, I examined the police officer's hand and noted traces of cadaveric poison. Gripping his elbow firmly, I instructed him gravely, "You must find some glutinous rice to draw out the poison immediately." The bystanders were taken aback, glancing at the middle-aged officer, while the officer affected by the poison felt dizzy and urgently called out to his superior, Captain O, we must follow his instructions. I think I may truly be poisoned." The middle-aged officer quickly asked me what type of glutinous rice was needed, to which I replied, "Just ordinary glutinous rice will suffice." He hastily dispatched a subordinate to procure it. I then added, "Also, fetch some strong insecticide, but do not open the door. The worms inside are likely toxic. We must eliminate them completely to avoid any future troubles." He complied without hesitation. Ma Kiming gathered his belongings and, with a respectful gesture, said, "Lu, I did not expect you to possess some knowledge of poison extraction techniques. I am grateful for your assistance." I was taken aback and said, "What kind of honorific is this? When did I become a Taoist friend?" I waved my hand dismissively and suggested, "Would you like to conduct a ritual to guide the spirits of the deceased?" He agreed, asking the middle-aged officer if it was permissible. The officer responded affirmatively, "You may proceed, but first, let us take a statement afterward." After this exchange, he called for reinforcements from the department, reporting a homicide. As I stepped outside, I found a crowd gathered in the hallway, watching the scene unfold. The middle-aged officer approached me for a conversation. I learned his surname was Ouyang, so I referred to him as Officer Ouyang. He mentioned that we would need to take a statement soon, to which I agreed, stating, "It is a citizen's duty." He further inquired about the situation at hand, and I replied that I was merely a bystander with some understanding. For detailed inquiries, one would need to consult the professional inside. That individual was a Taoist and seemed to possess some abilities. After a while, someone returned with the glutinous rice, and I placed it on the arm of the officer suffering from cadaveric poison, moistening it with water and wrapping it around his arm. Not long after, the sticky rice turned black again. After several attempts, it finally ceased to darken. His complexion improved somewhat, and I instructed him, upon returning home, brew a concoction of lard, lotus seeds, and brown sugar water, and consume it continuously for 3 days without interruption, until the toxicity dissipates. He nodded in acknowledgement and inquired for my phone number for future contact. At that moment, personnel from a nearby epidemic prevention station arrived, armed with ethyl phosphonethiode insecticide. They sprayed vigorously, eradicating the insects in the bathroom. Someone came to take my statement, and I recounted the earlier events. After a while, Officer Ouyang approached me, grasped my hand in gratitude, and mentioned that he might need to summon me to the station again, advising me not to leave Dingguan City for the time being. I agreed, and subsequently, the priest Ma Kiming completed his rites and took the spirit away. Upon returning home, I felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, still dripping with perspiration, nauseated by the stench. The sight of the multitude of insects in the bathroom repulsed others, yet my own stomach stirred with an insatiable craving. Resigned, I released it and retrieved some animal entrails from the refrigerator, mixing them with ergo-2 to prepare its meal for the day. It rolled around, refusing to eat, but I disregarded its preferences. I discarded my clothing into the trash, filled the bathtub with hot water, and lay down, my mind in turmoil. As I closed my eyes, I could vividly see the severed head of that female accountant and the splatter of blood. This was the first time I had witnessed a living person lose their life. I am but an ordinary individual, not born with a heart of stone, so the more I pondered, the more sorrowful I became. Life is so fragile, and I, it seems, am not much stronger. What becomes of us after death? I have seen ghosts, yet I do not know their destination. A century hence, where shall I reside? As a speck of dust, or in the depths of hell, tormented endlessly? Or perhaps in silence, aware of the universe's annihilation and the rise of a new world? At that moment, a call came in. I glanced at my phone. It was Ma Haiba from my hometown. Reflecting on my peculiar connection with the police, I chuckled at myself and answered the call. After some pleasantries, Ma Haiba conveyed the news of Granny Luo's passing the previous day. I acknowledged it and inquired about the case's status. He replied that it was still undergoing judicial proceedings and would likely depend on Wang Baosong's mental health report. After showering, I emerged to find Duo squatting beside the trash can, eagerly inhaling the scent of blood. The fat maggot of the golden silkworm had vanished entirely. I hastily secured the trash bag to prevent Duo from seeing it and instructed her to watch television instead. I searched for the golden silkworm but found nothing. Focusing my thoughts, I realized that the little creature had indeed slithered down the stairs, intent on consuming the corpses of the insects, which had been contaminated with ethyl phosphonethiode. I was uncertain of the potential harm it posed to the golden silkworm, but I dared not take chances. I quickly chanted a spell to summon the small creature back. Reluctantly, I found myself promising it a future excursion to a scorpion garden in the suburbs, where it could feast to its heart's content. Only then did it return, indifferent to the offal mixed with wine on the dining table, and instead went off to play with Duo, ignoring me entirely. I was unperturbed. This little creature had quite the canine temperament. On the third day, a Saturday, I decided to grant myself a brief respite and drove to a resort nestled in the outskirts of the Western city. Adjacent to the resort was a scorpion garden, dedicated to cultivating various species of scorpions for pharmaceutical and cosmetic companies. Strolling through the resort with Duo as porcelain doll, I was surrounded by breathtaking scenery, yet felt utterly solitary. Observing couples whisper sweet nothings amidst the dappled shade of the trees only deepened my sense of ennui. After releasing the golden silkworm, I succumbed to sleep. At 5 in the afternoon, as I drifted in and out of slumber, I felt a sudden tightening, realizing it must have had its fill. Thus, I drove back home. As I ascended the steps to my building, a scruffy figure clad in a blue robe bowed in greeting, saying, "Greetings, fellow traveler. I extend my humble respects." Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback to find that this was Miao still lingering about. I told him to call me Lu Zhuo and inquired about his purpose. Miao bowed again, expressing joy at encountering a fellow practitioner and wishing to engage in a lengthy discussion to share insights. I declined, stating my knowledge was rather limited. As I began to ascend the stairs, he followed, grinning and insisting that as kindred spirits in the mystical realm, there was no need to keep me at arm's length. Sensing he had ulterior motives, I pressed him to be forthright. He hesitated, glancing around nervously before admitting, having recently arrived in this unfamiliar place. "You are the only familiar face I could think of. If it's not too much trouble, could you lend me some money?" My curiosity piqued at how he had fallen into such financial straits. He had clearly prepared a sob story, and as soon as I inquired, his eyes reddened, almost spilling over with tears. He explained that he had engaged in a rather unfortunate venture, initially believing he could perform a ritual for profit, thus failing to save any funds. Being a destitute priest, he had spent lavishly, leaving him without reserves. He had hoped to recoup his losses, but an incident from the previous day had depleted his stock of talismans. To make matters worse, Manager Wang, having suffered a serious injury, unfairly blamed him and refused to settle accounts. With no signed agreement, the situation devolved into a stalemate, leaving the scruffy priest utterly bewildered. After spending several hours in custody and enduring a rigorous interrogation, he managed to find lodging, exhausting his remaining funds in the process. Now, with Manager Wang's deceitful tactics, he found himself destitute and had gone an entire day without food. Reflecting on his predicament, he concluded that, in this vast city, I was his only ally with whom he had shared battles in the past, leading him to seek my assistance. However, I could not allow this scruffy priest into my home. Though his abilities were modest, he still possessed a certain perceptiveness, and I had no desire to expose Duo's affairs. I asked how much he needed. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at my car parked distantly and replied, "How about 10,000? I was taken aback and chose to disregard his words, turning to leave. He grasped my arm and implored, "Lu Zhuo, my brother, just 1,000. Merely 1,000. In our world, a small favor is often repaid with great gratitude. Once I attain some wealth, I shall certainly repay you." His persistent demeanor left me exasperated. I queried, "Aren't you supposed to be the true disciple of the Miao sect's leader? Why not seek assistance from the Taoist Association? They provide free lodging and meals. Perhaps you could even give a couple of lectures and receive a modest fee." He shook his head, asserting that his skills were too rudimentary to tarnish his master's reputation. I retorted, "You're merely pretending. Your name isn't truly Miao, is it?" He chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "My surname is Xiao, and my name is indeed true. I am a disciple of the Miao school, known as Miao. That is not false." I inquired, "Why not adopt a more illustrious title such as Qingxiu or Laochen, names that sound rather impressive?" He merely smiled and remained silent. I retrieved my wallet and counted out 1,000 yuan, stating, "I do not expect repayment from you in this lifetime. Consider this a travel fare for your journey home. Wherever you came from, you shall return, understood?" He eagerly accepted the money, expressing that the case from 2 days prior remained unresolved and the police had instructed him to stay put for the time being. He asked if he could temporarily reside with me. I declined. The scruffy Taoist, whose true name was Xiao Qiming, looked at me intently, declaring, "Lu Zhuo, you are destined to face a calamity soon, a dire one at that. This misfortune is difficult to surmount, and I alone possess the ability to unravel it. Might you allow me to stay for a few days until I can assist you in overcoming this ordeal?" I could not help but laugh, replying, "You may as well roll away. You've come here to deceive me. Before night falls, go find someone on the street, cast a few divinations, and perhaps initiate something profitable to avoid incurring losses." He nodded. "That is indeed my intention. We shall part ways here, and if fate allows, we shall meet again." With a flourish of his sleeve and the 1,000 yuan in hand, he departed. I paid him little mind. Truth be told, he was indeed an intriguing character. Under normal circumstances, I would have invited him home to converse and exchange insights. However, I was currently nurturing Duo and the golden silkworm Gu, both of which would be deemed sinister by a genuine Taoist. Who knows whether he might misinterpret my intentions and seek to exorcise demons. Thus, it was best to avoid such a predicament. I ascended to change my attire before taking Duo to the hospital to continue absorbing the lingering heavenly essence within the space. The following day, I was summoned to the police station to provide a statement regarding the previous events, which was merely a formality. Upon my return to the shop, I overheard two of my seasoned employees conversing. They mentioned having seen a fellow in a foot massage establishment whose hair flowed like that of a woman. Intrigued, I called them over to inquire further. They proceeded to vividly describe the appearance of this long-haired individual, and upon comparison, I realized with astonishment that it was indeed that scruffy Taoist, Xiao Qiming. I estimated he was around 27 or 28, undoubtedly within the prime of manhood. His face glistened with an oily sheen, and he exuded a fiery temperament, certainly not resembling a respectable religious figure. This revelation was, as expected, quite illuminating. Whenever I contemplate that young man reveling in the pleasures of the footbath city, with funds I may have provided, a wave of discomfort washes over me. He truly excels at deceiving others. However, this irritation dissipated as swiftly as it arose. After all, I am not one to fret over money, and he is, at the very least, a capable individual. Perhaps I may view this as a benevolent connection. Little did I realize that the 1,000 yuan I casually bestowed would lead to an acquaintance with a rather unrefined fellow, who would ultimately become my most significant companion and savior. One should not underestimate the small evils nor neglect the small goods. Life is indeed wondrous, is it not? On the 14th day of the 9th lunar month in 2007, during the frost descent, the weather turned chilly as a cold wave swept southward. While enjoying a boxed lunch, Xiaomei returned from dining outside, laughing as she recounted an encounter with a man at the street corner who had a monkey perched upon his shoulder. This monkey, with its shaggy fur, was rather fierce, baring its teeth at passers-by, which startled her greatly, shattering the delightful image of the Monkey King she cherished from childhood. I burst into laughter, asking if she had stumbled upon a monkey show. I cautioned her not to look too closely, as those performers could be quite menacing. If one failed to part with their money, they might resort to threats. It is a misconception to assume that street performers are as charming and kind-hearted as the characters from My Fair Princess. She clarified that it was not a monkey performer, but rather an unattractive man clad in a short coat, which struck me as peculiar. I scoffed, chuckling, and remarked that on such a cold day, who would wear a coat like that? Xiaomei, sensing my disbelief, quickly summoned a few friends to corroborate her story. They all affirmed the strangeness of the man, claiming he resembled a character from a Thai film, with a grotesque appearance that might induce nausea, akin to his monkey companion. Xiaomei, with a triumphant grin, accused me of wronging her and demanded compensation. I relented, proposing to treat everyone to hot pot the following weekend, and we laughed together. The girls, who were on friendly terms with Xiaomei, began to tease, asking if this was a ploy to secure a free meal. In the southern region, the term 2FN, or dragging a meal, refers to young couples dining together, often accompanied by the exchange of sweet nothings and a festive atmosphere. I hesitated internally but chose not to engage, continuing to focus on the white rice in my disposable foam container, accompanied by a chicken leg. Amidst the jovial commotion, a customer arrived, prompting us to return to our tasks. When I lifted my head, I noticed that busy Xiaomei bore faint traces of tears on her cheek. My heart softened at the sight, yet I feigned ignorance. In the afternoon, a shipment was scheduled to arrive. An agent called upon me to inspect goods at a warehouse in the East City. We toiled from 1:30 until past 6 in the evening. And after enjoying a quick meal outside, I intended to return home. However, another matter required my attention at the shop, so I accompanied Agan back. Upon entering, Xiaomei informed me that the man with the monkey had come looking for me, claiming to be a relative. As I was absent and unreachable by phone, he inquired about my residence and urged me to return home promptly. I checked my phone and discovered it was turned off. I find myself perplexed, wondering if I am being deceived. The others insist it is true, so I inquire about the man's name. They shake their heads, claiming they did not ask. Their expressions do not suggest deceit, leading me to speculate that he might indeed be a relative of mine, since I established my residence in Dongguan. And after promoting the fast food restaurant I handed over to a fellow townsman, a series of distant acquaintances, relatives, and friends have sought me out, asking for assistance or job placements. I have received several such visitors. Those who are reliable I have gladly introduced to friends' factories, while those who lack sincerity, merely seeking my support, I have unceremoniously cast aside after a week of idleness, leaving them to their own devices. Consequently, upon my return home, I have been quietly labeled as cold-hearted by many. Yet, despite my efforts, I cannot recall a single relative or friend involved in monkey rearing. However, in the realm of human relations, ignoring such matters results in my parents being inundated with idle gossip. Thus, I had no choice but to provide a general overview of the situation to Arjun and Xiaomei before hastily returning. Upon arriving at the property management on the first floor, I inquired if anyone was looking for me. That night, the security guards who had been troubled by the haunting had all resigned, leaving a new guard on duty. Unfamiliar with me. When I stated my unit number, he shook his head, saying there was no record. This young man, distracted by his phone, seemed rather nonchalant. Puzzled, I called Xiaomei, instructing her to give my phone number to the individual claiming to be my relative, so he could contact me directly. After the call, I took the elevator back home, and as I approached the door, a sudden jolt of unease surged within me. I looked up to find that the protective talisman I had affixed to my door had vanished. I searched the vicinity, but found no trace of it. This incident cast a shadow over my thoughts, raising concerns for Duo. I hurriedly pushed the door open, neglecting to change my shoes, and rushed into the living room. Calling out, Duo. There was no response. Typically, upon my return, a child would rush to embrace me, yet now there was only silence. Panic set in as I dashed to the study, where I had placed the porcelain doll on the table, only to discover it was also missing. A chill coursed through me as disbelief took hold. Duo was gone. Who could have so brazenly invaded my home? Frantically, I searched the apartment and found the place in disarray, particularly the bookshelf, with books scattered across the floor. The drawers of the desk had been violently yanked open, and the bed in the bedroom was overturned. The nearby safe had been opened, its door ajar, revealing that my cash and savings passes had been completely emptied. Cursing profusely in my mind, I regained my composure and promptly reported the incident. The police arrived more swiftly than I had anticipated, led by Officer Ouyang. Accompanied by the officer I had previously rescued. Familiar faces made the process easier, and I briefly recounted the events to them. Officer Ouyang suggested we review the surveillance footage. We arrived at the surveillance room and retrieved the day's footage. Officer Ouyang, an experienced hand at this, fast-forwarded through the morning and midday, revealing no incidents until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when several cameras sequentially went dark before reactivating. Officer Ouyang paused the video, pointing at a multitude of dark dots, inquiring, "What is this?" As I scrutinized the screen, I noticed the dots surrounded by faint lines, which suddenly coalesced into a cluster that resembled flies. Officer Ouyang focused intently, nodded, and confirmed, "Indeed, they are flies." These flies obstructed the cameras, concealing the thief's actions as he made his way to your home. He gestured towards the security guard in the lobby, asking, "Did you see anyone entering or exiting at 4:11 this afternoon?" The guard, deep in thought, shook his head in denial. I fixed him with a piercing gaze, demanding, "Did you not notice, or are you simply lying? Speak the truth." His face bore an earnest expression as he insisted, "I truly did not see anyone." My anger surged uncontrollably, and I shoved him to the ground, berating, "What on earth were you focused on? Were your eyes glued to that wretched phone? We pay substantial property fees for services and security, not for you to squander your time on your phone. Even a dog would act with more dignity." He slumped to the floor, guilt-ridden and silent. Officer Ouyang and another officer intervened, urging me to temper my anger. My vehement outburst had darkened the expressions of the security guards in the monitoring room. Their captain, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Mr. Liu, we apologize for your distress, but as you can see, these flies inexplicably obstructed the cameras, leaving us powerless." Xiao Jin has also confirmed he saw nothing. There were indeed no people present at that time. I glared at him, emboldened by the presence of officers. He regarded me with a feigned benevolence. My agitation escalated further at the thought of Duo's disappearance, igniting a murderous rage within me. A fury both inherited from the golden silkworm curse and stemming from my own depths. In my peak of wrath, I found myself laughing. Addressing the captain with a mocking tone, "Do you believe yourself to be responsible? Do you truly think you have not failed in your duty?" He nodded with an air of entitlement. I then turned to the guard on the floor, asking, "Are you genuinely saying you saw no one enter, rather than being preoccupied with your phone?" The fallen guard, feigning innocence, replied, "Mr. Liu, I understand you've been robbed, and I can bear your kick, but you cannot unjustly accuse me." His sincerity was palpable, tears welling in his eyes, trickling down his face marred by acne, pattering onto the floor. Officer Ouyang tugged at my arm, advising, "Luzwa, please do not let your anger consume you." Though he did not voice it, his underlying message was clear: do not take it too seriously. Does it truly matter? I shook my head, fixing my gaze on the security captain and the guard on the ground, softly but resolutely stating, in this world, many matters lack measurable standards, such as professional ethics. Black can be deemed white, and white can be distorted into black. After all, no one is aware and no one faces punishment. Thus, once one's conscience becomes numb, they begin to accept such distortions as truth. However, I must convey to you that anyone who dares to utter a lie in my presence today shall inevitably suffer from painful sores on their tongue, torment in their chest and abdomen, swelling, and ultimately, a ghastly demise marked by blood pouring from all 7 orifices. This is a certainty, I swear by the heavens. My words may seem harsh, yet the 2 individuals remained unperturbed, believing I was merely cursing or swearing. Upon returning to the room, Officer Ouyang and his team took statements, captured photographs, and collected residual evidence. After a while, he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Luzwa, rest assured, your previous assistance has not gone unnoticed this time. I will exert every effort to solve the case and help you recover your lost belongings. However, do not overly concern yourself. From your report, the total loss does not exceed 10,000 yuan, so do not fret too much. Remember to report the loss of your bank card." After his words, he departed with his team. I sat there, dazed, on the sofa, staring at the black screen of the television. I cannot disclose what I lost, for if I could, I would willingly trade all my possessions for it. The loss of material wealth is trivial. With my connections and experience, I could swiftly recover it. Yet, the disappearance of Duo is a matter I find difficult to explain. Each night upon my return from work, there is this little one waiting for me, clumsily tidying up the house, making me laugh. Regardless of how busy I am, I always take a moment to play games with her. She is obedient and diligent, cleaning with meticulous care, yet at times, she displays a silly innocence, initially appearing eerie but ultimately endearing, akin to the purest waters of a celestial lake. Even in her ghostly form, she embodies purity and flawlessness. In just over a month, I felt my life had become profoundly intertwined with hers. At the age of 22, amidst a life fraught with trials and a sense of detachment, this small presence touched the most tender parts of my heart. I pondered, could this be the essence of a father-daughter bond? Yet, happiness arrived swiftly, only to depart in haste. She vanished suddenly, without a trace, leaving no whisper behind. My heart felt ensnared by a profound darkness, each heartbeat suffused with a sorrow that rendered me breathless. I contemplated deeply, who could have possibly taken Duo? Could it truly be a thief? It seemed highly implausible. The burglar would have had to move with the stealth of a phantom, rendering all locks mere trifles as they ransacked my study, leaving chaos in their wake. Crucially, they not only absconded with the money from my safe, but also took the unassuming porcelain doll from my desk. If not a common thief, could it be Xiao Qiming? This scruffy little Taoist, adept at scamming for food and drink, often frequenting footbaths and nightclubs, possesses some knowledge of sorcery and is generally aware of my circumstances. If he were involved, it would not be far-fetched to think he might leverage Duo's safety to extort money from me. Besides Xiao Qiming, another individual suddenly came to mind. Xiao Mei had mentioned a person at noon, described as exceedingly unattractive, old and ugly, clad in a traditional garment, accompanied by a fierce monkey on his shoulder. This afternoon, he had approached me, claiming to be a relative of ours. How could there possibly be a relative in my family who keeps a monkey? Connecting these dots made my heart race, prompting me to hastily call Xiao Mei. She likely waited until I had heard the ringtone twice before answering the call, her voice languorous and impatient, as she sullenly inquired what was the matter. She seemed to still be sulking over the incident at noon, her tone tinged with displeasure. I chose to disregard her mood and directly asked about the individual who claimed to be a relative of mine, inquiring when he had visited the shop that afternoon. After a moment of recollection, Xiao Mei estimated it was around 3 o'clock. A sinking feeling enveloped me as I asked who had divulged my home address to him. She replied it was her, and what of it? I cursed under my breath and hung up the phone. I sank into the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, an overwhelming fatigue rising from deep within. This person, so audacious that he could command flies to obscure a monitor, had rummaged through my belongings. Evidently not for the mere 7,000 or so yuan, along with a few inaccessible bankbooks and cards. What could I possibly possess that would entice him? As I counted on my fingers, I realized that in the eyes of such a person, my most valuable possessions were 3 items: the golden silkworm Gu, duo, and the 12 methods to suppress the mountains that my grandmother had left me. All 3 had been seen by others, and in terms of value, duo was clearly of little use to him. If he had the heart, he could refine as many of such little spirits as he wished, without any significant gain. The golden silkworm Gu was similarly easy to refine, yet the one resting within me was unique. It was my life Gu, nurtured over decades. Crafted with the entirety of my grandmother's efforts, consuming countless materials, venomous insects, and herbs, existing solely in this form. However, that plump creature was already linked to me, rendering it of little use to him. Thus, only the tattered book I had burned would truly pique his interest. I recalled my grandmother's admonition: if you lack the ability to safeguard such items, possessing them is merely courting disaster. One day, a vengeful spirit may come to collect debts, and the solution is to incinerate them, leaving no attachments. Was this the so-called vengeful spirit knocking at my door? Yet, which spirit could it be? My thoughts immediately turned to the recently deceased Granny Luo. Though her demise was not my doing, others might not share that view. At the very least, I remembered the resentful gaze of the youth named Qin Yizi. Certainly, he did not think so. Aside from him, who else could it be? I was consumed by rage against this enigmatic, almost ethereal adversary, my heart ablaze with indignation. Nevertheless, since he sought something from me, he would inevitably reach out. Spirits, after all, must eventually make their presence known. That evening, after reporting my bank cards as lost, I checked my computer, ensuring all files were well hidden. I deleted the data on my portable MP4 and set it aside. I silently recited incantations, praying for the missing duo, then meticulously replayed the battles of spells within the 12 methods in my mind. I had never craved my own strength so desperately as I did at that moment. The following morning, the sound of my phone's ringtone jolted me awake, and I leaped up from the sofa in alarm. Glancing at the caller ID, I saw it was Boss Gu Xinxiang. I answered, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he directly inquired, "Xiao Lu, do you understand some feng shui and sorcery?" My heart skipped a beat, and I curiously asked why he would ask such a question. He noticed my reluctance to speak directly and inquired about my purpose for seeking the 10-year soul-returning herb. I replied that a friend had requested it from me, and given your extensive connections, I sought your assistance. Boscu dismissed it as nonsense, revealing that he had heard about my situation through a mutual acquaintance, the owner of the property management company in my neighborhood, who is a friend of his. My eyebrows raised in surprise. Indeed, I had attracted considerable attention that night, and many from the property management company had witnessed it, leaving no room for concealment. Thus, I nodded in acknowledgement. Boscu was unfazed by my earlier reticence and asked about my skills in this realm. I confessed that my knowledge was rather modest. I hailed from an ethnic minority region where some elders possessed such understanding, and I had merely learned a little from them. He then inquired about my elder relatives, to which I replied that my grandmother had recently passed away. He expressed his condolences and proceeded to ask if I could assist him with a matter. I asked if it was urgent, explaining that I had a pressing issue to attend to. Though it was not work-related, it pertained to the same domain. He paused for a moment, then reassured me it was not too pressing. I could take care of my matters first. He mentioned that he would need my help by mid-November and asked for my promise so he could inform others. Curious, I asked what the matter was. He explained that a friend's child was ill, with a practitioner claiming that a spirit was afflicting him and that he had fallen victim to a form of sorcery. They were desperately seeking someone knowledgeable in such matters. Did I have any understanding of it? The art of sorcery, particularly the type prevalent in Southeast Asia, is akin to the Miao mountain scriptures from central China and the witchcraft of the Southwest, all of which possess a terrifying and eerie nature. It is generally categorized into 3 types: spirit sorcery, insect sorcery, and mixed sorcery, well known and widely practiced in Southeast Asia. As I possessed the golden silkworm sorcery, I believed I could indeed have some influence if it were insect sorcery. Boss Gu, a mentor and respected figure in my life, deserved my honesty. I told him that I could certainly take a look if it were insect sorcery. He agreed and instructed me to call him once my affairs were settled, promising to take me to Hong Kong. After a brief pause, he mentioned that there was news regarding the 10-year soul-returning herb I had asked him about. A friend from Jiangcheng had something resembling what I described and offered to take me to see if it was indeed what I sought. This was the only good news I had received in days, igniting a spark of hope within me, prompting a grateful response. Boscu remarked that we help one another throughout life, and I readily concurred. Just then, another call came through from an unfamiliar number. I quickly bid farewell to Boss Gu and answered the call. Initially, there was a heavy silence, the stillness weighing down upon my heart, accompanied only by distant, drawn-out breaths. After what felt like an eternity, a man's voice broke through. "Are you Lu Zhuo, the grandson of Long Lalan?" I affirmed this, noting the peculiar accent in his voice, unfamiliar to me and not of the Miao or Dong dialects. He continued, "Did you take the 12 methods of mount suppression?" I queried how he knew this. He laughed heartily, explaining, "Your uncle mentioned it. He said that after your grandmother's passing, the ancestral home and land were left to him, along with that old book, which he entrusted to you." I replied, "Fine, I suppose I did take it. Who are you, and what gives you the right to ask me this?" He smiled slyly, asserting that it was his possession and that he intended to take it, to reclaim his debt. I retorted, "Who do you think you are? Just because you claim it is yours, does that make it so? I have been rooted on this earth for many years. Yet I would never boast that this world belongs to me." He continued to smile, a grin that suggested he held all the cards. After a moment, he casually remarked, "Lu Zhuo, I could kill you in an instant. I heard from your uncle that you've been afflicted by a curse from the dragon Elder Lan. Is it the fateful golden silkworm Gu? But do you really believe that could shield you from me? Young man, you are rather naive. This world is vast. You would do well to explore it when you have the chance, lest you remain like a frog in a shallow well, unaware of the depths beyond." I scoffed, declaring that I didn't need a sneaky fellow like him to teach me a lesson. He replied, "If we were to discuss lineage, I would actually be your master's uncle, young lad. I have come to reclaim the Taoist scriptures of my grandmaster, Luo Shiba, and to reopen the mountain gates. I visited your home yesterday and took a bit of travel fare, along with an ancient spirit child sealed in a jar. You have quite the discerning eye to choose such a fortunate spirit child to nurture, but what does that matter? Let us dispense with the pleasantries, hand over the scriptures, and I will return the spirit child to you. Otherwise, I may just feed the spirit child to my obedient monkey and eliminate you, thereby cleansing my master's sect." My heart surged with indignation. Here I was, minding my own business, and trouble fell upon me from the skies. I couldn't fathom where this audacious character emerged from, claiming to be my master's uncle while brazenly attempting to seize the legacy my grandmother left me. Fortunately, my grandmother had appeared in a dream, warning me that the scriptures must not be kept and urging me to burn them, a true revelation indeed. Additionally, I realized that I still possessed some photocopied records on my computer, but he rummaged through my study and bedroom, failing to consider checking the computer in the study. Was this a lapse in judgment, or merely a reflection of his ignorance? As various thoughts swirled in my mind, I heard him ask, "Have you made your decision?" I replied, "Let us exchange the scriptures for the jar." He agreed, but I cautioned him that if anything happened to the spirit child I had raised, he would have nothing left to show for it. He laughed, saying, "If you try any tricks, not only the spirit child, but you too shall be transformed into a vengeful ghost. Do you believe that?" I replied, "I do," and we discussed the terms of our transaction. Internally, I cursed, "I trust you, you bastard." Without a moment's preparation, this unexpected uncle insisted we proceed with the exchange immediately. The location was a large shopping mall near the South City Station, and he warned me that he shared the same origins as my master, and could anticipate the extent of his abilities. If I were to alert the authorities, he would certainly be aware, and it would no longer be a simple matter of parting ways. I acknowledged his warning, assuring him that I understood the rules and merely advised him not to act recklessly. The truth was, my understanding only deepened my unease. He sought the scriptures, but where could I find them? That wretched book had likely turned to a pile of ash in this world. I sat on the sofa, gazing at the scattered belongings throughout the room, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration and despair. The wall clock incessantly ticks away, its rhythmic sound echoing in the quiet room. After the minute hand has traversed 5 intervals, I finally rise, taking a deep breath before hastening to the bathroom to splash my face with water, feeling slightly rejuvenated. I rummage through the toolbox and extract a somewhat elongated Swiss Army knife, a gift from Arjun on my birthday, reputedly an authentic model. I inquire of the golden silkworm, "Today we are to rescue Duo. Can you muster some strength?" The golden silkworm responds with a series of chirps. A wave of anxiety surges within me. Clearly, this little creature is equally perturbed. The rare fury I feel mirrors the sensation of this plump larva's first affront towards me. The path ahead is fraught with peril, yet, whether it be fortune or misfortune, some fates are inescapable. I change into comfortable black athletic wear and make my way downstairs. While driving, I utilize my Bluetooth headset to call Arjun, informing him that I may not make it to the shop today. He is unconcerned, responding affirmatively. I pause, Then add, Arjun, brother, if I do not make it back, you know my address, right? Please send my belongings to my parents. He falls silent, and after a moment, asks, is this your farewell message? I confirm, and he grows anxious, questioning whether I am facing some grave difficulty. We can tackle any problem together. What could possibly weigh so heavily on your mind? I exhale deeply, acknowledging that some troubles must inevitably be resolved, with no alternative. After a few seconds of silence, he queries, is what my cousin said true? I reply, somewhat disheartened, how is it that you all know about this? This matter ends with you. It must not be shared further. Arjun, with sincerity, reassures me, Luzwa, I know you are not an ordinary person and are always more formidable than I. But whatever challenges you face, do not forget that I am your brother. My abilities may be limited, but I have strength to offer. I affirm, certainly, we are brothers. As our conversation unfolds, I find myself near the supermarket. I tell Arjun that I must end the call for now, park the car, and step out, surveying my surroundings. Being in the bustling city center, particularly near a vibrant transportation hub, I am surrounded by a throng of people and a torrent of vehicles. The sight of the crowd resembles a field of ripe watermelons, sprawling and abundant. However, unlike the lush green of a melon patch, this place is shrouded in shadow. Indeed, it is a prime location. I ponder whether my inexpensive master uncle has indulged too much in Hong Kong crime films. Clutching my leather bag, which contains a vintage copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and a book by the renowned Hong Kong feng shui master by him titled Flying Stars for Transformation, I weave through the throngs into the mall. The weight of the two books makes my bag feel substantial. Reaching the third floor, dedicated to daily necessities, I position myself near the elevator entrance and wait. After a brief interval, my phone rings. Upon answering, I hear my inexpensive master uncle's deep voice. You have books in your bag? Instantly, I realize he must be lurking in some corner, covertly observing my movements. I nod in affirmation, and he instructs me to place my bag in the public storage area. I refuse, stating, I cannot comply until I ascertained what was safety. He chuckles, suggesting, shall I release her for you to see right now? I retort, releasing Duo during daylight would surely jeopardize that little rascal's life. In my heart, I curse this cunning individual, yet my lips remain steadfast, asserting that I would only hand over the book after confirming that the porcelain doll was unharmed. He fell silent for a moment before conceding, suggesting we relocate. My heart raced as I inquired about the destination. He mentioned that the crowd here was excessive and instructed me to reserve a room at a nearby XX hotel, where we could converse in privacy and I could ascertain the well-being of my little spirit. However, he insisted that I discard my mobile phone into the trash bin beside me and cease all calls. I agreed, albeit questioning how I would reach him afterward. He reassured me that he would come to find me. I raised my phone for him to see, then brought it to my ear, saying, Uncle, this phone card still has several hundred yuan worth of credit. Is it acceptable if I discard the phone but keep the card? Taken aback by my retort, he momentarily faltered but then urged, hurry up, will you? I'll hang up. I extracted the SIM card, clenched it tightly in my palm, discarded my recently purchased phone, and descended the elevator. Exiting the mall, I turned right and walked a few hundred meters to the XX hotel. I knew this thrifty uncle was likely trailing behind me. So while conversing with the hotel receptionist, I mentally stepped into his shoes, pondering the rationale behind conducting transactions near the bus station, a place bustling with people and convenient for a swift escape. The necessity of booking a room revealed his confidence in possessing the book, as he had previously refrained from approaching me directly for fear that I might respond better to emotional persuasion than to threats, thus minimizing his risks. What should I do? I questioned myself, realizing that this old spirit, steeped in the arts of witchcraft, was undoubtedly more astute than my novice self. Although unaware of his origins, I considered the implications of someone capable of commanding a swarm of flies. What kind of ancient tomb would such a person be? This situation also served as a reminder to remain vigilant of my surroundings. After completing the check-in process and obtaining my room key, I proceeded to the elevator. As the doors closed with a chime, I swiftly retrieved an old mobile phone from my bag, one I had kept since switching devices in June, and, upon powering it on, immediately called Arjun. Arjun, remember, I am in room 1104 at the XX Hotel, 200 meters from the South City bus station. If I do not call you within 10 minutes, alert the authorities. Before I could finish, the elevator reached the 11th floor. I promptly hung up and discarded the phone into a trash bin. Entering room 1104, I found the door unlocked and settled on the edge of the bed, awaiting my frugal uncle's arrival. The mattress was soft, adorned with a pristine white comforter edged in lace, ideal for a romantic rendezvous. Yet I found myself ensnared in a web of trepidation regarding the unknown. Various thoughts raced through my mind. I could ambush him at the door, springing forth when the bell rang, and deliver a swift blow to his head, or I might employ the golden silkworm poison at the entrance, creating a threat that would instill caution in both parties. Yet, despite my musings, I remained motionless at the edge of the bed. My intuition urged me to remain still, for it was far wiser than making any rash movements. I was not confronted by an ordinary individual or a nefarious criminal, but rather by a cunning master of venomous arts, a seasoned rogue who was both treacherous and malevolent, possessing an acute understanding of human nature. He resembled a serpent lurking in the underbrush, revealing his fangs only at the last moment, much like a fierce tiger lying in wait upon a desolate hill, biding its time in silence. A few minutes later, the door creaked open, and footsteps entered with almost no sound. I raised my gaze to find a slender figure emerging from the corner of the room, an unusual monkey, no larger than a kitten, with deep orange cheeks, a chest, and the inner sides of its limbs, while its back bore a reddish-brown hue. Its black tail, tipped in white, curled as it scuttled in. Its body and head measuring over 20 centimeters, with the tail extending 30 centimeters, distinctly unlike an ordinary monkey. It bared its teeth at me, displaying a fierce countenance while chattering in a shrill manner. As I stood up, it startled and leaped backward, only to find refuge on a man's shoulder. At that moment, the sound of the door locking echoed. Truly, he appeared and vanished like a phantom. I scrutinized the man before me. His skin was dark, his facial features reminiscent of those from Southeast Asia, and he appeared to be around 50 years of age. A prominent black mole adorned his left eyebrow, rendering him quite unattractive. He wore a sardonic smile, his lips moving as he chewed betel nut. Noticing my defensive stance as I regarded him, he reached out to stroke the monkey's black and yellow fur, squinting his eyes as he remarked, "I expected you might attempt some trickery. Yet I find you surprisingly self-aware. I admire such self-knowledge in a young person." His narrowed gaze felt sharp, akin to shards of broken glass. Taking a deep breath, I inquired, "Have you brought the porcelain jar?" He retrieved from a cloth bag a porcelain doll containing duo, presenting it flat in his palm and extending it forward, asking, "And where's the book?" I moved to the window, drawing the curtains to envelop the room in darkness, softly calling, Duo. Yet, she did not appear, while an inscrutable smile spread across the man's face. "What have you done?" I demanded. He shrugged, the corner of his mouth twitching, and suddenly, the porcelain doll shot forth a white line, causing Duo to materialize in the room. Upon seeing me, she rushed over, babbling in distress, clutching my hand tightly as she concealed herself behind me, resembling a frightened little creature, her delicate face etched with terror. He raised both hands, exclaiming, "See? I merely wish to convey that my mastery over spirit manipulation surpasses yours, so do not attempt any tricks. Now, hand over the book, and we shall settle our affairs." I remained fixated on his eyes, and as he uttered the phrase, "we shall settle our affairs," his gaze flickered unnaturally to the side, betraying a lack of conviction in his own words. My heart sank to the depths. Surely you did not intend to eliminate me to silence my tongue? I extended my tightly clutched bag forward, and as he turned his hand, I noticed the hue of his skin was markedly different from that of his exposed forearm, revealing that he wore a thin, flesh-colored glove. This man was indeed exceedingly cautious. We stood merely a meter apart as he took my black leather bag, and I grasped the porcelain doll. The moment our fingers brushed, a searing pain coursed through me, as if tiny fire ants had invaded my body. Frowning, I locked my gaze onto him and enunciated, "Do you dare to cast a spell on me?" He chuckled heartily, having collected the bag, and remarked that the legendary golden silkworm curse was impervious to all poisons. I expressed a keen interest in witnessing it. I had been afflicted by the madness curse, which, once the poison took effect, would leave one dazed, disoriented, laughing and cursing capriciously. In moments of intoxication, the poison would surge forth, rendering one unbearably itchy, filled with fury, and behaving like a madman. This was child's play, a common method employed by the people of Guangdong in the past, with the simplest remedy being the chewing of betel nut to prevent or alleviate symptoms. Observing his self-assured demeanor, I felt a surge of frustration but remained helpless, focusing on allowing the golden silkworm curse to work its antidote to prevent the poison from infiltrating my organs. I carefully wrapped the porcelain doll and inquired if I might leave. He extended a hand to stop me, saying, "Wait a moment, you've inspected the goods." But I have yet to do so. With that, He lowered his head to open the bag. As he rummaged through it, the small monkey perched on his shoulder glared at me warily, and my right hand instinctively grasped the Swiss Army knife concealed in my pocket. The old man flipped through a couple of books, quickly skimmed them, then raised his head and squinted, asking, "Where are the books?" I feigned calmness, responding, "Are they not in your hands?" Anger filled his eyes instantaneously, and I sensed his pupils turning crimson. "How dare you deceive me?" he bellowed furiously. As the old man erupted in rage, the monkey on his shoulder bared its teeth and lunged at me. Though afflicted by the madness curse and feeling unwell, I could not afford to slacken my guard against the approaching monkey with its sharp, black claws. My right hand, which had been searching for the Swiss Army knife, swiftly emerged from my pocket and slashed forward. My physical prowess had indeed improved significantly. The monkey was as swift as the wind, but my strike was like lightning, arriving before it could react as I brought the blade down toward its head. The creature was agile, blocking the blow with its paws, and the sharp claws sparked against the steel blade, recoiling from the impact. My Swiss Army knife measured a mere 8 centimeters. With the blade and handle combined being less than 20 centimeters long, I retreated a few steps, just steadying myself when I noticed the old man hurling Romance of the Three Kingdoms at me. I narrowly dodged, tilting my head aside as he let out a low growl. Suddenly, black mist swirled around his face, and sparse black hair began to sprout from his cheeks, neck, and forehead at an alarming rate, transforming him into a creature reminiscent of the monkey. I gasped aloud, "The monkey corpse curse?" I never imagined this man would go so far as to transmute himself into the very embodiment of the curse. What is the monkey corpse, you may ask? It refers to a unique species of monkey found in the jungles of Southeast Asia, scientifically known as the Macaca fascicularis, also referred to as the long-tailed macaque. It possesses a vibrantly colored face and a notoriously aggressive temperament, particularly in males, who are robust and unafraid to confront adversaries, making them exceedingly rare. Some sorcerers believe they possess the ability to communicate with deities. Upon their demise, they decompose the body, extracting a small quantity of a reddish-white fluid, a mixture of blood and brain matter, along with a significant amount of semi-decayed hair, which they smear onto a living person. Through ceaseless prayers and incantations, the individual can transform into a mountain demon, endowed with unparalleled strength, capable of leaping great distances. In ancient times, malevolent sorcerers and religious figures often employed the remains of apes to create warriors for their altars, thereby upholding their authority. However, this practice is undeniably inhumane. Those subjected to such a transformation may live as ordinary individuals by day, but when the moonlight bathes the world in silvery glow, they are tormented by an unbearable itch in their 37,000 pores, their hair sprouting uncontrollably, their skin drenched in blood, suffering immensely. The only respite lies in opium, which leads to prolonged mental instability, and their lifespan dwindles to a mere 10 years. I have recorded this information in casual discussions and, out of curiosity, sought out references, only to find corroboration. No wonder this individual claimed that killing me would be a trivial task. As I gazed out the window, I hastily waved my hand, saying, "Uncle, please, do not rush. Allow me to speak the truth. I have already burned that book, per my grandmother's instructions. However, I still remember the contents, and if you require, I can recount them to you." Shouting this, I finally comprehended why this person had appeared before me. In the discussions of the 12 methods of suppressing mountains, there exists a passage by Luo 18 regarding the ritual of ape possession, which seemed quite feasible. I found it intriguing. Did it not evoke thoughts of werewolves? Thus leaving a profound impression on me regarding this sorcery. Yet, once this individual entered the state of possession, rationality was largely submerged by primal instincts, rendering any argument futile. What is instinct? This mountain demon, with its horse-like face, protruding nose, gaping maw, and sharp fangs, possesses a violent temperament and unpredictable nature, along with immense strength and aggression. Such traits, passed down through the blood magic, have become entrenched in the soul of the possessed, making it impossible for them to heed my attempts at negotiation or delay. In an instant, he lunged at me, akin to a catapult, and I barely managed to evade, stumbling to the side. Anxious and desperate, I scurried toward the door. A sudden gust of wind swept from my left, and I flinched, only to feel a searing pain on my cheek, inflicted by the claws of that monkey. Turning back, I caught sight of Duo hovering above the head of the deceased monkey, her eyes brimming with tears as she morphed into a fierce visage, opening her mouth wide to gnaw at it. A thought struck me. What species was she? The Tarsia, also known as the brain-eating monkey. This creature is no ordinary primate. Unlike typical monkeys that are omnivorous, it has a peculiar diet, favoring the brains of decaying corpses, and is renowned as a necrophagous primate, said to communicate with the underworld and devour spirits. Duo? No. I had already opened the door when I saw the lifeless monkey extending its dark claws toward her. Unable to contain myself, I kicked it back with surprising swiftness, sending it crashing against the wall. Before I could revel in my momentary triumph, a shadow loomed to my left. The elderly man in the state of possession had reappeared, his right arm thrusting straight towards me. At that moment, I was beyond the point of evasion. I slightly turned my body, allowing my back to absorb the impact. Bang! Before I could react, I felt the ferocious force of a heavy truck barreling towards me. In an instant, I was propelled through the door, crashing against the corridor wall. My vision blurred, and I teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, in this dire moment, if I were to succumb to darkness, I feared I would never awaken again. In the depths of despair, a flicker of fierce courage surged within me. I awkwardly slid down the wall, unaware of how many bones I might have fractured. Gripping tightly onto my Swiss Army knife, with all my might, I hurled it at the advancing beast before me. He tilted his head aside, and the knife whizzed past, embedding itself deep into the sofa behind him. He let out a furious roar, and debris from the wall cascaded down upon me. My stomach churned violently as blood gushed from my mouth, searing my lungs with pain. Blood streamed from my forehead, obscuring my vision. Amidst the crimson haze, I saw Duo helplessly rushing towards me, followed closely by the monstrous man. I had anticipated a fierce battle, yet I found myself utterly powerless, losing my fighting spirit in an instant. I recalled the golden silkworm within me, a master of poison, yet it was no miracle cure, only gradually enhancing my stamina, reflexes, and mental acuity, providing little support in this brutal encounter. How young and naive I felt, lamenting internally as I struggled to rise. A wave of agony coursing through my chest and back, threatening to plunge me into unconsciousness. At that moment, the man loomed just a step away from me. Was this how I would meet my end? I fancied I heard the voice of heaven beckoning, or perhaps it was an affected voice proclaiming, "You wretched creature, dare to defy? Allow me to subdue you." I turned my head slightly and beheld a man clad in a blue robe, brandishing a weathered peachwood sword as he lunged at the hairy brute. Then, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps, several voices shouting, "Police! Police!" and another cried, "What manner of monster is this?" A fresh wave of blood erupted from my mouth, yet my heart found a semblance of solace. Just as I began to relax, I caught sight of the porcelain doll that had tumbled to the ground during my fall, now crushed beneath a furry foot, oozing a small puddle of viscous oil. Then came Duoduo's piercing scream. In that moment, a surge of rage clouded my mind, my chest constricted in pain, my vision faded to black, and I heard gunshots before slipping into oblivion. The last fragment of my consciousness was, damn it. When I awoke again, the first thing that assaulted my senses was the sterile scent of antiseptic. This aroma gradually brought me back to reality. I opened my eyes to find myself in an ordinary hospital room, the edges of my vision obscured by bandages. Straining to see, I discerned several beds on either side. I attempted to rise, but found myself immobile, my entire body swathed in bandages, a neck brace encircling my throat, resembling a mummy. With all my might, I stirred up a bit of commotion. A stout nurse, who bore an ordinary appearance, approached me, gently lifting my eyelid with her hand, inquiring, "Ah, are you conscious now? Can you speak?" I replied affirmatively. However, as soon as I uttered a word, a searing pain ignited in my throat, akin to fire. Instinctively, I uttered, "Water." At that moment, a familiar silhouette rushed into my peripheral vision, and my hand was grasped tightly. A cascade of lustrous raven hair enveloped my line of sight, and a woman, sobbing softly, exclaimed, "Brother Liu, you've finally awakened." I recognized her voice as that of Xiao Mei. Summoning my strength, I called out again, "Water." My voice was hoarse, yet she understood and hurriedly fetched a glass of warm water, administering it to me sip by sip. A few more individuals entered the room, including Agan and 2 seasoned employees from my shop. They surrounded me, exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about my health. Though my mind was preoccupied, I merely responded to their concerns. Once the discomfort in my throat subsided, I inquired about what had transpired. Agan recounted that he had received my call that day and, without the slightest hesitation, alerted the authorities while rushing to the hotel at the South City station. Upon arriving, he met with the responding officers and, in a frantic rush, ascended to the 11th floor. As soon as they reached the corridor, they found me lying on the ground, while a Taoist priest was engaged in combat with a creature resembling a gorilla. The police, unable to apprehend the situation, fired shots that struck the beast. Faced with the escalating chaos, the creature injured 2 officers before fleeing the scene. Agan remarked that it was fortunate the officers were armed. Otherwise, that monster would have posed a significant challenge. Fled? I inquired, to which he nodded in affirmation. At that moment, a doctor, accompanied by the nurse, arrived. After a brief examination, he informed me that my physical condition was satisfactory, though I had fractured 3 ribs. Fortunately, my recovery was progressing well, and he assured me that I would be treated comfortably. I nodded, inquiring how long it would be before I could be discharged. He replied that I would need to stay for at least a month until my condition stabilized before I could return home to recuperate. I dared not ask if a fat worm had slipped from my body during surgery. I simply nodded silently. The doctor offered some comforting words before departing. I turned to Agan and asked how many days I had been unconscious and what the current time was. He informed me I had been in a coma for 4 full days, and when I was brought to the hospital, I resembled a corpse. They had even prepared for my funeral, but thankfully, the physician's skill had prevailed. We'll have to reward him generously, he added. I nodded, indicating that the expenses would come from me. Noticing Xiaomei's fatigued expression, I asked if she had not slept well in a while. She sweetly smiled and shook her head, insisting she was fine. A nearby staff member chuckled, saying, Xiaomei has had a good night's sleep in 3 days. She has been treating you like her husband. Xiaomei's cheeks flushed as she turned to scold him for his teasing. Grateful, I expressed my thanks to her, causing her to blush further. She stood and announced her intention to return home to prepare some soup for me. Given my fractured bones, she believed I should have lotus root and pork bone stew. We watched as Xiaomei exited, and Agan remarked that she was genuinely kind, treating me with the care one would expect from a future spouse. You should cherish her, he urged. I shook my head in silence, prompting Agan to grow impatient and ask if I was discontented with her educational background or if I resented her having had previous relationships. I must tell you, in this era, it is truly rare to encounter a girl as beautiful and virtuous as she is. I remained silent, unsure of how to articulate my feelings. To claim that I harbor no affection for Xiaomei would be deceitful. Such a youthful and lovely girl is undeniably a source of comfort for the eyes. She is not only stunning but also vibrant, kind-hearted, and diligent. Yet, I do not possess fervent feelings for her. Rather, I cherish her as a friend. Though we are not particularly close, engaging in a casual relationship is quite agreeable. However, her role in my modest business is significant, and I genuinely regard her as a friend, which makes any potential rift in our relationship quite troublesome. I inquired about the Taoist from that day. Upon noticing my reluctance to answer his question, Argon became a tad uncomfortable and curtly remarked that he was also hospitalized, having injured his hand. I asked if he could summon him for me, as I wished to speak with him privately. Initially hesitant, Argon reconsidered my other identity and recognized the urgency of the matter. He stood up and said he would fetch him. After Argon left, 2 seasoned employees of mine approached, revealing that the Taoist was quite the flirt, claiming to be my friend. During his hospitalization, we had been sending him meals, and he was often seen consulting nurses about palmistry, surrounded by a throng of admirers. By the way, the long-haired fellow I mentioned encountering at the foot massage parlor last time is indeed him. I nodded, acknowledging their information, and urged them to return to their duties, for the shop was busy. These 2 employees, seasoned in their ways, were somewhat lazy, spending most of their wages on indulgences. Nonetheless, they were decent folk, clever and chatty, adept at attracting business to the shop. I treated them well, often offering assistance, and occasionally lending them small sums of money, which they appreciated, perceiving themselves as my confidants. Upon hearing my words, they nodded and agreed to hurry back to share the news of Brother Lu's recovery with the others. A short while later, Xiaomei, the scruffy Taoist, entered wearing a hospital gown and with one arm in a sling. I gestured for Argon to wait outside, and he complied. Inside the ward, several patients were engaged in their own activities, either sleeping or playing on their phones, indifferent to our presence. Xiaomei pulled up a stool, performed a slight bow, and declared that Taoist Lu had finally awakened, thus alleviating a burden from his heart. I first expressed my gratitude for his life-saving intervention and then anxiously inquired about the status of my precious porcelain jar, as my foremost concern was Duoduo's safety. At the time of the jar's destruction, its contents had spilled, leaving Duoduo homeless and in a state of distress, crying out in fear. This scruffy Taoist, though lacking in magical prowess, certainly possessed keen observational skills and must have seen it all. He smiled faintly and remarked, "Taoist Liu, I never imagined you to be a disciple of the southern region's witchcraft, cultivating both the golden silkworm and nurturing the jade maiden. How extravagant! I am most humbled." I grimaced and pressed him for the details of what transpired. He shifted his gaze and replied that he had incurred considerable expenses in recent days and, having sustained injuries, found himself financially constrained. I offered to reimburse him. He continued that being in unfamiliar territory left him without a place to stay, and the Taoist Association would not take him in. I suggested he could stay with me. His face finally broke into a satisfied smile as he reached into his robe and retrieved an item. This is a palm-sized piece of dark red jade, blocky in shape, with a delicate and uniform texture, exhibiting a waxy to oily luster. Its edges are rounded, intricately carved with a depiction of the celestial dog devouring the sun, evoking an ancient charm, though the craftsmanship is rather rudimentary, lacking the finesse of a professional artisan. I expressed my bewilderment at its nature, to which Xiao Qiming proudly declared it to be his fateful jade. Although it is fashioned from a lower-grade type of jade known as Shuyan jade, it has undergone a thoughtful process. What process, you may ask? He revealed that upon his birth, an elder in his family had already fashioned this jade, meticulously calculating the auspicious timing. Just as he took his first breath, a strong bull was slaughtered within a 100-mile radius, its belly sliced open. While the blood was still warm and uncoagulated, the jade was mingled with the newborn's hair and fresh blood, then placed within the bull's abdomen, sewn shut, and buried beneath a rural path. After 3 years, upon retrieval, the jade bore markings reminiscent of soil, blood, and flowers, establishing a bond with the young Xiao Qiming. When worn, it bestowed upon him an astute mind and the ability to discern between yin and yang, granting him the strength of a bull upon reaching adulthood. I disregarded his fanciful tales and inquired directly about my daughter, Duo. Xiao Qiming placed the jade in the palm of my hand, urging me to attune to it. I calmed my mind and stroked the smooth, lustrous jade, instantly feeling a sense of familiarity. Before long, I could sense Duo's essence intertwined within the jade, as if she were slumbering, tranquil and serene. At that moment, a weight lifted from my heart, and I sighed in relief. However, Xiao Qiming expressed concern, prompting me to ask for clarification. He explained that he had worn this jade for over 20 years, devoutly seeking to understand the cosmos. Thus, despite the jade's nature, it was imbued with fresh blood, rendering it hot and yang, not a suitable long-term dwelling. Currently, he was employing a spell to lull the spirit. But this was not a lasting solution. Over time, the spirit would inevitably suffer, dissipating into nothingness. The vessel for her existence in this world had been destroyed and should have eroded. However, with my presence, I could offer temporary preservation of her essence. Yet to retain her, another vessel must be sought. I inquired if a porcelain doll would suffice as a new vessel. He shook his head, stating that such a method of binding spirits was rather crude and not in line with the authentic traditions of our culture. While it could be done, the spirit's remains, ashes, hair, and bodily essence had already been lost, rendering the creation of a new porcelain vessel meaningless. At this point, I pondered deeply, recalling the teachings from the 12 methods of exorcism, and asked if aged wood from an yin-associated tree could serve as a substitute. Xiao Qiming was taken aback, inquiring how I had come to understand his methods of spirit binding. Indeed, he affirmed, utilizing the heartwood of aged willow, catalpa, or locust trees, carved into talismans, would possess the ability to lock the soul, with locust wood being the most effective. I replied that this was manageable. If it were ginkgo, bald cypress, or other rare plants, I would find it quite challenging, but aged locust trees were plentiful throughout Dongwuching. I could easily contact a landscaping company to see if they could procure some. Xiao Qiming shook his head, asserting that I was mistaken. There are distinctions even among locust trees. The direction of feng shui, the age and shape of the tree, and environmental factors all directly influence its ultimate efficacy. If done correctly, it could solidify the soul and nourish the body. If mishandled, it could easily turn to ash. From a young age, I have delved into a peculiar tome, titled The 7 or 8 Sutras of Observing Mountains, and have gained considerable insights from it. A few days prior, I encountered a remarkable tree by the riverside, over a century old, with an extraordinary form that stirred my spirit and evoked a sense of destiny. Upon reflection, it is indeed of significance. However, that tree resides in a public area, bustling with passers-by, and under the watchful gaze of city management. Should I attempt to extract a core, I would undoubtedly face considerable obstacles. I have come to understand that when the scruffy fellow boasts excitedly, he refers to himself as Old Xiao, but when it comes to bargaining, he calls himself a humble practitioner, truly an irksome character. Yet, my concern for the safety of Dodo prevails, and I reluctantly concede to give him leverage, assuring him that he may proceed, and I, Lu Zhua, shall not forget his kindness, for even a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude in return. Upon receiving my promise, the scruffy fellow chuckled, exclaiming that we share a friendship forged in battle, questioning the need for such discussions. He then shifted the conversation, praising the scenery of the East official's domain, expressing his intent to stay for several days and, given our newfound familiarity, he would take up residence at my home. I clenched my teeth, retorting that this was understood. It was as if it were his own home, and any formality was unnecessary. After these exchanges, Xiao Qiming's demeanor shifted, and he inquired about how I had angered that sorcerer. He asked about the sorcerer's origins, remarking that those who could transform into wolves had lost their humanity, becoming monstrous. I dismissed his concerns, asserting that we were both knowledgeable individuals. Do not mislead me, for this is the descent of the ape corpse, first appearing in the ancient Indian Vedic tradition, Solomon's teachings, and is of ancient lineage. Furthermore, it is an ape, not a wolfman. You, a pioneer of our cherished Chinese culture, cannot be so enamored with Western tales. Have you watched too many Hollywood blockbusters? Xiao Qiming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, you possess such insight and yet have never encountered a monster? What defines a monster as deviation from the norm? Do you genuinely believe that all monsters resemble those from Journey to the West?" Having just awakened, I lacked the strength to argue extensively. So I addressed the crux of the matter. Upon learning that the individual in question was my master's uncle, he shook his head with a sigh. Lamenting the infighting among fellow disciples, a common occurrence everywhere, his tone laden with unspoken sorrow. He then inquired about the whereabouts of the 12 methods to suppress the mountains, a tome that had instigated a bloodbath within the martial arts community. I candidly replied that it had been burned, causing him great distress. He scolded me for being a prodigal, reproaching the loss of such a valuable work left behind by a predecessor. How could you allow it to be reduced to ashes? You fool. In the midst of our banter, he requested funding for our endeavor, stating there was no time to waste, and that he would venture out tonight, wounded, to procure the locust core for me. I hesitated to move forward, merely inquiring about the amount needed. He raised a finger, and I ventured, 100? To which he replied, 100 would suffice. I can pick up a broken branch to manage. I insisted he be direct, without riddles. He chuckled, stating, "Since we are so familiar, let it be 10,000. I retorted, "Is it truly so familiar that you would fleece me?" He raised his chin, feigning ignorance, leaving me no choice but to have my associate, a Jin, advance the funds while accompanying the scruffy fellow. Upon receiving the money, Xiao Qiming's eyes sparkled with delight, and he ceased his idle chatter, standing to bid me farewell. As he reached the door, he turned back, adopting a more serious expression, warning me that my penny-pinching master might come knocking again, advising caution. I replied, "Isn't that fellow supposed to be on the run?" He affirmed, "Indeed. But just because he has fled does not mean he will not return. It is essential to understand that you are his sole hope, if not for you. Whom else could he turn to? One must wonder how he became aware of the ancient tome passed down through generations that contains the remedy for the monkey corpse curse." I pondered, who knows? Reflecting upon the words of that scruffy individual, I found a sense of melancholy creeping in. As the crowd dissipated, I had scarcely found a moment of respite when Officer Ouyang arrived with 2 others. I closed my eyes and sighed, what a busy day. During the altercation, 2 officers sustained injuries, and 1 comrade remains in the hospital. Assaulting an officer is a grave matter indeed. Thus, this case garnered immediate attention, prompting a mobilization of law enforcement, assembling elite forces, and issuing extensive warrants. With the information provided by my shop staff, including Xiao Qiming, coupled with surveillance footage from the area on that day, the identity of the assailant was swiftly confirmed, igniting a fervent pursuit of the perpetrator. As the primary party involved, I remained unconscious for 3 days, oblivious to the world, and the police had nearly given up on me. However, possessing the golden silkworm goo, my life proved resilient, akin to a cockroach, and I regained consciousness. Upon notification, they promptly came to take my statement, lying in my hospital bed like a mummy. I recounted the events of that day, omitting the more peculiar aspects. After Officer Ouyang concluded his inquiries, he kindly reassured me to focus on my recovery and not to dwell on troubling thoughts, emphasizing the importance of continuing to contribute to society upon my discharge. Unable to nod, I bit my lip, causing a few tears to escape, a silent gesture of gratitude for Officer Ouyang's concern. Once these individuals departed, I found a modicum of peace. 3 groups of people had come and gone, with those in nearby beds casting furtive glances at me, engaging in hushed whispers regarding my plight. As a commoner, I did not expect the luxury of a private room. I simply closed my eyes to savor a fleeting moment of tranquility. In the stillness, I recalled the golden silkworm Gu within me. While it may not excel in combat, it is adept at aiding my recovery. I distinctly remember that on the day we first met, my cheap master uncle had placed a curse upon me, which has now entirely dissipated. As I thought of it, this little creature responded almost immediately, conveying that my injuries were too severe, and even with its utmost efforts, the path to recovery would be prolonged. It scurried within my body, sometimes eliciting sensations, while at other times, I felt nothing unusual. The area around my injured bones began to itch and tingle, and with my eyes closed, I sensed my bones growing and fusing together. This was the golden silkworm Gu stimulating my vital life force, aiding in a hastened recovery. However, relying solely on it, my restoration would undoubtedly remain a distant prospect. With formidable adversaries looming, I found little solace in remaining bedridden. I began to recall the section on shamanic medicine from the 12 methods. Shamanic medicine is indeed a facet of traditional Chinese medicine, originating from the southern regions. Some argue Tibetan, Mongolian, and shamanic practices also fall under this category. But that is beside the point. In ancient times, it was a crucial component in the propagation of divine authority. Nearly all religions utilized medicine as a primary means. As a text passed down through generations of shamans, the 12 methods contains numerous remedies and folk pharmacology. In truth, a masterful Gu cultivator, unlike my half-hearted self, must possess profound knowledge in pharmacology, as many Gu poisons are not tangible but rather viral and bacterial in nature. The corporeal manifestation of the life-bound Gu is exceedingly rare. The concoction of medicinal herbs, Gastrodia elata, South Star, clove, baiji, fresh white a, fong fong, and pig tooth soap forms a restorative broth known as the bone-setting and qi-nourishing decoction, which significantly aids in the recovery of lung injuries and fractured bones. I silently awaited Agon's return, hoping he would assist me in procuring the ingredients from the apothecary, as well as help me report my lost phone card. Observing my endeavor to self-prescribe, he expressed his concern, persistently inquiring about my condition. I reassured him that all was well, borrowing his phone to call home, where everything seemed in order. I then contacted my uncle, who hesitantly mentioned that a returning overseas Chinese had come seeking my grandmother, and he had foolishly sent them to me, insincerely asking if I was all right. It was evident that he too had faced some tribulations. However, diverting his troubles onto me was rather ungracious. I chose to disregard him and ended the call. It is often said that money facilitates matters. Having recently received a sum of 10,000 yuan, the following afternoon, Xiao Qiming arrived at my hospital room bearing a wooden plaque, measuring 3 fingers in length and width. It was intricately carved with exquisite motifs of golden children and jade maidens amidst auspicious clouds, retaining its natural wood hue, with corners adorned in crushed red jade. The edges were polished to a smooth finish, suspended by a red cord, and embellished with a Chinese knot, resembling a piece of art. I gazed at him suspiciously, questioning whether it was a mere trinket from a crafts shop. He chuckled, acknowledging the compliment, yet insisted that if I doubted him, I should visit the ancient locust tree by the river in the park after my discharge, for it would surely wither within a month. The essence of its life had been encapsulated in the core from which I had taken, leading to its demise. I remained unconvinced, yet resolved to verify his claim post-discharge. Xiao Qiming's injuries were not severe. He borrowed my family's keys and was discharged within days. Subsequently, the property management downstairs informed me that the long-haired lad often brought home dubious women for the night. Meanwhile, I remained confined to the crowded hospital room, listening to the cries of pain, snores, and flatulence of fellow patients, diligently recuperating. In my absence, with Agon preoccupied, the task of preparing the medicinal broth fell to Xiao Mei. She diligently packaged the herbs in a small thermos for me, while the soup varied daily. Hailing from Hunan, she was not particularly skilled in the art of soup making, yet learned from her landlord's sister, consistently managing to sate my hunger. Bored in my hospital confinement, I requested Xiao Qiming to bring my laptop, unlocking the password so I could delve into my research. The sole advantage of my hospitalization was the increased opportunity for Duo to absorb the essence of the heavens daily. After much tribulation, her spirit had weakened considerably. Since Xiao Qiming returned, the locust would plague to me, aside from my daily incantations and prayers. I allowed her to roam freely in the evenings to absorb the residual energies in the space. With each passing day, her spirit grew increasingly stable, leaving me uncertain whether it was the plaque's influence or the nourishment of heavenly essence. Days later, the bandage on my head was removed, revealing several scars on my face. Remnants of the monkey's attack. The doctor noted the wounds were toxic but healing well, hence shallow and not a cause for concern. With the plentiful medicinal herbs from the bone-setting and qi-nourishing decoction, my skeletal recovery was swift, and I could now turn over and rise from the bed with the assistance of a caregiver. A week later, one midday, Xiao Qiming arrived with 2 individuals. Upon entering, they bowed deeply, weeping and calling out to the heavens, their tears flowing freely. As I focused intently on the 2 individuals before me, I realized they were the 2 security guards from downstairs, one the captain and the other a rather inexperienced lad. Following the incident involving the theft of my beloved duo, these 2 had stubbornly denied any wrongdoing, refusing to provide information or cooperate, and stubbornly arguing their case, which infuriated me to no end. In a fit of rage, I cursed them openly and secretly directed the golden silkworm curse towards them, intending merely to teach them a lesson. However, I soon became preoccupied with other dealings and, after sustaining serious injuries, completely forgot about these unfortunate souls. The curse I had cast was a slow-acting one. Undoubtedly, they had begun to suffer its effects, writhing in pain, and were subsequently brought to me by Xiao Qiming. In my heart, I felt a flicker of relief, thinking how fortunate it was that Xiao Qiming was present, for otherwise, I would have unwittingly taken 2 lives, which would have been a grave offense against the heavens. Nonetheless, I would not admit to having cast the curse, and simply inquired about the situation. The security captain was already weeping, his face smeared with tears and mucus as he repeatedly bowed his head in remorse. Upon seeing my inquiry, he lifted his contorted yet handsome visage, tearfully pleading that they had erred and would never dare to repeat their mistakes, begging for my mercy. I feigned confusion, asking why I should show them mercy, as I had done nothing to warrant such kindness. He opened his mouth, revealing a horrific sight. His tongue was covered in large ulcers, his neck riddled with pus-filled sores, and his abdomen swollen to the size of a ball, emitting a foul odor with every breath he took. His lips were so swollen they turned inside out, causing him excruciating pain. I protested, feeling wronged, explaining that I had been in the hospital for over 10 days and had no opportunity to engage in such matters. Illness had confined me to this place. What use was it to seek me out? Hearing my words, their cries grew even louder, asserting that their hospital visit had been futile and lamenting their responsibilities to their families. The inexperienced lad slapped himself repeatedly, admitting he had been distracted by his phone that day and, in fear of punishment, had resorted to lying. His self-inflicted slaps only aggravated his mouth ulcers, and he wailed, tears streaming down his face. Other patients in the ward began to cast curious glances in my direction. I assured them that I was not to blame, claiming my earlier words had been uttered in jest, and I was astonished by their effectiveness. Therefore, I asserted, there exists a divine presence just above us, and one must act with a clear conscience. I had heard that with sincere repentance, even God would grant forgiveness. I advised them not to seek me out further and gestured towards the ethereal figure of the Taoist priest beside me, whom I highly recommended as a truly remarkable individual capable of providing assistance. Having said this, I instructed the golden silkworm curse to sever the poison within them, then exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Qiming. The seasoned streetwise Taoist, with a heart as clear as crystal, began to expound on the concepts of cause and effect, weaving a tale so intricate it was shrouded in mystery. Both men bowed their heads in agreement, and he escorted them out, returning to inquire about the remedy. I provided him with the necessary details, and he left satisfied, proposing an 80-20 profit split in light of his greater involvement. I closed my eyes and bestowed upon him a 4-character phrase, get lost. Once they departed, a fellow patient turned to me and asked, Little Lou, do you possess knowledge of the mystical arts? I remarked on my youthful ignorance regarding such matters, recalling an adept young Taoist I had once witnessed. He deftly lifted a yellow talisman with a wooden sword, which ignited spontaneously, leaving me in awe. One of my fellow patients gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how miraculous it was. Beside us, an elderly man with a broken leg scoffed, dismissing it as mere trickery, claiming the talisman had been treated with red phosphorus. I conceded the possibility, admitting that it did indeed seem deceptive. Their laughter echoed in agreement, insisting that it was all a ruse, pondering how such phenomena could exist in reality. I echoed their sentiments, questioning the plausibility. Just then, Duo made a face at me, mischievously blinking her eyes. Later that evening, Mr. Gu called. He had previously reached out to inquire about my health, and I had expressed my inability to honor our prior engagement. Understanding my predicament, he mentioned hearing from Argon about my condition, which confined me to bed. Upon our conversation, he immediately inquired about a child whose condition was deteriorating. Despite their desperate search for renowned doctors and experts, they had met with disappointment. The child's parents had learned of my connections and implored Mr. Gu to bring them to Dongguan, seeking my assistance. I was taken aback, noting the vastness of Hong Kong, teeming with gifted individuals and masters. Many of the esoteric texts I had been studying hailed from that region. It seemed improbable that no one could provide aid, yet they sought me. A mere villager from a small hamlet. Mr. Gu sighed, acknowledging the presence of skilled practitioners, but lamented their unanimous reluctance to intervene. He urged me to assist his longtime business associate, Li Jiahua, if I could. I assured him that while I could not promise a cure, I would be willing to see the child. Mr. Gu expressed delight at my willingness to help, smiling as he assured me that if successful, the remuneration would be substantial. I chuckled, remarking that if I were motivated solely by monetary gain, I would be a scoundrel. It was primarily due to Mr. Gu's esteemed reputation that I felt compelled to assist. He indicated he would set out the following day, prompting me to prepare, before contentedly ending the call. The next afternoon, as I immersed myself in the study of the 12 methods, I was startled by the door swinging open. A middle-aged man clad in blue trousers and a white shirt entered, accompanied by a young man donning gold-rimmed glasses, carrying valuable gifts such as bird's nest and shark fin, along with a floral arrangement. This middle-aged gentleman was none other than Mr. Gu Xianxiang, whom I had often mentioned, while his assistant, Qinli, stood beside him. I swiftly closed my computer and greeted, "Mr. Gu, you have arrived." I attempted to rise, but he promptly halted me, approaching with outstretched hands and expressing warm pleasantries. After a brief exchange, he delved into the matter at hand, informing me that his friend Li Jiahua, along with his wife and child, had arrived in Dongguan. He had come ahead, with them following shortly, and inquired where we could commence. I suggested the need for a private room. He surveyed the ward and remarked on Argon's lack of consideration, questioning how I could be accommodated in such conditions. He offered to arrange for a single room for me. I declined, emphasizing the importance of frugality in the early stages of my venture. The current arrangement sufficed. I encouraged Mr. Gu to secure an independent hospital room, where I would attend to the child. He instructed Qin Li to make arrangements while he sat down to engage in conversation with me, inquiring about the authenticity of the matters related to witchcraft. The hospital room was bustling with chatter, and I preferred to refrain from delving deeper into the subject, merely shaking my head to indicate my reluctance to discuss it further. He, being a perceptive individual, chuckled softly at my response and suggested we have a more thorough conversation on another occasion, thus refraining from pursuing the topic any further. Soon, the family arrived. I asked Qin Li to procure a wheelchair from the hospital, and with the assistance of the nurse and him, I was transported over. They were seeking a private room on the 15th floor. Upon entering, a refreshing fragrance of perfume enveloped me. It was afternoon, and the warm sunlight streamed through the bright windows, casting a golden hue. The room was a suite, and I first met the child's parents, both in their 40s. The father exuded a refined demeanor, while the mother was graceful and elegant, exhibiting considerable poise, though their faces bore signs of exhaustion. However, upon seeing me in the wheelchair, they appeared somewhat disheartened. Despite undergoing treatment for over 10 days, I was adorned with various splints from my injuries, a neck brace, and my face bore scars. Qin Li pushed me in wearing a patient-esque gown, my hair unwashed and greasy, giving off an unpleasant odor. My demeanor was neither particularly vibrant nor particularly poor, far from the aura of a transcendent individual. Mr. Gu introduced us, bestowing considerable praise upon me, weaving tales of my lineage from the Miao region and embellishing recent peculiar events to elevate my reputation. The man introduced himself as Li Jiahua, managing to maintain a polite greeting, while the woman, referred to as Mrs. Li, wore an expression that suggested skepticism, as if she regarded me as a charlatan. Undeterred, I inquired if I might first examine the patient. As I was unaware of her name, I could only refer to her as such. They agreed, and Qin Li wheeled me to the bedside. The wheelchair was adjustable, raised by about 50 centimeters, allowing me to see the patient clearly. Upon resting my gaze on the head of the bed, I was startled. A dark aura surrounded her. Lying there was a girl of about 15 or 16, with an oval face and a fringe reminiscent of a watermelon. Her cheeks were sunken, her eyes closed, and her long eyelashes quivered slightly, as if she were enduring immense pain. Cascading waves of golden hair lay scattered across the pillow. She was undoubtedly a strikingly beautiful girl. Yet at that moment her face appeared pallid and sickly, devoid of vitality, her lips dry and pale, marred by numerous sores. I attempted to rise for a better look, but found myself unable. I asked her parents if they could lift the blanket. Mr. Lee complied, revealing a delicate female form clad in a charming pink nightgown, her chest gently rising and her abdomen flat. I inquired if there were any signs of festering or sores on her body. Mrs. Lee replied in the negative, and I pressed further, asking what symptoms had manifested. She explained that the girl suffered from constipation and emaciation, refusing to eat, experiencing feverish episodes at night. Initially, these occurrences were spaced about 10 days apart, but they had become increasingly frequent, now manifesting every other day, causing her excruciating pain, necessitating that her mouth be restrained to prevent her from biting her tongue in despair. I asked if they had visited a hospital and what the doctors had said. The diagnosis was a viral infection, anorexia, and bodily weakness, followed by the discovery of stones within her system, which frequently shifted. I then inquired about Mr. Lee's profession. Mr. Lee and his wife exchanged a glance. Although he was not easily perplexed, he nonetheless explained to me that he was engaged in the business of gemstones and jewelry, frequently traveling between Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. He owned several chain jewelry stores in Hong Kong and had establishments on the mainland, notably in Shenzhen's Lu district. I remarked, "Surely you also have business in Malaysia," to which he appeared astonished and inquired how I knew. I speculated that he must have incurred the wrath of adversaries in Malaysia, and suggested that his daughter had fallen victim to a unique form of sorcery known as glass curse. What is a glass curse, you may wonder? I shall refrain from delving into its mechanics, but it is a hybrid method combining medicinal and spirit curses. Initially, the afflicted experiences loss of appetite and a pervasive sense of malaise. Subsequently, their digestive system deteriorates, leading to a gradual accumulation of crystalline shards within the body, resembling glass, ultimately resulting in the decay of internal organs and death, whether in a matter of months or, at most, a few years. Mr. Lee was visibly moved. He confirmed my insights, stating that during a recent medical examination, they had discovered glass-like formations in his daughter's stomach. Mrs. Lee was even more distraught, gripping my hand tightly and pleading for assistance in saving their daughter. I raised my hand to calm the agitated couple, explaining that many skilled practitioners in Hong Kong are reluctant to offer solutions for two primary reasons. Firstly, those capable of performing glass curses are often seasoned veterans or exceptionally gifted individuals, and it would be unwise to offend them. Secondly, the nature of this hybrid curse is complex, as it employs the caster's spiritual energy, resulting in a potent and malevolent residual force that can bring misfortune to those attempting to resolve it. Moreover, I cautioned Mr. Lee that the expert he had sought might not be as formidable as he presumed. With fervor, Mr. Lee grasped my hand and implored, "Master, can you break this curse?" Mr. Gu also chimed in, urging me to assist. I smiled and replied, "Mr. Lee, you have yet to disclose the identity of the individuals you offended in Malaysia. My understanding of these matters did not stem from books, but rather from my conversations with Xiao Keming, a somewhat eccentric practitioner. He had been visiting me frequently, engaging in casual banter. Once claiming to be the 78th generation disciple of the Qing sect of Miao, Xiao Keming, though of obscure origins, had traversed both the north and south, acquiring a wealth of knowledge and numerous intriguing tales, the veracity of which remained uncertain but served to broaden my horizons. The notion of the glass curse emerged during our discussions on the stone curse within the realm of sorcery. The stone curse is cast using any random stone, which is treated with a curse potion and placed on a path marked discreetly to avoid detection. When an unsuspecting passerby encounters it, the stone may embed itself within their body, initially remaining inert, but after 3 or 4 months, it becomes animated, causing severe constipation and ultimately leading to death within 3 to 5 years. While the symptoms of the glass curse and the stone curse share similarities, the former is deemed more sophisticated, requiring a combination of spiritual incantations. According to Xiao Keming, the art of casting curses originated in China, while the techniques of stone and medicinal curses trace their roots to the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, a region characterized by its humid climate and diverse flora and fauna, conducive to the growth of peculiar and potent substances. For instance, narcotics flourish in Yunnan and further south in Thailand. In truth, drugs lead to one's downfall. They are a dreadful precursor to ruin. Practices such as spirit possession and curse invocation have their roots in China and are intertwined with Taoist beliefs. The so-called evil sorcery arises from the presence of unscrupulous individuals within Taoism who assert that higher magical prowess equates to ascension. Consequently, numerous wandering Taoist priests have exploited the profound principles of Taoist arts to concoct various experiments that contradict Taoist philosophy, giving rise to practices such as ghost nurturing and curse invocation, ultimately straying into malevolent paths. Most of these individuals are charlatans masquerading as practitioners of the revered Miao tradition, and he is among them. Years have passed, and various sects claiming unity have proliferated, rendering it difficult to discern the merit of each. However, the true dissemination of curse invocation techniques has flourished primarily in Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, India, Myanmar, Vietnam, Australia, and other regions. Many religious figures there, including monks in temples, are skilled practitioners of curse invocation, gaining notoriety for their influence. In contrast, China has seen these nefarious practices undergo numerous purges, leading to their gradual decline, lagging behind places like Hong Kong and Taiwan. Of course, these practices ultimately lack the stature of profound arts like geomancy. Their rise or fall is merely a consequence of natural selection. Mr. Lee pondered for a long while and revealed that he had never visited Malaysia but may have offended a wandering monk from there. 6 months prior, he had taken his family to the stone quarry at Ma Mang Bay in Myanmar, where he gambled on stones and acquired a piece of jadeite, resplendent in its vivid green hue and transparent like glass, with a red, fibrous inclusion at its center resembling an eyeball, of considerable value. On his return journey, a short-clad wandering monk approached him, claiming the jade was inauspicious and represented the evil eye. The monk insisted that it should be offered before the Buddha, accompanied by prayers to dispel its malevolence before it could be worn. Mr. Lee, unimpressed by this extortion, chose to ignore him. The monk did not press further, instead clasping his hands in prayer and reciting a verse, warning that should misfortune befall Mr. Lee's family, he would realize the truth of his words, and could seek him at the Pone Temple in Kuala Terengganu, Malaysia. I inquired about the jade. He recounted that upon returning, he sought out a skilled designer to craft the jade into a necklace, which he gifted to his daughter for her 16th birthday. After the incident, he stored the jade necklace in a safe at East Asia Bank in Hong Kong. Upon finishing his tale, his face turned pale, and he asked if I could dispel the curse and whether he should return the jade necklace to the wandering monk. I replied that I had initially preferred to remain uninvolved. That monk was a formidable character, and I was but a humble individual, unworthy of provoking him. However, since this matter was entrusted to me by Brother Gu, who had once lifted me from obscurity when I was merely a struggling fast food vendor, I felt compelled to act. When Brother Gu speaks, I naturally do not hesitate. Thus, I shall attempt to lift the curse, and I will provide you with the outcome thereafter, if that is agreeable to you. Mr. Lee and his wife exchanged glances, and Mr. Lee finally said, "Very well, please proceed to assess the situation." He referred to me as master and spoke with great respect, clearly impressed by my actions. On the other hand, Boss Gu, buoyed by my subtle flattery, wore a satisfied smile, basking in the glow of his enhanced reputation. I told them to leave, as I desired solitude. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to exit, though Mrs. Lee hesitated, her concern evident, before being gently pulled away by Mr. Lee. The door clicked shut, and I was left alone with the girl on the hospital bed. The atmosphere was steeped in silence as I gazed at her. I knew she had been sedated and was lost in slumber. Yet, despite this, her features were marred by profound anguish, her teeth chattering in distress. She possessed delicate, elongated eyebrows and beautifully shaped lips, and for reasons I could not fathom. She reminded me of Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber, exuding a haunting beauty even in her frail state. Witnessing her in such a wretched condition drained any illicit thoughts I had harbored. Restricted in my movements, I could not linger on her visage for long. Raising my voice, I called upon the golden silkworm Gu's spirit to manifest, proclaiming its name in a formal manner, for such was the decorum required. To my relief, the plump creature, now familiar with me, did not hesitate to appear shortly, hovering above the bed, swirling in excitement, as if sharing a moment of mutual understanding. It was evident that this spell was a potent toxin. After circling thrice, the golden silkworm Gu descended into the beauty's mouth, its short, plump golden body wriggling as it began to enter her being. Watching the golden form vanish within her, an unsettling chill gripped me, a vague discomfort settling in my heart. Shortly after the Gu entered her system, A mass of dark vapor began to writhe above her head, flickering like a flame in the wind, its strength fluctuating. I understood that a fierce battle was unfolding within her. It was a critical moment where either force could triumph, while I held unwavering faith in the golden silkworm Gu. A thread of concern lingered regarding the resentment entwined around this girl. Thus, I caressed the chestnut-wood talisman with my left hand while wielding my sword with the right, commencing the incantation of the Three Realms King Heart mantra. With the ghostly eyes bestowed upon me by Duo, I could perceive that which normally eluded sight and keenly monitor the shifting dynamics of the dark vapor. Consequently, I could rhythmically adjust the intensity of my incantation to strike at the opportune moment. Before long, the girl began to cough violently. Black-red blood and mucus erupting from her mouth and nose, mingled with fragments of impurities and vomit, among which lay the remains of tiny insects, emitting a foul odor. Fearing these substances would obstruct her breathing, I hastily took a nearby blanket to wipe her face as she continued to cough. Suddenly, the dark vapor emitted a piercing, anguish cry, as if countless souls were entangled in torment, akin to a hellscape filled with wailing spirits. While I attended to her mouth and nose, my focus remained unwavering as I recited the incantation, my mental energy concentrated to its zenith. All the cries transformed into a sharp rebuke, consolidating into a singular point that suddenly pierced my forehead. Instantly, I ceased my incantation, inhaling deeply and focusing my mind. I uttered the sacred words, Ling Biao Tong, Xia, Jia, Xin, Lai Chi Chan. As the incantation escaped my lips, I remained as steadfast as a mountain, allowing the spatial energies to reverberate, causing the black mist to gradually dissipate. However, the most fundamental essence remained unfazed by this authority, directly imprinting upon my forehead. A thread of ominous energy coursed from my crown down along my spine, spreading to the soles of my feet, accumulating a chill within my heart. I leaned back, silently reciting the incantation to suppress and erase this mark. After a considerable duration, my frigid heart began to thaw. A modicum of malice was insufficient to disrupt my daily existence, yet it would leave an indelible mental impression. Should that itinerant monk possess formidable sorcery, he would undoubtedly sense this occurrence. This phenomenon is enigmatic, akin to the workings of a radio. Of course, he might only be acting sporadically, and from 1,000 miles away, it is unlikely he would seek retribution, provided I remain within my homeland. When would a laboring soul such as I ever venture abroad? At this juncture, the process of expelling the poison from the golden silkworm was nearing its conclusion. Through the lens of Duo's perspective, I observed this plump creature scuttling within the body of the girl before me, now pausing 3 inches below her navel, motionless. That location is the lower dantian, a crucial juncture within the digestive system. Ensuring it flows smoothly would avert any grave consequences. In less than 2 minutes, the golden silkworm emerged, suspended in midair, its golden body exuding a black-green viscous fluid that emitted a foul stench. Go wash, I instructed it, and it swam in circles, seemingly displeased, attempting to attach itself to my face. I glared at it, and it retreated obediently to seek water in the restroom. On the sickbed lay the girl, named Shuerue, her face smeared with vomit, and the gurgling sounds from her abdomen began to resonate. The vomit contained not only thick blood and remnants of food, but also numerous black fragments, which upon closer examination revealed themselves to be crystallized calcium and a conglomeration of minute worms. After I helped her clean up slightly, my hands were devoid of any clean spots. At that moment, her tightly shut eyes began to slowly open, bit by bit, revealing large, vacant pupils tinged with yellow. Her consciousness drifted momentarily as she gazed at me and softly uttered a phrase. Then, feeling a sticky sensation between her face and neck, she attempted to reach for it. I cautioned her not to move, as I was in the midst of treating her. Just then, her stomach emitted another sound, followed by a foul odor escaping from below. Her pale face flushed crimson, and biting her lip, tears welled up in her eyes. I pressed the bell, summoning Mr. Li and his wife, who had been waiting outside. As Mrs. Li assisted Shuerue to the restroom for cleansing, we exited the odoriferous ward, and I informed Mr. Li that the curse had been set. But his precious daughter had been deeply poisoned, with various bodily functions suffering to some extent. Recovery would be slow and require careful nurturing to gradually expel the toxins. I proposed a herbal remedy for dissolving the stone curse, which, aside from its role as a catalyst, also possesses restorative properties with specific targeting. Mr. Li listened attentively, reiterating the details to ensure they were recorded accurately. I once again reminded him of certain precautions and simple methods to ward off curses, emphasizing that he must never return to Malaysia. He nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mrs. Li emerged with delight, announcing that her daughter had successfully relieved herself, expelling a substantial amount of impurities, and her spirits seemed to improve slightly. Witnessing her daughter's recovery on the horizon, both of them expressed profound gratitude. It was then that Mr. Gu inquired whether any unforeseen incidents had occurred during the dispelling ritual, particularly regarding the transfer of curses previously mentioned. I offered a wry smile, acknowledging that I had indeed been marked. However, this posed no concern for me, as the distance of thousands of miles rendered me untroubled by any potential repercussions. Mr. Li grasped my hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, vowing to repay my kindness. I chuckled, assuring him that it was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of such concern. I urged them to hasten and check on Xuerui, advising them not to leave her alone, as the expulsion of those parasites and shards could undoubtedly frighten a young girl. Mrs. Li mentioned that her daughter felt embarrassed and had sent her away. I further suggested that Xuerui, being in a weakened state, should not be subjected to unnecessary strain and would be best off recuperating in the hospital for a while. Mr. Li acknowledged this, expressing relief that I would be there to oversee her care. I humbly accepted their gratitude, feeling somewhat fatigued, and proposed returning to my hospital room for rest. They promptly agreed, with Mr. Gu personally escorting me back. Along the way, he could hardly contain his laughter, occasionally patting my shoulder and proclaiming that I had brought honor to him. I remained silent, weary in body and spirit, my eyelids growing heavy. Upon returning to my room, I received a call from Agan, who informed me that a large blood handprint had suddenly appeared on the wall of the main store on Commercial Street. Although Agan seemed unconcerned, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The emergence of a blood handprint on a wall is reminiscent of a scene in Mr. Jin Yang's novel, The Return of the Condor Heroes, where the heartbroken nun, Li Macho, displayed her murderous tendencies, a declaration of her confidence in her own prowess. However, in the realm of reality concerning witchcraft and curses, such blood handprints indeed exist. Their origins trace back to the tribal strongholds of early southern frontiers, where human life was a valuable resource that should not be squandered. If two clans, each possessing shamans or witch doctors, bore animosity towards one another, they would imprint a bloody handprint at the entrance of the rival village, by the well, or beside a dwelling as a warning. Subsequently, both sides would engage in a battle of curses, where the vanquished would face annihilation, while the victors would reap both population and wealth. This blood handprint serves a similar purpose to the act of tossing white gloves in a duel among gentlemen in the West. However, unlike such straightforward confrontations, the art of witchcraft is seldom characterized by overt conflict. Most practitioners remain hidden from sight throughout the ordeal. This was a challenge posed by my arrogant master. At that time, I remained confined to the hospital, having begun some rehabilitation training, yet the notion of actively engaging in a battle of curses was nothing short of fanciful. Truth be told, if possible, I would rather relinquish that cursed book to my frugal master in exchange for peace. However, the world is often far from simple. I entrusted him with a task, and he might think, I can do that too. Would I seek vengeance against him? If so, why not eradicate the root of the problem first and resolve this troublesome matter? Originally, there was no animosity, yet now it seemed that violence was inevitable. This is the chain of suspicion, a weakness inherent in human nature. After pondering for a moment, I immediately called the scruffy fellow, who was presumably enjoying life somewhere unknown, asking him to keep an eye on things at the shop. The voice on the other end was somewhat noisy, with occasional women's voices in the background. Yet he readily agreed, albeit hesitantly, mentioning that he was a bit tight on funds lately. I reassured him, saying I would lend him 10,000 to tide him over. He was elated, exclaiming that it was a worthwhile expenditure to have such a skilled individual as his bodyguard. I then reached out to Officer Ouyang to inform him of the situation. That evening, Mr. Li arranged for me to transfer to a premium private room, adjacent to his daughter Xuerui. I accepted without hesitation, enjoying the comfort it provided. During the night, he broached the subject of compensation, which I declined, insisting it was merely a small favor and that Xuerui's condition had not yet improved. He remained silent, gripping my hand tightly. I found myself troubled by the lurking figure of my supposed master uncle. Although I still did not know his name or origins, he had successfully planted a thorn in my heart, leaving me restless and uneasy, as if something were lodged in my throat. I wondered, after so many days, could this old man truly be unaware of my presence in the hospital? Why hadn't he come to find me directly, instead opting to leave some bizarre blood imprint at my shop? In the evening, Xiaomei continued to bring me meals, this time She had prepared a light soup of tremella and lotus seeds. I informed her not to come by for a few days, but she dismissed my words with a smile, teasing me about having a crush on the young daughter of the big boss. I retorted, claiming that her bosom was not as ample as Xiaomei's. Xiaomei blushed and turned away, falling silent. I realized I had spoken thoughtlessly, and as soon as the words left my mouth, I felt regret. She turned back to me, suddenly asking if I liked her. For a moment, I was tongue-tied, stammering before finally admitting, "With your beauty, how could I not?" I refrained from voicing the but that lingered on my lips, only to be enveloped tightly in her embrace. Her body was soft and full, and the scent of her shampoo lingered in her tousled hair as she buried her head against my chest, sobbing quietly, her tears soaking my hospital gown. Her cries softened my heart, much like a tissue soaked in water. We sat in silence afterward, nestled closely together. Xiaomei expressed feelings she had long harbored and bravely acted upon them. In that moment, she must have felt blissful. As for me, holding this familiar and beautiful girl in my arms, enveloped by her warmth and delightful fragrance, stirred within me a sense of being cared for and anticipated, compelling me not to let go. In that instant, I believed I, too, should feel happy. Yet, if life could rewind, I would have preferred to be resolute and sever the emotional ties between Xiaomei and myself. Days passed, and I remained vigilant. Yet the old man who claimed to be my master uncle had seemingly vanished into thin air. The police investigation continues, albeit with diminishing intensity. Dongguan, a city with a floating population in the millions, presents a formidable challenge in locating an individual, particularly since he is not classified as a grade A wanted criminal by the Ministry of Public Security. Life persists, reminiscent of scenes from certain television dramas. As a city transitions from darkness and silence to a dazzling display of lights within mere seconds, my neighbor, the Hong Kong girl named Shui Rie, has begun to show signs of recovery. After several days of sporadically expelling toxins, she ceased to experience diarrhea on the fourth day, and with the venom dissipating, her spirits have notably improved alongside an increase in appetite. Mr. Li, preoccupied with his business, returned to Hong Kong on the fifth day after ascertaining his daughter was largely unharmed. Though Mrs. Li voiced her complaints, her smile grew increasingly frequent. She often visits me to converse and seek advice on various matters. I answer when I can, and choose to remain silent when I cannot. Mrs. Li recounted numerous stories about her daughter, describing her as once vivacious and spirited, prone to mischief like a boy. However, since being afflicted by the curse, her demeanor has drastically shifted, rendering her timid and sensitive, and she has developed mild depression. Furthermore, her physical condition has deteriorated, causing her vision to decline to the point where she can only discern objects nearby. She encouraged me to engage with her daughter, to offer her support and encouragement. I agreed, yet each time I visited, Shui Rue averted her gaze and remained silent, perhaps recalling her own dire experience and feeling shy. Seeing her at 16, I was reminded of my own youth, when I was somewhat fearless and naive. With merely a few hundred yuan, I ventured south to seek refuge with fellow townsfolk, only to misremember the address. A poor boy from the countryside, I wandered through a bustling city, timid and fearful, scarcely able to speak. Clad in a tattered school uniform, a rather peculiar sight for that time, I felt akin to a strayed dog in the city, lonely and helpless. Those days were indeed unforgettable, yet they forged a resilience within my character. Later, as I observed young girls in Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas or gossip magazines, who seemed to change boyfriends as easily as one might change clothes, I felt a twinge of foolishness for my innocence and lack of worldly experience. However, upon gazing into Shui Rue's pure and unblemished eyes, such thoughts dissipated. The world is filled with a myriad of individuals, and to generalize would perhaps be unfair. Neither of us spoke. Instead, I recited scriptures. The scruffy little boy staying at my house brought me my MP4. My memory has improved, and though I had already memorized the content, I still relished the act of reading, finding renewal in revisiting old knowledge. The annotations of the 12 Methods of Suppressing Mountains by Luo Shiba are quite eclectic, encompassing some Buddhist texts, albeit incomplete and often taken out of context. Thus, my previous recitations were mere reproductions. Now, as I recite, she seems entertained, her bright, slightly yellowish eyes fixed upon me, shimmering with curiosity. As I read aloud, I quickened my pace, feeling a tickle in my cheeks. The scratches on my face are scabbing over and beginning to heal. Like my uncle, I bear scars on my left cheek, and I take a peculiar pride in joining the ranks of those with battle scars, embodying the visage of a formidable man. The progression of my relationship with Xiao Mei has been remarkably swift. In a certain sense, it can be described as a natural unfolding. Xiao Mei's visits to the hospital have become increasingly frequent. Fortunately, the business at the jewelry store has entered a lull in November, and Argon has not raised any objections. Xiao Mei has distributed our candy to everyone, many of whom have come bearing blessings, while jealousy has also been present. I remain somewhat incapacitated. Yet I am at least capable of self-care, even managing to visit the restroom without assistance. Having a private room has its merits. At least I need not worry about the exposure of Jin, Kingu, and Duo. If one were to identify the happiest among us during this time, it would undoubtedly be Duo. The little creature has thrived, nourished by the spirits of those who have passed away in the hospital. Notably, she can now wield a fruit knife. While the weight of a fruit knife may not exceed that of a broom, its significance is altogether different. In discussions regarding warfare, it is noted that weapons can be treacherous. The spirits of the departed can often deceive the hearts and wills of the living. However, not all can wield a spear or engage in battle. Those with unwavering resolve are seldom afraid and thus do not encounter malevolent spirits. Only those plagued by inner turmoil are frequently misled. Ghosts exploit human frailties, fearing true annihilation, instinctively wary of weapons. Often, those who have descended from battle, having taken lives, possess a ferocity that can subdue spirits. Yet, some spirits transcend this instinctual fear. Such entities are termed vengeful or malevolent spirits. I am filled with joy. For Duo's backpatting skills have finally gained strength and finesse, akin to that of an ordinary person. As another week has leisurely slipped by, I find myself wishing to encapsulate these tranquil days with phrases like the fleeting passage of time or the white horse galloping through a narrow gap. When one is idle, the mind tends to wander, perpetually yearning for something stimulating and extraordinary to transpire. Yet, when events do occur, one cannot help but long for those serene and beautiful moments. Just as I believed the matter had faded into the past, convinced that the blood handprint was merely a jest and that life flowed like water, gently drifting away. One evening I received a call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end, a deep voice belonging to an elderly man resonated. Did you think this matter would truly pass so easily? At the time of the call, I was reciting an excerpt from the heart mantra of Vajrasattva for Shiwerue, feeling a sense of calm and elation. Suddenly, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over me. I coldly replied that I had followed my grandmother's advice and had turned that book to ash. If you seek the solution to the matter of the monkey's corpse, I shall share it with you at once, but I implore you to cease pursuing me. I am not part of your world. I simply desire a modest life filled with the warmth of family. He let out a cold laugh, remarking that the police were searching for him everywhere, and he had no intention of letting me go. I chose silence, fearing that speaking might provoke him into dangerous actions. Noticing my reticence, he chuckled, a chilling sound that sent a shiver down my spine. He uttered 2 statements before hanging up. The first revealed that the monkey he had brought had been killed by the police. My wife is with him. Urging me to contemplate seriously, has the 12 gates of suppression been destroyed? I clutched my phone, nearly crushing it in my grip. I promptly called Xiao Mei, but her phone was turned off. Anxiety gripped me as I inquired at the shop and learned that Xiao Mei had gone home at 4:30 in the afternoon. That foolish girl. She intended to bring me a meal. I contacted Xiao Mei's sister, who informed me that Xiao Mei had left for the hospital half an hour ago. She asked me what was wrong, but I remained silent, my heart sinking. Shiwerue also inquired about my distress, and I shook my head, returning to my room in the wheelchair. As I drew back the curtains, the November sunset streamed through the glass, warm and inviting, a prelude to the impending cold of night. Gazing at the city bathed in golden light, I pondered whether I had become estranged from this mundane world. The veil of gentle warmth was being lifted, revealing a bloody reality that awaited me. Evading this truth was certainly not the optimal choice. A chilling wave of murderous intent surged within me towards that master uncle, as frigid as winter's ice. After a moment of solitude, a knock at the door interrupted me. Mrs. Lee entered, concerned that Shiwerue had upset me, as the child had been crying incessantly. I sighed and explained that the residual effects of Shiwerue's condition had been addressed, but the remaining recuperation and subsequent treatment were beyond my capabilities. It would be best to facilitate her transfer to another hospital. She expressed surprise, questioning why a transfer was necessary when things seemed fine. I revealed that an enemy had come to confront me, a deranged individual who had kidnapped Xiao Mei, and I feared for their safety, urging immediate preparations for departure. Mrs. Lee had never encountered such a situation. After a few hurried inquiries, she hastily left to arrange for the transfer. I immediately called Officer Ouyang to report Xiaomei's abduction. He assured me he would promptly inform his superiors and initiate a specialized operation to apprehend the individual, nicknamed Wolfman. He advised me to remain calm and to avoid alarming the suspect. I acknowledged his guidance, hoping they would maintain a low profile to prevent the man from becoming desperate and harming Xiaomei. Next, I contacted Xiao Qiming, seeking any potential solutions. Despite being somewhat unreliable, a greedy and lecherous Taoist, he was generally sincere, and I held a measure of trust in him. He responded without delay, assuring me not to worry, as he would employ the secret tracking techniques of Miao to uncover the truth, promising results. His bravado, however, diminished my initial confidence in him. I then settled by the window, silently watching the sun descend into the steel forest. Xuerui, pushed in her wheelchair by her mother, came to bid me farewell. Our exchanges were minimal, and she hastily penned a few words. She asked, "Master Luzhua, may I touch your face? I can't see you anymore." I consented, and she stretched out her hands, first touching my nose, then tracing the scar on my face. "Why are you crying?" she inquired. "I'm not crying. The sunlight is just too bright," I replied. She chuckled. "You're lying. It's night now." Then she asked, "Can I become your apprentice?" I responded, "No." "Why not?" she pressed. I expressed my sentiments, suggesting that my days might be numbered, for I have amassed numerous enemies who seem to emerge unexpectedly, akin to weeds that sprout anew after being cut down, quite vexing. She responded by stating her intention to seek out a master in metaphysics, hoping to learn from an expert who could assist me upon her return. She inquired whom I would recommend. I confessed my limited acquaintances, suggesting by Hemming, whose writings are plentiful, or alternatively, Huang Yi, whose works I have also perused. She agreed, noting that the name Huang Yi suggested a higher level of mastery. Thus she would choose to study under him. Hearing her earnest declaration eased my heart somewhat. Mrs. Li soon arrived, urging haste, for she was already aware that the individual responsible for my hospitalization had returned seeking vengeance, causing her considerable distress. In her eyes, I had perhaps already attained a degree of prowess, as anyone capable of inflicting such harm upon me must be exceptionally skilled. The higher one ascends, the more one fears death. Now, enjoying wealth and safety, with her daughter recovering from a serious illness, she naturally had no time to linger with me. We bid farewell, and while Xuerui appeared reluctant to depart, Mrs. Li did not look back. I smiled upwards, watching Xuerui leave, contemplating how long it would be before she stepped out of the greenhouse, transforming into a woman of intellect and beauty, yet grounded in reality, much like her mother. To be candid, I prefer her present self, yet this world rarely resembles a fairy tale. That night, I discovered a deposit of 500,000 in my industrial and commercial bank account. This was Xuerui's medical fee. Simultaneously, Mrs. Li had settled my hospitalization expenses, leaving me with enough funds to remain in this luxurious ward for 3 months. Not long after Mrs. Li's departure, Officer Ouyang arrived in civilian attire, confirming the news of Xiaomei's disappearance. He mentioned that a plan had been devised to seize the werewolf using this opportunity. He also informed me that the special police unit stationed nearby had been alerted, with 2 teams of snipers on standby. I insisted on a precise strike, targeting either the head or the heart, as any lesser wound would not suffice. He chuckled, suggesting that I had perhaps watched too much of Resident Evil. I scrutinized him, my expression stiff, and queried whether he desired a demonstration of matters beyond science. He shook his head vigorously, insisting that it was unnecessary, as we had already contacted Ma Haiba, a colleague from my hometown's county. He had mentioned my situation, thus there was no need for further attempts. I maintained a stern demeanor, expressing my disdain for the lack of discretion. He hastily reassured me, urging calm, stating that this was for my own benefit, as the higher-ups had expressed a desire to appoint me as a consultant for our bureau. Consequently, they would cooperate with me on any matters. Regarding Ma Haiba, he was also part of the system. While friendships exist, so too do disciplinary measures, and he was constrained in what he could do. I questioned the relevance of such discussions, stating that my focus was not on exacting revenge against that scoundrel, but rather on rescuing Xiaomei first. We then deliberated, both feeling a sense of frustration. The werewolf, whom I shall refer to as such, was elusive and possessed a keen sense of evasion, making him exceedingly difficult to locate. The only way to draw him out was through my own efforts. After discussing various matters, he handed me a button, claiming it was a tracking device that would allow them to locate me at any time. With that, he departed decisively. Our conversation lasted a mere 10 minutes. I tossed the button in the air and caught it. This is the fabled tracker. I never anticipated that such a device would find its place in the unremarkable tapestry of my life. Yet, compared to its portrayals in American dramas or Hollywood blockbusters, it seems to belong to a bygone era. I examined it for a moment before tucking it into my pocket. Tonight, it appears, will be drenched in blood. The night is shrouded in darkness. November 21st, 2007, 10:32 p.m. Auspicious for engagements, alliances, sacrifices, blessings, while prohibiting marriages, business openings, house moving, and relocations. I received a call from yet another unfamiliar number. The Wolfman instructed me to wait for him at an industrial park in the South City. I flatly declined his request. For, in this present moment, thanks to him, I am a disabled individual incapable of even walking, confined to a wheelchair. Where could I possibly go? He seemed taken aback and inquired about my condition. I replied that I am human, not part of your circle. I have sustained injuries, fractured ribs, and must recuperate after all. A broken bone takes 100 days to heal, and I am no exception. He fell silent and suggested I wait for him in the hospital parking lot. I asked when, as my caregiver was off duty. If he wanted me to wait now, I would have to find someone to assist me downstairs. Otherwise, would he kindly come up? Rest assured, there are no police around here. He did not respond, and I assumed he had hung up. Oddly enough, after calling out a couple of times, he finally answered, "Damn, do you think I'm a delivery person?" He then added, "You haven't called the police, have you?" I asked about Xiaomei, wanting to confirm her safety through a conversation with her. He agreed, and within seconds, her voice came through the phone, crying and pleading, "Luzwa, save me, Luzwa, please come to save me." I offered her some words of comfort before the phone was snatched away. The Wolfman uttered a terse command, "See you in 10 minutes." He hung up, and I heard the sound of an approaching car. I retrieved my MP4, which contained photocopied materials on the 12 methods, palm-sized, and deleted key sections, such as notes on the corpse-controlling techniques and certain methods of crafting talismans. I then laid it aside, pocketed it, and awaited patiently. 10 minutes later, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. He was tall and slender, in his 50s, bearing the marks of weariness and hardship. Clad in a worn red-down jacket, with traces of dirt on the sleeves and pockets, he held a piece of paper. Upon seeing me in my wheelchair by the window, he glanced at the room number and, rubbing his hands together in a manner suggestive of ingratiation, asked, "Are you Mr. Luzwa? I was sent by your uncle to assist you downstairs." His speech was labored and hesitant, marked by a thick Sichuan accent, his eyes instinctively cast downward, emanating a sense of inferiority, unable to meet my gaze. He was neither the Wolfman nor my cheap master uncle, evidently. That fellow was wary of ambush and had sought out another person. I scrutinized him, recognizing that look all too well, the same gaze I often encountered on middle-aged men in sweat-stained work attire aboard buses or in front of KFC, where emaciated girls watched the diners and fried chicken with longing. The lonely old bachelors on the pedestrian streets, inhaling deeply as attractive women passed by, were often my fellow townsfolk or shared a similar background to mine. They wandered through the corners of this city, gazing at the opulence surrounding them, struggling and striving to survive. Their present echoes my past. My heart softened involuntarily as I said, "Yes, it's me. Where shall we go? Where is my uncle?" Upon my affirmation, he appeared exceedingly pleased and replied, "He is downstairs, just downstairs. After exiting the hospital, turn left, cross the overpass. There's a patch of grass where he will be waiting for you." I responded, "All right. Could you assist me by pushing me?" He rubbed his hands together and approached. His face flushed, saying, "Please, do not call me uncle. I am merely a countryman and unworthy of such a title. Just call me Old Wang." I replied, "I am also from the countryside. You are much older than I am, so you can bear it." He chuckled, opened his mouth as if to utter something complimentary, but found himself at a loss for words. I asked him to fetch my coat, and then he helped me walk outside. In the corridor, a nurse inquired, "Why are you going out now? Does the doctor know? Who is this person?" I replied, "He is my uncle, pushing me out for some fresh air. We will return shortly." The nurse, familiar with the scruffy-looking fellow, seemed to have a personal connection, perhaps due to old Zhao's reputation, or perhaps because I was a patient in a private ward. After exchanging a few words, she ceased her inquiries. I asked Old Wang if my uncle was alone and if he had any instructions. Old Wang hesitated momentarily, then replied, "Just by himself." I nodded and refrained from further questioning. While in the elevator, he was unsure how to operate the buttons, so I instructed him on where to press and how it worked. He did so cautiously, as if the illuminated buttons were akin to a newlywed bride, displaying a childlike curiosity. In the elevator, I asked him if he had never seen one before. He answered that he had. But the ones on construction sites were vastly different from this opulent version. The latter was quite luxurious, while the former was merely a framework. I expressed disbelief, asking how long he had been in the South without encountering such elevators. He chuckled, stating he had seen them but never ridden in one. He had, however, been on a supermarket escalator once, which made him somewhat dizzy. I laughed, explaining that the principles were the same. As we neared the first floor, he suddenly asked, "That person is not your uncle, is he?" I smiled and replied, "How did you know?" He said, "Do not underestimate me as a countryman. I am not a fool. What uncle seeks out his nephew by hiring someone to find him, especially to meet in the cold outside? It's far more comfortable inside with the air conditioning." I inquired what my uncle had said. Old Wang recounted, "Your uncle mentioned that if you called, he would take you to the grassy area. If you did not call, he would escort you out of the hospital building to the back of the comprehensive building, near the garden. If not, he suggested I return you. I sense that your uncle is not a good man. I cannot assist in wrongdoing." I said, "Just take me to the side of the comprehensive building. It's fine." Upon exiting the building, a brisk wind greeted us, and despite donning my coat, I felt a chill and tightened it around myself. I noticed that old Wang's red-down jacket was ill-fitting, too bright, with some feathers peeking out from the sleeves, clearly a garment picked up from someone else. When we reached the corner of the comprehensive building, I said, "All right, this is good." He protested, "This won't do. First, I haven't delivered you properly, and second." I laughed and asked, "How much did he promise you?" Old Wang replied, 50. I took 100 yuan from my bag and handed it to him, urging him to leave. He was a common man, likely a pillar of support at home, and I did not wish for him to encounter any misfortune. Old Wang, flustered and red-faced, hesitated to accept the money. I placed it firmly in his hand, saying, "Now go, quickly." He took the money and said, "Thank you, Mr. Liu." I chose not to respond and continued my forward journey. I imagined that if he looked back, he would surely find it peculiar that my wheelchair seemed to move on its own. In truth, a ghostly figure was discreetly pushing me from behind. The wheelchair rolled along with a clatter. The night was dark and somber, the opulent buildings standing tall behind me as I entered the garden. Despite the frigid winter air, I could distinctly feel the chill enveloping me. I refrained from glancing around, allowing Duo to silently guide me to a stone table in the garden. This was an area cultivated by the hospital for patients to stroll and recuperate. During the spring and summer, it would undoubtedly be adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery. Even in autumn, the osmanthus would bloom, filling the air with its delightful fragrance. Alas, it was winter now, with the cold wind howling and the flowers withered, leaving only a few evergreens swaying their branches under the distant glow of the lights, casting an even more somber mood upon my heart. I sat quietly at the stone table, waiting. Approximately 10 minutes later, a figure emerged from the darkness. I gazed at him and remarked, "You have finally arrived." He replied that he had been there for quite some time, checking for the presence of any police or that scruffy Taoist. I said there was no one, and he nodded in agreement. I expressed my desire for peace, stating that if he sought that thing, he could take it, for it was of no use to me. Additionally, I suggested he introduce himself properly, rather than taking advantage of me and having me call him Shirshu. He chuckled, acknowledging that he truly was my Shirshu, but added that if I preferred, I could call him Wang Luaha or simply Lao Wang. He inquired if I had brought the book and where it was. I asked about my wife, and he insisted that he needed to see the book before he would release Xiaomei. I scrutinized him, observing his cold, grotesque smile. His face lined with deep wrinkles, crooked mouth, and slanted eyes, so repulsive that it stirred a feeling of nausea within me. After a prolonged silence, I sighed and said, "Since you have mentioned our familial connection, why must you make this so difficult for me? If you want the book, just take it. Why treat it like capturing a spy? Is this amusing in any way?" He furrowed his brow and muttered a few phrases that I couldn't comprehend. But having watched Thai dramas, I recognized it as their language. After he spoke, he clapped his hands, and from the flower bed in the west, a graceful figure slowly approached. I focused my gaze and realized it was Xiaomei. However, instead of feeling joy, I found myself gritting my teeth and demanding, "What have you done to her?" Indeed, the figure was Xiaomei, dressed in matte blue jeans, a pink cashmere sweater, and a light-colored shawl. She appeared as lovely as ever. Yet something was amiss. Her movements were stiff, her head held low, and she walked slowly, as if a puppet being controlled by unseen strings. In an instant, my heart surged with fury as I glared at him, exclaiming, "You dare to turn Xiaomei into a zombie?" He smiled, raising his hand, and Xiaomei slowly approached him. Her complexion pale, rigid, and expressionless. Her eyes appeared more white than black, her lips pressed together, and the corners turned downward, devoid of color. This familiar yet beautiful visage bore an expression that was alien to me. I gritted my teeth, feeling tears incessantly welling up in my eyes. I could not cry. Could not allow Wang Luoha to witness my vulnerability. Yet, the weight of guilt surged within me like the relentless Huangguoshu waterfall. Wang Luoha wrapped his arm around Xiao Mei's waist, reveling in my despondency, and laughed, saying, "Open your eyes wide and take another look." My hands clutched the armrests of the wheelchair tightly as I beheld Xiao Mei, now ensnared by this lecherous old man. Her expression was blank, her gaze level, and near her ears, the skin bore a dark hue. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I asked, "Have you released the wasp galls?" He laughed triumphantly, responding, "Indeed." "How about that? Her life or death rests in your hands. Choose whether she lives or dies." I gritted my teeth, feeling pain radiate from my jaw. Could it be that there truly were wasp galls? What are wasp galls? They are merely minuscule organisms, pathogens, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Known by many names such as zombie worms or puppet worms. Their primary effect is on insects, most commonly associated with bees from the primitive jungles of South America. These bees, once infected by wasp galls, can still be controlled by bioelectricity after death, attacking living creatures. Thus, unscrupulous sorcerers and alchemists seek these pathogens. Experimenting with corpses to create animated bodies, commonly referred to as zombies. Once created, these beings instinctively attack the living, devouring flesh and blood. And their creator can command them through specific audio frequencies. The process of crafting these wasp galls is intricate and rare, and once a zombie is damaged, it becomes useless. This rumor has long persisted. There is truth to it, yet it is far less exaggerated than depicted in later television dramas, and it is not contagious. It bears resemblance to the corpse transportation practices in regions such as Xiangxi, Yuanling, Luxi, Qinxi, and Shupu, yet they are not the same. We shall discuss this further later. I remarked that just over 20 minutes prior, I had spoken with Xiao Mei over the phone, and now she had transformed. It turned out she had been infected by wasp galls, which, once entering the body, parasitized the brain, rendering one like a marionette, a vegetative state. According to the principle, wasp galls are also a form of poison. My grandmother had claimed that this fat worm within me was the king of all poisons and, in theory, could counteract them. However, I harbored a doubt. My grandmother was merely a shaman from a remote Miao village, having never ventured beyond our county in her lifetime, while I, having wandered far and wide, knew the vastness of this world. How could she dare to make such a bold claim? Was my grandmother truly so arrogant? I could not ascertain, nor did I dare to gamble with Xiao Mei's life. This young woman had entrusted her heart to me. How could I not cherish her? I retrieved a silver, polished electronic device from my pocket and said, "Here, take this." Wang Luoha stared at the object in my hand, bewildered, and asked, "What is this?" I replied, "I am not deceiving you. The book was truly burned, but I have organized the information within and stored it here. If you do not believe me, you may verify it." He regarded me with suspicion, the first hint of panic flickering across his face. The expression on his face reminded me of a certain illiterate individual holding a hefty tome, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. He urged me to throw it to him. I pointed to Xiao Mei, stating that she should first be freed from the parasitic galls, allowing her mind to return to normal. After all, I was confined to a wheelchair and could not escape. What was there to be concerned about? He persisted, grabbing Xiao Mei by the throat, demanding hastily, "Throw it to me. I need to verify something." Xiao Mei offered no resistance, her body stiff as he gripped her tightly. However, her complexion turned ashen and dark, her eyes bulging, mouth agape as she exhaled frigid breaths. I quickly intervened, conceding, "Fine, you may take a look." I retrieved the information and tossed it to him. Wang Luohan glanced at it, immediately captivated, questioning me about the operation while perusing the data. 2 minutes later, he lifted his gaze and remarked, "You truly are quite naive." I replied, "Is that so?" He erupted into triumphant laughter, stating, "I am unaware of how you discovered this parasitic gall, but I have not only employed it, but also the zombie worm, coupled with a mental poison derived from poppies and arsenic. This concoction serves as a catalyst to swiftly achieve my aims. Those who consume it are undoubtedly doomed. My monkey has perished, you know? It accompanied me for 5 years, alleviating my solitude in the rainforest of Maadamian. But it was torn apart, perishing because of you. Therefore, both you and this girl must die." His expression twisted into a grimace, becoming grotesque, with dark hairs subtly surfacing on his face. I vociferously halted him, asking, "Do you truly not desire to return to a normal life?" The information contained no solution for the ape's curse, nor the annotations of Luo Shiba, which I had not recorded. I alone possessed this knowledge in the world. Should you kill me or him, you would endure a lifetime of torment from the poison curse. Hearing this, he was infuriated, lunging toward me with a raised hand ready to seize. Duo, standing behind me, immediately pulled me back with great effort, causing Wang Luohong to grasp at empty air, exclaiming in surprise, his ears perked. Indeed, without that deceased monkey present, unless Duo willingly revealed herself, he could not see her. Is that ancient spirit still alive? I had drawn the curtains that day. He inquired, yet he did not pursue. My heart seethed with rage. This fiend was utterly despicable. Had Xiao Keming not been there at the time, I feared that both Duo and I would have been separated by death. Today, it would be either his demise or my survival. At that moment, Duo had dragged me 6 meters away to a stone path. Before I could respond, he bellowed, "You have summoned those police again." His face bore disbelief as he shouted. Shadows emerged from the darkness, some commanding us not to move, while others blared through loudspeakers, proclaiming that we were surrounded and urging the release of the hostage, followed by a series of empty platitudes. He erupted in fury, his hair bristling, a black mist enveloping him as he bent to retrieve a stone stool beside the stone table, intending to strike. However, the stool was affixed to the ground with cement and could not be easily uprooted. I shouted to the crowd, "Why aren't you sniping him? Shoot. If you don't act now, there will be no chance left." Before I could finish my words, the now transformed Wang Luohong, resembling a black gorilla, had lifted the heavy stone stool, turning to look at me. I barely registered it before a flash of white light shot towards me. I found myself utterly paralyzed, with scarcely a moment to react, and I could only lurch my body into the thicket. A fierce gust of wind howled past me, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through my entire being, raising the hairs on my neck as I felt the wheelchair collide with a deafening thud. Before I could comprehend what was happening, amidst the darkness, I heard several gunshots echoing like firecrackers. Struggling to rise, I caught sight of a shadow lunging toward me. Landing on top of me, I instinctively raised my hand to fend it off, only to discover it was not Wang Luo, but the delicate and feeble figure of Xiaomei. I grasped her wrists to restrain her, yet her body convulsed in an extraordinary struggle. "Ha ha ha, you shall perish." Wang Luo's maniacal voice echoed in my ears, receding into the distance. "My dear, unfortunate nephew, savor the taste of losing your beloved." I tilted my head just in time to evade Xiaomei's bite. Her once soft lips now appeared pallid, exuding a scent of gasoline. Ignoring Wang Luo, I pressed my forehead against Xiaomei's chin to prevent her from biting me. Moments later, 2 figures rushed in, restraining Xiaomei as she writhed, her limbs moving in unnatural contortions. I struggled to rise, feeling a heaviness in my chest. The most terrifying thing in this world is not ghosts or insects, nor even zombies, but the human heart. Witnessing Xiaomei in such a state, driven solely by instinct, biting and thrashing about, my heart felt as if it were being torn into countless pieces, unable to be pieced together. Above me, the sky was a dull gray, with sparse stars scattered across the horizon. A cloud drifted by, revealing half of the moon, cold and desolate. In the garden's darkness, I saw Xiaomei frothing at the mouth, her rigid body trembling, her once beautiful face now grotesque, her eyes vacant and fixed. Biting my tongue, I spat a mouthful of blood onto her forehead, then traced my index finger to her temple, murmuring the Vajrasattva mantra, reciting the incantation rapidly, the words flowing from my mind. After 20 seconds, with tears blurring my vision, I pressed the tips of my right index and middle fingers against her smooth forehead. "Release," I intoned, delivering a sharp admonition. Xiaomei's struggles began to cease as her eyes gradually regained their brightness, the white diminishing while the black deepened, resembling a floating painting, with my reflection captured in her pupils. Her long, fluttering eyelashes blinked as she gazed intently at me. Tears streamed down my face, my fingers felt icy, and her vitality was swiftly waning. Her parched lips moved, yet she uttered nothing, looking at me with a glimmer of light. In that moment, she shone like the starry sky. I understood that she had regained consciousness, yet this was merely the final moment of her life. Then, peacefully, she closed her eyes. I shut my own, making no effort, merely pressing my trembling lips gently against her blood-stained forehead. There was no time for a poignant farewell. We were too late and too immobilized. Our gazes locked in a silent exchange, each unable to fathom the other's thoughts, and thus we bid our final farewell. In a daze, I beheld the ethereal essence of Xiaomei detached from her corporeal form, ascending gracefully, adorned with a smile. As I held her still warm body and kissed her smooth forehead, it marked the first time I had ever kissed her. She smiled, her previously rigid countenance softening in an instant, resembling an angel from the heavens, extraordinarily beautiful. Then, with a lingering sense of reluctance and sorrow, she soared towards the moon, towards the sky enveloped in atmospheric haze. How profoundly unjust the heavens can be. I found myself engulfed in a sea of regret. I had once perceived Xiaomei merely as a little sister, a capable shop assistant. And I realized what a fool I had been, an emotionally slow fool. Just as I truly fell in love with Xiaomei, she departed from my life. On November 21st, 2007, at precisely 10:57 p.m., the beautiful girl from Hunan, who had just celebrated her 19th birthday, my third official girlfriend, the manager of a certain jewelry store, a daughter to her father, a sister to her elder sibling Jiang Ingmei, lost her youthful life in my embrace, having uttered not a single word prior. In that moment of inexplicable sorrow, I snapped my left thumb and ring finger together, enacting a personal curse for the first time in my life. Let it unfold. Let my entire being rot. Let my soul and body part ways. Let 1,000 insects gnaw at my heart. Wang Luohua's escape left Officer Ouyang and his superior in a most embarrassing predicament. Officer Ouyang sought me out, initially to apologize, then to inquire about our next course of action. I questioned why they had not taken him down at the first opportunity. A single shot could have ended it. He wouldn't have been able to run away. Officer Ouyang explained that the higher-ups were particularly interested in Wang Luohua, hoping to capture him alive for further examination. He was merely a runner. The on-site command belonged to his superior, and even the sharpshooters deferred to the orders of their leader, leaving him powerless. I dismissed him, asserting that this matter was beyond my control. I neither received a salary nor wore a uniform. Why should it concern me? He asked if I was not afraid of Wang Luohua seeking revenge. I replied that I was unafraid, as they were supposed to protect me. Officer Ouyang left, visibly frustrated, recognizing my resistance to their authority. Truth be told, no one enjoys being exploited or treated as a mere pawn, moved about like a piece on a chessboard. On the third day, I attended Xiaomei's funeral in a wheelchair. It was a simple affair, held at a crematorium. I encountered Xiaomei's father, a man in his 40s, aged beyond his years, stooped and red-eyed, conversing with Xiaomei's sister. Upon seeing me, he surged forth in anger, attempting to strike me, only to be restrained by others, though he spat in my direction and hurled a torrent of harsh words. I had previously heard he was a simple, honest farmer. Yet, in that moment, he resembled a warrior ready to confront the battlefield. After a while, Xiaomei's sister managed to calm him, though he continued to glare at me fiercely. I greeted Xiaomei's sister, the beautiful young woman who had once warmly addressed me as Boss Lu, but now regarded me with cold indifference, as though I were a stranger. As it was a cremation, the ceremony was quite modest. Not many from Xiaomei's family attended. Just a few relatives and a sniffling child wandering about in search of candy. Xiaomei had always been well-liked. And apart from a few staff members on duty at the jewelry store, others had come as well. As I was in the midst of the proceedings, Xiaomei's brother-in-law, a frail man with spectacles, approached me to discuss matters of compensation. He asserted that Xiaomei's demise was entirely attributable to my actions, and that I bore the responsibility for it. Otherwise, they would pursue legal action against me. Inquiring about the amount, I asked whom the compensation would be paid to. He immediately quoted a sum of 1 million, intended for Xiaomei's father and sister. I replied, "Oh, then go ahead and sue me. Feel free to have the court issue a summons at any moment. It matters not to me." He grew agitated, exclaiming, "How can you be so callous? Xiaomei was not only your girlfriend, but also an employee under your supervision. Out of both sentiment and reason, you must accept your share of the responsibility. If you continue in this manner, we shall take you to court, leading to your ruin and the tarnishing of your reputation." I chuckled, remarking, "You certainly have a way with idioms, yet you seem oblivious to the law. Very well, let us not discuss this now. After we lay Xiaomei to rest, I shall speak with her father." He became increasingly frantic, declaring himself the full representative of Xiaomei's father and sister. I chose to ignore him. While I could empathize with a father mourning the loss of his child, I could not fathom the unreasonable demands of a brother-in-law grieving for his sister-in-law. At that moment, 2 seasoned employees from my shop approached, playfully surrounding him and pushing him forward. Just then, the scruffy character who had been absent for several days reappeared, grinning mischievously as he squatted beside me, raising his thumb in approval. "Luzhua, you truly possess remarkable skills. It seems you can eliminate foes from afar," he remarked. I responded nonchalantly, "Is that so? That fellow hardly managed to escape 30 miles, did he?" Xiao Kuming chuckled, saying, "Indeed, I just returned from the nearby development zone. That man perished in a rented room at a motel, his body in a state of grotesque decay, flesh and skin separating. Bloodied remains sprawled in the bathroom, infested with white maggots, while his head lay on the bed and intestines stretched over 6 meters. The entire room resembled a slaughterhouse, reeking foully. You are quite the little poisoner. Could you possibly be a descendant of the Five Poisons sect?" I inquired. "Are you certain you are a practitioner of the Tao?" "I cannot shake the feeling that you are excessively exhilarated," I added. He laughed, saying, "You probably wouldn't take on disciples, but we are friends, good friends. Having a friend as formidable as you gives me a sense of security. Ah, by the way, the authorities will likely come looking for you," he continued. Since becoming acquainted with me, he no longer addressed me as Taoist or Sir, but rather became quite familiar, slinging an arm around my shoulder. I fell silent, pondering the nature of spiritual curses. This was akin to the previously mentioned spiritual descent, demanding immense mental fortitude or deep-seated resentment. I had previously infused the golden silkworm curse with a potency of 4. Yet it lay dormant until he broke through the encirclement, believing himself to be out of danger. Only then did I invoke a lingering thought, entwined with my own sorrow and indignation, to trigger the curse. His own toxins intertwined with the vengeful spirits from years past, lying in wait until a critical juncture when they would instantaneously manifest. He would not escape unscathed. My heart would remain restless otherwise. Upon receiving the news of Wang Luo's demise, I smiled faintly, feeling a tightness in my skin while my emotions remained pent up. The funeral proceedings were drawing to a close. Preparations were being made for cremation. Xiao Mei's father was wailing inconsolably, her sister weeping profusely, while her brother-in-law anxiously glanced at me, seemingly fearful that I might flee. I disregarded him, merely gazing quietly ahead, reminiscing about Xiao Mei's graceful demeanor and the myriad moments shared together. To speak candidly, my feelings for Xiao Mei leaned more toward pity than love. To claim I was inconsolably heartbroken would be disingenuous. Yet, the departure of such a tender-hearted girl, who devoted herself entirely to my well-being, left me utterly bereft. Xiao Mei's brother-in-law uttered many trivialities, yet one statement resonated with undeniable truth. I was the architect of Xiao Mei's demise. This reality is one I do not dispute. It gnaws at my soul like a heartworm, devouring my spirit. Each beloved individual in my life seems destined to drift away, compelling me to choose among the trifecta of solitude, poverty, or premature death. Will all these cherished souls inevitably abandon me? Am I doomed to the fate of the cultivator of heartworms? The tributaries of fate are countless, although they ultimately converge into the ocean of mortality. The landscapes along the way are distinctly varied. Once a skeptic of destiny, I now find myself swayed by its enigmatic allure. It feels as if an invisible thread guides me, stumbling forward through life. Ultimately, I compensated Xiao Mei's father with 54 million yuan, a sum derived from intricate calculations. In addition, I provided him with an extra 300,000 yuan in compensation, a gesture intended to alleviate his spiritual anguish. Wang Luohua remains an enigma to me, seemingly hailing from the regions of Yunnan or Southeast Asia, later learning that he referenced Maedankan, a locality in Myanmar's Monyang province. This man, a miser, resorted to pilfering 7,000 yuan in cash from my safe during the crime. Remarkably frugal, he managed to leave over 4,000 yuan in my room when Officer Ouyang later visited. There was also a machine, rotting from bloodstains. Consequently, all expenses were drawn from my accounts. Fortunately, the 500,000 yuan diagnostic fee provided by Mrs. Li significantly alleviated my financial strain. Xiao Mei's father departed with the money, his expression a blend of melancholy and muted joy, reflecting a profound loneliness. This sum may well have been the largest he had ever encountered, yet it was procured at the cost of his daughter's life. Conversely, his eldest daughter and son-in-law appeared quite elated, showering the old patriarch with flattering words. Xiao Mei's father intended to return to Shangqiu, Hunan, with his daughter's ashes, planning to inter her on a sunlit hill, where he could observe the sun rise in the east and set in the west daily. I inquired about the address, expressing my desire to pay my respects. Perhaps influenced by the monetary exchange, I had voluntarily added 300,000 during the compensation discussion, or perhaps due to a slight easing of his sorrow. He graciously divulged the information, suggesting I visit when time permitted. In the interim, Officer Ouyang sought me out several times to discuss the matter of Wang Luohua. This individual is undocumented, lacking identification, and his origins remain a mystery. He claims to be Wang Luohua, approximately 50 years of age, with an appearance that defies scientific explanation, perhaps a genetic mutation. Capable of transforming into a werewolf, though in truth, a monkey-human hybrid, having met a gruesome end in late November 2007. Officer Ouyang asked me, Luzhua, how do you think Wang Luohua met his demise? I replied, what does the coroner say? He remarked that the forensic experts had vomited from the gruesomeness of the scene. And after much deliberation, no conclusive evidence had emerged. He stated that he had never encountered a case where a person met such a tragic end. I pointed to the parentheses in the case file and suggested that perhaps it was due to genetic mutation and instability that led to fatal aberrations. Maybe, he mused, casting a meaningful glance my way, accompanied by a smile rich in subtext. I retorted, you can't possibly suspect me, can you? I was under your watch the entire time, practically an audience for every moment. He shook his head and admitted that there was indeed no evidence linking me to the crime, yet from the whispers I had heard, I appeared quite suspicious. However, as a mere junior officer without authority, I had no choice but to overlook you as a potential perpetrator. There was one stipulation, though. Should I find myself in need of assistance in the future, you must oblige. I shook my head, declaring that aside from aiding in the consummation of a marriage, I would discuss nothing further. He attempted to pat my shoulder, but his hand halted mid-air, pointing at me with a playful smirk. I could be your uncle. And you just about my aunt. I countered, how am I to know how many aunts I have? With so many red lights throughout the village. Can you truly claim you've never accepted fees for accommodations or health checks? He feigned indignation, asserting he would never engage in such practices, regardless of my belief. It was clear he was convinced. Having faced threats from both Duo and Xiaomei, I had grown wary. In this world, one need not fear formidable foes, but rather those lurking in the shadows, malevolent and cunning, who operate under the radar. Even the underworld has unspoken rules protecting family from harm, yet they turned a blind eye. I remained uncertain of how far I was from that terrifying realm. But Wang Luohua's arrival had already sounded the alarm. Ignorant and naive, I wondered if I would encounter others like Li Luohua or Lu Luohua. This world harbors countless horrors, yet the most chilling of all is the human heart. Thus, I made a difficult decision to relinquish my shares in the jewelry store and cease my involvement in its operations. Argan was taken aback, questioning my reasoning. I shared my concerns, recounting a film I had seen featuring the character played by Ekin Chung, an individual who called himself the Celestial Lone Star. I saw a reflection of myself in him. Marriage is fraught with challenges, and familial ties can become burdensome. I have plenty of reasons, all rather painful. My brother, it's not that I don't wish to embark on this venture with you, but I fear dragging you down. Argan dismissed my fears, declaring, these two shops are our joint endeavor, flourishing splendidly. What does it mean for you to transfer your shares to me? Don't indulge in superstitions. I know you're grieving for Xiaomei. I understand your despair, but it's unnecessary. The deceased are gone, yet life must continue, and the living must take responsibility for their futures. I gazed at him in astonishment, remarking, I never expected such profound wisdom from you. He lowered his head with a sigh, explaining, the last incident concerning Wang Shan awakened me. After much reflection, I now understand that 5 words drifting from the sky render all this trivial. We conversed for an extended period, after which I decided to relinquish a portion of my shares to him, and another portion to a different store manager, Gu Wei, excluding Xiaomei. Ultimately, I retained a mere 10 of the shares, opting not to engage in the day-to-day operations. Arjun inquired about my future plans, to which I confessed I had not yet determined, stating that I would first focus on recuperating and then contemplate my next steps. In the ensuing days, I devoted myself to healing, engaging in rehabilitation, and immersing myself in literature and writing, resulting in a rather uneventful, tranquil existence. My recovery was remarkably swift. Within just over a month, I was discharged from the hospital. The attending physician expressed no surprise, rather a sense of relief that my troublesome presence had departed, restoring a semblance of tranquility. The source of this disturbance was primarily Xiao Qiming, the scruffy little Taoist who had taken up residence at my home, indulging in food and drink while frequently visiting me, all the while attempting to charm the nurses at the hospital. Beauty is a scarce resource, and while the hospital had its fair share of women, truly exceptional ones were few. Xiao Qiming's ability to woo was formidable. It wasn't long before 2 of the hospital's most renowned beauties succumbed to his charms. As the saying goes, love extends to all, yet disdain can also follow suit. leaving the male doctors at the hospital regarding me with deep-seated resentment. Upon my discharge, I relocated to a house in the suburbs, which I owned and had rented out to others, still managing the mortgage. With one tenant having vacated, I moved in. The suburbs offered a much quieter environment than the city. Once my roommates departed for work, I immersed myself in study, striving to comprehend the intricacies of the 12 methods to suppress the mountains. Xiao Qiming sought to visit and entertain himself, but I denied him access. Instead, he set up a stall at various overpasses, plazas, and community entrances in Dongguan. Practicing fortune-telling to make a living, some residents of Dongguan may have encountered this rather unsavory Taoist. This serene existence continued for roughly a month until early January 2008, when Boss Ku called to inquire if I still desired the 10-year-old resurrection grass we had previously discussed. At the time of the call, I was perched on the street corner, observing Xiao Qiming as he read fortunes. To say that Xiao Qiming lacked talent would be a gross misrepresentation. He claimed to be a disciple of the Miao lineage and had absorbed knowledge from a young age regarding the intricacies of birth dates, purple star astrology, physiognomy, palmistry, and various divination methods, each with its own insights. The individuals seeking his counsel generally fell into two categories: those seeking guidance on their futures and those inquiring about romantic prospects. Having roamed the world of fortune-telling for over a decade, he had honed the essential skill of tailoring his speech to his audience, whether human or supernatural, and perhaps possessed some genuine expertise, thereby ensuring his business thrived. Many dismiss fortune-tellers as mere charlatans peddling nonsense, which is a rather narrow-minded view. Consider this as individuals who navigate the world through their words. If they lack genuine prowess, how could they remain in business? Naturally, many operate on a hit-and-run basis. A fortune-teller must first master the fundamental art of psychology. Ambiguous language and obfuscation are mere basics. The ability to observe and interpret individuals, guiding them through conversation, is essential. Additionally, a thorough understanding of yin-yang theory, the book of changes, and various mathematical calculations associated with divination is imperative, with a solid theoretical foundation that can speak fluently and eloquently. Thus, a fortune-teller, struggling in poverty on the streets, is often chased away by the neighborhood Annies, while those who thrive can ascend to the status of masters, becoming esteemed guests of the wealthy and powerful, publishing books and achieving fame. In every profession, excellence can be found, and among the fortune-tellers lurking on street corners, there are indeed a few with genuine skills. The true masters reside among the common folk. Well, as one well-versed in the 12 methods of divination and the 2 chapters of dream fulfillment, I too am somewhat of an unorthodox practitioner, deeply aware of the underlying principles. The notion of celestial communication is enigmatic. Occasionally, genuine insights may manifest, both real and rational. However, those who claim omniscience must dwell within the inner sanctum. While others seek mere entertainment, I pursue the essence of the art, adopting a learner's perspective as I observe the charlatans mislead the unsuspecting. Xiao Qiming had just bid farewell to a couple of young women with burgeoning affections when he turned to me with a grin and asked, "Did you notice that girl in the red dress to the left? She seems like a maiden. I got her phone number. Want it? No? I'll take it." Noticing my distraction, he waved his hand and said, "Hey, lost in thought? Whose call was it, and what happened?" I replied that Boss Gu had called, mentioning a place with 10-year-old resurrection grass, and asked me to check if it was what I needed. Xiao Qiming inquired about Boss Gu's identity, and I explained that he was my cousin from Argentina, a prominent businessman in Hong Kong. Immediately, he insisted on an introduction. Ignoring him, after some commotion, he asked where I was going to look. I mentioned Jiacheng, to which he responded, "Oh, Jiacheng, that's nice. I hear it's near Macau, with a street of bars known for its exotic charm. Quite famous. Let us go together." I pressed the wooden talisman against my chest. The daytime energy was too strong, and most spirits tended to retreat indoors to rest. Ignoring him, I lifted my leg to leave, saying, "You can take your time setting up your stall and conning people. I genuinely have matters to attend to." He rolled up his tattered cloth adorned with the I Ching symbols and hurried after me, declaring, "I am earnestly assisting the faithful in resolving their doubts and guiding their lives. How can you slander me so? Little rascal, wait for me, wait for me. I foresee that your journey to Jiancheng will surely bring a calamity, one known as the water calamity, which only I can decipher." I laughed heartily. "You, a scruffy Taoist, are at it again. I do not believe you." He grasped my arm, looking at me earnestly, speaking each word deliberately. "Did what I told you last time happen? In the unseen realm, there is a predetermined fate. This time will be no different. I have pointed you toward a path of uncertainty. He elongated his tone but revealed a pleasing smile. Just take me along, dear Xiao. I was speechless, a chill creeping up my neck. The information from Boss Gu came from a friend who mentioned that a private botanical garden in Jiangcheng housed such a specimen. He had inquired about it for me before, but the leads were unreliable, so I had not pursued it further. This time, however, it seemed genuine. He had recently been busy with a business deal and could not accompany me personally, but he dispatched his assistant, Qin Li, to meet us in Jiangxing. By the time I returned home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The winter chill had set in, and darkness fell early. Surprisingly, both of my housemates were present, one male and one female. The young man was an honest fellow working as a technician in a nearby factory, while the woman, an accountant of average looks, was quite astute and often nagged me about reducing the rent. Both individuals were seated before the television, engrossed in a culinary show, and greeted me warmly upon my return, nodding at Xiao Qiming. After tidying up a bit, I grabbed a small bag and ventured outside. I found myself unable to shake off the persistent little rascal, as we had grown somewhat fond of each other over time, since he desired to accompany me. How could I truly abandon him? Thus, I reluctantly agreed to take him along. The journey from Dongguan to Jiacheng stretched nearly 3 hours, and having his company made the trip delightful as we chatted away. Xiao Qiming was exceedingly loquacious, regaling me with numerous intriguing tales, whether true or not, which sufficiently satiated my curiosity. Shortly after departing Dongguan, the sky darkened, and the streetlights flickered on, casting a dim, yellow glow. I called out to Duo, inviting her to witness the outside world and the scenery whizzing by. She leaned against the car window, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at the swiftly passing landscape, bubbling with joy as she pointed here and there, her face alight with wonder. Since relocating to this suburban residence, Duoduo's movements had become less autonomous compared to her previous solitude, which had left her feeling somewhat constrained, yet now, she radiated happiness. She had also grown familiar with Xiao Qiming, playfully tugging at the tufts of hair atop his head. He was quite puzzled and inquired about my little spirit. Expressing disbelief at her demeanor, I replied, "What do you mean? She has always been like this." He countered, "No way. Usually, little spirits are envious and capricious due to their unrefined nature, often appearing quite fearsome over time, with ghastly features. Yours, however, resembles a doll." I countered, "Is that so? My Duo has always been well-behaved and quite adorable. She bears some resemblance to me." He burst into laughter, teasing, "Did you really give birth to her? Is she your creation?" "That is quite a stretch." I shared with him the daily prayers and rituals I performed for Duo, to which he nodded, suggesting that might indeed be effective, having never raised a spirit himself. He recounted tales of high monks in Thailand and Myanmar who nurtured benevolent spirits known as Kumin Thong for blessings. He mentioned someone he met in Xiangxi who kept a spirit, not a small one, but a powerful one, to aid in treasure hunting and archaeology. I scoffed. "You must be jesting. Treasure hunting? More like tomb raiding, I presume. But surely there aren't many tombs left to plunder in Hunan?" Xiao Qiming replied, "Who says? You know of the famous Mwangui in Chansha, right? It's a significant historical site of the Chu kingdom. Don't underestimate our land as a mere backwater." I teased him, saying, "Every time I mention Xiangxi or Hunan, you become so animated. You're a Hunanese, after all." He corrected me, asserting, "Not so. They say I, Lao Xiao, am a disciple of the Maoshan sect, thus I am of Jiangsu heritage." I retorted, "Pa, you're simply a Maoshan Zongzi. Soon you'll be jumping out of a grave." He ignored my banter, gazing out the window, and I caught a glimpse of a pensive expression reflected in the glass. At that moment, a golden silkworm spirit struggled free from my pant leg, fluttering into the air and circling around Duo. Xiao Qiming reached out to catch it, but the plump creature deftly evaded him, hovering before him with its small, glistening black eyes fixed intently on him. This reminded me of Wang Luo's tragic fate. Causing the little rascal to appear frightened, he urged me to control it. I instructed the golden silkworm spirit to behave and not to trouble my friend, as he was a good companion. It seemed to understand, approaching Xiao Qiming and affectionately rubbing against him, signaling its fondness. Xiao Qiming felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, "Little poison, your creature isn't toxic, is it?" I assured him it was harmless, capable of controlling affection without releasing any venom, quite pristine indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiming's courage waxed. He had rarely encountered the golden silkworm goo, and as he touched its damp, smooth surface, he observed it flitting about. Further enchanted by this plump little creature, extending his hand, the golden silkworm goose settled in his palm, eliciting a joyful exclamation from him. "Oh, it tickles. How delightful." He then lowered the creature to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, remarking on its delightful scent reminiscent of sandalwood. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind. "Where do you usually hide the golden silkworm goo? I've never seen one before." I cast a fleeting glance at the increasingly rotund creature in his hand, choosing silence as I focused on driving. In the passenger seat, unable to contain himself, he affectionately kissed the charming little worm, which wriggled in response, seemingly shy. We arrived in Jiangxing around 8 o'clock, and after contacting Qinli, we learned he was in Pingxing and would only be able to ferry over the next day, asking me to wait for a while. Thus, we sought accommodation. Although I had spent considerable time in Jiangxing, most of it was in the industrial parks of the surrounding counties, leaving me unfamiliar with the urban roads. Xiao Qimin urged me to head east towards the port for some leisure. We traversed the bustling city, illuminated by dazzling lights, and crossed the Lovers' Road, finally reaching a hotel near the port. After settling in, it was nearly 9:30 when this scruffy companion implored me for money to explore the so-called sights of Jiangxing. I declined, reminding him that my funds were not boundless. I could not endlessly fill his financial void. Moreover, since I had divested much of my stake in the jewelry store, I found myself a person of no income, a societal drifter and a slave to my mortgage. Now considering renting out my property in Hojie to at least cover the loan. He shook his head at my lengthy justifications, declaring me rather uncooperative. Determined, he set out to seek opportunities, convinced that in a vast city like Jiangxing, with its millions of inhabitants, there must be some task befitting the grand disciple of the Miao sect, or a ghostly matter to resolve that could address his modest financial needs. I applauded him, playfully stating, "That's splendid. Just remember to repay the 15,000 you owe me." He was taken aback, asking if the amount had truly reached such heights. I confirmed, asserting my meticulous record-keeping, each transaction noted, with no fabrications or deceit. Xiao Qimin felt aggrieved, exclaiming, "You are so miserly. Keeping a ledger for such trivialities? Truly pathetic." With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he stormed out into the night, disappearing into the shadows. I found it curious that this scruffy companion insisted on donning a Taoist robe, reminiscent of ancient monks, perhaps due to the regional regulations of the time requiring temporary residence permits and travel documentation. Adopting the guise of a religious figure allowed for greater mobility across the country, showcasing a breadth of knowledge. However, in contemporary times, wandering about in such attire seemed rather eccentric, bordering on absurdity. He, astonishingly, goes to nightclubs dressed in such a manner, truly embodying his individuality. The world mocks me for my eccentricity. I, in turn, find amusement in their inability to perceive deeper truths. Is it not so? I disregard this chaotic individual's personal life, bathe, don my nightwear, and upon discovering a complimentary computer with internet access in the hotel room, I log on to peruse several religious forums I frequent. The discussions are rife with both profound insights and baseless claims. I merely indulge in the spectacle without discerning authenticity. A few active moderators, to whom I sent private messages seeking guidance on paranormal matters, do not reply, not solely due to the overwhelming volume of messages, but perhaps out of a timid reluctance to engage. Yet, there is one forum member who claims to hail from Singapore, discussing the sorcery of the southern seas, which somewhat corroborates what I have read in books. I opened the forum. The crowd was sparse. Most of my classmates have graduated and scattered across our homeland, seldom seen. Engrossed in their arduous struggles, they are too weary to maintain contact. I noticed an icon of a grayish red-haired beauty on my blacklist, stirring a sense of melancholy within me, my former girlfriend. Once two souls intertwined in love, we now languish in silence on each other's blacklists. A poignant mockery of our past happiness. In a short while, a familiar avatar flickered. It was the policewoman, Huang Fei, whom I had met during my last visit home. My spirits lifted slightly as we engaged in conversation. The topic remained the dismemberment case, which I found rather uninteresting. Duo brought me a cup of hot water, which I sipped while she leaned over the table adjacent to my keyboard, her wide eyes curiously observing me. I pondered whether she comprehended the words before her. Logically, she should still be of preschool age and, given her current cognitive impairments, likely does not understand. Nonetheless, she appeared delighted, gazing into her bright eyes. I resolved to summon Duoduo's spiritual essence upon my return, hoping to restore her memories and allow her to linger in this world for eternity. While conversing with Officer Jean Ping online, a rosy-cheeked little girl poured tea beside me, her face brimming with anticipation. My mood was buoyant until my phone rang. A frantic voice on the other end, Xiao Mao, pleaded, Luzhua, Luzhua, could you come to the Dongfangxing nightclub? Hurry, I'm in urgent need. It was already 11 o'clock at night. I gazed into the pitch-black night, the city glimmering with vibrant lights. After a moment's contemplation, I inquired whether his predicament involved a woman who refused to pay. He candidly admitted it was so, explaining that he had sensed restless spirits in the vicinity and intended to conduct a ritual to offset his expenses for the evening. However, the individuals present insisted he pay, presenting him with two options: either call someone to bring money or sacrifice a hand, left or right. He could choose. Zayakiming did not hesitate for even 3 seconds before decisively opting for the first option. I asked him how much he owed. 8,000, he replied. I was immediately incensed. 8,000. You, this sorcerer, are quite the con artist. Surely you have not been extorted. He expressed his disbelief, recounting his encounter with 2 Ukrainian women and the excitement he felt, having only seen glamorous foreign beauties in Hollywood films throughout his youth. He yearned to engage in discussions with international friends about the shifting tides of global affairs while also enlightening them on the profound intricacies of Chinese culture. He hoped to foster a connection and explore certain intimate matters. However, in a small private room, amidst a few platters of fruit and bottles of beer, accompanied by the 2 women, they stumbled through a rendition of 2 butterflies, resulting in an unexpected debt. Consequently, the 2 foreign ladies expressed their regret and vehemently condemned his behavior. I, too, felt disheartened. Having such a companion in this unrefined establishment was truly a misfortune in my life. Resigned, I donned a fresh exterior and, accompanied by Duo and Jin Kinggu, exited the hotel, seeking an ATM to withdraw 10,000 yuan. The area around the port was indeed bustling, even at such a late hour. The streets were teeming with pedestrians, which was quite remarkable. Guided by a phone call, I swiftly arrived at the nightclub he had mentioned. I had encountered similar establishments in Dongguan and even visited a few with the owner, so it was not entirely surprising. However, I felt the decor was excessively opulent. And upon entering, the waitstaff resembled fantastical beings from television, creating an otherworldly ambience. Later, after watching the internationally renowned director Zhang's The City is full of big wave girls with duo, I experienced a sense of familiarity, recalling such extravagant sights in Jiangqing, leaving me to ponder further. Led by a server, I soon located the unruly character on the 4th floor in a private room. Contrary to his earlier urgent tone on the phone, he was comfortably seated on a large sofa, engaged in light-hearted banter with a man in a suit wearing a headset. Had it not been for the stern presence of several impeccably dressed security personnel nearby, I might have believed that the previous call was merely a figment of my imagination. Upon seeing me, the unruly character greeted me warmly, saying, "Sit down, Luzhua, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming, the head of security at the nightclub. Lu, this is the expert I told you about, a descendant of the Miao people's shamanic traditions from the 10,000 Great Mountains." The man in the suit, without rising, glanced at me with skepticism and asked if I was indeed Luzhua, capable of killing from miles away as described by Miao. His disbelief was palpable, his glistening physique betraying his imposing presence. I chuckled heartily, responding, "How could that be? I am merely an ordinary person, utterly harmless, with a clear conscience. Do not heed the fanciful tales of Xiao Daoshi." The unruly character looked astonished by my denial, while Lu chuckled heartily before his expression turned serious, inquiring, "Did you bring the money?" I lifted my hand back, affirming that I had. Lu tilted his head, replying, "Good, then let us settle the bill." Stop. The scruffy little Taoist hurriedly stood up to block my path, insisting that I demonstrate my true skills for Brother Lu, so he would believe that I am not just a charlatan with an inflated reputation. He argued that once I showcased my abilities, we could rid this place of its restless spirits and save ourselves the cost of the night's lodging. I retorted, "Have you had enough? Hurry up and pay your bill. What do the wandering souls have to do with you?" Seeing my reluctance to cooperate with his plan, the scruffy Taoist grew agitated, exclaiming, "If you keep this up, I want you to take responsibility for the debt." I replied, "Fine, if that is how you feel. I can't be bothered with your trivial matters any longer. I'm going back to sleep. Do as you please." I put away my wallet and turned to leave. The scruffy Taoist, in a panic, grabbed my arm, pleading, don't go, let us talk." Just a few steps out the door, 2 burly men emerged, their imposing figures filling the entrance. The one on the left was particularly rotund, his face rather comical, resembling a mountain of flesh that wobbled as he entered, his belly undulating like waves. I thought to myself, this fellow must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. Turning back, I asked Brother Lu, What is the meaning of this? He sat there unmoved, like a mountain, calmly observing me in the nearby Shaokiming. He nonchalantly dusted off his nails and stated, Mr. Lu, since you're here, you naturally must take your friend with you. Leaving your companion here wouldn't be proper. We conduct business with the aim of harmony and prosperity, so please don't make this difficult for me. It would be unpleasant for everyone involved. In response to his words, the 5 muscular men in the room collectively let out a low grunt, their faces taut as they flexed their impressive muscles. I coolly remarked, So what you're implying is that I am not free to leave. He remained silent, staring intently at me. His piercing gaze felt chilling, sharp enough to send a shiver down my spine. Was this what they called murderous intent? The scruffy Taoist chuckled nervously. Let us not get worked up. Let us discuss this calmly. After a moment of contemplation, I finally said, All right. They all stared at me, puzzled by what I meant by all right. I walked over to the sofa, sat down, poured myself a glass of amber liquid, filled it to the brim, and downed it in one gulp. The taste was rather unpleasant, suggesting it was counterfeit liquor, yet a warmth surged within me, ignited by the gold silkworm poison that stirred a joyful consciousness. Another drink. Another drink. Noticing their focused attention on me, I placed the square glass on the coffee table and declared, Let me arrange a discussion regarding the feng shui and the ominous matters of this place. Brother Lu burst into laughter, saying, You 2 youngsters dare to sell swords in front of the revered Guangong? Do you know who our feng shui consultant is? He is none other than Master Zhang Jiwei, recognized as one of the top 100 most influential figures in geomancy worldwide. What talk of feng shui and ominous matters? Have you seen the water tank beauty on our first floor's wall? That was personally overseen by Master Zhang. Ever since, our nightclub has flourished. With a steady stream of wealth and fortune, never a day without profit. On the first floor, there indeed exists an aquarium wall teeming with tropical ornamental fish, while several enchanting women adorned in mermaid costumes glide gracefully through the water. Their hair flows like seaweed, cascading around them, their damp garments clinging to their forms, revealing exquisite curves that are both tantalizing and elusive. I remarked, Oh, really? I have not heard of this Master Zhang. Beside me, the scruffy fellow settled down, admitting he too was unfamiliar with him. He continued, Shall I tell you that my master is the contemporary head of the Shanqing sect, Mr. Tao Jinhong? Let me tell you, true hermits pay no heed to fame. What are global top 100 rankings? Do you think they're entrepreneurs? It is a jest. As the old saying goes, mastery resides among the common folk. I refilled my glass, gazing at the composed Wugu, and asked, May I inquire if you have encountered anything unclean in the past 3 days? He remained still, though his jaw quivered slightly. I raised my cup, matching it with the astonishment that gradually spread across his face and consumed the wintry elixir within. He trembled as he stood. A few individuals circled around him, but he waved them off, instructing them to leave. They exchanged glances before retreating. I silently observed the rolls of flesh at the back of the stout man's neck. Wugu regarded me, his expression a tempest of emotions. After a long pause, he poured himself a drink, downed it, and gasped, asking how I knew. I smiled and explained, There are 3 types of individuals capable of perceiving that which eludes the average eye. The first are children aged 3 to 7 or 8. Their gaze is clear and untainted, possessing an innate ability yet untouched by worldly grime. The second are those born as hermaphrodites, a biological anomaly, blessed with an inherent insight. Over half of them can see. The third comprises those who have attained enlightenment, possessing a path that naturally reveals the yin and yang. Which do you suppose I am? He replied with a respectful tone, You are one of the enlightened. I silently mused, grateful he did not mistakenly identify me as the second type. Otherwise, I would have truly been compelled to strike him. In truth, I belong to a 4th category, those who achieve such perception through various means, such as the aforementioned invoking of a mystical connection through incantations performed day and night with Dodo, a reference to a spiritual practice known as opening the ghostly eye in mysticism. Upon my arrival, I discerned a wisp of murky energy lingering at the back of this man's neck, seemingly tainted by some unclean entity, prompting my bold assertion, which unexpectedly proved accurate. I remained silent yet smiling, seated with poise. His facial muscles twitched in turmoil for a moment before he stood and bowed deeply, stating, Mr. Lu, please assist me. After exchanging pleasantries, Wugu recounted his experiences from the previous day. As previously introduced by the scruffy fellow, Wugu serves as the security supervisor for this nightclub, overseeing the safety of its 6 floors. He begins work daily at 5 in the evening and does not rest until 2 in the morning. Having served in the military, he is a reputed Special Forces veteran. And after recovering from an injury, he came to Jiancheng for work, where he caught the attention of the establishment's owner and gradually ascended from a lowly security guard. However, I shall refrain from delving into Lu Ji's saga of perseverance for now. The incident occurred not merely the day before, but rather in the early hours of yesterday, when a patron, inebriated, had vomited profusely in a private room. Naturally, there were attendants to manage the situation, rendering it unremarkable. However, one individual, in a fit of disturbance, ventured into the corridor to accost the princess of the private room. For the sake of the innocent, it must be clarified that the princess of the private room is merely a respectable server, not engaged in illicit activities. One must possess the ability to woo without coercion. This individual, a mundane employee involved in mechanical business with no connections, frequently made appearances. Wugu, without hesitation, administered a severe beating, subsequently casting him into the alley behind the building. After enduring the brutal assault, the inebriated man remained sprawled on the ground, continuing to vomit a mixture of white and yellow bile, which attracted a cat. This feline was slender and elongated, entirely cloaked in glossy black fur, devoid of any stray hairs. Its head was small and pointed, reminiscent of a fox. It emerged from the shadows, pausing in front of the drunken man, extending its tongue to lap at the regurgitated matter, its delicate pink tongue flickering in the dimly lit alleyway. Wugu, finding the scene amusing, lit a cigarette and leaned against the door, observing the enigmatic cat. However, as he watched, he began to notice something increasingly unsettling about the man. The drunken figure, lying on the ground, intensified his retching, and soon, a horrifying spectacle unfolded as he expelled a large, viscous mass of blood-red flesh. The black cat, undeterred, began to consume the flesh piece by piece. Lu Ji's cigarette fell from his grasp, igniting sparks upon impact with the ground. Suddenly, the black cat turned its head, lifting its sharply featured face to gaze at Wugu, its eyes gleaming like the purest of gems, shrouded in mist, while it grinned, resembling a grotesque human visage. Startled, Wugu let out a loud cry and rushed outside. The black cat darted away, yet remained within a distance, fixating its gaze upon him. Concerned that the drunken man might cause trouble and attract the attention of the authorities, jeopardizing the nightclub's operations, Wugu bent down to lift the man's head. In an instant, the inebriated man opened his eyes, his pupils white and glowing with a sinister red hue, revealing blood-stained teeth as he lunged towards Wugu. In shock, Wugu instinctively shoved the man away. At that moment, the black cat let out a piercing cry, its fur bristling. Wugu felt a heavy weight on his shoulder and turned to see a small child floating in the air, bald-headed with an enormous cranium, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth akin to those of a shark. Simultaneously, the previously fallen drunkard rose, his face expressionless, eyes askew, approaching him with a bloody, dragging gait. The black cat continued to screech, its voice sharp and eerie, adding to the terror of the dark alley. Even with Wugu's extensive experience and knowledge, a chill ran down his spine. He shouted, wildly swinging his arms to strike the floating child, yet upon contact, his hands met only emptiness. The child opened its mouth to bite, exuding an aura of dread. Wugu recoiled, only to trip over an unseen object, striking his head and plunging into darkness. Pinned beneath an overwhelming weight, struggling desperately yet unable to move, only able to scream. After a brief moment of bewilderment, following the acute panic, a semblance of calm began to wash over him. As the trembling world began to stabilize, Wugu realized that the weight pressing down upon him was not the drunken man transformed into a ghastly zombie, but rather his hefty subordinate, the portly security guard Momo. This rather effeminate and rotund fellow, weighing between 300 to 400 pounds, rendered Wugu utterly immobile. At that moment, his hearing seemed to return somewhat, and an anxious voice reached his ears. Wugu, boss, what happened to you? The world returned to its normal trajectory, and Wugu discovered he was still in the alley behind the nightclub. However, the black cat, the ghostly doll, and the maniacally vomiting drunkard had all vanished without a trace. He shouted, Momo, Momo, for heaven's sake, get off me and let me up. What on earth is happening? One of his subordinates approached, scrutinizing him closely, and inquired, Boss, are you all right? What happened? The hefty man finally managed to shift his bulk, carefully helping Wugu to his feet. The subordinate explained that after disposing of some troublemakers, they had noticed Wugu hadn't followed them back. They sent Shanzi to look for him, only to find him alone in the alley, screaming hoarsely and wildly punching at the air, as if calling out to lost souls. Shanzi, perplexed, called out to Wugu, but received no response as Wugu continued in his frenzy. When Xiaoshanzi attempted to intervene, Wugu retaliated with a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Xiaoshanzi's cries brought the others, and together they managed to subdue Wugu, ultimately relying on the weight of the hefty Wei Momo to awaken him. Surveying his injured subordinates, Wugu noted that everyone bore wounds. One had a bruise at the corner of his mouth, while the portly man groaned as he rubbed his belly. The most unfortunate, Xiaoshanzi, was being supported by another guard. Blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Wugu asked, "Did you see anything unusual when you came?" The subordinates exchanged confused glances. At that moment, Wugu began to suspect he had encountered something unseemly. He recalled the saying that a black cat heralds misfortune, a chill creeping into his heart. Not wanting to jeopardize the nightclub's business, he refrained from speaking further on the matter, instead apologizing to his subordinates and promising a meal to make amends. He then took Xiaoshanzi to the hospital for treatment. As he departed the alley, he could not resist glancing back. The ground was strewn with debris. Yet there were no traces of blood, and the vomit had long since cooled. The drunken man had vanished without a trace. Reflecting on these events, Wugu felt a deep unease. He repeatedly recounted the terrifying visage of that drunken man to me and the scruffy-haired fellow, describing him as akin to a zombie from the Resident Evil series, ashen-faced, as if deceased for months, with eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This haunting image lingered in his mind, alongside the memory of the ghostly doll. The experiences felt so vivid that even as he returned home to sleep, he was plagued by recurring nightmares, awakening abruptly to the sound of a woman's piercing scream, leaving him drained and restless throughout the day. Having served in the military and undergone the transformative experience of the proletariat's crucible, he considered himself a staunch atheist. Yet, during his shift that night, he found himself contemplating whether to visit the renowned Jintai Temple in Jiangsheng to request a talisman for protection against malevolent forces. "Do you believe us?" He spoke of trust, genuine trust, declaring, "Sir, you are truly remarkable. You can discern the events that transpired yesterday in my life with just a glance. It is utterly astonishing, and I cannot help but believe." I replied, "Your belief is of little consequence. It appears my friend here has fallen victim to extortion and seeks a waiver of charges. You should indeed consult the duty manager." He assured me, "Fear not, for although I am merely a security supervisor, I am capable of handling such trivial matters." He continued, Come. To meet someone as distinguished as yourself is indeed a rare fortune." He filled our glasses and toasted to both me and Xiao Qiming, first offering an apology. After addressing Xiao Qiming, he gulped down his drink, his eyes reddening, and implored, "Please, guide me through this predicament." I turned to Xiao Qiming and asked, "What is your perspective?" He replied, "In my opinion, given that old Lu has adopted this tone, he has likely encountered a mischievous spirit. This spirit possesses the ability to confound, and if one has been struck by a spiritual entity, they will undoubtedly be plagued by unease, unable to find peace. Their spirit waning. If the ghost-catching vessel bestowed by my master still exists, this can be resolved easily, however. It is regrettable that it was lost during my last incantation at Dongguan XX Plaza. Without knowledge of the spirit's origin, the situation has become considerably more challenging." Old Lu grasped the hand of the scruffy fellow tightly, nearly shedding tears, pleading, "Master, you must help eradicate this affliction." The scruffy fellow feigned reluctance, evading responsibility. Observing his demeanor, I instinctively reverted to my old habits, playing along with the charade. Ever since old Lu recounted yesterday's events, his fear had escalated. After some coaxing, he finally conceded, stating, "Naturally, the charges must be waived today, and I shall provide you with a gold card, granting a 10% discount on all expenses, which is the maximum authority I can extend." The scruffy fellow shook his head, saying, "However, the expenses for tonight have yet to be settled." Old Lu, sensing the moment, replied, Indeed. Once the master has performed his rituals and captured the spirit, I will surely summon those two foreign ladies to engage you in discussions of traditional studies." Satisfied, the scruffy fellow nodded, "Very well. Old Lu, your generosity is commendable. I, too, am not one to shy away from action, and I shall certainly capture that spirit." After making this declaration, he shot me a knowing glance, saying, "Luzwa, how do you propose we proceed?" I felt exasperated, responding, "This location was chosen by your esteemed Xiao in such a grand port. It is rather ironic that you have identified such a peculiar site. You are undoubtedly familiar with the methods of spirit capture, and given that the benefits will accrue to you, you must exert your utmost efforts." The scruffy fellow chuckled awkwardly, stating, "I possess merely a rudimentary understanding of divination. I sensed something amiss and ventured in. As you are aware, much of my power has been sealed. This is indeed a claim I have never heard him boast of. Currently, I rely solely on the efficacy of my life jade. Noticing old Lu's furrowed brow, I realized that our mutual evasion was futile, so I stood and suggested, "Shall we inspect the scene?" Old Lu promptly rose, leading us downstairs. Upon opening the door, several security guards in black suits remained present. Old Lu instructed, "Please disperse, return to your respective posts." I glanced at the portly figure of a man departing and recalled old Lu mentioning his name was Wei Momo, which struck me as quite amusing. That name is rather effeminate. The scruffy-haired young man discerned the situation and instructed the hefty fellow to stay put for the time being, suggesting we all proceed to the scene together. Thus, the four of us, myself, the scruffy-haired young man, Brother Lu, and the portly Wei Momo, descended in the elevator to the ground floor. It is worth noting that when the hefty man stepped into the elevator, it sank dramatically, sending a jolt of anxiety through me, while the scruffy-haired young man wore an equally uneasy expression. In contrast, Brother Lu maintained a calm demeanor, perhaps accustomed to such occurrences. Seemingly unfazed. Upon exiting the building, we found ourselves in a narrow alley behind the nightclub. The biting cold wind howled through the passageway, and even wrapped in our coats. We felt the icy gust penetrating our collars. We huddled together, exhaling visible breaths as we circled the area, our noses turning a rosy hue from the chill. Brother Lu approached the spot where the drunken man lay, squatting down to point at a patch of dried vomit, proclaiming, "This is where that fellow sprawled out." He then recounted several scenes and locations from the narrative. The scruffy-haired young man took a deep breath and remarked that he could indeed sense the presence of malevolent energy. As I inhaled, the alley's foul odor struck me, compounded by the frigid wind that swept through, making the atmosphere even more unbearable. What, I wondered, was this so-called malevolent energy? The scruffy-haired young man rummaged through his bag, producing a piece of yellow talisman. His peachwood sword and other instruments lay in the trunk of my car, so he used his right thumb to press down on his ring and little fingers, forming a shape akin to a sword with his index and middle fingers, declaring, "Behold the skills of this humble practitioner." With that, he pointed skyward, and the talisman spontaneously ignited without any visible flame. A truly extraordinary feat. However, the strong wind quickly extinguished the small portion of the yellow paper that had caught fire. Unperturbed, he continued his ritualistic movements, reciting the incantation he had used during our previous encounter on the 5th floor of my home, when he exorcised a female ghost. Brother Lu watched in astonishment as the scruffy-haired young man performed his ritual, while the hefty fellow appeared utterly bewildered. I merely crossed my arms, observing as the scruffy-haired young man leaped about, performing his ritualistic steps and invoking the deities and celestial beings. The practice of invoking spirits is not unfamiliar to me. I possess my own 12 techniques, each differing in method. Essentially, it involves summoning a divine entity with power and status to enter the practitioner's body, thereby harnessing their strength to exorcise malevolent spirits or to manifest miraculous signs. Some even summon deceased relatives or ancestors to reveal truths and other insights. This practice is a common technique among shamans and spiritualists, with some performers appearing convincingly authentic, while others may genuinely possess such abilities. Testing the skill of the practitioner in question. I have previously mentioned the phenomenon of divine light projection, which is characterized by a misty white glow enveloping the summoner if the invocation is successful, indicating a shift into an altered state of consciousness. However, I have never witnessed such an aura surrounding the scruffy-haired young man. Thus, I remain skeptical of its authenticity. Moreover, it is notable that the entities typically summoned are often figures like the Supreme Laojun or various celestial deities. Despite various claims of power, I have yet to see a successful invocation, leading me to speculate that these esteemed beings are simply too busy to attend to such trivial matters. As for the scientific validity of these practices, it remains an enigma. Perhaps it is indeed influenced by the magnetic energies or spatial fluctuations that some have suggested. At this moment, the scruffy-haired fellow had seemingly become possessed by the venerable Taishang Laojun, engaging in an enigmatic dialogue with the surrounding air. I tugged at the bewildered figure of the hefty Wei Momo beside me, who stood at a towering height of approximately 6 feet and weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. As he turned to face me, I felt as though a mountain of flesh loomed before me. I inquired if he had recently visited any places, to which he shook his head, replying, "No. I've been at the office every day, or else in the dormitory." His dialect, reminiscent of Xiaomei's, struck a chord with me, prompting me to respond, "Oh, truly not?" He chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head, and continued, "Well, actually, this evening, Brother Lu treated us to a buffet at a restaurant on Lianhua Road." I pressed further, asking if he had encountered anyone particularly special in the last few days. He scratched his head, pondering deeply, and after a considerable pause, he grinned and said, "Just the usual companions, no one extraordinary. Oh wait. Yesterday, Minxiang asked me to bring her a hot latte from Starbucks. I ran an errand for her." His laughter erupted, and a blissful smile spread across his face, a sight that was somewhat alarming given his ample girth. After a brief moment, he managed to contain his exuberance and bashfully shared, "She leaned over and kissed me." He pointed to the layers of fat on the back of his neck, adding, "Look. There's a little lipstick mark." Upon closer inspection, I indeed noticed a faint imprint, light pink in hue, albeit slightly distorted from perspiration. The lingering odor suggested he had not bathed, a sour scent that seemed to emanate from the very mark itself. I couldn't help but think that this impression might be the source of the dark aura surrounding him. I grasped Lu Ji's hand and inquired, "Who is Minxiang?" Initially taken aback, Wugu eventually responded, "She is the most renowned courtesan under our establishment, an object of desire for many affluent individuals who wish to keep her in their gardens, but she is quite proud and refuses them all." He then asked why I was suddenly curious about her. I probed further, "How old is Minxiang?" After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly replied, "Perhaps around 20 or 30. I turned to Momo and asked, "Hey, how old is Minxiang?" He chuckled and answered, 18. A plan began to formulate in my mind, prompting me to call out to the scruffy-haired fellow, "Old Xiao, wrap it up." After reciting his final line, he executed a few elegant sword gestures, the sword flowers swirling around him. With an air of dignified composure, he returned to his chest, finishing his ritual. He turned to me and asked, "What is the matter? This spirit is quite formidable. I was on the verge of negotiating with Taishang Laojun, and now you're stirring up trouble?" I replied, "I believe I have an inkling of what is happening." He scampered over, eager to know more. I then turned to Wugu and asked, "Could I possibly meet this girl named Minxiang?" Wugu appeared conflicted, explaining, "Though Minxiang is involved in the entertainment industry, she holds a significant status within the nightclub. As the top courtesan, her standing before the big boss is not inferior to mine." I then asked, "May I at least see a photograph of Minxiang?" He conceded, "That is permissible." We departed from the alleyway and arrived at a small office on the second floor. Brother Lu retrieved the files of the female employees working at their nightclub from the computer. The documents contained photographs, names, and ages, all meticulously detailed. Of course, many of these were pseudonyms, such as Xiaomei, Xiaoli, and Xiaofeng, among others. I noticed several of them, each assigned a unique identification number. Zama Xiaodao, upon seeing such a multitude of beauties, was astounded and drooled with admiration, exclaiming how formal everything appeared here. After flipping through a few pages, Lu pointed to a woman's photograph and said, "Here, this is Minxiang." Zama Xiaodao and I leaned in for a closer look. It was an artistic portrait showcasing a woman with a fair degree of beauty, reminiscent of a Hong Kong starlet. The image of this starlet would later shatter in a scandal a month hence. She was indeed lovely. Yet it was evident that the photograph had been digitally enhanced. Any claims of her possessing extraordinary beauty were exaggerated. Upon checking her date of birth, I noted she was born in 1980, which meant she was already 28 years old. Regardless of her beauty, in this industry, reaching such an age typically signifies a decline in allure. Lu added that photographs do not do her justice. In person, she was far more enchanting, possessing a captivating demeanor that could easily ensnare one's attention. Zama Xiaodao turned to me and asked, "Are you suggesting that this woman has a spirit companion?" I nodded. It seemed likely. As previously mentioned, while such practices remain obscure in mainland China, they are notably prevalent in neighboring countries. The spirit companion referred to here is known as Kumanthong. Males are called Kumanthong, while females are referred to as Kamanli, primarily circulating in regions such as Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Singapore. The practice of nurturing a Kumanthong is a method employed to control the spirits of the deceased, often utilizing talismans and incantations. Some keep these spirits to commemorate lost loved ones, while others exploit them for personal gain. It is common among temples, merchants, casinos, affluent households, and entertainers to harbor Kumanthong. It is whispered that some artists in Hong Kong and Taiwan have also engaged in this practice. For instance, my own companion, Duo, is, in fact, a type of Kumanthong. She frequently assists me with household chores. This woman, known as Minxiang, likely relies on a Kumanthong to beguile her clients. thereby ascending to the position of the nightclub's leading lady. Lu inquired about the essence of our discussion. I remained silent. I am not a magistrate. And having my own duo does not preclude others from their pursuits. Moreover, her nurturing of a cumin thong is merely to enhance her allure, and while she gains acclaim, she also invests considerable effort. Each spirit follows its own path. I would never recklessly undermine someone else's livelihood. However, observing the thin veil of dark energy around the hefty man's neck, it seemed that matters were far more complicated. Thus, I reiterated my request to meet Minxiang. Lu, sensing my determination, wore a grave expression, aware that something was amiss. He hesitated and then stepped outside. Within 5 minutes, a bespectacled man entered, bearing a centipede-like scar around his neck. His demeanor was refined, though his eyes squinted into narrow slits, exuding a sly demeanor. Wugu introduced our duty manager, Manager Yang. The man shook hands with us and mentioned that everything we had discussed had already been conveyed to him by Lao Lu. They had indeed sensed something peculiar over the past few months, as 3 guests had inexplicably vanished, last seen in this very location. If this situation persisted, even the strongest backing would falter. Numerous eerie occurrences had transpired, and had it not been for his and Lao Lu's effective suppression, the morale of the staff would have long since dissipated. Initially, they had contemplated inviting Master Zhang Jiwei for assistance, but he had been preoccupied. Now, with 2 individuals present, it would be advantageous if they could uncover the reason behind these unsettling events, and they would surely be generously rewarded. My heart skipped a beat as I inquired about the missing guests. He confirmed that the drunken man from the previous night was among them. A friend from the bureau had even called to inquire about him. Hearing this filled me with unease. Why? As previously mentioned, spirits, whether mischievous or malevolent, exhibit both benevolence and malice. The benevolent ones are often pacified by virtuous practitioners or monks, initially appearing docile, akin to blossoms, but later, influenced by dark winds, can become unruly. The malevolent spirits, however, are the restless souls of the wild, possessing consciousness and harboring resentment. They act on their own volition, often negotiating with their human caretakers for sustenance, and their malevolence manifests in their insatiable thirst for the energy of the 3 souls within a person. Periodically, they may cause the demise of an individual, consuming their soul entirely. If this were the case, then we would be dealing with a truly malevolent spirit. My grandmother once advised me to cultivate virtue and act wisely, a statement laden with profound implications. Should a voracious malevolent spirit exist, and I chose to remain passive, surely my grandmother would not approve. I expressed my desire to meet Minxiang. Manager Yang indicated he would check if she had any guests. Wugu promptly stepped out to relay the message while he engaged us in conversation. To this day, I have yet to encounter anyone as boastful as the scruffy Taoist, who immediately seized the opportunity to converse enthusiastically with Manager Yang. I found no inclination to fabricate tales, preferring to listen intently and occasionally interject, making the exchange appear genuine. After a short while, Wugu called to inform us that Minxiang had just finished attending to Director Miao and was now available. Manager Yang suggested she come over. His words, delivered with an air of authority, indicated his prominent position. We waited for approximately 5 minutes before the door swung open, ushering in a fragrant breeze as a tall woman in a powder blue qipao entered, led by Wugu. Upon closer inspection, I beheld a stunning beauty with silky black hair, skin as smooth as cream, and a complexion as pure as fresh snow. Her elegantly arched brows and captivating gaze rendered her even more enchanting than her photographs, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Upon her arrival, Manager Yang's eyes widened, and he immediately rose to greet her, inviting her to take a seat on the sofa in the reception area. I couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, suspecting that the lecherous scruffy Taoist beside me might be salivating. Yet, to my surprise, he maintained a vigilant demeanor, watching Minxiang from his position on the sofa. It dawned on me then that Minxiang must possess some supernatural charm, aided by spirits that enhanced her allure. As this thought struck me, my teeth inadvertently bit down on my tongue, sending a sharp pain coursing through me. Suddenly, I felt a chill emanating from the wooden plaque on my chest. With wide eyes, I beheld a sight that was quite astonishing. Her skin was as smooth as cream, as white as freshly fallen snow. The makeup she wore was applied so thickly it resembled that of a house being painted, transforming her into a gaudy spectacle that churned my stomach and evoked feelings of nausea. The scruffy little alleyway let out a cold chuckle. This woman, despite her initially pleasing appearance, had long succumbed to indulgence after years in the underworld, her body now worn and lacking in any semblance of care. bearing the marks of age and fading beauty. He favored a more refreshing aesthetic, so his tastes were not overly extravagant. Through the vision shared with me by Duo, I immediately noticed a swirling black mist surrounding her, which I presumed to be her method of enhancing her allure. Yet, she seemed almost foolish in her approach to nurturing her little spirits, as it appeared to be backfiring on her. Manager Yang introduced both parties. Upon seeing Xiao Qiming dressed as a Taoist priest, Ming Xiang immediately furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "What is this? Are we being visited by a charlatan? How can you call yourself a Taoist?" In this day and age, 9 out of 10 who pretend to be Taoists claim to hail from Miao. Is this one any different? Manager Yang turned to Xiao Qiming, who nodded honestly, affirming, "I am indeed a Taoist from Miao." Ming Xiang then shouted, "Then why don't you hurry up and leave?" Manager Yang hesitated. At that moment, the plea of such a captivating woman was certainly not one he could dismiss easily. However, his rational mind urged him to investigate further, leaving him in a state of conflict. I pondered the fact that the golden silkworm curse had been within me for several months. Having contemplated it day and night, I had acquired some mastery over its power. Witnessing her audacity at this moment, I promptly formed the immovable king seal and boldly declared to her, "Spirit." The sound resonated powerfully, sending tremors through the space and echoing back, dispersing much of the black mist enveloping Ming Xiang. As the reverberation faded, I observed Manager Yang and Wugu gazing at Ming Xiang, their pupils dilating and then sharply constricting, likely upon recognizing her true form, leaving them in a state of shock. My exclamation startled Ming Xiang, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Regaining her senses, she rushed into Manager Yang's arms, weeping, "Wah, someone is bullying me." Yang's face shifted from pale to flushed, as he caught my and the scruffy little alleyway's mocking gazes, and saw Lu Guo wearing a distinctly sympathetic expression. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully shoved Ming Xiang back onto the sofa, coldly demanding, "Deng Chuanjiao, what on earth have you done?" With the black mist dissipating, Manager Yang became less courteous. Her appearance was undeniably unattractive and clearly lacked any value. In truth, judging by Manager Yang's previous demeanor, he must have encountered the true Ming Xiang, or Deng Chuanjiao, before. However, the interplay of her natural beauty and the illusion cast upon her left his memory in a muddled state, leaving him uncertain. This is a common impression held by women who frequently use ancient spirits to enhance their beauty. One would find them to possess many facets and varied poses. Reflecting on the stars one has seen, one might wonder who among them would engage in such practices. Ming Xiang, noting Manager Yang's reaction and the disdainful expressions on our faces, paused for a moment, realizing her ruse had been unveiled. With a venomous glare directed at me, the instigator of her predicament, she suddenly rolled her eyes back and, like a marionette, sprang from the sofa to confront me, intent on scratching and clawing at me. I am not one to strike a woman, yet I certainly do not wish to bear the marks of her claws upon my face. In a swift display of agility, I executed a backflip from the sofa, evading the onslaught of this frenzied woman. Upon witnessing my escape, she unleashed a torrent of profanities, the very recollection of which brings a flush to my cheeks. So I shall refrain from recounting them in detail. Almost immediately, her ire turned towards Xiao Qiming, as she roared like a lioness, lunging to seize him. The men within the room swiftly intervened, restraining her with a flurry of hands. I had previously remarked that the scruffy fellow possessed a mild disposition. I now retract that statement, for he was adamantly pinning down Ming Xiang's chest and arms, simultaneously shouting for her to calm down and not to lose her mind. While his hands wandered indiscreetly, I glanced around, wary of the malevolent spirit that had claimed 3 lives. The wooden talisman on my chest seemed eager to emerge and discern the nature of her companion. Finally, Manager Yang, Brother Lu, and the scruffy fellow managed to subdue Ming Xiang. Her strength was surprisingly formidable, but Brother Lu was a legendary special forces operative, and the scruffy fellow was said to possess extraordinary might, allowing them to restrain her. The scruffy fellow swiftly bit the tip of his right middle finger, applying the blood to her forehead as he recited a mantra for tranquility. I had once jested that he was destined to be a humble monk, yet here he was, an indiscriminate scruffy fellow, demonstrating his eloquence and speed in chanting his incantation, akin to the rapid-fire advertisements of the popular host Hua Xiao on the Voice of China. As the scruffy fellow continued his incantation, Ming Xiang's struggles gradually diminished until they ceased entirely. She sat there, dazed, allowing the 3 men to hold her limbs, exhaling a long sigh, her vacant eyes welling with tears. Seeing her emotions stabilize, they helped her sit up, while Manager Yang and Brother Lu remained on high alert. The scruffy fellow, having taken advantage of the situation, wiped his hands clean and inquired directly, "You cannot possibly control the spirit. How did you acquire this malevolent entity?" She was still weeping, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks, dripping onto her thighs and dampening her powder blue qipao. At last, she regained her composure and revealed that she had purchased it online from Taobao, a spirit from Thailand known as a gumintong, for over 20,000 yuan. After acquiring it, she had carelessly maintained it, gradually sensing its presence according to the instructions. She noted that her allure had intensified, captivating both men and women alike. Initially, she reveled in this newfound charm, but eventually it became increasingly uncontrollable, violent, and murderous. Upon finishing her tale, she sat upright, and the two beside her, fearing another outburst, were taken aback when she tightly grasped the scruffy fellow's hand, crying out, "Master, please save me." Her voice was a heart-wrenching wail that echoed ominously in the still room. Then, another loud shout erupted, this time from Brother Liu, who pointed frantically at the office window, exclaiming, "It's coming! It's coming!" Following his gaze, we beheld a puppet-like figure, a large-headed doll, floating outside the window. Its expression blank and its head grotesquely stained with blood. It fixated on us, or rather, on the wooden talisman resting against my chest, with hollow, white eyes that conveyed an indescribable eeriness. A piercing shriek erupted as it opened its mouth, revealing a multitude of stark white teeth. And it lunged through the window towards us. In an instant, the entire room contorted, engulfed in a sea of blood that resembled an abyss. Both I and the scruffy-haired companion uttered truths in unison, and at that moment, the approaching specter was momentarily immobilized by our fierce admonitions. Only then did its true form reveal itself. Resembling a child of about 3 years, its head was disproportionately large and oddly shaped, completely bald, with numerous sinuous veins writhing like black earthworms atop its cranium. Its eyes were vacant, pure white, unblinking and devoid of spirit. The limbs were short, and it was clad in tattered, filthy infant attire. When its mouth was closed, it appeared diminutive and cherubic, but upon opening, it revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. A foul stench of decay suddenly permeated the air, spreading throughout the room and inducing extreme revulsion. At that moment, Manager Yang and Brother Liu cried out and scrambled away in panic. Xiao Qiming forcefully pushed aside Min Xiang, producing a yellow talisman from seemingly nowhere, inscribed with swirling black and red characters. With a deft motion of his thumb and index finger, he tossed it into the air with precision, where it immediately adhered to the specter's form. Upon contact, blue flames erupted. Lacking such talismanic prowess, I resorted to the incantations from the 12 forbidden spells, channeling the energy of the air to firmly restrain the entity. A warmth surged through my hand, a gift bestowed upon me by the golden silkworm Gu, which also had expertise in illusion. With a wave of my hand, I restored the blood-soaked abyss to its original state, having encountered similar entities before. I felt a sense of understanding and research, thus I was not daunted by this specter. With a swift step forward, I seized its ashen gray calf. Though it was a spiritual being, I had the assistance of Duo and the golden silkworm Gu, ensuring a firm grip. I yanked it down, forcefully smashing its oversized head against the coffee table with a resounding thud. At that moment, Xiao Qiming's talisman had burned out, and the specter emitted a sound akin to a distressed mouse, a rare occurrence given that spirits typically lack vocal cords and can only produce sound under extraordinary circumstances. This particular entity, though it had caused the demise of several individuals through its illusionary arts, was evidently not as powerful as myself or Lao Shao. Its cries were purely a manifestation of anguish, a soul's desperate lament ignited by the flames of the scruffy-haired companion's talisman. Its once vacant white eyes suddenly glimmered with a fierce resentment and cold dread. Xiao Qiming swiftly approached, forming a hand seal, conjuring another yellow talisman between his middle and index fingers, proclaiming loudly, "Little poisoner, this malevolent spirit harbors deep grudges, and to allow it to remain would spell disaster for the living. Shall we collaborate today to exorcise it?" The ghostly child abruptly turned, lunging towards my right arm, its jagged teeth poised to bite. Though it was a spirit, its bite carried the poison of decay, rendering the victim motionless, their body covered in a thick coat of black fur, leading to death within a short span of time. This specter had taken lives before and was familiar with blood. My companion Duo, however, was innocent. I could not allow it to succeed. With a swift motion, I seized its foot and hurled its head downward once more, evading its advance. I have finally resolved to eradicate this malevolent entity. For how could I allow it to linger in this world and cause harm? I proclaimed my agreement, urging Xiao to act swiftly without further delay. The scruffy fellow had previously hesitated to take decisive action, considering my affection for Duo, the ancient spirit, and fearing that a ruthless approach would provoke my displeasure. However, upon hearing my proclamation, he shouted with determination, "All right." As soon as the words left his lips, the yellow talisman was thrust into the gaping maw of the malevolent spirit, igniting with a sudden explosion of flames. At that moment, the spirit's cries escalated to a pitiful pitch, reverberating in a high-frequency wail that pierced the ears of everyone present. It struggled violently, akin to a pufferfish freshly pulled from the water, contorting in bizarre manners. My hand felt electrified, a wave of numbness coursing through my body. And my arm trembled violently, reminiscent of the soreness from a grueling long-distance run in my youth. I let out a shout, gritting my teeth to hold onto its slender legs. Thankfully, this torment only persisted for mere seconds before the spirit finally ceased its thrashing, its limbs drooping in defeat. Half of its grotesque head was charred, yet astonishingly, a serene smile emerged on the remaining half of its face. Observing this, Xiao Kaming promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, devoutly reciting the Taoist sutras for the salvation of wandering souls, commencing the ritual. At that moment, Duo floated out from the wooden talisman resting upon my chest, hovering in midair, gazing vacantly at her kindred spirit. I placed the diminutive malevolent spirit, the ancient child, on the coffee table, its breath barely lingering, with one half of its head untouched by flames. Its eyes fixated on Duo, who resembled an angelic infant in the air. Summoning the last remnants of its strength, it extended its tiny hand, yearning to reach out to Duo, who floated down to reciprocate the gesture. I held her back, shaking my head. The malevolent spirit was entirely engulfed in the talisman's power unleashed by Xiao Kaming, with fierce flames that could inadvertently harm Duo, which would be disastrous. The spirit lay there. The fire continued to consume its form, scorching its body as it encircled its face. I gazed into its eyes, where white was speckled with black, revealing a multitude of emotions: regret, envy, anguish, relief, and an array of sentiments I had never imagined could be distilled from such a gaze. An inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within me. Duo clutched my hand tightly, glancing at the smoldering remains of the spirit, then back at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I pondered, had Duo not crossed paths with me, would she have met the same fate as the spirit? If Granny Luo had perished, perhaps she too would have succumbed to the malevolent winds on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, eventually transforming into a twisted entity, losing her mind and causing harm, ultimately captured and consumed by someone like me or Xiao Kaming, her soul obliterated, condemned to eternal despair? The thought struck me with dread, compelling me to grasp her delicate hand more firmly. At last, the spirit was reduced to ashes, its anguish cry lingering in the air. Pitiful, yet contemptible, Duo cast a glance at me before swiftly darting back into the wooden talisman. Her presence went unnoticed by the incapable manager Yang, Lu Good, and Minxiang, yet the scruffy little man caught sight of her. He winked at me with a smirk that struck me as lewd and foreboding. As the situation unfolded, the three individuals finally reacted. Manager Yang slapped Minxiang across the face, unleashing a torrent of curses to mask his profound panic. Wugu had already retreated to a nearby desk, his fingers turning blue from the pressure, evidently shaken, while the pallor on his face betrayed the demeanor of a soldier who had endured rigorous training. Minxiang fell to the ground, wailing in distress. Once the ordeal concluded, Manager Yang fervently expressed his gratitude, yet failed to mention any form of remuneration. I remained indifferent, but Xia Qiming was visibly perturbed. Manager Yang insisted that we meet their esteemed boss the following day, an individual affectionately referred to as Uncle Duan, who reportedly sought out unique talents like ours with great eagerness. I declined, citing the need to return to avoid hindering tomorrow's significant events. Xia Qiming, however, was unwilling to leave. Having been promised a complimentary evening, he craned his neck, adamant about staying. Manager Yang patted his chest, boasting that today, an abundance of beauties was available for selection, all at the company's expense. The scruffy little man's mouth widened in disbelief at this revelation. With the matter resolved, I was uncertain whether the next step involved calling the police or something else entirely. After years of navigating the world, I understood what was my concern and what was not. I was neither paid nor a superhero. My role concluded with vanquishing the ghost, after which I intended to retire to my hotel for rest. The scruffy little man lingered, but I made no effort to persuade him to leave, wrapping my coat tightly around myself as I stepped outside. As I traversed the second-floor corridor, a familiar silhouette caught my eye. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Shanqing, the young woman previously admired by Ah Jin, who had left her job for a boyfriend and a new life. I had heard rumors of her involvement in the world of escorting, and now, astonishingly, she had found her way into a nightclub at Jiaqiang Port, suggesting she had embraced a more professional path. Despite our acquaintance, I felt no inclination to greet her, surmising that our encounter would be awkward for both. Thus, I continued on my way. Upon returning to my hotel room, the clock had struck midnight. I took a shower and then lay on the bed, offering prayers for Duo. After several attempts to summon her, I found her inexplicably absent. Puzzled, I wondered why she was being so disobedient today. I insisted on her appearance, and she glared at me, waving her little hands in protest. I was bewildered by this turn of events. At that moment, the golden silkworm also emerged, mimicking Duo's glare. The two little beings staged a demonstration before turning away to play among themselves. It dawned on me that Duo might be upset with my collaboration with old Xiao in exorcising that little ghost. No wonder the scruffy little man had smiled at me with such significance earlier. It seemed he had anticipated Duo's reaction all along. However, the mischievous spirit who captured Minxiang, the same rotund creature that played with Duo, also possesses a share, does it not? Why does it frolic with such delight while it bares its fangs at me? The thoughts of these little spirits are indeed perplexing. The following day, I rose early, drawing back the curtains to reveal a clear sky, adorned with a brisk sun. Through the gaps of the steel and concrete forest, I could glimpse the distant sea. My previous vision was a mere 46, yet now it surpasses 52. I can see the white waves rolling towards the shore, a delicate line pushing through the murky waters. Here, the sea is not pristine but rather turbid and littered, a sight that evokes disappointment. In the distance lies Miao, a land where every inch is precious. The buildings are predominantly tall and narrow, closely spaced, creating a distinctive contrast to this place. I touched the locust wood pendant at my chest. Duo had returned. She had played joyfully with the rotund creature yesterday, deliberately ignoring me, yet she still bestowed a gentle kiss upon my forehead in the end. As the rotund creature returned home, I found it difficult to fall into a deep sleep, feeling the soft, jelly-like sensation of her presence. Though she may have been throwing a tantrum, she remained the sweet and charming little girl I adored. My heart brimmed with compassion, and I resolved to restore her spirit and memories. If possible, I would even aid her in regaining a corporeal form or reincarnating, allowing her to relish the joys of an ordinary life. I yearned for her to jump and play, to speak and laugh like the tinkling of silver bells, to bask in the warm sunshine, to read and write like any other child, and to grow up joyfully. Perhaps, one day, she would meet a boy who understands, cherishes, and loves her, and together they would build a family and lead a blissful life. As I pondered this, a sudden pang of jealousy arose within me towards that boy. Perhaps this is the sentiment every father feels towards his daughter's suitor. At 8:30 in the morning, the insufferable Xiaoqiming still had not returned. Sooner or later, this rascal would exhaust himself. Once, when we discussed idols, I mentioned mine was Qin Zhongshu, a man of vast knowledge and talent. I assumed his idol would be a figure like the three pure ones or Laozi, or perhaps Guguzi. To my astonishment, he declared it was none other than Wilt Chamberlain, one of the greatest basketball stars. This revelation genuinely perplexed me, as he hardly seemed the type to enjoy sports. His reasoning, however, was that this man purportedly had relations with 20,000 women. I grew weary of waiting for him and made my way to a nearby tea house for breakfast. At 9 o'clock, Qinli called to say he had arrived at Bazhou Port, prompting me to drive and pick him up. Upon meeting Qinli, there was little time for pleasantries. He promptly led me to a residence that purportedly housed a 10-year-old resurrection herb. It was a small, private botanical garden on a desolate peninsula known as Wild Donkey Island. When Qinli and I finally encountered the proprietor, he welcomed us warmly. Upon mentioning that we were referred by Master Gu, he immediately ordered some fine tea, declaring that a friend of Master Gu was a friend of his, encouraging us to speak freely. I inquired about a specimen of resurrection herb that was over 10 years old, expressing my desire to see it. However, as soon as I broached the subject of acquiring the decade-old herb, his expression changed, revealing a look of difficulty as he regarded me. After a moment of silence, he gathered his thoughts and spoke of the resurrection herb, which was not particularly precious, but merely rare and hard to find. He had previously found it intriguing and had transplanted it from Nanning, never expecting it to survive. To his surprise, it thrived and grew quite pleasingly over the years, becoming akin to a weed. Had you visited a week earlier as a friend of Boss Gu, it would have been yours as a gift. However, just 4 days prior, a fellow countryman from Canton visited and expressed his desire for it. After much negotiation, he acquired it for a staggering 1 million, paying a deposit of 100,000 and planning to return with someone to transplant it in 2 days. Thus, he confessed with great embarrassment that although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for his compatriots, he held a strong affection for the renminbi. This modest botanical garden incurred substantial expenses, and he was gradually unable to sustain it. Securing such a significant sum would provide him with some respite. At this point, the prospect of acquiring the herb seemed bleak. When I suggested visiting the 10-year-old resurrection herb, the owner politely declined, clearly determined to protect the transaction and wary of any ill intent on my part. Nevertheless, he did not shut all doors. While serving tea and seeing me off, he said, "Mr. Liu, if you are truly interested, you may also procure it for 1 million. I naturally prefer to conduct business with fellow Chinese." He invited me to return within 2 days if I had the funds, assuring me it would be mine. A bitter taste filled my mouth at the mention of 1 million. Although I had some spare funds from earlier stock transfers, I certainly did not possess such a sum. Even if I rushed back to sell my house and car and divest my shares, it would be too late. After leaving the botanical garden with Li, I squatted beside the road next to the car, and he joined me, offering me a cigarette. I waved it away, stating I do not smoke. Li felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had brought me there, yet the owner, while superficially polite, exuded an air of aloofness that was quite off-putting. Not smoking, Li moved to the downwind side to finish his cigarette, discarding the butt on the ground and crushing it underfoot. He then asked if I wanted to inform Boss Gu that if I truly desired the herb and lacked funds, he could lend me some. I declined, and at that moment, the sea breeze brought a damp, briny scent. I stood up and laughed, exclaiming, "What a trivial matter. There are plenty of herbs in the world. It's just a single plant. Without money, I could still acquire it." Ridiculous. Li assumed I was merely venting my frustration and chuckled without saying a word. As we drove back, I asked Li if he was busy. He replied that it was manageable, though his boss's company was currently conducting year-end assessments, leading to a myriad of complicated tasks. Hearing this, I decided to take him to Bazhou Port, telling him I would forego treating him to a meal this time, promising that next time we meet, we would not part until we were intoxicated. He remarked, "Liu, you are valued by Boss Gu and possess remarkable skills. It is only natural that you are busy. Should you find yourself with free time, feel free to reach out for drinks or a meal, and I will gladly accommodate you." I gently patted him on the shoulder, expressing my sincere apologies for the inconvenience caused by his unnecessary trip. As Li departed, I stood silently, gazing at his receding figure. There exists a history between Li and me. 2 years ago, I accompanied Mr. Gu on several business ventures, where he held me in high regard and intended to promote me as his assistant. However, Li employed certain underhanded tactics to thwart this ambition. Details are unnecessary, as it ultimately came to naught. Nevertheless, Mr. Gu proved to be a decent individual, introducing me to his cousin, Arjun, with whom I opened a small establishment to engage in modest commerce. To be candid, I discerned Li's manipulations, yet I chose to remain silent. He believed himself cunning, while I bore him no malice. Aspirations diverge among individuals. He relished the allure of being a prominent figure in Mr. Gu's company, feeling as if he were second in command, despite the presence of several vice presidents. In my eyes, however, that role resembled little more than a menial position, far inferior to my partnership with Arjun, where I could enlist a few clever young men and amiable women as my subordinates, leading a comfortable life as a small-scale entrepreneur. He craved the glitz, the bustling vanity of social exchanges, while I preferred to quietly savor life in a quaint locale. In my heart, one path led to bondage, while the other promised freedom. The choice was clear. Upon returning to my hotel, I spent a moment in reflection before venturing to a nearby mall to procure a dark gray mountaineering outfit, a plush hat, brown sunglasses, and a mask. I also acquired a high-powered military-grade telescope. Once equipped, I changed into my new attire. On my way back, I encountered a bicycle rental stall along Lovers Road. Opting not to drive, I took the bus to the vicinity of the stall. The weather was chilly, and business was slow. After some haggling, the vendor agreed to rent me a bicycle for 30 yuan per hour, a rather steep price that pained my heart. Around 2 in the afternoon, I rode the bicycle to explore Wild Donkey Island. The island is modest in size from the vantage point of Four Scenic Mountain. It appears merely a small patch of land. I soon approached a private botanical garden, feigning leisure while discreetly surveying the terrain and plotting my route. However, lacking knowledge of the specific location of the decade-old resurrection herb, I wandered aimlessly, enveloped in confusion. Anxiety began to creep in, The botanical garden, while not vast, offered an abundance of flora both indoors and outdoors. Various plants bloomed, including wintersweet, with its golden flowers outside and purple veins within, likely the esteemed Chinko wintersweet. This species is typically found in the central Qinling Mountains and Daba regions, distributed across northern provinces such as Shaanxi and Hubei. To witness its splendid yellow blossoms here suggests that the owner, an old man with a missing tooth, possesses some skill. Ah, yes, his name is Hujinro. Thus, it is conceivable that the elusive decade-old resurrection herb, sought by Duo, may indeed be found in this very garden. Initially hesitant, I had been rebuffed when I sought the herb that morning. However, should this rare plant be lost during the night, the toothless owner would inevitably suspect me of theft. He initially paid little heed to this inconspicuous plant, yet at this moment, it was worth a staggering 1 million, a sum that gold could scarcely match. How could he relent? I would undoubtedly find myself in a predicament later. However, I could no longer wait. If indeed there was a possibility, everything else could be prepared. And the only thing lacking for Duo to summon the Earth Soul was a propitious day. I could not afford to wait, and neither could Duo. For that interminable stretch of time. In truth, the most prudent course of action would be to bribe one of the 2 workers inside, gaining specific information before proceeding. Yet, with the arrival of the Chinese to collect their goods the day after tomorrow, time was of the essence. This thought ignited a simmering resentment towards the individual who had artificially inflated the market price. To be candid, I am an ordinary young man, deeply enamored with the film industry of Japan, particularly Japanese dramas and anime, lest you misconstrue my intentions. I fondly recall watching 1 Liter of Tears, and I harbored a great admiration for Erika Sawayuri, though she later married a photographer nearing 50. Naturally, I also harbor disdain for the politicians and right-wing elements in that nation. However, I do not resort to indiscriminate hatred. As I previously mentioned, in this world, there exist both good and bad individuals everywhere. Yet at this moment, I genuinely loathed that troublesome compatriot. I remained on Wild Donkey Island until 3 in the afternoon, nearly completing the topographical map while assessing retreat plans and emergency measures. The return bike ride took me 1 hour and 28 minutes. But the vendor insisted on charging me for 2 hours, and after some haggling, we settled on 50 yuan. By the time I took the bus back to the hotel, it was around 5 in the afternoon. Upon entering my room, I discovered a scruffy-haired youth sprawled on the other bed, sound asleep. I gave him a kick to rouse him, inquiring if he would join me for the evening's activities. Groggy and with drool still lingering at the corner of his mouth, he blinked awake and asked where we were going and what was afoot. I took a seat and recounted the entire situation to him. Zayakiming was incensed, vehemently cursing, first the owner of the botanical garden for their greed and hoarding, and then the Chinese for disturbing the societal market order. A plant that was once as common as wild grass should not be treated as a rare orchid. It should have been easily acquired for a few dozen or 100 yuan, perhaps a few thousand at most. What was the point of demanding 1 million? Hadn't the Japanese always been astute? How could they be so foolish this time? Ultimately, he concluded that the Japanese had erred due to their wealth, while the botanical garden had forsaken its integrity for profit. I conceded that his observations were rather astute, but what were we to do next? It was imperative for Duo that I procure that 10-year soul-reviving herb. Zayakiming seemed unfazed, casually waving his hand and boldly proclaiming that plants and flowers are the essence of heaven and earth, not the possession of any one individual. He quoted an old adage, stating that those who are virtuous are destined to inhabit the land. I considered him, a kind-hearted youth in both appearance and spirit, as the ideal candidate. If they refused to sell, could we not resort to theft? Fear not. I, old Xiao, shall accompany you tonight to ensure we retrieve it. I remarked on this sudden change in demeanor from the scruffy-haired youth, noting his newfound enthusiasm. However, as anticipated, he swiftly altered his tone, and the word but sprang forth once more. I was well aware of his obstinate temperament, so I patiently listened to his protests. Indeed, I hold a deep affection for Duo. I cannot usurp what belongs to another. All I desire is for this little girl to acknowledge me as her godfather, allowing me to relish a few days in the company of a well-behaved daughter. I chose to disregard him, shedding my heavy garments in preparation for a meal. Observing my indifference, he hastily grasped my arm, exclaiming, Hey, why are you acting this way? This godfather is not like any other. I genuinely wish to have a daughter. I retorted, then you should have one of your own. With that, I proceeded to the dining hall, while he rose, donned a new robe, and trailed behind me, conversing as he walked. Even if I were to have a child, I could never raise one as well-mannered as Duo. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? Despite his initial reluctance, by 9 o'clock that evening, he followed me out the door with an eager demeanor. I instructed him to change into ordinary attire, and he obediently complied, opting for a black tracksuit. Upon seeing him, I thought he resembled a high school physical education teacher, far more appealing than his previous Taoist robe. In January, the coastal city of Jiangcheng had turned quite cold, especially with the biting sea breeze that chilled one to the very core. We sat in the car, alongside the seaside avenue opposite Wild Donkey Island, the engine still running, emitting residual warmth amidst the pervasive chill. I retrieved the map of Jiangcheng I had purchased earlier that afternoon, revealing my initial intention to have either the golden silkworm or Duo sneak into the botanical garden and swiftly complete our task. However, I was unaware of the location, and the two youngsters were unfamiliar with the area, making them unreliable, particularly the golden silkworm. In truth, I could have shared the golden silkworm's perspective and controlled it. Yet neither of us had attained that level of mastery. Thus, I was left with no choice but to execute the second plan, a covert infiltration. At this juncture, Xiao Qiming promptly raised his hand, declaring, "I will be responsible for your extraction." I replied, "Goodness, I had originally intended for you, this unreliable fellow, to be of service. There is no need for such concern." I then meticulously outlined the entry route, the retreat route, and various operational details once more. Upon concluding, I inquired if Manager Yang had been contacted, to which he affirmed there were no issues. Both Lao Yang and Lao Lu had already agreed to provide an alibi. I produced an image of the common resurrection grass, stating, "Our target resembles this, but we seek the 10-year-old variety, with 6 stamens, uniformly short and thick filaments, and a purple stem." After inspecting the image, he remarked that it seemed familiar. I eagerly asked where he had seen it, and he scratched his head, uncertain if it was in Shaanxi or Shaanxi. I scoffed, "Nonsense. This plant typically grows in the south. If you mention Yunnan or Guangxi, I might believe you, but Shaanxi? It would have to be a peculiar creature to wander so far." He pondered for a moment, yet failed to produce a response. The clock struck 10. And it was still early. We needed to wait until 3 in the morning to commence our operation, the time when people are most fatigued. The mere thought of 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning conjured memories of my time in my hometown, guarding the forest station at Qingshanji, waiting for the lowly mule. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition washed over me. Perhaps my excessive concern was the cause of this feeling? As the clock struck 3, the cold dew descended. The moon sank into the clouds, enveloping the earth in darkness. The sea crashed against the rocks, sending forth a symphony of waves. On Wild Donkey Island, 2 dark figures were in motion. These silhouettes, agile and swift, glided silently along the island's earthen path, soon approaching an irregularly shaped area, enclosed by barbed wire. This space was the private botanical garden of Wild Donkey Island. Among the 2 shadows was myself, accompanied by a companion known as the Scruffy Path. We crouched outside the garden's southern fence, gazing at the dim light emanating from a nearby structure. The sea breeze swayed the chandeliers of the open-air garden, casting flickering shadows on the trees and swaying vines, reminiscent of a woman's flowing hair. After about 10 minutes, an elderly man, hunched and frail, ambled by. He was a night worker employed by Hu Jinrong, the toothless owner of the garden. The old man, evidently unwell, broke into a harsh cough, muttering curses directed at us, the ghostly children, urging us to roll away. My companion, Xiao Qiming, and I exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the meaning of his words. Was it some incantation or a way to ward off spirits? The old man seemed quite superstitious. Xiao Qiming speculated that the $1 million soul-reviving herb would likely be stored in that shabby room, most probably in the bedroom, cradled for sleep. I shook my head, asserting that it was improbable. The 10-year soul-reviving herb, characterized by its palmate venation and 5 main veins, bore leaves with a petiole measuring 25 to 40 centimeters in length. It had a peculiar trait: it needed to remain grounded. What did being grounded mean? The plant had to exist in the soil. Unable to thrive if transplanted into potting soil, once severed from its earthly connection, it would wither by the following day, losing all its efficacy, rendering it utterly useless regardless of the nutrients provided. This explained why the Japanese had not rushed to acquire it. To transplant the 10-year soul-reviving herb, one required a specific item, which I had concealed in a plastic bag within my backpack. When he inquired about it, I chuckled, withholding the information, noting my teasing demeanor. Xiao Qiming scoffed, questioning if Hu Jinrong could possibly be unaware of the transplanting process from Guangxi to Jiangqing. I refrained from elaborating on the qualitative and quantitative differences between the soul-reviving herb and its 10-year counterpart. As the old man moved further away, I handed my backpack to him, instructing him to wait for my return. He accepted it, muttering, "I can't shake the feeling that today's breeze is unusually chilling." As if something is about to unfold. I paid him no mind. The strong winds and low temperature were simply natural phenomena. Nearby, a tree with sprawling branches marked the route I had scouted during the day. Climbing the tree, I took a deep breath and leaped over the barbed wire. Landing within the botanical garden, shadows flitted within, and I treaded softly, releasing the duo of Duo and Jikengu, my heart a tumult of apprehension and excitement. Whispering to myself, 10 years soul-reviving herb, I have arrived. Where art thou? In that moment of fervor, I turned suddenly, sensing Xiao Qiming lurking in the shadows. His expression oddly peculiar. The two little companions, attuned to my thoughts, followed my commands. Jikengu fluttered its delicate wings and swiftly darted indoors, while Duo and I continued our search outside. The botanical garden is characterized by its diverse terrain, which consists of 3 distinct sections. The most expansive area is undoubtedly the outdoor space, featuring clusters of yellow camphor, Chinese redbud, false apple, and duckfoot trees, alongside smaller groupings of monkey ear rings, agarwood, brightleaf elaeagnus, and various species of bamboo. Interspersed are evergreen shrubs such as cinnamomum and myrtus. Additionally, there exists a small greenhouse, separated by translucent glass, illuminated by indoor lighting, housing delicate specimens like Hong Kong magnolia, vanda, boxwood, and black orchid. Furthermore, a 2-story building serves as the residence for the owner and workers, still aglow with light. I primarily searched through the grassy thickets. The botanical garden is meticulously organized, with each plant accompanied by a prominent label indicating its identity. Thus, despite the myriad of peculiar and somewhat similar flora, I was able to discern them clearly. The distribution of light within the garden is rather scattered. Areas near the greenhouse and residence are brightly lit, while the rest remain shrouded in darkness. The sky is overcast, with the January chill penetrating the air, devoid of the moon and with few stars visible. Occasionally, a flicker of light appears, revealing an aircraft navigating through the night, surrounded by darkness. The cacophony of insects chirping is abundant, an anomaly for winter when most insects would typically be dormant. Yet, here in the southern climate, warmth and humidity allow a variety of insects to thrive year-round. Time is of the essence, and I pay little heed to the tangled underbrush that seems to snarl at me as I crouch low, beginning my systematic search. Having devised a plan, I took responsibility for the left side while Duo managed the right, and Jikengu would first investigate indoors before venturing into the greenhouse. With our division of labor, our efficiency surged as we meticulously combed through the area. After 10 minutes, Jikengu emerged, parading before me with a plump rear, twisting slightly before retreating back into the greenhouse. As I was about to approach a large tree ahead, a sudden dull thud echoed through the air. My heart raced, and I quickly crouched behind a tree, peering into the shadows towards the source of the sound. A slender figure emerged from the west, stealthily treading softly. Thanks to Jikengu's presence, my ability to see in the darkness had significantly improved. It was a person clad entirely in black, not much taller than 5 feet 3, moving with a lithe grace akin to that of a black cat. Masked and swift, the figure soon reached a vast glass structure at the center of the botanical garden. This glass enclosure, the third significant artificial construction within the garden, loomed ominously in the daylight. I had previously sensed a foreboding atmosphere surrounding it, obscured by other plants, revealing only glimpses of vibrant red hues. According to the principles of yin and yang, the resurrection herb is classified as yang, thriving in sunlight and humid conditions, creating a stark dissonance with the ambience of the central area. Thus, I had not considered venturing there. Who is this individual? What brings them here at such an hour? With someone present, I dared not move recklessly, opting instead to observe quietly. Internally, I felt a twinge of discomfort, akin to a scenario where 2 thieves simultaneously reach into a stranger's pocket, igniting a peculiar sense of competition. In the darkness, the figure silently inspected the glass-covered room. The door was locked. He fiddled with it to no avail. Then, he retrieved a slender wire-like object from his pocket, clenching a faintly glowing flashlight in his mouth, preparing to pick the lock. His demeanor evoked the image of a professional agent from a 007 film, stirring an involuntary excitement within me. Just then, the elderly man I had seen earlier returned, wielding a powerful flashlight. The blinding beam swept across the area, and the figure instantly crouched low to the ground. stealthily crawling towards the underbrush. A beam of light shot towards me, prompting me to lower myself as well. Then, I heard a voice approaching. "You mischievous kids. Get out of here." The tone was somewhat neurotic, instilling an inexplicable sense of tension. What would I say if I were caught? That I couldn't sleep in the heat and sought refuge here. Or perhaps that the scenery was so enchanting I wished to take a nap amongst the trees. The footsteps drew nearer, the voice growing louder. The old man spoke with a southern accent, which heightened my anxiety. Suddenly, I felt a tug at the hem of my clothing, causing my heart to race. I turned to find it was Duo. This little one was pulling at my clothes. Shaking her head vigorously, the old man passed right in front of me, and I dared not speak. I glared at her, signaling her to wait. She pointed towards the center of the glass-covered room, crossing her arms and displaying a fearful expression. Once the old man had moved on, I asked her what was wrong. She was unable to speak, tugging my clothes insistently towards the exit. I resisted, explaining that I needed to find her medicine today, with the 10-year-old soul-reviving herb. She might regain her intelligence and possibly even her ability to speak. She looked at me, puffing up in indignation, biting her lip. At that moment, a dreadful scream erupted from the glass-covered room. I looked up to see a small shadow darting out from the underbrush. Frantic and disoriented, he shouted several curses, which, based on my years of film-watching experience, seemed to be in Japanese. He brandished a black military knife, wildly swinging it behind him, as though confronted by a ghost. Illuminated by the distant greenhouse lights, I could see that several thick, green vines, as robust as an adult's thumb and adorned with numerous fine thorns, were twisting towards him. Reminiscent of tentacled creatures from anime, moving with remarkable agility through the air. He slashed at them with precision, severing several segments. Then produced a spray canister and unleashed a cloud of black mist. The thrashing vines recoiled. Realizing he had been exposed, he swiftly removed a package from his person, charged towards the glass-covered room's door, and with 2 powerful kicks, shattered the ironclad wooden door. He retrieved several items from the package and hurled them inside. The old man on night watch heard the commotion and immediately shouted, "Help! Someone is stealing! Help!" He called out as he raced towards the building. A wave of dread washed over me. This was disastrous. The situation had escalated, and it seemed the night would be far from peaceful. I contemplated a hasty retreat, yet the golden silkworm Gu had not returned. Feeling reluctant, I pondered whether I could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Thus I steadied myself, ready to observe the unfolding events. As Duo, sulking because I ignored her, pinched my thigh in annoyance, an elderly man bellowed, causing an immediate stir among the inhabitants of the building, with lights flickering on in several rooms. However, an unforgettable incident transpired in the glass-covered room. The faint squeaks of mice echoed in the darkness, followed by shadows swaying ominously, reminiscent of ghostly figures. A shadowy figure, speaking in Japanese, retrieved another object from the package, resembling a fire extinguisher but much larger than the previous spray canister. With a vigorous thrust, it unleashed a fierce jet of white mist into the dark ahead. The shadows within the glass room stirred, emitting sounds akin to the cries of small beasts. Suddenly, the lights within the glass enclosure illuminated, as bright as day, revealing a verdant interior adorned with vibrant blossoms, red and yellow hues intertwining, their fleshy petals resembling wheels, while countless vines danced like living entities. The owner of the botanical garden, Hu Jinrong, along with his wife, the elderly watchman, and a burly man rushed out. Hearing the commotion, Hu Jinrong cried out, urging the assailant to cease his actions. Both he and the robust man brandished electric batons that sparked with electricity as they charged toward the glass room. A gunshot shattered the stillness, striking the side wall of the glass enclosure with such force that it sent shards of glass flying and halted the advance of Hu Jinrong and the hefty man. The intruder, masked, suddenly brandished a handgun, calmly instructing them, "You arrived just in time. You, go inside and retrieve the red fruits from that basket-shaped bamboo flower." He gestured towards the burly man, who, startled, raised his hands in surrender, pleading not to be shot. The intruder's Mandarin was precise, yet the pronounced retroflex sounds at the end of his sentences sounded peculiar. I marveled at the audacity of this individual. Having failed to steal, he resorted to outright robbery. But what could the red fruits of the bamboo flower possibly be, to compel this Japanese man to act so recklessly? It seemed there were indeed many intriguing treasures within Hu Jinrong's possession. The burly man discarded his electric baton, raised his hands, and cautiously approached, trembling. The Japanese man pointed at him while casting a sidelong glance at Hu Jinrong. As the burly man reached the entrance of the glass room, he suddenly knelt, begging for mercy, lamenting that he had dependents relying on him for sustenance. He cried out, his voice hoarse, yet the Japanese man remained unmoved, threatening. "If you do not go in and retrieve it, I will blow your brains out." The burly man, trembling, rose to his feet and hunched over as he entered the room. My curiosity piqued. What could possibly lie within that would drive this Japanese man to such desperation, instilling such fear in the burly man? While everyone's attention was captivated by the glass flower house, the golden silkworm returned. It did not come alone but was attached to a plant over 40 centimeters tall. This plump creature, against all odds, had managed to bring it back. Stealthily and silently, I held the herbal plant, gently stroking the little creature's head, which swayed contentedly while emitting faint, squeaking sounds. I crouched down to scrutinize the plant before me, smooth and hairless, with a feeble stem and nodes, exuding a subtle fishy odor reminiscent of fish mint. Its leaves were large and round, with more than 6 stamens, and the flower filaments were short and stout. The stem displayed a purple hue, almost identical to the description given by Grandma Luo. Yet, something was amiss. This resurrection herb bore strange red and white streaks amidst the purple. I found myself in a quandary, pondering whether it was a variant or an imposter. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a mutation, though I wondered if it would still possess those extraordinary properties. Just as I secured the herb in a bag and tied it to my back, a tremendous wail pierced the air, drawing my attention. I turned to see a burly man emerge, clutching a durian-sized crimson fruit. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a multitude of vine-like tendrils, as thick as infant arms, surged towards him, entangling his feet and pulling at his head, attempting to drag him back. The strength of these vines was formidable, rendering the man immobile. They were lined with numerous barbs that pricked him, eliciting cries of agony. The atmosphere grew thick with a foul odor, reminiscent of decaying animal carcasses. The Japanese lad promptly seized a spray canister from the ground and directed its contents at the tendrils, momentarily alleviating the pressure. Yet, the man's screams intensified. The white mist, upon contacting his skin, corroded it like acid, causing his flesh to ooze and drip, transforming him into a grotesque, bloodied figure. The Japanese boy shouted frantically, urging the man to toss the fruit over, but he refused, clutching the crimson orb in one hand while gripping the doorframe of the glass shelter with the other. Desperate to avoid being pulled inside, his voice was hoarse and eerie, as if he were enduring excruciating torment. Meanwhile, the ground surrounding the glass structure began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The soil slowly crumbled, revealing gnarled roots and numerous earthen jars. These jars resembled the ones from my hometown, used for pickling vegetables and fish, measuring about 30 to 40 centimeters in height. In no time, a dense cluster of 50 or 60 emerged, with more still surfacing. Some shattered upon emergence, clattering and spilling forth an array of bones, including skulls. The Japanese lad remained oblivious to everything except the tendrils ensnaring the burly man, relentlessly spraying his noxious gas. Inside the glass house, pitiful cries of small beasts echoed, resembling the mournful wails of humans. Hu Jinrong's wife and the elderly guard had already made their escape, but Hu Jinrong himself stealthily grasped a thick, black electric baton from the ground, inching toward the masked Japanese boy with the spray canister. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Suddenly, the glass shelter resounded with a deafening crash, followed by the sickening sound of steel reinforcements snapping. The entire structure collapsed under the weight of the objects within, sending dust and debris swirling. The Japanese lad jumped back in alarm, colliding with Hu Jinrong, who had stealthily approached, and they tumbled into a chaotic heap. I witnessed a robust man being crushed beneath the steel bars that cascaded down from the glass canopy, his head shattering like a ripe watermelon upon impact. Blood, a vivid crimson, and white brain matter splattered in all directions, with his eyeball dislodged and landing several meters away. Subsequently, his lifeless body was swiftly dragged into the wreckage of glass and steel by numerous vines, each as thick as a newborn's arm. A sense of urgency gripped my heart. I could not linger here any longer and resolved to flee. Suddenly, I stood up, only to turn around and feel the color drain from my face. From the thicket behind me emerged countless small figures, mere children, ethereal entities hovering a few inches off the ground, devoid of expression. Their white pupils fixed intently upon me and everything else around. The sight of those eyes sent a chill racing through my heart, leaving me icy and pained. A gust of wind swept through, and the winter of Jiangqing enveloped me in an unbearable cold. These spectral children, all bare-skinned with disproportionately large heads, floated as the wind carried their soft cries to every corner. My breath became heavy in my chest, and as I attempted to move, I discovered several of these small spirits clinging to my legs with surprising strength, preventing my escape. The apparitions before me were not much older than 2 years. Some could articulate their pleas, weeping as they cried, "Take me with you, take me with you." Their voices, heart-wrenching and reminiscent of souls emerging from the underworld, sent shivers down my spine. Duo, gritting her teeth and blushing with effort, pushed against the spectral children clinging to me. Her strength easily sent one tumbling away. Yet her expression was not one of triumph. She cried as if she were committing a wrongdoing. In no time, all the spirits clinging to my legs were cast aside by her. However, this was merely the beginning, as a throng of ghostly children surged towards me. Having endured far too much already, fear was inevitable, yet I felt no sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, the sight of so many eerie-headed spirits approaching instilled a sense of dread within me. A few of the children had red eyes, their menacing gazes piercing through the darkness. I softly uttered the incantation for the golden silkworm Gu to return to its rightful place, yet I felt no response from my body. Glancing around, I discovered that the creature had once again wandered off. Initially, I had intended to commend it for retrieving the soul-reviving grass, yet it seemed to be of no use. Regardless, I could no longer concern myself with that little pest. Gathering my resolve, I discreetly formed an external binding seal and recited the mantra of Vajrasattva, a sacred excerpt from the 12 gateways of forbidden spells, as learned by the master of the mountain pavilion. I continued to chant the 9-character mantra. As the incantation resonated, my days and nights of practice yielded some power, causing all the ghostly children surrounding me to scatter like ice fleeing from fire. With great strides, I retreated along the path I had come. As I ran, I realized that there were no fewer than 200 of them, densely packed like ripe melons in a field. This thought led me back to the image of that robust man's shattered skull, akin to a broken fruit, strewn across the ground. I fled in a state of panic, while the other spirits dared not approach me, instead scuttling towards others in the botanical garden. I averted my gaze, retracing my steps, my body scratched in several places. As soon as I landed, a figure approached me, and in my fright, I swung a punch, only to have it firmly grasped by a strong hand. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the scruffy Xiao Keming. He too appeared anxious, warning me of the grave dangers present. Had I seen the densely packed spirits from earlier? Those were malevolent ghosts, having consumed 3 souls from the creatures of the courtyard, only leaving behind the 4 remnants of rage, sorrow, fear, and malice, which preside over slaughter. Though not formidable in nature, once their numbers reached a critical mass, they became exceedingly dangerous. "Are you unharmed?" I touched the wounds I had sustained from the barbed wire while escaping, assuring him that I was fine, as my spiritual cultivation was quite profound. Xiao Keming scoffed, remarking that had it not been for Duodwa's formidable soul and ghostly constitution, those little fiends would have been hesitant, and I would not have been able to slip away amidst the chaos. A swell of pride surged within me, and I replied that it was no matter. My duo was indeed capable, matching my own prowess. Xiao Keming, eager for details, continued to ask questions, all the while tossing stones and twigs onto the ground, seemingly arranging some sort of formation. I disregarded his antics and recounted the recent events, while simultaneously retrieving a package of soil from my backpack for him to inspect. He reached out to touch it, crumbling the earth and inhaling its scent, inquiring as to its nature. I explained that it was an ancient formula for soil shared by an elder, capable of encasing the roots of the 10-year soul-reviving herb, allowing it to survive for an entire month. Xiao Keming clapped his hands, noting the yellowish, viscous substance on his thumb and forefinger, remarking on its peculiar odor, and questioned the composition of the soil. I shook my head, indicating that he might not wish to know, still wearing my gloves. I squatted down to place the pilfered roots into the soil. Xiao Keming urged me to hurry, and with reluctance, I mumbled that there was an unusually rare ingredient, scientifically known as newborn immaculate clay. He responded with an O, asking if it had other names. I stood up, stowing it back in my backpack, and through the barbed wire, I gazed at the chaotic spirits in the botanical garden, longing to escape. Noting my silence, he reiterated his question, kicking at me with his foot, demanding to know the name. With no choice, I revealed that it was also referred to as baby feces. Xiao Keming, struck by despair, dropped his grip, attempting to approach me, but I swiftly dodged and pretended to kick back. He chuckled, wiping the ground, suggesting we venture in for a closer look at the commotion. I retorted dismissively, asserting that I was not some sort of Pacific policeman and had no desire to involve myself with the throng within. The Japanese-speaking rascals inside were clearly up to no good, and the likes of Hu Jinrong were nurturing a man-eating flower and other ghastly entities, with hundreds of infant remains buried beneath the ground. Such characters were merely dogs fighting dogs, and I had no interest in their quarrels. Furthermore, I added, brother, there are dead people inside. With that, I took off running, while Xiao Qiming trailed behind, lamenting that his 9-leaf exorcism array was still incomplete. I remained silent, focusing on my escape, for a murder had transpired there, and I had no desire to become embroiled in such a foul affair. As Xiao Qiming ran swiftly ahead of me, he suddenly halted and turned to inquire, "Where is your golden silkworm?" It dawned on me that I had completely forgotten about that disobedient little creature. I stood still, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath, engaging in a profound mental effort to connect with it amidst the encroaching darkness. The world around me felt as if it were spiraling downward, exhausting me. As shadows loomed and the scenery wavered, I pressed forward with all my might, finally spotting two silhouettes ahead. One, a scruffy man clad in black sportswear, vigorously scraping mud off the ground, and the other, a pensive young man with a scar on his face, holding a bag in his left hand while resting his right hand on his temple. It is worth noting that the young man's scar, though shallow, added a rugged handsomeness to his youthful visage. With Xiao Qiming's jubilant exclamation, I opened my eyes to behold a crimson fruit, measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and resembling a cabbage, floating before me. Upon reaching out, it fell into my hand, surprisingly heavy, several pounds in weight. Atop this vibrant crimson fruit was a tuft of golden substance, its black-eyed orbs watching me intently. My heart swelled with joy. What a delightful little creature, instinctively bringing treasures home. This was indeed my family's golden silkworm. And the striking fruit in my grasp was the very object that the Japanese man had resorted to murder to seize, although I did not recognize it. The fact that someone had tried to take it confirmed its value. I decisively pocketed it, allowing the golden silkworm to return home, and then, alongside Xiao Qiming, we hurried to the road where our vehicle awaited. As the car began to roll along the coastal road, we soon heard the wailing of sirens passing us by. Initially intending to report the incident, I was surprised to find that someone had already taken the initiative. Without further concern, we drove back to the Dongfang Star nightclub at the port. Upon parking the car, we entered just as the night crowd was dispersing, accompanied by a server. We made our way to the office where the previous disturbance had occurred. Seated, Xiao Qiming recounted the events following my departure the night before. He and brother Lu had ventured into Minxiang's private dressing room, where they discovered the shattered remains of a ceramic gumatong. Inside were fragments of bone, hair, nails, and some residual viscera, surrounded by a swirling black smoke. The room was adorned with offerings of boiled eggs, incense, crushed rice, and pastries. He had constructed a spiritual altar to guide the souls, and subsequently, under Minxiang's direction, they uncovered 4 corpses in a nearby sewer, some highly decomposed, others marked with livor mortis, including the drunken man who had perished that day. Following this, Uncle Duan, the nightclub's enigmatic proprietor, negotiated with officials, leading Minxiang to voluntarily confess. I remarked that his absence the previous night had led me to assume he was indulging in a dalliance, not realizing he had been engaged in serious matters. He chuckled, acknowledging the truth, yet he could not help but regale me with tales of his encounters with 2 stunning Ukrainian women, describing the details in a manner far from decorous, unbefitting of a man of virtue. I quickly interrupted him, expressing my disinterest in his escapades, and inquired about the black cat brother Lu had mentioned, unsure whether it was mere hallucination or something more sinister. The scruffy companion, annoyed at the interruption, retorted that it was merely a cat. The black cat was an omen, capable of discerning between yin and yang, and its appearance was entirely normal. Why indulge in paranoia? As I spoke, Lu Ming, the security supervisor, entered the room. He informed me that Manager Yang had left, but the private room had been reserved for the entire evening. If anyone were to come for investigation, they would handle it accordingly. He performed his duties without questioning the reasons behind them and their line of work. One often navigates the gray areas and understands much without needing to inquire. Having witnessed the methods employed by me and old Xiao, he remained generally trustworthy. I stood to shake his hand, expressing my gratitude. He waved it off, stating it was merely a trifling matter. He then inquired whether their boss, Uncle Duan, wished to meet us for a meal, asking if we were available to arrange a time. Eager to return and prepare for Duodwa's recollection of the earth spirit, I had little inclination to engage, yet recognizing the assistance he had provided, I nodded in agreement for dinner that very evening. Xiao Qiming, the scruffy rogue, possessed an insatiable appetite for wealth and pleasure, naturally eager to associate with these underworld figures, much like renowned scholars who require the support of the affluent to thrive. To converse freely with the powerful and avoid the company of the common folk is the path to publishing works and achieving mastery, which in turn brings forth fame and fortune. After agreeing on a meeting place, we walked back to the hotel, where we slept soundly until dawn. Upon rising at 8 in the morning, I stretched and began to organize the fruits of yesterday's labor. As I unzipped my bag, I noticed the leaves of the 10-year soul-reviving herb had begun to yellow. I understood that while the specially prepared soil was beneficial, it could never match the stability provided by the roots in their native ground. After some contemplation, I resolved to bury it temporarily, intending to retrieve it upon my return to Dongguan. Even if I concealed this million-yuan herb among the grass, the risk of loss was minimal, as few possessed the discernment to appreciate its value. Upon rummaging through my backpack, I was dismayed to find the crimson fruit from yesterday reduced to a mere shriveled skin. How could this happen in a single evening? Enraged, I leaped to the other bed in the twin room and shook the scruffy rogue, who was lost in dreams, demanding to know why he had silently devoured our hard-earned bounty. Did he think it was a dragon fruit to be consumed in one bite? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked what was amiss. I retorted, questioning whether he had secretly risen in the night to feast on the red fruit we had retrieved. He vehemently protested his innocence, claiming he had collapsed into bed as soon as he returned, too dazed to contemplate anything else. Moreover, that mysterious item had been retrieved from a house exuding an ominous aura. Only someone who wished for a short life would dare consume such a dubious offering. I paused and asked him to repeat what he had just said. He was taken aback, reiterating, "Only someone who wishes for a short life would dare to do such a foolish thing." Our eyes met as we hurried to search the bag, and indeed, upon examining the darkened skin, we discovered a now plump worm nestled within. Its golden back bore a wavy red stripe, reminiscent of blood, exceedingly vibrant and sinister. The unkempt path called out Ba, first delivering a punch to my abdomen, declaring that it was indeed the thief shouting to catch the thief, then lamenting, "An ant devours an elephant, so this is how it is?" Indeed, that crimson fruit measured a remarkable 20 centimeters in diameter, yet was devoured overnight by a gold silkworm of thumb-like girth, which had only grown slightly in size. Does this comply with the laws of metabolism? Does this adhere to the principles of physics? It defies logic. Concerned that it might harm itself, I hastily attempted to connect with its consciousness. However, it seemed to have entered a state of hibernation, unresponsive no matter how much I called. In resignation, I placed its body into my jacket pocket, but once inside, it swiftly began to merge beneath my skin, forming a bulge reminiscent of a vein swelling during and for drip, gradually flattening until it vanished entirely. A semi-spiritual entity? The unkempt path exclaimed, astonished. He mused, "You've been reluctant to reveal where it was hidden. It turns out it was within your own body. How intriguing." So, the life essence truly resides within the human form. What care does it require? Does it feed on your blood? He bombarded me with questions, yet I remained silent, overwhelmed with euphoria that clouded my thoughts, utterly exhilarated. In that moment, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably, startling him. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked. "Oh, so many matters, bittersweet and unfit for the ears of others." Having risen, we descended to the second-floor dining area for breakfast. I returned to my room, donned the backpack containing 10 years of resurrection grass, and accompanied old Sha to a nearby garden for a scenic respite. He consulted an oracle and then chose a spot to bury the herb. We used a broken bowl we found to dig the earth, both of us getting our hands dirty before seeking a place to wash them. Observing the bustling pedestrians, the unkempt path suggested, "Shall we start a business today?" I agreed and joined him in enticing passers-by at a roadside stall. While idly sitting, I recalled a distant cousin, Liu Yan, who also seemed to be working in Jiangxing. I thought to seek him out for some amusement, but after flipping through my contacts for a considerable time without finding his number, I pondered my situation as a lone star. Approaching him would likely invite more trouble, so I abandoned the idea. The unkempt path's business thrived, remaining open until 4 in the afternoon, earning 150 yuan. Once we concluded our work, we returned to our lodging, only to find 2 police officers inquiring about something from the front desk. Upon spotting us, the receptionist pointed in our direction, and the officers approached us with authority, asking, "Are you Mr. Luzwa?" I thought to myself, so they have indeed come, yet my expression remained unchanged as I nodded and affirmed, "I am." This marked my first encounter with the police since 2008. I realized I had been entangled with them repeatedly since last September. Could I claim to be unfortunate? Very well. I am indeed unfortunate. However, this time, it was I who had provoked their attention. The police informed me that the family of Mr. Hu, whom I visited yesterday, had been involved in a homicide, and a significant portion of the botanical garden had been destroyed. Moreover, a plant worth over $1 million had been stolen that very night, the same plant I had sought to inquire about yesterday, thus raising my suspicion, necessitating further investigation. 2 individuals articulated their intentions and inquired if the investigation could commence. I affirmed, of course, as it is the duty of every citizen. The 4 of us then returned to the room I had reserved, where we completed the inquiry on the sofa. I clarified that I had indeed sought out Mr. Hu yesterday under the guidance of a friend, primarily to observe the decade-old resurrection grass. However, Mr. Hu was well concealed, and I did not manage to see it. He asserted that the plant was worth $1 million and had already been sold to a merchant from Japan. In light of my unsuccessful attempt to view the specimen, I escorted my friend back to Pengcheng, while I spent the day wandering the streets of Jiangxing. Where were you last night? I referred to the time between 3 and 5 a.m. today. Xiao Qiming and I exchanged glances, and the questioning officer furrowed his brow, inquiring if there was a need for collusion. I quickly shook my head, insisting it was not the case. How could it be? We had visited a nearby nightclub, reveling until 4:30 a.m. before returning to the hotel. The officer opposite me appeared skeptical, asking if I was certain. I affirmed my certainty, indicating that my companion was present as well. He scrutinized our earnest expressions and stroked his beard, asking if there were any other witnesses. After a moment of contemplation, I mentioned Lu Ming, the head of security at the nightclub. He gazed deeply at me and stated that an investigation would ensue. I reassured him, saying there was no problem. They could inquire freely, but I wanted to clarify that we merely went there to drink and sing. We did nothing else. He dismissed my claims as nonsense, but concluded the interrogation. The younger officer responsible for recording handed me the notepad, allowing me to review it before signing. Upon glancing through, I found no discrepancies and signed my name in a flourish. The questioning officer remarked upon the flamboyance of my signature. I humbly replied that I had not received much formal education, but had practiced cursive for a few days, with my later signatures honed during my time working in a factory while writing reports. For efficiency, my handwriting had inevitably become a bit hasty, and I hoped he would not take offense. He nodded in acknowledgement and remarked that the nightclub was a den of vice and advised me to frequent it less. Rising, he shook my hand and declared the investigation nearly concluded, advising me to remain in Jiangxing for the next few days, available at a moment's notice. Eager to return to Dingguan for the herbs and materials I needed, I inquired, perhaps impertinently, about the nature of the situation. I expressed my urgency to return to Dingguan to attend to my business. Moreover, with the new year approaching in just a few days, I longed to visit my parents. And being left in limbo here was quite vexing. He did not respond to my concerns, simply instructing me to wait before departing with his assistant. Once they had left, Xiao Qiming encouraged me to investigate the strange creature in the glass house at the botanical garden that we had seen yesterday. He teased, suggesting that I was not unfamiliar with the supernatural. He described it as a ghastly sight filled with the remains of children and a horde of ghostly dolls, certainly a malevolent entity. By now, it was past 5 p.m., and as dusk settled, I was reminded of the eerie vision of the ghostly dolls I had seen earlier, their expressionless faces and red eyes haunting me as they beckoned me to return. A chill ran down my spine, and I found myself reluctant to go. Just as Lu called, mentioning his dinner with his boss, Uncle Duan, I politely suggested we could meet tomorrow instead. By 7 in the evening, in a private room of the most renowned seafood restaurant in Jiangxing, I encountered the enigmatic owner of the nightclub, a prominent local entrepreneur, Uncle Duan Tianda. Accompanying us were Lu, the nightclub's security supervisor, the manager Yang Huan, and a strikingly handsome yet stoic young man. Uncle Duan, in his 50s, possessed a vibrant and piercing gaze, embodying the quintessential image of a southern businessman. His voice was robust, full of vitality, and he articulated his thoughts with animated gestures, maintaining a composed demeanor regardless of his emotions. A perpetual smile adorned his face, exuding warmth and friendliness. Yet I was acutely aware that running such a large nightclub in the city's most prosperous area required a person of considerable influence, and I kept my wits about me. As we settled in, it was primarily the chatty Xiaomao Xiaodao engaging with the old fox, while I indulged in the culinary delights before me. As mentioned earlier, I am quite the Epicurean, my passion for food surpassing that of the average person. I am not a picky eater. I relish everything from simple congee and pickles to exquisite delicacies, with a particular fondness for meat. The last time I had been treated, I had just been released from confinement back home, where Ma Haiba and Yang Yu had taken me out, and I was inebriated by Huang Fei. Since then, I had dined on lavish feasts, always as a guest. Faced with a table laden with lobsters, scallops, and shark fin, I found it impossible to restrain myself. In an instant, I had devoured half of an Australian lobster, drawing the attention of Uncle Duan and Manager Yang, who were conversing amiably with Xiao Dao. I paid them no mind, utterly absorbed in the exquisite flavors before me. Would I really tell them I had never tasted lobster before? Well, I had sampled spicy crayfish, which had left me with an upset stomach for a week. Since the days of the golden silkworm curse, I had been fortunate enough to avoid illness, save for the occasional injury from conflicts. Xiao Dao maintained an air of calm as he sipped tea, his expression placid, resembling a sage. Yet, his furtive glances betrayed him as he discreetly eyed the crabs before me, his throat subtly twitching. He was hungry too, but he only occasionally sipped soup or nibbled on a few vegetables, perhaps in an attempt to project an image of superiority. I chuckled inwardly, noting how he was no longer averse to indulgence while pretending to be aloof. However, it seemed that Taoists were allowed to marry and have children, which appeared more humane than the reformed Buddhism that had emerged. In India, the birthplace of Buddhism, there are even tales of temple prostitutes. Our conversation meandered through topics of leisure, health, spiritual lineage, astrology, charms, exorcisms, and blessings. Xiao Dao was quite eloquent, and one could imagine him as a prominent figure, perhaps even a congressman, had he been reborn in America. Uncle Duan, with his vast experience and sharp acumen, could not help but be drawn in, frequently nodding in agreement. Everyone seemed entranced by the discourse, except for the stoic handsome man, who remained unfazed. He was Uncle Duan's security assistant, appearing as though he had a military background, silent yet distinctly different from the average person. Later, Liu introduced him to me, revealing he was a defector from North Korea. When he cast a glance my way, his eyes were sharp as a blade, sending a chill down my spine. This was no ordinary man. He had blood on his hands and a formidable presence. As the banquet progressed, Uncle Duan turned toward me and inquired about various matters. I merely mentioned that I was assisting Master Xiao, learning in the process. He nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Lu Zhua, do not underestimate yourself. Xiao Lu has informed me that your skills are quite commendable." Once the feast concluded, I wiped my hands, feeling uncomfortably full. Uncle Duan engaged in a lively discussion with a fellow named Zhao, sharing a remarkable rapport. However, being a person of considerable responsibility, he proposed to reconvene on another date, departing in the company of a man named Park Shixian. With Uncle Duan's departure, Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and inquired whether another serving of the Australian lobster I had finished could be arranged. Naturally, Manager Yang and Brother Liu agreed without hesitation. After the meal, Zhao was invited to explore a nightclub, but I declined, opting instead to return to the hotel for rest. Upon entering my room, I was taken aback to find my belongings, suitcase, bed, and wardrobe thrown into disarray. Shocked, I wondered if someone had attempted to steal from me. I immediately summoned the hotel management and demanded an explanation. The manager from the housing department arrived, equally astonished, and quickly asked if I had lost any valuable items. Upon checking, I realized my wallet, phone, and keys were all with me, and my suitcase contained merely clothes, socks, and facial wash. Nothing of significant value appeared to be missing. He inquired if I had offended anyone or lost anything. I suddenly pondered whether I had been targeted. I had been careful enough to plant the 10-year-old resurrection grass in the park that very morning. Who could it be? The police? Unlikely. They would have searched directly in the afternoon or discreetly without my knowledge. Perhaps it was the owner of the botanical garden, Hu Jinro? I had not heard any news about him. Or could it be someone else? I ceased my musings and promptly called Officer Shen, who had given me his number earlier, to report the theft. He responded with a brief acknowledgement and suggested that I should file a report with the local police station instead of contacting them. I was taken aback. Officer Shun had transformed into an indifferent bureaucrat. I queried the hotel manager about reviewing the surveillance footage in the corridor. He replied it was possible, but we would need to wait for the police to arrive. I firmly objected, insisting, "Just tell me, can we or can't we? If we can, let us find out who the thief is. If not, I will inform all guests about the theft and your negligence." He quickly opted for the first option, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes." We proceeded to the monitoring room, and after a brief wait, the staff regretfully informed us that the surveillance footage had been deleted. I sank onto the sofa, closing my eyes, feeling as if an enormous net was being cast over me. I notified Zhao, and that night we organized our belongings and transferred to another hotel. The previous establishment offered me a complimentary stay and, together with the duty manager and supervisor, sincerely apologized, fearing I might post negative reviews online. The following morning, Miao, brimming with enthusiasm, contacted me again, asking if I would like to visit Wild Donkey Island to see something extraordinary. Intrigued by the prospect, I agreed to accompany him. After our meeting at the China Resources Plaza near the port, we embarked on a journey to Wild Donkey Island. The drive lasted approximately 40 minutes. And after crossing a bridge, we arrived on the island. This modest isle soon led us to the vicinity of a botanical garden. However, we encountered uniformed personnel enforcing a roadblock, prohibiting passage. 20 meters away, a crowd had gathered at the intersection. Reluctantly, we exited the vehicle, overhearing various onlookers engage in idle speculation. As I approached, intending to proceed, I was halted by a police officer who informed me that passage was forbidden. Upon inquiring about the reason, he explained that an explosion had occurred the previous dawn, and an investigation was underway, urging bystanders to vacate the area. Defeated, I retreated along a narrow path, seeking clarification from those craning their necks for information. A short, ruddy-faced middle-aged man chuckled and quietly remarked, "Those officers are just scaring us." Another individual immediately interjected, refuting him, claiming to be a local and asserting that the botanical garden was the source of the trouble, as it had a history of ghostly disturbances. He elaborated, saying that when the ominous thunder strikes, countless spirits emerge from the earth, seeking vengeance upon a certain Hujinro. Another voice countered, asserting that within the garden-esque glass house resided a malevolent tree, feeding on the flesh and souls of the living. This tree bore blossoms with a diameter of 15 decimeters, both enchanting and fragrant, reminiscent of enticing orchids. It was said that for every 10 souls it consumed, a single flower would bloom, producing fruit after 10 years. Initially green, it would then mature into a reddish-brown hue, ultimately ripening into a blood-red state over another decade. This fruit was regarded as a rare treasure, said to bestow longevity and even the ability to resurrect the deceased, truly comparable to the fabled ginseng fruit. The crowd buzzed with lively chatter. At that moment, a convoy approached, led by an executive-grade Mercedes-Benz S600. The procession halted, doors swung open, and a group disembarked, led by a distinguished figure with gray-white hair, clad in a sharp suit. An aide promptly engaged in discourse with the police. Nearby, I noticed a slender boy standing quietly at a distance. He was diminutive, barely reaching 1.60 meters, and his frail physique starkly contrasted with the robust figures clad in dark suits around him. As he turned his head, our eyes met. His light blue irises and Western features suggested a mixed heritage. In his gaze lingered a hint of melancholy, a sorrow that flowed like a river. I felt as though he had stepped out of an idle drama or a comic, embodying a realm far removed from my own mundane existence. He regarded me, and I reciprocated the gaze. After a brief pause, he smiled and approached us, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Kato Haruchi, a pleasure to meet you." Gasps of surprise erupted from those around us. I nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, as did my companion, who regarded him with a sidelong glance. Unperturbed, he continued to chatter away, and we merely offered polite nods, refraining from disclosing our names. After a while, someone called for him, and he politely bowed before departing. The two of us made our way to a quieter area, where the scruffy-haired young man inquired about the night we broke into the botanical garden. Asking if it was indeed him, I confirmed it, observing his delicate demeanor akin to that of a young girl, yet possessing a ruthless nature that surpassed many. I vividly recalled Kato Haruki, clad in all black, forcing a burly man in the botanical garden to retrieve the crimson fruit from within a glass enclosure at gunpoint, subsequently spraying him with a canister until he nearly melted, his eyes unwavering. I had assumed he had perished in the early hours of yesterday or had been apprehended by the police. Yet to my astonishment, this young man reappeared before us, seated in a luxurious automobile, accompanied by a group of haughty Japanese individuals. A sharply dressed, bespectacled man in polished shoes was engaged in a heated discussion with the police setting up a perimeter, fervently insisting on the prowess of Mr. Kato, demanding they clear the way as they intended to enter and finalize a $1 million transaction with the owner of the botanical garden. The police appeared quite troubled, attempting to explain the situation while a young officer behind them was on the phone, presumably seeking higher authorization. At that moment, another Audi arrived. The car halted, and 3 individuals emerged, dressed inconspicuously, yet the third one bore a striking resemblance to the scruffy-haired young man beside me, sporting long hair tied in a bun. I turned to greet him, only to find that this old acquaintance had silently slipped into the crowd. After searching for a while, I finally located him. Crouched and acting furtively, I approached him and inquired about his unusual behavior. Had he encountered an enemy? He shook his head, placing his right index finger to his lips, and then shushed me, indicating for me to be quiet. His sneaky demeanor amused me, and I joked about him having stolen something. He denied it, explaining he had run into an acquaintance with whom there had been past grievances, making it unwise for him to reveal himself. I glanced at the man with the bun making his way toward the Japanese group and remarked, "Oh, judging by that attire, is he your senior or junior? He seems to be doing quite well." Xiao Keming scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. "Nonsense. He is merely a junior disciple." I regarded him with newfound respect, acknowledging his ability to boast. The three individuals who had arrived behind us were indeed impressive. They approached the police present to inquire about the situation. The leader, a short man, presented his credentials, prompting several officers to immediately raise their right hands in a salute. The man then spoke with authority to the Japanese group, including a translator, and after a brief exchange, the Japanese retreated, visibly disgruntled. I recognized Officer Shun and two men with even higher ranks rushing over, warmly greeting the trio. They engaged in friendly conversation for a moment before proceeding into the botanical garden. A Mercedes-Benz retraced its path, halting before Xiao Jingming and me. Then, an elegantly attired translator descended, approached me, and said, "Mr. Liu, Mr. Xiao, our President Cato wishes to speak with you. Could we find a quiet place to converse?" A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Why would he seek us out? Under normal circumstances, we were mere bystanders in this scenario. Yet this individual had addressed us by our surnames, clearly indicating prior knowledge. It was no wonder that the Japanese young man had approached us for a brief exchange. However, I am completely unfamiliar with this group of individuals, although I am aware that among them is the Japanese man who has undoubtedly inflated the market price of the 10-year soul-returning herb, as well as the young Japanese fellow who stole the fruit of the enchanted tree in the early hours of yesterday. We have never crossed paths. Merely translating this sentence evokes a sense of exposure within me, akin to stepping outside without clothing, feeling utterly transparent. One of them exudes an air of arrogance. I initially hesitated to respond, yet beside me, Xiao Keming decisively interjected, "I can engage in conversation, but it will be billed by the minute at 10 yuan per minute. A fair price, no deception, and a 20% discount for two people." The translator appeared momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses, and asked, "Mr. Xiao, you jest, do you not?" Xiao Keming shrugged and replied, "Everyone is quite busy. Consultation fees are, of course, necessary." He paused for emphasis and added, "In dollars, I must clarify." The translator returned to the vehicle and exchanged a few words with the gray-haired man before turning back, stating, "Very well, let us discuss this at a nearby establishment." I, along with the scruffy-haired fellow, inexplicably returned to the car, following the Japanese convoy away from Wild Donkey Island. En route, Lao Xiao confided in me, speculating that the thieves from yesterday were indeed this group of Japanese individuals. It is astonishing how, in less than a day's time, they managed to trace us. Their intelligence operations are as seamless as if conducted right at our doorstep. I remarked, "So, if I understand correctly, the Japanese are already suspicious that we intervened, seizing the 10-year soul-returning herb and that mysterious red fruit?" Lao Xiao nodded, indicating that even the theft from our room yesterday could potentially be attributed to this gang of miscreants. I shared his sentiment, feeling a pang of sorrow. On the soil of my great China, how is it that these ruffians roam so freely without anyone intervening? Upon arriving at a gracefully appointed establishment, the gray-haired middle-aged man was already awaiting us in a room, accompanied by the translator, while the young Japanese fellow, Katahara, was conspicuously absent. Upon entering, the translator ceremoniously introduced the gray-haired gentleman as Mr. Cato Ichifu, the senior representative of the corporation in China. Cato Ichifu sat composedly, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of a monarch. Xiao Keming and I took our seats opposite him, and Xiao Keming urged the translator to dispense with the pleasantries, emphasizing the need to ask promptly for the sake of the dollars at stake. Cato Ichifu regarded us intently, his small eyes glimmering with keen insight, and inquired, "Gentlemen, did you steal the dragon blood soul-returning herb that I ordered from the botanical garden? If so, I am willing to repurchase it at the same price." Upon his utterance, the translator immediately conveyed his meaning to us, surprising me with his unexpected proficiency. One could only wonder how enjoyable it must be for him to watch Japanese dramas. Nevertheless, despite my admiration, both Lao Shao and I emphatically denied. No. I exclaimed. How could this be? What do you mean by that? Cato Ichifa smiled and stated, let us be straightforward. Our inquiries have revealed that among those seeking Mr. Hu, your intentions are the clearest. Furthermore, it is merely a day since the dragon blood soul returning herb was stolen. It is quite evident, is it not, that it was your doing? I found his accusations tiresome and retorted, what manner of reasoning do you employ? Kato Kazuo began to recount his experiences investing in China, detailing how many individuals he had aided in securing employment and how he contributed to the economic resurgence of Jiangqing. He spoke of his enduring, amicable disposition towards China and the affection he received from his factory employees. I held my head high, attentively listening. Indeed, I am not well versed in grand theories. That is the domain of economists. However, having traversed the Pearl River Delta for several years, I have encountered various Japanese enterprises and even worked for one. Generally speaking, Japanese companies tend to offer higher wages and better benefits. Yet their regulations are often so stringent that they can be overwhelming. The disparity in treatment between Japanese and Chinese employees is stark and reminiscent of the oppressive atmosphere of the 1940s under Japanese occupation. Foxconn exemplifies this management style, demonstrating the reality of such practices. Noticing our lack of response, Kato Kazuo grew increasingly impassioned. He explained that his quest for the dragon blood resurrection herb, as referred to by the Japanese, was driven by the plight of his beloved 18-year-old daughter, who had become a vegetable due to a tragic car accident. After medical avenues proved futile, he sought alternative paths to restore her spirit. It is said that this herb, crafted by capable religious practitioners within the Shinto tradition, could reclaim his daughter's soul. He implored us to assist him in this endeavor, so that a father might once again behold his ailing child. Tears streamed down his face, and even I found myself moved to the verge of weeping. I recalled the story of Chie Yui, yet when he inquired again, I resolutely replied in the negative. His countenance shifted to a pallid hue, rigid as stone, reminiscent of the bald section chief from my former Japanese company. With a stern demeanor, he demanded, are you certain you possess nothing? There is an old Chinese saying, don't drink the toast if you can't handle the penalty drink. I possess evidence, he warned. Do you wish for me to escort you to prison? The evidence he referred to was our earlier lapse. I suddenly erupted in laughter, proclaiming, so you reveal your true intentions? In the territory of the Chinese, I am eager to witness your arrogance. Turning on my heel, I exited the room, unyielding in my pursuit of the translation fee. As I stepped out of the private room, a slight figure obstructed my path, Kato Haru. Standing before me, shrouded in my shadow yet radiating an indomitable spirit, he fixed me with a cold gaze, marked by an inexplicable melancholy. Did you truly acquire the dragon blood resurrection herb? If so, hand it over immediately. I will pay you 2 million. What say you, Chinese? He implored. This herb is essential for saving my sister, Qinwei. I retorted. Get lost. I cursed at the neighboring table. Look at your miserable face. Even a good dog knows not to block the way. Do you understand? I attempted to push past him, but he clutched my sleeve, hurling insults. You brutish man. You wretched soul. In my struggle, my balance faltered, and to my astonishment, this small figure managed to throw me off balance, sending me crashing to the ground with a painful thud. The impact left my face flushed. Despite towering over him by at least 10 centimeters and possessing a more robust physique, I found myself humiliated, sprawled on the floor. In a fit of indignation, I sprang to my feet and charged at him, ready to grapple. Unexpectedly, this individual turned out to be a practitioner of martial arts, seemingly skilled in judo. With his right hand, he deftly caught my punch while twisting his left hip, and in a matter of moments, he had me pinned to the ground. My muscles ached, and my joints were rendered powerless. No matter how I struggled, escape was futile. It dawned on me that I was unable to summon the strength of the golden silkworm toad. That little creature had fallen into a deep slumber, leaving me as the same ineffectual person I once was. Though I possessed a measure of strength, it was utterly inadequate in the face of such professionally trained opponents. I could engage in brawls with the best of them, but against someone like him, I was utterly at a loss. I lay face down, immobilized, my frustration mounting to the brink of madness. After 10 seconds, Kato Haruki released me, regarding me with a disdainful gaze. His eyebrows arched as he remarked, perhaps I overestimated you. How could such a weakling be the adversary I envisioned? I had misjudged you. Thief, perhaps there exists another worthy challenger. Begone. Do not let me lay eyes on you again, he declared arrogantly. Suddenly, he was seized from behind, a powerful grip around his neck, and with a resounding crash, He was forcefully pressed against the smooth floor tiles. Then, I heard a man's roar. "How dare you strike my brother?" As I rose to my feet, I witnessed Xiao Qiming firmly restraining Kato Haruki, applying considerable pressure. In that moment, I recalled old Xiao boasting about his incredible strength, and it appeared that his claims were indeed substantiated. Observing his righteous indignation, I felt a surge of gratitude. They say misfortune can be a blessing. Having endured so many setbacks at the hands of that scruffy rogue, it seemed that my trials had not been in vain. The bodyguards had been attentively monitoring the situation, and upon witnessing their comrade in distress, they quickly converged, tensions rising. A dozen individuals swiftly surrounded me and Xiao Qiming. Hearing the commotion, Kato Kazuo and the translator emerged from within. Upon witnessing the scene, Kato Kazuo coldly glared at the scruffy rogue and inquired, "Is this necessary? Should I call the authorities?" I called out to old Xiao to cease his actions, and he released Kato Haruki, rising to his feet and brushing off his hands, saying, "Mr. Kato, you are indeed a generous patron, but your son is rather impulsive. If our conversation is unfruitful, let us part ways here." The scruffy rogue and I departed together. As the bodyguards attempted to close in, only to be halted by a sigh from an elderly man who said, "There is no need." We returned to our vehicle and drove away from the establishment. Noticing the marks around my neck, old Xiao asked if I was all right. I replied that it was nothing. Merely a dog bite, prompting him to laugh heartily and say, "How did you suddenly become so soft? This isn't like you." Wearing a frown, I explained that my golden silkworm toad had entered a state of dormancy, rendering me unable to harness its power, while that fellow was quite adept with his techniques, leading to my swift defeat. He expressed surprise, asking how my creature could exhibit such behavior, speculating that it might have consumed some fruit and become lethargic. I spat at him, exclaiming, "How could that be? I have maintained a subtle connection with it in my consciousness. It's simply overindulged." Old Xiao laughed heartily, saying, "You, my friend, have deprived the golden silkworm toad of any semblance of a good life since it has been with you. Its sustenance consists of toxic creatures, does it not? What do you feed it? Pig and cow entrails mixed with ergotu? My goodness, what a bizarre diet. How could you even think of such a thing? This time, upon encountering something delightful, it is only natural to indulge in it immediately. Alas, you have consumed my share as well. That cannot stand, and you must compensate me." I sighed and declared that this time, I would not share the expense of our conversation with you. Observing my next turn, the scruffy fellow inquired if it hurt. I affirmed that it did. He then suggested seizing an opportunity to deal with that boy, remarking that he had effectively committed murder in the early hours of yesterday. Should we report him to the police? I retorted that if they were to ask how he knew, what would he say? He proposed another idea, suggesting we find a chance to give him a beating. Yet, as the words left his lips, he reconsidered, realizing the presence of numerous bodyguards. He sighed, lamenting that I had been so formidable when dealing with Wang Luo, and yet was now so hesitant. Why not unleash the poison? As I drove, I retorted peevishly that the golden silkworm had already slumbered. What kind of curse could I possibly invoke? Though I spoke thus, I could not help but reminisce about that plump creature within me, feeling that at times it resembled power, a taste of poison. Once it was gone, an abrupt sense of loss enveloped me, as if I were a retired official descending from a position of authority. My thoughts drifted to the peculiar Japanese youth. A character both strange and decisive, capable of murder without a blink, truly a formidable individual. I sensed he was exceptional, possessing a certain repulsion towards his surroundings, as if he bore something extraordinary. Even with the golden silkworm by my side, I was uncertain of my ability to vanquish him. Very well. A gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade. I shall endure. Our conversation meandered towards the matter of the demon tree. I found myself increasingly curious about what had transpired after my departure that night. Kato Hiroshi had survived, but what of Hujinro? What had become of the others? And what was the significance of those jars filled with bones? The swarm of ghostly dolls, what was their purpose? Countless questions surged within me, truly a torment of uncertainty. Yet, here, we were unfamiliar with anyone. Officer Shin seemed uninterested, even in our stolen possessions, and I could not rely on him for information. Suddenly, I recalled that the scruffy fellow had mentioned one of those who entered the scene was his nephew, so I urged him to inquire further. Upon hearing this, he feigned ignorance, claiming he was unaware of such a matter. Reluctant to investigate, he left me with no choice but to abandon the idea, having acquired the soul-reviving herb. I set aside my curiosity and ceased my inquiries. I considered this merely a trivial episode in the strange tapestry of my life. I laid my worries to rest, thinking it was over. Little did I realize, this event was far more complex than I had anticipated. And my struggles in the subsequent years would be fueled by these few days' occurrences. Of course, this was knowledge I lacked at the time. But that is a tale for another moment. Upon returning to the hotel, Brother Lu called to invite us to meet Uncle Duan. I was disinterested and sent Xiao Keming instead. I drew the curtains and lay on the bed, engaging in a hand-clapping game with Duo. You clap once. I clap once, I recited, and she clapped earnestly. At times, I would err, and she would tickle me, for I am particularly sensitive to tickling. When she made a mistake, she would pout in dismay. In contrast, I found joy in stretching her face and making silly faces at her. Deprived of the golden silkworm curse, I nonetheless retain a semblance of magical prowess, or perhaps it is merely the power of belief that allows me to connect with Duo. Provided she is willing to reveal herself to me. Though she may be reluctant, she does not evade my discipline, for she remains a good child, devoid of any deceit. Without the golden silkworm curse, Duo finds herself somewhat bored in solitude. Even her enjoyment of watching television has waned compared to past times. When Xiao Keming returned that evening, he mysteriously inquired if I wished to know what transpired in the early hours of yesterday. I asked if he had a source of information. He affirmed, stating that Uncle Duan, whom I was unfamiliar with, was a formidable figure in Jiangcheng, wielding influence in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Today, he recounted a general overview of the matter, claiming that its accuracy was quite reliable. Intrigued, I urged him to share more. He procured a cup of tea to soothe his throat and began his tale. In ancient times, Wild Donkey Island served as a site for the worship of Mazu, featuring a rudimentary temple constructed by fishermen. In the 1940s, a hurricane devastated the area, and amid the societal turmoil, the populace was too preoccupied with survival to consider rebuilding the temple. As society transitioned into a new era, the memory of the temple gradually faded. In the early 1990s, Hu Jinrong, a technician from the Forestry Bureau of Jiangqing's southern district, fortuitously encountered a sage. This sage, renowned for his gambling prowess and notorious as the eight-handed divine eye, eventually found himself in Macau, but was discovered cheating and had his tendons severed. He was rescued by Hu Jinrong as he wandered destitute in Jiangqing. On the brink of death, the eight-handed divine eye could not impart all his gambling skills to Hu Jinrong. Instead, he shared a secret he had once heard regarding the Mazu Temple on Wild Donkey Island. The tale spoke of a time when the societal preference for male offspring was particularly severe among coastal fishermen, leading to tragic occurrences where newborn girls were often drowned. In the superstitious South, especially among those who spent their lives adrift at sea, the fate of the seas dictated their beliefs. The bodies of deceased infants were not to be buried carelessly. They had to be placed in ceramic jars and interred in the woods near the Mazu Temple. This abhorrent practice, a grim reflection of humanity's darker side, persisted in whispers even into the Republican era. One day, the eight-handed divine eye passed by Wild Donkey Island and decided to explore. To his astonishment, he discovered that the burial site of these infants had given rise to a verdant vine adorned with red flowers. Having traversed the world and befriended many, he was well-versed in the extraordinary and the bizarre. Despite his gambling expertise, his keen perception led him to identify this plant as a potent spiritual entity born from the accumulation of resentment in an extremely negative environment, known as the Shurabihua. This flower was fundamentally distinct from the heavenly omen flower, the Manjusaka, celebrated in Buddhism. Rather, it was a toxic bloom, also known as the flower of the dead, hellflower, or ghost flower. Though perilously toxic, it bore fruit once every decade, resembling a large, fragrant red durian, sweet and succulent, containing the essence of entangled spiritual energy. It is said that consuming this fruit allows one to transcend to the other shore. What lies beyond is a mystery to all. Yet the effects of longevity and rejuvenation have been chronicled throughout history. The eight-handed divine eye had initially intended to indulge in its own benefits. But as the years advanced and calamities befell, it seemed inevitable that fate would take its course. During those trying times, Hu Jinrong treated him with utmost kindness, leading him to adopt Hu as his son. He withdrew his wealth from distant lands and bequeathed it entirely to Hu Jinrong, passing away a year later. Hu Jinrong, driven by goodwill, unexpectedly found himself the recipient of a windfall. Although he did not believe in deities, he held a reverence for certain inexplicable forces. In accordance with the eight-handed divine eye's last wishes, he invested in a burial site for infants, establishing a private botanical garden to collect various flora. Occasionally dabbling in the flower and tree market, he managed to yield some profits. 2 decades have passed, and the once tender green vines have burgeoned into a grand canopy. Hu Jinrong sought the guidance of esteemed figures, nourishing the Shura's otherworldly flower with flesh and blood, ultimately cultivating it into a rare carnivorous plant. He accelerated its growth and constructed a glasshouse with a mystical array to contain it, eagerly awaiting the fabled spiritual fruit that would ripen in 2 years. However, unbeknownst to him, his clandestine endeavors had already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. For instance, Uncle Duan, a prominent figure straddling both the legal and illicit realms, was particularly envious, yet refrained from seizing the fruit, wary of its premature maturity. This time, however, a life was lost, and Hu Jinrong himself was gravely injured by a mysterious assailant, now lying in a coma in the hospital. The situation escalated, and many covetous individuals behind the scenes became frantic, eager to locate the unfortunate soul responsible for the incident, harboring thoughts of disposing of him in the murky waters. Uncle Duan shook his head disapprovingly, lamenting the individual's wastefulness. Why? The fruit of the Shura's otherworldly flower, if not fully ripened, is imbued with toxic energy far more lethal than industrial cyanide. Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of anguish. Xiao Jingming laughed heartily, remarking that my previous nickname of Little Toxin was somewhat inaccurate, for it appeared that my skills in discerning fate were indeed astute. After his laughter subsided, his expression turned grave as he mentioned that Uncle Duan and his associates had their sights set on the Japanese cohort led by Kato Ichibu, making them prime suspects. However, we too were implicated, having foolishly sought alibis from Uncle Duan's men in the midst of our own entanglement. Despite his seemingly modest stature as a nightclub owner, his true identity was that of a shadowy chairman of a real estate development conglomerate. Impressive, isn't it? There is an entire array of titles behind him. Would you like me to enumerate them? I shook my head, declining as I could not afford the shock. This place was perilous. Situated on the cusp of Macau and Hong Kong, teeming with formidable talents and international magnates, with countless hidden puppeteers, I was but a small-time individual. Now a mere idle member of society, ill-equipped to navigate such treacherous waters. One misstep could lead to my demise. I must return to Dongguan, with the new year approaching. It is time for me to go home. What about you? Xiao Qiming urged me to stay, mentioning that he had spoken to Uncle Duan about my earlier humiliation, who had intended to intervene on my behalf. I insisted it was unnecessary, asserting that my grievances were mine to resolve. Now, I find myself as a novice, utterly ignorant and lacking in skills, overly preoccupied with grievances and the pursuit of honor and disgrace, only to become further ensnared in this quagmire, with no progress in my abilities. Vengeance, after all, must be exacted, but not today, nor tomorrow. In the realm of attrition, persistence is key. One day, I shall compel that little Japanese fellow to bow his head and regret his actions of today. He chuckles, remarking on my tendency to indulge in leniency and indecision. That lad, one can easily discern, is a devotee of Shintoism, and despite his apparent genius, he poses a potential threat if left unchallenged. With no attachments in this world, I resolve to confront him if you do not. Coincidentally, Uncle Duan mentioned needing a master to assist him, so I shall linger here for a while, intending to bring that Kato scoundrel to justice. I jestingly remarked that he seemed to have climbed to higher branches. He laughed heartily, declaring that he, a wanderer, roams the world solely to capture demons and quell monsters, striving for peace in this realm. Yet, despite his words, he never feels entirely at ease, merely leveraging Uncle Duan's influence to accomplish a few deeds that would bring him solace. He urged me not to speak recklessly. I spent half the night conversing with the young rogue, discussing myriad topics, though our exchange felt incomplete. Eventually, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, we exchanged contact information, including phone numbers and email addresses, before bidding each other a heartfelt farewell. Subsequently, I reached out to Officer Shun to discuss my impending departure from Jiangxing. Perhaps due to a shift in focus regarding the case, he had little to say, only asserting that it was not permissible. I tentatively mentioned my acquaintance with Officer Ouyang from the East Bureau, and he abruptly hung up. 10 minutes later, he called back, conceding that it was acceptable, provided I could be contacted at any moment when necessary. I agreed, assuring him that I particularly enjoyed engaging with law enforcement. Upon vacating my hotel room, I sensed someone watching me, mistakenly believing themselves to be covert. I stowed my belongings in the trunk of my car, then ventured out empty-handed to explore the streets, hoping to create an opportunity to lose my pursuer. By afternoon, I returned with a plethora of Jiangxing and Macau specialties, including the elusive 10-year soul resurrection herb, known to the Japanese as dragon blood herb. I got into my car and departed from Jiangqing. Initially, I intended to call my cousin, Lu Yin, but ultimately dismissed the thought. I have long harbored the belief that I bring misfortune to others, a sentiment that has lingered since the untimely death of Maisie. Fortunately, I have Duo by my side. Upon my return to Dongguan, only two individuals were aware of my presence, Agin and his cousin, Boss Gu. Boss Gu, having heard from Qin Li about my unsuccessful quest for medicine, made a point to call me during my journey back. He expressed his outrage regarding Hu Jinrong, lamenting that after a prior agreement, he had foolishly engaged in some business with that damned Japanese, which led to unforeseen calamities, resulting in severe injuries and even fatalities. He truly deserved it. After venting his frustrations, he awkwardly inquired if I still sought assistance. Naturally, I affirmed my desire for his help in searching for the elusive remedy. Boscu reassured me that such things were not particularly rare. It was merely that people, driven by economic interests, extracted and sold them periodically, which had led to their scarcity, though they were not precious in themselves. Upon further reflection, I pondered meticulously over the pharmaceutical establishments in Guangxi and Yunnan, which he could pursue independently. After articulating this, he inquired if I had a moment to assist him with a minor favor. I asked what it was about, and he relayed a tale of an elderly acquaintance in Hong Kong who had taken a mistress in mainland China. Unfortunately, this mistress engaged in promiscuous behavior and contracted HIV, subsequently transmitting it to him. The ailment, as understood through scientific discourse, remains insurmountable for the time being. Yet, he implored, given my purported capabilities, might I lend a hand? I promptly shook my head, expressing that this predicament was beyond my grasp. I had yet to marry or bear children. The risk of becoming afflicted was simply too grave. I reiterated that I was not a physician, and matters of health ought to be entrusted to scientific understanding. Brother Gu, I apologized, I truly cannot assist this time. With the new year approaching, I am preparing to return home. On the other end of the line, he chuckled awkwardly, explaining that he, too, was acting on behalf of another. This elderly gentleman was a distant cousin of his, who, upon hearing about the affairs at Lijiao Lake, sought his assistance. Not only had the man contracted the disease, but he also experienced haunting dreams of his deceased mistress, appearing before him in a bloodied state, desperately pleading for support. As if tormented by supernatural forces, I scrolled through my phone's contacts and provided him with the number of a certain individual known for engaging in peculiar businesses. After concluding the call, I found myself already in Dongguan City. A wave of trepidation washed over me. I once held deep admiration for this Boscu, a man in his 40s, with a fortune exceeding millions, traversing between mainland China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, amassing a diverse array of business connections and friendships. He had long been my aspiration and idol. Yet, at this moment, as he incessantly solicited my assistance with bizarre ailments and peculiar requests, including inquiries about matters of procreation, my perception of him transformed, and he now resembled nothing more than a seedy figure. In all honesty, during my days as an ordinary individual, I led a mundane existence. Predictable in every aspect, what I dined upon, the tasks I undertook, and the people I encountered were all foreseeable, adhering strictly to the norms of society. Devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. Each day, I would browse the internet for international and entertainment news, watching television dramas, convinced that this was the essence of life, and that I would pass my days in tranquil monotony. However, since my grandmother bestowed upon me the golden silkworm curse, everything seemed to have altered drastically. The superstitious woman, whom I had always regarded with skepticism, revealed herself to be a formidable force. The tales of the short mule I had heard in my youth came to fruition. The specific curses manifested, the grotesque imagery of plump worms emerged, and the phantasms described in strange tales from a Chinese studio appeared, albeit in a diminutive form, resembling a young girl, too delicate to be of any utility, relegated to the status of a daughter. In the house where I had resided for over a year, a fierce female ghost materialized, followed by the inexplicable emergence of a master who could transform into a mighty monkey, endowed with immense strength. Authentic ancient spirit dolls could be procured from online marketplaces, capable of beguiling customers. In an ordinary botanical garden, not only were there numerous mischievous spirits, but also a bewitched tree. Heavens, what has transpired in this world? Thus, it is said that every circle possesses its own peculiarities. It is an encircled city, wherein outsiders perceive but a fraction of the truth, while those within are merely blind men grasping at an elephant, unable to discern the entirety. The bizarre, the powerful, the chaotic, and the divine remain unspoken. Even Confucius himself once proclaimed that there exist numerous enigmatic and inexplicable phenomena in this world. As mere creatures of the trifling three-dimensional realm, what right do we possess to arrogantly claim an understanding of the universe? Since the end of August in 2007, I have held a profound reverence for all the mysteries that envelop our existence. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I returned to my suburban residence. Ascending the stairs and opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of the male technician and the female accountant, engaged in a fervent display of physical intimacy upon the sofa. Their exuberant cries echoed through the air, crescendoing to a startling degree, causing me to hastily shut the door, only to hear a flurry of commotion from within. Standing at the threshold, I closed my eyes, recalling the sight of their exposed forms, and chuckled softly. In my youth, I would have exclaimed a few curses, wishing ill upon such an occurrence. I found it peculiar that the typically astute female accountant, known for her high standards, had taken a liking to such an unassuming man. Yet, as I pondered, it dawned on me that despite her sharp intellect and commercial acumen, she, like any other, harbored desires and needs. At approximately 27 or 28 years of age, she was awakening to her femininity. The man, too, possessed a certain charm and was physically capable, given his laborious occupation. With this realization, I felt a sense of understanding wash over me. However, a lingering sense of melancholy enveloped my thoughts. If only Xiaomei had not perished, might I have been able to engage in more adult pursuits with her, rather than allowing this couple to revel unchallenged? Moments later, the door swung open, and the male technician emerged, his face a portrait of embarrassment. Rubbing the back of his head, he stammered, "Luzwa, Luzwa," revealing a neck adorned with fervent kiss marks, deep and pronounced, accompanied by delicate bite impressions, a scene of delightful disarray, suggesting an earlier fervor. I chuckled and said, "I apologize for the sudden intrusion. I hope I didn't disrupt your activities." He laughed awkwardly, insisting, "Not at all, not at all." I teased, "Surely you didn't just expose yourself and falter?" He shot me a fierce look, proclaiming, "How could that be?" Sensing the atmosphere had lightened, I remarked, "You two are truly something, dating without sharing sweets or inviting me for a meal. You hardly treat me as a friend." After some light banter, the female accountant emerged too, blushing and shy, shedding her earlier shrewd demeanor, now appearing quite endearing. I went inside to gather my belongings, informing them of my plans to relocate back to the city. "You two can stay here, but please refrain from public displays of affection," I advised. Both turned crimson and insisted they wouldn't dare. Observing their bashfulness, I encouraged them to settle down in the city, to acquire a place of their own, free from the anxiety of uncertainty. As such, I shall instruct the real estate agent to refrain from finding new tenants before the new year, allowing you to celebrate the festival in peace. They expressed their gratitude with excitement, repeatedly thanking me. As I prepared to leave, they insisted on treating me to a meal to make up for their previous neglect. With little else to occupy my time, I acquiesced. After gathering my things, we made our way to a nearby mid-range restaurant, Xiao Fei Yang, where we indulged in a hot pot feast featuring succulent lamb. The two individuals, a male technician named Shang Yulin and a female accountant named Song Lina, were accompanied by a young lady, a striking girl under 20, who was a colleague of theirs from the same department, named Xiaminjia. This young woman resided nearby, and we set out to fetch her before heading to the restaurant. During our meal, Shang Yulin recounted the romantic history between himself and Song Lina. It is often said that home is a sanctuary for the soul, and indeed, within the confines of their abode, defenses lowered to their minimum. When single men and women share a roof for an extended period, a spark can ignite into a blazing fire. The three of us had never dined out together before. Shang Yulin was exceedingly hospitable, urging drinks and dishes upon us, while Song Lina, too, persistently encouraged her friend Xia Mingjia to invite me for a drink. The young lady, Xia, was bold and alluring, calling me Brother Lu with an endearing familiarity. Uncertain of my endurance for spirits after a prolonged hiatus, I feigned the need to drive later and reluctantly accepted a couple of toasts. The hot pot ingredients were delightful, particularly the restaurant's homemade chili sauce, which was utterly satisfying. The popular saying circulating online about the three provinces of Hunan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, not afraid of spice, but afraid of blandness, was quite fitting. As I have a penchant for spicy food and indulged heartily, perhaps buoyed by a sense of happiness, Song Lina exhibited some matchmaking intentions, persistently inquiring about my relationship status while lavishing praise upon the lovely Xiaminjia. The latter blushed profusely, yet boldly gazed at me with her doe-like, glistening eyes, reminiscent of serene autumn waters. Had it been 2 years ago, or even just a year ago, without hesitation, I would have effortlessly flirted and sought a rendezvous. However, at this moment, I found myself devoid of any inclination. Prior to Xiaomei, aside from fleeting encounters, I had engaged in serious relationships with 2 women. My first love was a naive yet beautiful experience, forever tinged with regret, while my second girlfriend hastened my maturation, teaching me that affection surpasses desire, thus tempering my appetites. Nevertheless, I remained engulfed in the sorrow of losing Xiaomei. Not to say I was trapped in despair, but a lingering sense of guilt persisted. Additionally, with Duo present, I felt an undeniable hesitation to act upon any desires. The last encounter in the bathroom had already exhausted my attempts at persuasion, as I had repeatedly cautioned her against barging in while I bathed. If I were to take Xiaminjia to bed and Duo unexpectedly intruded, how could I possibly explain that? Such is the awkwardness of domestic life, while ordinary families merely lock their bedroom doors and indulge joyfully. My situation involved the risk of a young one sneaking in through the walls. After our meal, I first escorted Xiaminjia back to her residence. Before departing, she left me her phone number and username, Ben's mama, which left me perplexed, unable to decipher her thoughts. I drove the 2 back to their place, gathered a few belongings, and then returned to my apartment in the city. By the time I arrived home, it was already past 10 in the evening when Arjun called, inviting me out for drinks. After tidying myself up and combing my hair, I descended to the ground floor. The security guard, the same one I had once ensnared in my charms, was on duty. Upon seeing me, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, yet dared not offend me, bowing deeply in deference. Upon observing this posture, I was reminded of the Japanese, and a surge of irritation welled up within me. Nevertheless, my curiosity concerning the haunting incidents in the building compelled me to inquire further. He informed me that the case was still under investigation and that the security guard, Ken Lauer, might face charges of intentional homicide. I was taken aback. He was possessed by a spirit and entirely unaware of his actions. I must relay this matter to Officer Ouyang. At that moment, Arjun called, urging me to join him. I set aside my concerns and hailed a cab to a nearby bar. Upon arrival, a warm breeze greeted me, and the raucous, pulsating music caused a dull ache in my head. Countless young men and women writhed energetically on a small stage, dancing and reveling beneath erratic beams of light. A veritable cacophony of chaos. I located Arjun, who was perched at the bar, savoring his drink. After exchanging pleasantries and ordering a beverage, I took a sip and glanced at him, only to feel my heart skip a beat. What was that faint dark aura hovering above his head? This was alarming. Arjun, have you encountered anything strange in recent days? I asked. Nothing at all. Why do you ask? He replied, puzzled by my inquiry. Noticing my serious demeanor, he cautiously probed the reason for my concern. Observing him closely, amid the bar's erratic lighting, I wondered if I had merely imagined it. However, caution is paramount. I advised him to exercise vigilance when going out, to avoid conflicts, and to contact me immediately should anything peculiar occur. He chuckled, remarking on my sudden sensitivity, attributing it to my profession. Setting aside such matters, we discussed the store's situation. Winter is the off-peak season for accessory shops, leading to a collective sigh of relief as everyone wrapped up their accounts and prepared to return home for the new year. Being a local, Arjun naturally intended to stay. While I mentioned that I too would be heading home in a few days, he sighed, expressing that my departure would leave a void in his heart, diminishing his motivation. Suddenly, I recalled the encounter at the nightclub in Jianqing with the girl Arjun fancied and deliberated whether to bring it up. Ultimately, I decided it was best left unmentioned, as it might reopen a wound in his heart. The bar was filled with lonely, alluring women, illuminated by vibrant lights that accentuated their sensuality. I encouraged Arjun to approach one, but he declined, expressing his inability to accept a one-night stand driven by mere desire. I teased him for being overly conservative, suggesting that youth should embrace such experiences. Yet, I too was merely speaking hypothetically. The thought of engaging in such encounters did not genuinely appeal to me. At times, I envied individuals like the unrestrained Miao, who live authentically and pursue their desires without regard for societal judgment. They possess an unencumbered spirit, free from constraints, guided by their moral compass and worldview, maintaining a refreshingly carefree attitude toward life. In contrast, Arjun and I seemed to be shackled by too many doctrines and moral restrictions. As 2 men shared drinks, our hearts were untroubled, and thus intoxication eluded us. As the clock approached midnight, we each returned to our respective homes. I made a point to visit the 5th floor, glancing at the door of the haunted apartment, which stood eerily silent, devoid of any life. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why that woman placed a placenta in the restroom, and how it became infested with so many insects. This enigma is particularly confounding, especially considering that the vengeful spirit she left behind has already been exorcised by the scruffy little path. Indeed, there are far too many mysteries in this world, and to truly comprehend each one is an impossibility. Curiosity may kill the cat, and it can also lead to one's demise. Thus, whenever I observed a gathering of people on the street, I instinctively sensed trouble and would promptly distance myself. Upon returning home, I released the spirit of duo and then retrieved the 10-year resurrection grass from my bag. This plant, entirely violet in hue, stands at a height of 20 centimeters with a robust trunk. When pinched, it is quite firm, exuding a foul odor reminiscent of the pungent scent of mugwort. However, contrary to what Granny Luo had described, the edges of the grass leaves bore sharp crimson serrations, which could easily inflict cuts if one were not cautious. At the apex, tender buds blossom in a purplish red, resembling flowers in full bloom. I found myself uncertain about the authenticity of this specimen. Simultaneously, I harbored concerns regarding its safety. If it were to grow in the mountains or be planted in a flower bed, as I had done in Jiacheng, it would hold little value. Yet now, it has been inflated to 1,000,000 yuan, a sum that could easily evoke greed in one's heart. Earlier that morning, I sensed that someone had set their sights on it, undoubtedly drawn by its worth. Wealth can corrupt, and if someone were to follow me here and steal it, I would indeed be deeply saddened. Therefore, it is imperative to summon Wugu's earthly spirit without delay. The most auspicious times for this endeavor are 2 days. First, my birthday and the Ghost Festival. The 15th day of the 7th month, when the gates of the underworld open and the spirits of the deceased return to partake in offerings. And the second, Wugu's birthday. The 4th day of the Lunar New Year, also known as the Life Offering, when souls that cherish the earthly realm return to visit their parents and loved ones. With a mere 20 days until the New Year and nearly a month until Wugu's Life Offering on February 10th, I must gather various materials. In addition to the 10-year resurrection grass and Wugu's milk teeth, I will also require numerous medicinal herbs and materials, including over 40 ingredients such as 3 yellow, pink stone, and Dansha cinnabar to transform mercury. What is cinnabar? It is what is commonly referred to as mercury, a liquid substance with a metallic sheen, distinct from the hardness of metals like gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, and is known for its lethargic essence. It has long been a crucial ingredient in Taoist alchemy, particularly in the creation of 9-turn elixirs or external alchemical pills. Of course, we now recognize the toxicity of mercury. The character Lu Juni from Water Margin met his demise after ingesting it, and many emperors throughout history have also perished from its use. Nevertheless, during the soul summoning process, mercury plays a vital role in consolidating spirit and soul. Some of these materials can be procured from traditional Chinese medicine shops, while others necessitate special channels for acquisition. I must gather these materials within a month. Duo sat upon the ground, curiously observing the 10-year resurrection grass, pinching it gently, only to recoil in fear and scamper away. After a while, she returned with a cup of hot water for me. I accepted the cup, having heated it prior to my departure, and now it was scalding. Spirits of the underworld, especially those belonging to the realm of shadows, are particularly averse to warmth. Yet, she displayed no signs of discomfort, indicating that she indeed possesses some degree of skill. I remarked to her, "Look, this is the resurrection herb. With it, you shall grow increasingly formidable, and you need not worry about becoming like those little ones in the botanical garden. You can joyfully be with me." She beamed with delight, clapping her hands and twirling around me. After a moment, she tugged at my sleeve, gesturing with her hands in a wriggling motion, then made a flying gesture. I understood she was contemplating the golden silkworm, yet that gluttonous creature lay dormant in an unknown corner of my belly. I explained it to her in detail. She nodded, seemingly comprehending, though her expression conveyed a hint of grievance. I contemplated the situation and concluded that lingering here was unwise, especially since there was nothing to occupy my time. I decided to return home, envisioning my dragon swimming through the vast seas, where I would be free and untraceable, seeking a secluded spot to retrieve Wugu's earthly soul. Without delay, I resolved to leave, not wishing to tarry even a minute longer. I promptly packed my belongings with Wugu's assistance, busily organizing everything. Upon checking the Southern Airlines website, I fortuitously discovered a flight from Southern City to the airport in the neighboring county of my hometown, scheduled to depart the following day at 1:30 p.m. I immediately booked the ticket. Then, With Duo and our luggage, we set off in the car, driving tirelessly toward Baiyun Airport in Southern City. As we traversed the night road and exited the urban area onto the highway, the number of vehicles diminished. I accelerated, speeding along the route. Duo sat beside me, gazing with wonder at the world outside. The dim yellow lights lining the roadside streamed into the car, casting a glow over her ethereal form. And through the rearview mirror, I suddenly noticed a rare expression of tranquility on her cherubic face, which was usually adorned with a smile. Duo was known for her laughter. When she was not laughing, she appeared somewhat dazed, yet this serene countenance was unfamiliar. She could not articulate her feelings, leaving me in the dark about her thoughts, but I sensed she was beginning to reflect. Perhaps she pondered her future, felt a tinge of loneliness, or longed to walk beneath the sun. I gently stroked her head, and she turned to me, her eyes clear and pure, resembling a crystal spring. I asked her, Duo, my little one, what are you thinking? She gazed at me, her eyes wide, shaking her head, her lips moving without sound, ultimately pouting in silence. I reassured her, Duo, upon my return, I will call your soul back. In due time, you shall remember your past, acquire knowledge, and perhaps even learn to speak. She smiled, her lips curling upward, revealing two charming dimples, her large eyes blinking as if to inquire, really? I nodded vigorously, affirming, I promise you, I will assist you. Suddenly, I recalled certain tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio, and with a surge of enthusiasm, I pinched her little cheek, declaring, Duo, I vow to provide you with a life akin to that of ordinary people, where you can breathe fresh air, roam freely under the sun, laugh when you wish, weep when the tears come, and enjoy the companionship of family and friends, as well as a love that is uniquely yours. She looked at me, shaking her head, indicating her lack of understanding. I laughed heartily and remarked that it was perfectly all right not to understand. One would come to comprehend with age. Upon uttering these words, I silently resolved to assist Duo in regaining her corporeal form, whether through reincarnation or the revival of her spirit. This world is filled with mysteries and countless unknowns. Surely, there must exist a path that is not entirely inaccessible. Just imagine how delightful it would be if this little darling could transform into a human. After a journey of over an hour, we arrived at Baiyun Airport in the southern city. I parked the car in the vehicle storage area and, with my luggage in tow, entered the bustling departure hall. It was just past 3 in the morning, and I sent a message to Arjun, informing him of the situation and requesting his assistance in driving the car back. The waiting area was brightly illuminated, akin to daylight. Being the busiest airport in southern China, it was teeming with travelers even at this late hour. Those with means opted for nearby hotels, while others, either lacking funds or unwilling to bother, settled on the rows of benches, awaiting their flights or the dawn. As someone who does not indulge in luxuries, I had no intention of seeking a hotel room. My luggage consisted merely of a suitcase containing my personal belongings and a travel bag. I found a quieter corner with a row of benches, placed my suitcase at my feet, and hugged the travel bag containing the 10-year-old soul-reviving herb. After a long day of driving and the subsequent weariness, I curled up and soon drifted off to sleep. Naturally, Duo kept a watchful eye on our surroundings. This little creature is quite remarkable. Unaware of how long I slept, I felt a gentle push on my shoulder. A voice, distant yet familiar, called out, Luzwa. Initially, I thought I was dreaming, but the voice grew clearer, and I recognized it. I attempted to open my eyes, but after such a prolonged slumber, they were crusted and heavy. Blinded momentarily by the bright light, I felt dizzy. As I inhaled, a delightful fragrance filled my nostrils, an enchanting scent that jolted my senses awake. At that moment, the source of the voice smiled and asked, Luzwa, why are you here, still asleep? I opened my eyes and was taken aback to see her before me, an unexpected yet beautiful woman. Huang Feiqian stood right in front of me, her delicate face flushed as she sniffled. She wore a charming goose yellow wool coat, fitted high-waisted trousers, and white leather boots, complemented by a pink bubble scarf. As radiant as ever, her raven hair framed her fair complexion, reminiscent of a freshly peeled egg, smooth and tender. When she smiled, her pearly teeth sparkled. She was as breathtaking as a figure stepping out from a painting. I hurriedly stood up, rubbed my eyes, and, astonished, asked, What brings you here? She explained that she was on holiday in Sanya, Hainan, with a few friends and had lingered in Ping City for a few days before returning. Liqing Airport was a small local airport with only 2 routes, one to the magical city and the other to the southern city, with flights available only on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, a rather fortunate coincidence. She inquired if I was heading home, To which I replied affirmatively, mentioning my flight was at 1:30 in the afternoon. She expressed her delight, exclaiming how serendipitous it was to encounter each other here. Upon her remark, a gentleman nearby expressed his discontent and interjected, inquiring of Fei, "Who is this?" A proper introduction would be appreciated. It was then that I noticed 5 individuals accompanying Huang Fei, 3 men and 2 women. The one who spoke was strikingly handsome, with a tousled mane of black hair reminiscent of the singer Zhang Xinjia. Prompted by this gentleman, Huang Fei cheerfully introduced me to them, stating, "This is Lu Zhua from our area, and this is," and as the introductions continued, I failed to retain all the names. But I distinctly remembered one of the handsome gentlemen was named Zhang Haiyang. What a powerful name it was, sharing a resemblance with a supporting character from Crimson Romance. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Fei queried why I had dozed off here. I explained that I had arrived at the airport in the early hours and, feeling too lethargic to secure a room, had decided to rest in the terminal. She responded, "Oh, but it's already past 9 in the morning." Glancing outside, I noted the daylight had indeed arrived. Upon redirecting my gaze, I caught sight of several men, particularly Zhang Haiyang, whose countenance bore a trace of disdain. What could be the reason for this? As soon as I contemplated this, clarity dawned upon me. It was likely that Zhang Haiyang, observing Huang Fei's warm demeanor towards me, felt a surge of possessiveness typical of his gender, harboring dissatisfaction towards me. The fact that I was sleeping in a public place to save on accommodation expenses would only amplify his disdain. I chuckled inwardly, wondering if I was indeed caught in a crossfire of sorts. Setting aside the lack of any romantic entanglement with Huang Fei, even if there were, what of it? I had once slept beneath a bridge in the biting cold. Such experiences were merely chapters in the book of life, treasures of authenticity. The group of men, led by Zhang Haiyang, regarded me with an air of superiority that I found quite irksome. Huang Fei suggested that, since we had ample time before our 1 p.m. flight, we should complete our check-in and perhaps enjoy a drink at the nearby CAF. I agreed, noting that we were on the same flight. Upon my utterance of those words, I observed a slight twitch in Zhang Haiyang's facial muscles. Amused, I thought to myself, "You may vex me for a moment, but I shall return the favor for 3 months." If he perceived me as a rival, why not embrace the competition outright? I rose to gather my belongings and mentioned my intention to freshen up in the restroom. Huang Fei, with great enthusiasm, offered to carry my things, though she herself had numerous packages, likely from her shopping at the duty-free market in Hainan. Zhang Haiyang, unable to overlook the situation, begrudgingly assisted with my luggage, his expression one of resignation. Feeling rejuvenated after washing my face, I emerged from the nearby restroom, and they had congregated at the South China Airlines check-in counter. After completing the necessary formalities, we proceeded to a nearby CAF that offered hot coffee and Western pastries. My own hunger peaked, I indulged heartily, devouring a serving of cheese, a chocolate cake, and 2 sandwiches, finally exhaling in satisfaction while cradling a warm latte in my hands. Melodic tunes wafted through the CAF as conversations commenced, revolving around their recent travels. As I munched, I gleaned that their identities were those of civil servants from our county, some from commerce, others from urban construction, and even a banker among them. The only one not in public service was Zhang Haiyang. However, he is the nephew of the director of our county's forestry company. Indeed, they are all favored by the heavens, a group imbued with the strongest sense of happiness, even in our nationally recognized impoverished county. Huang Fei has been engaging me in conversation, inquiring about my recent well-being. Naturally, I responded positively, then asked about the situation regarding the previous case. She informed me that Luo Ermia had pleaded guilty, yet before the public trial could commence, she passed away in the hospital. Wang Baosong, who had murdered 2 individuals and dismembered their bodies, has also been sentenced, but as he is a mental patient, having been misled by the little mule, this could not be presented in court, ultimately resulting in his transfer to a state psychiatric hospital for treatment and supervision. After a while, a fellow named Xiaodu interjected, asking what I am currently doing. I mentioned that I used to be a self-employed individual in Dongguan, but am no longer working and have yet to find a new job. I am considering returning home for a brief respite. He then inquired about which university I attended. I chuckled and replied that it was a social university. He laughed as well, albeit somewhat forced, stating that a social university is indeed valuable, as there are many things one cannot learn in traditional institutions. After that, he began to boast about his own graduation from a prestigious university. I remained silent while they continued their banter. The 2 girls tugged at Huang Fei, discussing bags and cosmetics. I held my coffee cup, feeling it had grown somewhat cold. and finished it in a single gulp. Over the course of more than an hour, I discerned that, aside from Huang Fei, among these 5 individuals, there were 2 couples, while Zhang Haiyang was single. However, the others were making efforts to unite the two. Zhang Haiyang harbored feelings for Huang Fei, yet she seemed indifferent to this handsome man, maintaining a distant demeanor. Perhaps a reflection of feminine modesty or the tiresome cliches of romantic drama, which I had unwittingly stumbled upon. Were this a melodramatic series, I would undoubtedly be cast as the antagonist. It is no wonder they do not regard me warmly. They are all rather astute individuals, and their superficial expressions likely stem from a fear that I might be slow to comprehend. In truth, I am quite eager to uncover the details surrounding the dismemberment case, as I was a witness to the agreement between Granny Luo and Old Man Huang. One party provided me with a method to retrieve Duoduo's soul, while the other was Duoduo's father. Thus, I feel a certain obligation. Yet, with so many people present, and their overt rejection of me aside from Huang Fei, engaging in meaningful conversation proves to be quite challenging. Moreover, I do not wish for Huang Fei to become estranged from her friends on my account, so I remained silent. This silence led to me consuming even more, prompting the 2 girls to gaze at me in astonishment, wondering how I could eat so much. After spending the entire morning in the CAF, aside from myself, the overall atmosphere remained harmonious. Evidently, they had garnered much from this trip. With an array of beautiful photographs capturing their adventures, from the ends of the earth to the azure skies and rippling cerulean waves, the fine sandy beaches. By noon, we proceeded to a Western restaurant for a steak meal, both of which were generously paid for by Zhang Haiyang, who looked impeccably dashing while retrieving his wallet. On our way back to the airport, I seized the opportunity to inquire about Huang Fei's uncle's current condition. She replied that he was doing well, though aging has made him more prone to fatigue, and his mental acuity has waned compared to before. Most of his business affairs are now managed by his subordinates. I then asked about Wang Baozong, to which she responded that he remains in the hospital, well provided for, with his expenses covered by her uncle, ensuring he wants for nothing. As she spoke, she cautiously inquired whether the blood curse associated with her uncle was genuine. I quickly halted her, asserting that such matters were no laughing matter, and urged her to dismiss the thought immediately. Confused, she pressed on for clarification. I shook my head, choosing silence. Just past 1 o'clock, before our flight, a contact of mine reached out regarding the botanical garden incident. He informed me that the police had ultimately concluded it was an unfortunate accident caused by Hu Jinrong's unauthorized cultivation of carnivorous vines. I asked if the Japanese fellow had cleared his name. He confirmed this was indeed the case. I expressed my disbelief. He remarked that the Kato family had invested a significant sum to influence the matter, and due to international implications, the authorities decided to cease further investigation. After discussing these unpleasant topics, he solemnly mentioned that he had, out of boredom the previous day, consulted an oracle for Duo, which yielded a foreboding result, advising heightened caution in the near future. I laughed heartily and questioned the veracity of his divination skills, suggesting he was merely trying to deceive me. Yet, he remained serious, adopting a tone of calm I had never encountered before. Luzwa, the affairs of the world are intricately woven together, and there exists a hidden connection among them. After over 20 years of study, I possess considerable knowledge of Ziwei Doshu, physiognomy, palmistry, and I Ching, yet I rarely engage in fortune-telling for others. Why? As the saying goes, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Most fortune-tellers prefer to look to the past rather than predict the future, as the latter is mentally taxing and poses risks to one's own safety. Zhuge Liang, though a master of Taoist arts, spent his life striving to extend the vitality of the Han Dynasty, ultimately succumbing to despair. Folklore suggests that some children can foresee calamities and warn their families, only to transform into stones or trees themselves. Such occurrences are not uncommon. My own abilities are limited, relying solely on experience for fortune-telling. Yet genuine practitioners of the art are rare. However, Duo is indeed someone who weighs heavily on my heart, evoking a sense of responsibility. With that said, you must exercise caution. I nodded earnestly, increasingly convinced of the need to delve deeply into the teachings of the 12 methods of mountain suppression to evolve into a truly formidable individual. With the assistance of the golden silkworm charm and Duoduo's external influence, if I do not fortify my own cultivation, my fate may not fare better than that of Luo Ermii or my grandmother, and could indeed be more tragic. This realization compelled me to awaken and actively seek to alter my destiny. The flight to Leiping was scheduled to depart at 1:30 in the afternoon. Aboard a small aircraft with few passengers, Huang Fei and her companions occupied the front, while I chose a seat at the back. Preferring solitude away from Zhang Haiyang and his associates, and closed my eyes to catch up on sleep. As the plane navigated through the clouds, mountains and rivers appeared minuscule beneath us. I felt a stirring within, as if resonating with certain phrases from the teachings. Drawing the window curtain, I released Duo, who, in her ethereal form, remained invisible to others. She played with curiosity for a while, but soon grew weak in the high altitudes and insisted on returning to her wooden talisman for rest. An hour and a half later, the plane arrived at Lieping Airport. Upon passing through the ticket checkpoint, I noticed a small boy of around 3 or 4 years, with a round face and bright eyes, staring intently at me. His eyes were dark and bright, gleaming like precious gems. A middle-aged couple nearby attempted to pull him away, but he resisted, stuttering, "Sister, sister." His mother smiled apologetically at me before returning to her son, explaining that it was not a sister but an uncle. The little boy insisted, "It is a sister. It is a sister." I felt a pang of guilt, aware that this child might be able to see Duo on the plane, so I ignored him and hurried away. At that moment, I did not think much of it, unaware that we would meet again. Huang Fei had someone waiting to pick her up at the airport, and she warmly invited me to join her. The journey from this small airport to our county city involved winding mountain roads that would take 3 hours. But since we would pass through Dedunzi town, it would only take an hour to reach my home. Not wanting to search for another vehicle, I disregarded Zhang Haiyang's frustrated expression and joined Huang Fei in the car. As I sat in the vehicle, I felt that although Huang Fei was consistently warm and welcoming towards me, her life, her friends, and her family seemed to drift further away, belonging to a trajectory distinctly different from my own. Huang Fei and I appeared to be inhabitants of 2 separate worlds. The road, which followed the river, was bumpy, but we soon arrived at Dedunzi town. I alighted near my home and bid farewell to Huang Fei and the others. Carrying my luggage and gazing at the small town where I had lived for over a decade, the familiar buildings and landscapes, the fields along the roadside, a sense of nostalgic reunion washed over me. Dedunzi town was quite small, hardly comparable to a small village in the south, comprising merely a main road and a couple of dilapidated alleys. Upon returning home, I found my parents were not there. Inquiring with a neighbor, I learned that they had gone to a funeral in a nearby household. Without a key, I settled on the bluestone steps at the entrance. The elderly neighbor, Mr. Li, invited me to sit in his home, but I declined. Nonetheless, he brought over 2 wooden stools and sat with me to chat. I had known Mr. Li as Uncle Li since childhood. He had 2 sons, the elder working in Yiwu and the younger in the south, both laborers with little educations, thus not achieving much success. He sat there, stuffing his pipe with brownish tobacco, striking a match to light it, and puffing away, revealing a smile full of yellowed teeth as he asked how I had been faring in the south. I replied that things were average. I had wrapped up matters there and was preparing to return home for a while. He expressed surprise, asking, "Weren't you a big boss over in Dongguan? Why have you stopped?" I laughed, responding, "What big boss? Just a small business, selling a few items like my parents' grocery store." He shook his head, saying, "Little Zhua, don't deceive your uncle. The Donghua from Shengtuan village visited your home last year and claimed you were doing exceedingly well in the south, following a big boss and becoming a millionaire." I chuckled, "Uncle Li, just look at how I'm dressed. Do I seem like a big boss? I wore an ordinary shirt, jacket, and jeans." He glanced at me and remarked, "You dress like a student." I laughed, agreeing. After chatting a bit longer, he asked, "Little Zhua, I heard your grandmother placed a curse on you?" I felt a sudden tension and asked, "How did you know?" He continued smoking, saying, "Little Zhua, don't you know I'm from Zhongyang village? 2 months ago, an elderly man from the 7th group of Zhongyang village visited your vicinity, wandering about with ill intentions towards your family. I apprehended him and inquired about his motives. He claimed that you had incarcerated his cousin, who met a tragic end without a proper farewell, and he intended to retaliate against your household. I advised him, stating that it was not entirely his fault, and that he should consider the welfare of his nephew, who was watching over the Huang family. Furthermore, your home was adorned with the artifacts arranged by your grandmother, such as the clear mirror and the patterned sticks, which your parents had also admired. They possessed knowledge of these items and meant no harm, which ultimately persuaded him to depart. Subsequently, I relayed this incident to your parents, who informed me that your grandmother had entrusted her legacy to you." Grasping his hand, I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. He shook his head and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, you are thriving in the south. I cannot fathom why your grandmother chose you. I have spent the majority of my life in the Miao village and have never encountered a happy practitioner of spirit cultivation Most lead lives marked by solitude, poverty, and untimely death. What prospects can one expect from a life of nurturing spirits and insects? A lifetime of destitution awaits. Are you aware of Bao Dan from the front street? He raised chickens in the nearby village and has now become a specialized poultry farmer, a successful agrarian entrepreneur, recently even receiving an award at the county level. Look at you. Your business has faltered. As darkness enveloped the sky, my parents returned home and were delighted to find me there. My mother chided me for not informing them of my sudden return. I smiled, listening to her gentle reprimands, and an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within me. Regardless of the hardships and storms I faced outside, home remained my eternal sanctuary. Observing the gradual aging of my parents' faces, I felt an inner tranquility. I spent 3 days at home, accompanying my parents and frequently being summoned by relatives and friends for meals. The winter chill lingered. With late sunrises, I relished these rare moments of leisure, spending most of my time indoors without internet or phone, with only a television boasting a mere 10 channels, none of which were appealing. Even Dodo found them unsatisfactory. This little girl, feeling bored, was often urged by me to assist with household chores. Each time my parents left the house, she would scurry about, and when she was reluctant, I would engage her in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Her style was peculiar. She would throw a rock when glancing to the left, scissors when looking down, and paper when staring straight ahead. Her accuracy was remarkable, resulting in her defeat each time, leaving her in tears while scrubbing the floor. When my parents returned home to find the house spotless, they were quite astonished, praising my industriousness and stating that such tasks were not my responsibility. I simply smiled, withholding the truth that it was not my doing. On the morning of the 4th day, my mother remarked that I was already in my 20s and yet lacked a romantic prospect. She proposed introducing me to a young woman from a neighboring village, a familiar acquaintance, who had recently returned after working elsewhere. In our locality, marriage occurs early, and most of my peers already have children who are beginning to speak. My mother was understandably anxious. I felt quite embarrassed, asserting that I had my own plans regarding this matter. I initially believed she was merely speaking casually. However, when lunchtime arrived, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young lady knocked on our door. My mother greeted them warmly, instructing me to address the woman as Aunt and the girl as Long May. The young woman, though of modest stature and unremarkable appearance, with her hair dyed a striking shade of yellow and an unfortunate overbite, possessed a cheerful disposition and an unrefined demeanor. She was worldly and conducted herself with politeness in conversation and actions, yet she often boasted about her salary, which amounted to 1,500 yuan, a considerable sum for laborers in the southern regions in early 2008. She enjoyed referring to herself as a reserve cadre, a term denoting long-serving employees in Taiwanese-funded factories, and her tendency to brag struck me as somewhat vain. Her mother, lacking in decorum, directly inquired about my income, employment, and educational background. Upon learning of my current unemployment and idleness, her demeanor soured, and she reproached my mother, questioning why I was not working at the large store in Dongguan City. Although she seemed eager to leave, her daughter, on the other hand, expressed a positive opinion of me, commenting on my handsomeness while curiously inquiring about a scar on my face. As she spoke, she reached out to touch my cheek. The commotion from the mother and daughter left me feeling rather disconcerted. After lunch, my mother urged me to take the young woman for a stroll, which I was reluctant to do. Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside, followed by someone calling my name. Luzwa, Luzwa. I responded with a reluctant yes, and the door was pushed ajar, revealing a man's figure. To my surprise, it was Officer Yang Yu, whom I had previously met at the bureau. Clad in his police uniform, he approached me with a firm handshake, apologizing for his recent busyness as the year drew to a close. He mentioned that old Ma had intended to join us, but was similarly occupied, and had reserved a table for me at the Shanjing Grand Hotel, awaiting my arrival. As he greeted those in my home, I introduced my parents. But when it came to the middle-aged woman and her daughter, I stumbled over my words, eventually resorting to calling them acquaintances. The woman, who had previously shown disdain, now appeared displeased again, exclaiming that we were not merely acquaintances, as her daughter was my blind date. Yang Yu, observing the girl's round face, laughed heartily, patting my shoulder and teasingly suggesting I had peculiar tastes. I shot a pained glance at my mother, uncertain of how to respond. Yang Yu, still chuckling, inquired seriously if she was indeed my partner. I shrugged, admitting that I had only just learned of this, as my mother worried I might remain single. The middle-aged woman, overhearing our exchange, erupted in anger, hurling curses with venomous fervor, while the girl wept, accusing me of deceiving her affections. After a brief uproar, they departed, their attention drawn to Yang Yu's police uniform. Upon returning from seeing them off, my mother chastised me for driving them away, expressing concern over future encounters. I was at a loss for words, while Yang Yu kindly reassured my mother, saying, "Auntie, you needn't worry. Luzwa will not struggle to find a partner." Not wishing to engage in further conversation with my mother, I quickly pulled Yang Yu aside to ask what he needed. He replied that there was no urgent matter, merely an invitation to dine together. I protested, questioning the appropriateness of drinking during the day. I suggested that if he had something to discuss, he should state it plainly. Yang Yu insisted it was indeed an invitation to dinner, but since I had broached the topic, he mentioned he had a matter to discuss, which we could address later. I agreed, thinking it better to escape my mother's incessant nagging and enjoy some fresh air. Draped in a thicker trench coat, I followed him into the car. On our journey, we reminisced about the events that had transpired during our brief separation, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Yang Yu mentioned that the nerve twitch in his neck had completely healed, expressing his gratitude towards me. I chuckled, recalling how he had gritted his teeth, the sound echoing like cracking bones, perhaps harboring animosity towards me at the time. He shook his head, admitting that he was immature then. Since that time, he had become much more enlightened. He mused that one must never be overly arrogant, for no matter how formidable one may be, there will always be someone more formidable. Conversely, one should not be excessively self-deprecating, for even in decline, there are those who are in a worse plight. A measure of caution is always prudent. I remarked that I would inscribe this wisdom in my notebook as a personal motto, a shared encouragement between us. He laughed, assuring me that he held no claim to copyright over it. Hearing his words, I finally perceived a significant growth in his maturity. Upon reaching the county town, he inquired whether we should visit the bureau or the hotel first. I suggested that, given the daylight, we might as well check the bureau first. He then asked if I remembered his uncle's colleague, Li Datsai. I affirmed my recollection, noting that he had gone missing on the night of the second dismemberment case last September, only to be discovered after a week of searching through mountainous terrain. I had intended to visit him, but time had slipped away, preventing my visit. I asked why he suddenly brought up Li Datsai. Was there a new development, or had he gone missing again? He replied that Li Datsai had not gone missing, but rather had committed murder. A jolt of shock coursed through me as I asked how that could be possible. I knew Li Datsai to be an honest and unassuming man. Incapable of even the slightest mischief, how could he have killed someone? When did this occur? Yang Yu sighed, explaining that it had taken place just a week prior, with irrefutable evidence. Yet, like me, they remained perplexed about the motive for the murder. He then posed the question of whether I knew who Li Datsai had killed. My heart raced, and I hesitantly inquired if it could be me. He laughed, assuring me that if it were my uncle, I would surely know. My heart eased slightly, prompting me to ask who the victim was. He revealed that the deceased was also from my uncle's workplace, Li Datsai, and the victim had been stationed at the No. for Forest Guardhouse in the Qingshanjie Chunlei logging area. Last Wednesday, during a handover, someone discovered the victim murdered in the cabin, with visible strangulation marks on his neck and his chest and abdomen brutally cut open, intestines and blood spilling everywhere. The person who did the handover immediately reported it to the police, and later, Li Datsai was found in a ditch, consuming a chunk of flesh, which forensic examination confirmed to be the victim's heart. He recounted the gruesome details of the victim's demise, seemingly attempting to instill fear in me. However, I remained remarkably composed, a smile gracing my face. Such trivialities could hardly unnerve me. Upon arriving at an office within the county bureau, I encountered Mahaiba, the then deputy captain of the criminal police team. He approached to embrace me, but I promptly pushed him away, confronting him about the betrayal from before. He wore a pained expression, helplessly stating that it was all due to systemic pressures, and he regretted the circumstances. I retorted that apologies were of little use, and I would refrain from continuing my grievances, for I was aware that 2 policemen were present. Mahaiba, adopting a humble demeanor, offered to treat me to dinner that evening, proposing 3 toasts in my honor. I shall refrain from discussing trivial matters and instead seek your assistance with a particular issue. My acquaintances here are few, and I require your help with certain tasks. They inquired about the process. I simply instructed them to proceed. I have compiled a list of items needed for the summoning of Duo, and I possess most of the essentials. Some additional items can be sought at the traditional medicine shops in the city, yet I find myself at a loss regarding others, such as mercury. Mahaibo glanced at the items and asked their purpose. I replied that they simply needed to be procured. Yang Yu took the list, transcribed it, and suggested he would ask his mother for assistance. Ma Haiba picked up another copy, reviewed it, and assured me that he would handle the remaining items. He tucked it into his pocket, indicating that it would be manageable. However, since you, a skilled individual, are here, would you kindly analyze the case of Li Ditsai's murder? I readily agreed. Ma Haiba handed me the case file, explaining as I perused its contents. My cursory examination revealed parallels to Yang Yu's description. All evidence pointed to Li Ditsai as the perpetrator of murder and dismemberment. The peculiar aspect of the case, however, was that Li Ditsai regained consciousness only the following day, entirely unaware of the events. When the interrogators detailed the case and presented photographs from the scene, he was unable to suppress his nausea, even vomiting profusely within the interrogation room. Such a reaction is hardly characteristic of a callous murderer who savors the taste of human hearts. I closed the file and shut my eyes, contemplating the image of the dark-faced, rugged man, his demeanor intimidating yet inherently honest. I recalled his boisterous drinking, the way he savored his food, carefully gnawing on bones, and the calluses on his hands alongside his discolored teeth from cheap tobacco. Upon opening my eyes, I found Ma Haiba and Yang Yu gazing intently at me. I furrowed my brow, and Ma Haiba urged me to share my thoughts. Perhaps you should first disclose the conclusions drawn by your team, I suggested. Ma Haiba lifted a steaming cup of water from the table, took a gentle sip, and began. Over the past 6 months, our county has been plagued by 3 significantly impactful murder cases. This has had a profoundly detrimental effect on societal harmony and the peace of the populace, inciting widespread panic. The higher authorities have indicated that, similar to the previous incident, we must resolve this matter swiftly. However, I suppressed my instincts, suspecting that this case might mirror the dismemberment incident involving Wang Baosong. Stemming from the depths of the Qinshan realm, an enigma indeed. After all, human life surpasses all, and I deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. I inquired about Li Ditsai's circumstances from a few months prior. Understanding my reference to Li Ditsai's disappearance following the injury inflicted upon my uncle, Ma Haiba recounted. After being found, he spent over a week in the hospital, subsequently convalescing for a month. Aside from appearing somewhat listless, he was much like his usual self. I recall the descriptions within the 12 gates regarding the short mule, a being of a nature distinct from that of minor spirits or silkworm curses emerging from the remote. Desolate mountains where decaying leaves and withered would accumulate, once shrouded in miasma. It is said to be a creature birthed from the fog of pestilence. Akin to a mountain spirit, or perhaps a spectral entity, traversing the nebulous realms of the spirit world. Such tales, however, remain mere curiosities without substantial evidence. I have encountered a genuine dwarf mule, which strikingly resembles a monkey or a primate, perhaps even a branch of humanity. Its deceptive prowess is indeed formidable, capable of beguiling Li Ditsai into unfastening a hunting net, and while murder is a trivial matter, it can transmute a pile of cow dung into gold. Allowing Wang Baosong to sell it at Huang Lao's shop in the county town, astonishingly without anyone discerning the ruse. Such sorcery is simply breathtaking, leaving one utterly speechless. Reflecting on this, a sense of trepidation suddenly overcame me. I had been utterly ignorant at the time, foolishly following the decrees of a tattered book to capture the dwarf mule, and I succeeded. What a stroke of luck that was. Yet, could my reckless endeavor have been the catalyst for Li Ditsai's murder case? Contemplating this, a wave of remorse washed over me. The dwarf mule is a creature that harbors grudges, and the targeting of the forest lodge was largely my fault. I recalled Li Ditsai's words. The dwarf mule is akin to a little spirit nurtured by the mountain deity, vengeful and fierce. Yang Yu inquired if I could hypnotize Li Ditsai as I had done previously, to extract some truths. Although the golden silkworm Gu lay dormant, I still possessed some semblance of the art of deception, and with no better alternatives at hand, I nodded in agreement. Yang Yu asked whether we needed to prepare the same items as last time. I affirmed that we did. He stepped out to gather the necessary materials. Ma Haiba then asked what I was currently engaged in. I replied that I had relinquished my former shop and was taking some time off. He queried if I had any interest in becoming a police officer. I laughed, stating I had neither the credentials nor the connections to infiltrate the ranks of civil servants. He shook his head, seriously asserting that with my skills, I could be specially recruited, and if I desired, I could approach the director to process the paperwork, which would be approved after the new year. Indeed, he had risen to power, and his tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. I replied that I genuinely had no interest in navigating the bureaucratic system, feeling it akin to walking underwater, where one struggles to breathe. He chuckled, shaking his head. and remarked that my aversion to constraints was a significant flaw. Did I think myself to be Ling Hu Chong? In today's world, it is a society of individuals. What uses it for one or two to wander the rivers and lakes with bravado? Ultimately, it is only with the strength of an organization that one can truly amplify their talents. Moreover, by joining us, wouldn't I have the chance to see Huang Fei every day? This young lady has yet to find someone to pursue her. Wouldn't I be tempted by such a flower? I bowed my head in silence as this old fellow's demeanor became increasingly unseemly. After a brief interval of preparation, Yang Yu returned, stating everything was ready. Should we provide Li Ditsai with an additional meal? The cafeteria had already prepared the meat for braising. I was somewhat bewildered and asked what braised meat he was referring to. Yang Yu reminded me that last time I had allowed Wang Baosong to consume 3 large bowls of braised meat with rice. I agreed, saying he should indeed have it. He likely had enjoyed a decent meal in days. To be honest, I had a profound understanding of the dining conditions within the cell. After waiting for over half an hour, Wang Fei rushed in to greet me. Clad in her police uniform, she did not exude an air of authority. Instead, her hair neatly tucked under her cap lent her a lively and charming demeanor, reminiscent of a neighborly girl, which was quite endearing. I refrained from saying much, engaging in only casual conversation. A little while later, Ma Haiba received a call indicating it was time, and we proceeded directly to the detention center. In the same interrogation room, the lights were dimmed to their lowest setting, music began to play, and the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. I took the seat of authority while Yang Yu documented the proceedings. Upon noticing me, Li Datsai appeared astonished and asked, "Luzhua, what brings you here?" I replied, "Brotherly, you are in a predicament, and I am here to assist you. Relax, close your eyes, and refrain from speaking." He was agitated, insisting he was innocent, claiming he knew nothing of the murder. How could I have killed Li Jiang, who was such a good friend? I reassured him and encouraged him to calm down, guiding him to close his eyes and let his mind drift along with the soothing music. Namo Amitabha. The true nature of the Dharma is devoid of all things. Inherently, it is pure and innocent. The 5 aggregates are like floating clouds, ephemeral in their comings and goings. The 3 poisons are mere bubbles, illusory in their existence. As I squinted, I sensed a certain sanguine aura surrounding Li Ditsai. Behind the crimson veneer lay faint traces of black and green. Observing that Li Ditsai was gradually relaxing, the tension in his face began to dissipate. I glanced around, then washed my hands with pure water, gently shaking them dry. After igniting a yellow talisman and swirling it in the air, I noticed Yang Yu's attention was fully captured by my actions, so I released Duo Duo. Duo Duo, in communion with my intentions, flew behind Li Ditsai and gently exhaled upon him. With each breath, Li Ditsai's countenance transformed, his eyelids drooping, his body reclining, and his limbs stretching out. This was Duo Duo's first attempt at bewildering someone. It was an innate skill, albeit one she had yet to master, causing her face to redden. Fortunately, her inherent energy stability surpassed that of other spirits, and soon enough, Li Datsai entered a state of mental blankness, commonly referred to as the subconscious realm. I ceased my elaborate gestures, approached Li Datsai, squatted beside him, and, as before, inquired about his name, age, date of birth, marital status, and other mundane matters to ease his subconscious defenses. Once he began providing accurate responses, I shifted the conversation towards the matter of the forest guardian, Li Ditsai. "Why did you commit murder?" "I did not kill anyone," he insisted. "Li Jiang was a demon. He offended the mountain god and deserved to die." "Where are these mountain gods?" "Beneath the ancient tree at the cliff of Qingshan's back pavilion. It is the entrance to the immortal realm, so beautiful, like paradise." "You went there when you went missing in September?" "Yes, many mountain gods reside there." "Why did you kill?" "The mountain god commanded death to purify him, allowing him to reincarnate into the immortal realm. I was helping him." After concluding my inquiries, I dipped my fingers in pure water and pressed them against Li Ditsai's forehead, tracing the talisman of the Taoist ritual, which is recorded in the chapter on the 12 methods of talismans, serving the purpose of calling back souls after a fright. The cool water touched his skin, and moments later, Li Datsai opened his eyes, revealing a pair of bewildered and helpless pupils, akin to an abandoned child. He gazed at me, his facial muscles trembling, and I smiled, inquiring if he felt any better. He nodded, then shook his head, turning to look behind him. Behind him, there was nothing. Duo Duo had returned to rest within my locust with talisman. I asked if he recalled anything, and he affirmed that he did. His previous memories had been suppressed or, rather, muddled by 2 conflicting recollections, with his subconscious laid to rest. At that moment, once I unearthed them, a myriad of information surged forth. Li Ditsai began to recount his experiences during this period. His eloquence was lacking, and his education minimal, as he spoke in fragmented sentences. From a young age, Li Ditsai had been timid, easily frightened by any peculiar occurrence. Such individuals often hold a deep reverence for the divine. However, due to their wavering conviction and paranoid tendencies, they are also more susceptible to external malevolence, leading them to engage in actions they would never dare to imagine. In contrast, my uncle, steadfast in his beliefs, remained unyielding to deception. On a night spent guarding alongside my uncle, waiting for dawn, Li Ditsai fell prey to the allure of a diminutive demon, who freed him from his bindings and led him deep into the mountains of Qing Shan. He claimed to have entered the realm of the immortals, where he encountered a celestial cave adorned with stone tables, chairs, and beds, accompanied by enchanting fairies who attended to him, amidst a feast of exquisite delicacies and indulgent libations, a veritable paradise. After wandering there for a time, he was ultimately expelled back to the mortal realm by the mountain deity. He lamented that this world felt stifling and constricted. After sharing these tales, he seemed to awaken from his reverie, gripped by fear, confessing that his memories had been obscured. Upon my awakening him, he realized he had never ventured to any celestial abode, but had instead wandered beneath a great tree in a remote forest, where a foul-smelling burrow awaited him. He had remained there for several days, plagued by the presence of large rodents and the diminutive demon's minions, amidst crawling insects and writhing maggots. With no sustenance, he resorted to gnawing on tree roots, occasionally consuming the decaying carcasses of animals. In a daze, he was tormented by the demon's minions, with temptresses luring him into unspeakable acts. As he recounted his tale, he broke down in tears, his face smeared with snot and tears. He retched, expelling the recently consumed braised meat, which splattered the ground in a sticky mess, mingled with the sour stench of gastric fluids and remnants of food. The odor was unbearable. Lacking the golden silkworm talisman, I was uncertain if he had been poisoned. After waiting for the door to open, several individuals arrived to assist in the cleanup. Following the protocols outlined in the 12 methods of sorcery in the chapters on nurturing talismans, I examined him and found no signs of poison. It seemed likely that he had merely experienced a psychological overlap, triggered by distress. As I escorted Li Ditsai back, Mahaiba, Yang Yu, and I stood at the entrance of the corridor. The air was cold, accompanied by a biting wind, yet this breeze dissipated the nauseating scene we had just witnessed. Both Mahaiba and Yang Yu were seasoned smokers, lighting cigarettes and inhaling deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke in my direction. I inhaled through my nose, feeling my throat dry and bitter. Mahaiba took his last drag, discarding the cigarette but on the ground and crushing it beneath his heel. He looked up at me and expressed his concern, remarking that the current situation was untenable. First it was Wang Baozong, then Li Ditsai. 3 lives had been lost in succession, and there was no telling if more would follow. Capturing the culprits would merely address the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly resolve the case, we must eradicate that nest of diminutive miscreants beneath the so-called millennium-old tree. Only then could peace be restored to this region. I remained silent, pursing my lips. Yang Yu inquired whether we should seek support from the provincial authorities. Ma Haiba concurred, stating that it was indeed necessary to follow proper procedures, reporting to the bureau in the province. It would be preferable to dispatch armed police to eliminate these malevolent forces at once. Otherwise, the incessant murders would disrupt our lives, and the newly appointed leader might find himself dismissed within months. He gestured for Yang Yu to inform me, as he intended to consult his superiors and report the situation, suggesting we meet later for dinner at the Shanjing Grand Hotel. I declined, expressing my disinterest in dining at restaurants every time, finding it devoid of charm. Mahaiba laughed, suggesting instead that his wife could buy groceries, and we could sample her culinary skills at home. I agreed, appreciating the warmth of such a gathering. Upon returning to the bureau, Mahaiba departed, and Yang Yu had matters to attend to, leaving me with a moment to visit my uncle's home. My uncle, on a day off, was in the courtyard playing chess with a companion. Upon my arrival, he stood to greet me, and I insisted he continue his game. The man across the board shuffled the pieces, stating that old Lu had a guest and would not continue the match. My uncle scolded him for his cowardice, accusing him of fleeing as he was on the verge of losing. The man chuckled, nodded at me, and took his leave. My uncle called for my aunt to prepare some tea, but she pretended not to hear. Feeling awkward, he stood to fetch water, but I stopped him, saying it was unnecessary. I had merely come to see him. At that moment, I realized I had arrived empty-handed, a slight breach of etiquette. Observing the scars on my uncle's face, I was reminded of the 4 dark lines etched into his skin. He looked at me and asked how I too had acquired a scar. I replied that it was a long story. As we spoke about family matters, my uncle's spirits lifted. He shared the news that his eldest son, Xiaohua, had been accepted into university and would return home in a few days. His daughter, Xiaoying, was now in her 2nd year of high school with commendable grades. Her teacher believed she had a good chance of entering a prestigious institution. However, the financial burden of 2 children in school was considerable, especially for Xiaohua, whose expenses exceeded 1,000 yuan monthly, including a new phone and computer. Last month, he had called home expressing a desire to pursue music and requested a quality electric guitar. My uncle's face radiated happiness as he recounted these events. I suggested that if Xiaojing were to gain admission to university, but finances were tight, she could apply for student loans and also borrow from me if needed. Nevertheless, I cautioned that Xiaohua's spending habits were rather extravagant and required moderation. My uncle shook his head, wishing that Xiaohua could demonstrate the same level of understanding. The conversation turned to Li Datsai, and my uncle lamented that ever since the incident, the Forestry Bureau had abandoned the forest guard post, ceasing to assign personnel. It was truly alarming. Having worked alongside Li Datsai for over a decade, it was unfathomable that he could commit such heinous acts, leaving one with a chilling sense of disbelief. I remarked that this was not something Li Datsai would willingly do. It was the work of a petty individual. He pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in my words. He had once been skeptical of such notions, but now he believed. I shared his sentiment. As twilight descended, he offered me a meal, but I declined, citing a prior engagement. I stood to leave, at which point my aunt emerged from the house to bid me farewell. After departing, I called Yang Yu, who came to escort me to Ma Haiba's residence. To my surprise, Huang Fei was also in the same vehicle, expressing her desire to join us. Ma Haiba lived not far away in a 3-bedroom apartment allocated by his workplace. Upon our arrival, he had yet to return. His wife, a kind and gentle woman, worked as a teacher at the county's 2nd middle school. They had an 8-year-old daughter who was beautiful yet somewhat shy. Huang Fei rolled up her sleeves to assist in the kitchen, while I sat for a while until I received a call from Arjun. He inquired about my well-being at home, and I replied that everything was satisfactory. He mentioned he was heading to Niafang City for supplies, prompting me to remember that my car was still parked at the airport and asked if he could drive it back for me, noting that he had a spare key. He agreed with a chuckle, and when I asked about his cheerful demeanor, he merely smiled and said I would find out in due time. I teased him, suggesting it sounded as if he were dating someone, and he admitted that the girl was someone I knew, but he couldn't elaborate at the moment, promising to explain upon his return. His words left me with an inexplicable heaviness in my heart. When Ma Haiba returned, he sought me out to discuss matters at hand. He revealed that after the leadership reviewed the new interrogation records, they had decided to take action against the petty individual associated with King Shanji Haoding Yazi. The leadership, having learned of my involvement, requested that I accompany them as an advisory consultant. I smiled and inquired if there were any benefits to this role. He assured me there were, mentioning that a sum of 5,000 yuan had been allocated for my consultancy fees. While not a substantial amount, he insisted we owed it to you as a favor. I acknowledged the importance of the favor over the money, noting that my connection to Li Datsai's situation warranted some leniency during the proceedings. Ma Haibo reassured me that Li Datsai's case was not severe, suggesting he might either be acquitted or charged with manslaughter. I sighed, lamenting how misfortune seems to strike unexpectedly. After dinner, it was already 8 in the evening. Upon exiting Ma Haiba's home, Yang Yu inquired about my lodging for the night and offered to host me. His residence was quite spacious, but I felt disinclined, opting instead for a room at a guest house. Huang Fei suggested we stay at the Forestry Bureau's guest house nearby, citing its cleanliness and convenience, to which I agreed. At that moment, Yang Yu received a phone call, spoke briefly, and then ended the call. Noticing his urgency, I encouraged him to leave, assuring him that the guest house was not far. Realizing he indeed had pressing matters to attend to, he departed without hesitation. As Huang Fei and I walked side by side on our way back, she inquired about her uncle, who had been experiencing frequent bouts of diarrhea, wondering if there were lingering toxins. I explained that given his advanced age and the recent severe illness he had endured, it was plausible that his health had deteriorated, affecting his digestive system. I suggested that seeking medical attention would be the most prudent course of action, finding her inquiry somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, I shared a remedy for digestive health with her. She made a mental note, asking me to send it via text if she couldn't remember. Meanwhile, my badge was shifting, revealing that Duo seemed to have a fondness for Huang Fei, displaying an innate affinity. Calculating, Huang Fei should be Duo's cousin. Her family, while the men lack distinction, boast remarkably beautiful and charming women, which is quite peculiar, seemingly defying genetic norms. The moon hangs in the sky, half illuminated and cold. And on this frigid evening, the streets are sparsely populated, with many shops shuttered. Huang Fei and I meander along, enveloped in the fragrance wafting from her. And I find this leisurely stroll rather delightful. Suddenly, she comes to a halt, her gaze fixed ahead. I look up to see a figure standing before us, coldly observing us both. This person is Zhang Haiyang. Zhang Haiyang, who usually exudes an air of leisure and composure, now wears a grim expression, casting a frosty glance in my direction. Confused, I shove my hands into my pockets, seeking Huang Fei's reaction. Zhang Haiyang brusquely inquires of Huang Fei why she did not answer his call. She softly replies that her phone is dead. He then questions her about her whereabouts at such a late hour and why she is with me. Huang Fei grows visibly uncomfortable, her face flushing crimson, and, in a fit of exasperation, retorts, Zhang Haiyang, where I go and who I am with is none of your concern. Why should you care? Zhang Haiyang erupts, declaring, I am your boyfriend. If I don't care, who will? Huang Fei, brimming with indignation, fires back. Who are you to call yourself my boyfriend? Who are you to me? Have I ever agreed to that? He insists that both families have consented, demanding to know what emotional turmoil she is experiencing, insinuating that her reluctance to accept him stems from her feelings for me, the scarred-faced boy. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei reaches for my arm, intertwining it with hers, and boldly states, yes, I like Lu Zhuo. I am fond of him, not you. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Please refrain from bothering me in the future. The warmth of her embrace surprises me, her bosom pressing against my arm, leaving me momentarily stunned by the softness of her touch. What is happening? Who can elucidate this situation for me? Seeing Huang Fei and me so closely entwined, Zhang Haiyang's anger likely reaches a boiling point as he unleashes a torrent of curses, lamenting how well he has treated her and questioning how she could betray him in such a manner. Huang Fei remains silent, holding me tightly, her expression one of bliss. Observing Zhang Haiyang's vitriol, I interject, suggesting he mind his manners in this public space, as people are passing by. My words seem to provoke him further. He immediately shifts his ire toward me, abandoning his verbal assault and instead launching a punch in my direction. I step back, releasing Huang Fei, and deflect Zhang Haiyang's blow. Just as I intend to reason with him, he lunges at me like a ferocious beast, intent on striking. As previously mentioned, he is tall and handsome, towering nearly a head above me at close to 6 feet 3 inches, giving him a significant advantage. However, after 6 months of nurturing from the golden silkworm goo, my reflexes and explosive power surpass that of the average person, and even without the goo, I am unafraid of him, as he attacks ferociously. I too am ignited with true fury, seizing him and throwing him to the ground. Rendered immobile beneath my grip, he resorts to a stream of vulgarities, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Huang Fei, incensed, crouches beside Zhang Haiyang and asserts, Lu Zhuo is good friends with your cousin Yang Yu. Your cousin knows his prowess well. You ought to consult him before causing a scene. Zhang Haiyang falls silent, and as I release him, he scrambles to his feet, casting a venomous glare in my direction, his resentment palpable enough to scorch the very sky. He walked away without a glance, venturing far into the darkness. Turning back, he unexpectedly smiled at me, his grin unnervingly peculiar. As it seemed all was well, the surrounding crowd dispersed. Huang Fei, feeling quite embarrassed, explained to me that Zhang Haiyang's aunt was Yang Yu's mother. Once, she had spotted her at the police station and had relentlessly pursued her, leveraging various connections to propose a match. His family background was commendable. He was handsome and well-educated. Thus, her parents were swayed and encouraged her to engage in conversation with him. Huang Fei remarked that Zhang Haiyang had been raised in a sheltered environment, self-centered and oblivious to the needs of others, exhibiting a haughty demeanor as if the world revolved around him. Initially, he appeared refined, but her distaste grew, and she found him increasingly bothersome. Now, pushed to her limits, she could only refuse him in this manner. She apologized to me, and I nodded, asking, what you said earlier about liking me was insincere, wasn't it? I almost took it to heart. Huang Fei blushed, retorting, why are you like this? Humph. All men are the same. I took her small hand, feeling its icy coolness akin to jade. I squeezed it gently before letting go, saying, all right. I suppose my inexplicable fight and taking the blame can be compensated by this. Huang Fei playfully kicked me, calling me a scoundrel. A few steps ahead was her home, and I said, you should head back. I'll find a place to sleep." She asked, "Aren't you going to see me off?" She was acquainted with the manager of the inn and could secure a discount. I chuckled, saying, "How much can one night save? It's merely a few cents. Not worth the trouble. However, if you wish to discuss life and ideals together, I would be more than happy to accompany you." She kicked me again, saying, "You're becoming increasingly irreverent. I won't engage with you anymore. I'm going home." With that, she hurriedly walked towards the alley with her handbag in tow. I watched her graceful silhouette, contemplating how delightful it would be to share a room with her on this frigid night. A gust of cold wind swept by, and I sniffled. Winter had indeed arrived. I booked a room at the inn, and just after finishing my shower, I received a text from Huang Fei. She inquired if I was settled in, and I replied from my bed, confirming that I was. After a while, my phone buzzed again. She apologized, saying if Zhang Haiyang troubled me, I should let her know at any time. I had let Duo out. She had been perched on the bed, watching a horror film titled Curse of Vengeance broadcasted by the county television. Now, she came over to peer at the contents of my phone. I asked if she understood it, to which she shook her head, her little head bobbing in confusion. Thus, while sending messages, I began to teach her how to read the characters and their meanings. Duo was eager to learn and quite clever. I continued to explain until midnight, and the messages persisted until then. Eventually, Huang Fei could no longer bear it and, utterly exhausted, decided to sleep. The following day, I ventured into the city, to the largest herbal medicine shop, where I purchased numerous relevant herbs in preparation for Duo's spirit restoration. There were many items, albeit mixed, and I entrusted Ma Haiba and Yang Yu with procuring some supplies, allowing ample time since Duo's ritual was still 20 days away, so I was not in a hurry. On the third day, Ma Haiba called me, informing me that the clearance operation had been approved and that they would enter the mountains on the 21st. Asking what preparations were needed, I mentioned that a combination of pine cones, sweet potato vines, fragrant candles, free-range eggs, red thread, newly harvested glutinous rice, ropes, and nets would suffice. If there were firearms available, they should be carried as well. After all, isn't there a burrow nearby? It would be prudent to bring along insecticide, flamethrowers, and detonators if possible. He agreed and suggested that I attend a meeting at the bureau to consult with the team members. I consented without hesitation. Recently, Ma Haiba had also been working on Li Detsai's matter, directing him to lead the way to the back cliff, to eliminate that group of short mules and redeem himself. Initially, Li Detsai was quite apprehensive and reluctant to comply. However, given the gravity of the situation concerning his lifelong affairs, Ma Haiba, employing both coaxing and intimidation, ultimately secured a reluctant nod of agreement from him. I had a brief discussion with Ma Haiba and others, convening to deliberate on various matters. Besides his superiors and team members, there was also a young officer from the armed police system present, whose surname was Wu. Once everything was confirmed, everyone prepared themselves. At dawn on the 21st, we set out for the Qingshanji Qingshan township. The party consisted of myself, Li Detsai, Ma Haiba, for of his subordinates. Captain Wu, for reasons unknown, he was referred to as Captain, and approximately a squad of armed police soldiers, totaling 16 individuals, along with 2 trained wolfhounds. The nearest village to the back cliff was named Zhongyang Village. The road had only recently been opened and was quite treacherous. Upon reaching Zhongyang Village, we parked the vehicle and proceeded on foot up the mountain. A young officer and a guide from Qingshan Township accompanied us into the mountains. We parked our vehicle at the grain-drying area in Zhongyang Village, organized our gear, and began our ascent along the muddy path behind the village. Trekking on foot was undoubtedly more arduous than riding in a vehicle, yet I felt invigorated. After a while, the fields beside the path transformed into woods. The terrain was rugged, and recent rains had rendered it even muddier. After navigating a bend in the mountain, we glimpsed a few wooden houses below. The officer surnamed Wang informed us that this was the 7th group of Zhongyang Village, the last inhabited area before entering the vast mountain woods devoid of human presence. At that moment, someone called out, feeling thirsty, and inquired whether we could request some water from the villagers. Each of us had brought some water and provisions. But once we entered the mountains, the duration of our return was uncertain. Given the recent rain, the spring water and well water in the mountains were murky, making it reasonable to seek a drink. Thus, as we passed by, Officer Wang led us to knock on a door. An elderly man emerged. One eye blinded and the other caked with mucus. However, he appeared quite clean, unlike what one might expect in the countryside. Officer Wang greeted him, addressing him as Old Man Luo, and explained our situation. Old Man Luo replied that it was no trouble, and he fetched a large jug of water for us to drink. Several young soldiers took turns filling their cups, exclaiming that the water was sweet. With a smile, Old Man Luo mentioned that he had added honey fruit to the water. Ma Haiba scooped a spoonful to taste, also declaring it sweet, and urged me to partake as well, saying, "Luz Wu, come and have a drink." Strangely enough, upon hearing Ma Haiba call my name, I felt an unsettling sensation on my back, as if a snake had slithered across it, cold and clammy, leaving me feeling ill at ease. I took a sip of the water, finding it tasteless. Contrary to their enthusiastic descriptions, Ma Haiba intended to compensate the Old Man Luo, but the latter refused, stating that a mere few sips of water hardly warranted any payment. Reluctantly, Ma Haiba acquiesced, expressing his gratitude profusely. A few soldiers drained their military canteens and then filled them with the local water, claiming it quenched their thirst. After this brief interlude, they resumed their journey. The path ahead was adorned with dense foliage, a narrow trail formed by the footsteps of woodcutters, treacherous and difficult to traverse. The ground was muddy. I wore a pair of black labor boots reinforced with steel plates, which became caked in mud, causing me to slip several times, though fortunately, I remained unscathed. As we crossed a small stream, one of Ma Haiba's subordinates lost his footing and fell into the water. Thankfully, he was adept at swimming and managed to climb out, albeit drenched and shivering from the cold. After a brief consultation with Captain Wu, Ma Haiba decided to leave a soldier behind to build a fire and dry the man's clothes, while the rest of us pressed on. After traversing several mountains for a full 2 hours, our lead guide suddenly exclaimed, "We have arrived. This is Qian Tingyazi. Beyond this lies Ho Tingyazi." Everyone paused to gaze ahead, where a towering mountain loomed, shrouded in mist, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Finally, we had reached our destination. The sky was overcast, fog swirling about as the wind stirred up the thin veil of mist. We continued forward, the guide explaining that in such weather, snakes, insects, and vermin were in hibernation, making it the best time to be here. He warned that during the transition from spring to summer, it would be unwise to venture forth, as the snakes would abound, sometimes dropping from the trees and coiling around one's neck. This guide, surnamed Jean, was a man nearing 50, sporting a metallic front tooth, and moved with remarkable agility. According to Officer Wang, he hailed from Zhongyang village and frequently ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and mushrooms. Curious, I inquired of Jean about the fog. He confessed he was unsure, noting that Ho Tingyazi was notoriously foggy, perhaps due to the area's humidity. However, he reassured us that this mist posed no danger. Contrary to our fears of miasma, having entered the mountains for 40 years, he often encountered fog here and deemed it harmless. Intrigued, I asked if he had ever seen the short mule. He inquired if I meant the short lord, to which I affirmed. He admitted he had never encountered the real one but had experienced numerous inexplicable events, which he felt bore the essence of the short lord's influence. He was devout, offering prayers and incense both morning and evening, speaking little of his fears. As he led the way, we traversed the valley between cliffs, arriving beneath Ho Tingyazi, amidst a lush forest. Even in winter, clusters of green shrubs flourished nearby, and the ground bore thumb-sized, vibrant red and green fruits, thriving out of season. Jean identified these as snake berries, some blackish purple, others crimson, tainted by the venom of snakes that had licked them. Continuing onward, we beheld a colossal green umbrella emerging through the mist, towering over 20 meters, its two trunks intertwined in a gnarled embrace, resembling a magnificent canopy. Ma Haiba summoned Li Ditsai, inquiring if this was indeed the ancient tree of 1,000 years. Li Ditsai confirmed, stating the cave was situated just beyond the slope behind this grand banyan. With our objective in sight, we hastened our steps to the base of the majestic tree, its verdant branches and leaves creating a dense shade overhead. At this moment, Li Ditsai began to tremble, his teeth chattering. When Ma Haiba asked what was amiss, he confessed his fear. I said, "What nonsense." I tore off a piece of yellow paper talisman and affixed it to his chest, assuring him that he need not fear, for I possessed a soul-consolidating talisman that could safeguard his life. Upon hearing this, he seemed to regain some composure and stepped forward, accompanying the guide. Ma Haiba inquired whether that object was indeed a soul-consolidating talisman. I chuckled softly, responding that it was impossible. Li Ditsai was a timid man, and I merely aimed to instill confidence in him to avoid any mishaps. We traversed through the canopy of the grand banyan tree and arrived at a shaded hillside, where the entrance to a cave awaited us. Surrounding it were vines, lushly draping down, with the gaping black maw of the cave being just large enough for an adult to pass through. Beside the cave entrance lay a pool of water, 2 meters in diameter, resembling a deep abyss. its greenish hue suggesting an overgrowth of algae. At the command of Captain Wu, the soldiers instantly took defensive positions, their rifles aimed at the cave's entrance. I asked Li Detsai how deep the cave was, but he shook his head in uncertainty. I pressed further, questioning how it transformed from a simple earthen hole into a cave, but he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. When I inquired about the number of diminutive creatures lurking within, he again had no answer. These were matters we had previously discussed. Ma Haibo and Captain Wu deliberated on dispatching a team inside. Why not employ poison gas? Firstly, such gas is a strictly controlled weapon, and it would be improbable to acquire it in rural areas. Secondly, even if it were available, the depth of the cave was unknown, and should there be other ventilation shafts, it would be futile. The diminutive creatures were nocturnal, shunning light, and it was likely that this was their time of slumber, armed. We should have no reason to fear. But who would we send? The chosen ones were 4 armed police officers and a civilian officer, while Ma Haibo and Captain Wu stayed outside to maintain a perimeter. Ma Haibo insisted that Li Detsai also enter the cave, but Li Detsai vehemently shook his head in refusal. Upon arriving here, he appeared weak and pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow despite the 10-degree temperature. After a brief argument, Captain Wu turned to me and suggested, "Isn't Consultant Lu an expert in this field? Perhaps we should allow him to take a look inside." In recent days, Ma Haibo had been exceedingly courteous to me, yet I had not demonstrated any corresponding capabilities, which seemed to irk the young soldier, who suspected I was merely posturing. I responded affirmatively, stating I would go in if provided with a handgun. I made this assertion with a degree of confidence. The diminutive creatures possessed several formidable traits, the most notable being their illusionary abilities, which could deceive even the most resolute minds. Furthermore, these creatures were as agile as monkeys, capable of leaping several meters in a single bound. Lastly, they were adept at breeding parasitic insects to attack humans. However, with the presence of the golden silkworm Gu and Duo, I felt less apprehensive about their illusions, and my agility was commendable. The golden silkworm Gu exuded a formidable aura that deterred ordinary parasites. Given that these diminutive creatures had been responsible for multiple deaths and had overstepped their bounds, I naturally contemplated their eradication, especially since they posed a threat to my hometown. Moreover, my eagerness to agree was also fueled by envy of their weaponry. I yearned to wield a firearm. Captain Wu inquired if I was proficient in handling one. Aside from having fired at targets during military training in school, I had little experience with firearms. However, I considered myself somewhat of an aficionado, possessing a modicum of knowledge. Thus, I held my head high and declared, "Of course." He cast a doubtful glance in my direction, then sought the opinion of Ma Haibo before producing a handgun. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against handing it to me, stating he would take it himself. My brief excitement dissipated as I crouched down to scatter glutinous rice. I had previously shared certain methods to deter the diminutive mules, and the most effective among them was undoubtedly the use of glutinous rice. In this world, many phenomena defy scientific explanation. Glutinous rice, a mere grain cultivated from the earth, when steamed, is sticky yet fragrant. However, when scattered upon the diminutive mules and other malevolent entities, it astonishingly causes them to rot and emit smoke. Though unarmed, I followed Captain Wu and 5 others as we ventured into the cave, flashlight in hand. Outside, it was daylight, but mere meters into the cave. The entire space was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by a sudden warmth that raised the temperature several degrees. This cavern, formed by typical karst topography, stood over 2 meters high, with dry, rocky walls. Having previously heard of the ferocity of the diminutive mules, we all chewed licorice as we cautiously proceeded, careful to make no noise. After a few minutes, we encountered a fork in the path. We gathered to deliberate, deciding to mark our route with chalk before proceeding down one path. As we deliberated between left and right, Captain Wu glanced at me and remarked, "Since your name is Luzhua, let us proceed left." We continued onward, and the darkness deepened, a viscous black that seemed to swallow the light from our flashlights. After 10 minutes of walking, we came upon 3 more forks. Each time, Captain Wu insisted we go left. Eventually, we reached a point where a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed, startling everyone into silence. We hesitated, directing our flashlight beams towards the source of the noise. As the light illuminated the area, a shadow darted across our path, fleeing ahead. "Pursue," Captain Wu commanded, brandishing his weapon as he charged forward. The rest of us quickly followed, the corridor echoing with the cacophony of our footsteps. After sprinting several meters, The space ahead abruptly opened up. Unbeknownst to us, we had entered a grand hall nearly 200 square meters in size. Stalagmites adorned the floor, while stalactites hung above. The sound of dripping water resonating sharply as we halted. Our flashlight swept the area, yet the shadow had vanished. I turned my gaze to the rock walls, which were not merely gray and white stone, but rather adorned with a multitude of rough cave paintings. These images, crafted from stone, displayed a spectrum of black and white, with simple yet vivid lines depicting a myriad of forms, horizontal, vertical, and arched, unconfined by conventional shapes. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that these patterns seemed to narrate the life of a prosperous tribe, or perhaps a nation, depicting scenes of daily life, labor, ceremonies, and peculiar figures. Diminutive in stature, with 3 eyes, the eye on their foreheads carved into a square shape. Among the murals, there appeared to be a ritualistic scene, wherein countless tiny figures leapt into flames, their souls transcending. Shifting my focus to another wall, I discovered a fragmented web-like structure, with numerous small circles filling the voids, creating an odd spectacle. The ground was littered with clumps that resembled hardened lime. As I was scrutinizing the scene, a sudden piercing scream pierced the air, sharp and harrowing, sending chills down my spine. I immediately turned to see the source of the sound, a young soldier standing in the center of the hall, pointing at an enormous natural stone that resembled a table. The crowd quickly gathered around him as he trembled and exclaimed, "It's a heart." I glanced at the table and was horrified to find several desiccated organs laid out before us, their dark, viscous juices thick and dried. Among them were a heart, lung lobes, and a stomach, all appearing as grotesque, dark red masses. Captain Wu approached, drew a knife, and curiously prodded one of the organs. Remarking that it appeared to be human entrails, he seemed to discover something, as he inserted the tip of the knife into the 4th piece from the left, withdrawing it to reveal the blade coated in thick, dark blood. Recently deceased, the lone police officer suddenly shouted, "The victim, Li Jiang, who was killed by Li Dicai, is missing his kidneys and part of a lung. Initially, we thought he had consumed them. Could this be?" Before he could finish, a high-pitched screech echoed from the passageway. A large mass of darkness descended upon us. I rolled on the ground to evade the ominous shadow, feeling a force akin to a fist striking my back, as if a girl playfully punched me. Rising to my feet, I swiftly retrieved my prepared hunting net and cast it forward. "Ah, it's bats!" Captain Wu cried out, prompting a flurry of panic among the crowd as they swung their belongings in an attempt to ward them off. Fortunately, the swarm of bats flew past without lingering, circling around the perimeter, seemingly intimidated by the stone table holding the entrails. After the initial chaos, we gathered together. I noticed 3 bats flapping within the net, their size comparable to 2 adult fists clasped together, with pointed triangular ears and short conical snouts. Their long, sharp canine teeth glistened like knives, presenting a fearsome and terrifying visage as they emitted distressing squeaks, as if in great agony. The solitary police officer shone his flashlight on them, startled, exclaiming that they resembled vampire bats. While his assertion lacked substantial evidence, it ignited a sense of dread among us all. At that moment, my flashlight shifted to where the bats had scattered, and my hand trembled as I beheld a dense swarm of nearly 1,000 dark silhouettes congregating at the cave ceiling, writhing and crowded together. Some flapped their wings and fluttered in the air, revealing glistening white fangs, exuding an aura of terror. Captain Wu, having also observed this, decisively declared that we should not linger any longer and urged us to evacuate. Without delay, we began to jog towards the passageway. I stowed my net, releasing the 3 grotesque, furry bats back into the wild, and cautiously made my way back. We sprinted down the corridor for several meters, relieved to find no bats in pursuit, allowing a slight easing of our anxiety. I have come to realize that our decision to enter the cave was indeed a grave miscalculation. Would it not have been wiser to lay traps near the ancient millennium-old tree, waiting for our quarry? Ultimately, we were deceived by that scoundrel Li Dicai, who previously claimed that the short mule resided in a burrow beneath the tree, yet directed us to a cave entrance instead. Initially, we believed it to be merely a cellar-like space, leading us to underestimate the situation. Running in the darkness, with the oxygen levels depleting, we soon found ourselves gasping for breath. Upon reaching a fork in the path, we paused to catch our breath. Captain Wu leaned against the rock wall, panting, and remarked, "I wonder how deep this cave is. We must have startled that short mule. I fear we may not complete this mission." After speaking, he searched for the chalk mark he had drawn, only to exclaim in surprise, "Where has my chalk gone?" We gathered around, bewildered, as the bare wall bore no trace of the chalk marks. Yet, There were no signs of erasure either. Some questioned whether we had taken a wrong turn at the previous fork, suggesting that in our haste, we had inadvertently run in the wrong direction. Captain Wu, intrigued, inquired of the soldier, was there really a fork? I was unaware. I too found it strange. Had we not traversed a straight path? The soldier affirmed, indeed. There was one over 100 meters back from the hall. As he spoke, another officer echoed his assertion. Hearing this, a chilling sense of unease crept over me, as if icy fingers were tracing their way from my feet to the crown of my head. Could it be yet another instance of the cursed wall? This was implausible. With Duo by my side, how could we encounter such a phenomenon? Was the short mule conjuring illusions? Alarmed by their words, Captain was shown his flashlight back down the dark corridor, revealing an eerie silence. He then turned the beam back to us, counting 1, 2, 3, and upon reaching 5. His voice trembled as he asked, "Where is Hu Yuran?" It was then I realized one among us was missing. Hu Yuran, a young man with a face full of acne and an infectious smile, had been trailing behind. The one who had discovered the innards on the stone table in the hall. The absence of a member sent Captain Wu into a panic. If we lost our way in this twisted cave, it would spell trouble. We called out repeatedly, our voices echoing faintly in the expansive corridor. Hu Yuran. Captain Wu insisted we must find him, and we retraced our steps, searching diligently. This time, I was earnest, silently reciting the 9-character mantra, synchronizing my breath with the incantation, reaching out to Duo for guidance. After a while, we suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Captain Wu commanded us to halt, urging caution as we sought the source of the sound. Gradually, we pinpointed its origin. We gathered at a protruding bend, where we discovered a small pit, no larger than a basin. Leaning over, a warm breeze wafted up, carrying a nauseating scent of blood that was unsettling. The darkness obscured the depth of the pit, yet the cries unmistakably emanated from below. Captain Wu lay on the ground, calling out, "Hu Yuran, Hu Yuran." Immediately, a faint voice responded from below, tinged with a cry. Captain, my foot is broken. It hurts so much." Captain Wu inquired about the situation, to which Hu Yuran replied that his flashlight had fallen, leaving him in utter darkness, surrounded by an expansive void where his words echoed. Just then, the two individuals who had previously mentioned a fork in the road shouted towards the rock wall ahead. "Is this the fork?" Upon glancing at it, I realized it was merely a slightly protruding stone face. A closer inspection revealed the wall's unique striations, layered and stacked, resembling a path at first glance. The precarious pit was directly in front of this wall. Hu Yuran must have misjudged and plunged into it. Yet, why had there been no sound when he fell? Were we too hasty, or did he not have the time to call out? Amidst these questions, we had prepared a rope. The voice did not seem deep, so we hastily secured the rope and lowered it down. After more than 4 meters, we felt it reach the bottom. Thankfully, I knew that some sinkholes and caves were dozens of meters deep, and a fall could turn one into a mere pulp. The rope was caught below, pulled taut, indicating a heavy weight. We secured the rope around our waists and began to haul upwards. The soldier weighed over 100 pounds, and though several of us were pulling, it did not seem excessively strenuous. However, as we pulled him up 2 meters, the rope suddenly felt much heavier. Before we could react, a piercing scream echoed from the cave. "What is this?" "Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Hurry, pull me up." He struggled fiercely, and our rope immediately grew heavy, almost unbearable. Captain Wu, peering into the cave with a flashlight, seemed to glimpse something terrifying and shouted for us to hurry. We were oblivious to what had transpired, nearly straining to pull. Below, the soldier named Hu Yuran continued to scream, his cries reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, filling the dark space with an overwhelming sense of horror, as if that dread would soon befall us as well. With a final, anguished wail, we felt the tension in the rope slacken. We all pulled with all our might, and Hu Yuran was suddenly lifted up with surprising ease. However, at that moment, I felt warmth on my face. Wiping it revealed warm blood. Looking down, I saw the soldier we had pulled up was gruesomely mangled from the waist down, soaked in blood, with his lower legs exposed to the bone, nearly devoid of flesh. He lay on the ground, foam and blood spilling from his mouth, his voice hoarse, convulsing as his eyes rolled back, devoid of life. Captain Wu remained at the cave's entrance. As the soldier was pulled up, blood splattered onto his face. He beheld Hu Yuran's horrific state with astonishment, wiping the blood from his eyes, then knelt to grasp Hu Yuran's hand, asking what had happened. When there was no response, he pinched his philtrum. One of the officers, overwhelmed by the stench of blood, knelt beside him, retching violently. Inside the cave, faint noises persisted, chirping and bubbling. A soldier fired a burst from his rifle into the depths, which which finally quelled the chaos. Captain Wu knelt beside Hu Yuran, the ground saturated with blood, thick and viscous, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain, only to awaken moments later, gazing at us with a bewildered expression, inquiring what had transpired. He seemed to be devoid of sensation, yet he murmured of feeling cold, offering no response to Captain Wu's questions. Noticing the dazed look in his eyes, I interjected, asking if he had any last words. Realizing my presence, he attempted to lift himself to inspect his feet, but as the thought crossed his mind, he softly cried out, "Ah!" This utterance appeared to have drained his remaining strength, his face contorted in agony. After a brief moment of struggle, he managed to relax his brow slightly and sighed, "Alas, I've been a soldier for over a year, and I have yet to return home. I miss my mother." Upon finishing this statement, he fell silent, his eyes wide open, reflecting his unwillingness to depart. Hu Yuran was from Hubei, a mere 19 years old, in the bloom of youth, yet he met his end in a cave deep within the mountains. His comrades, who stood nearby, could not contain their tears. However, this was not a moment for mourning. I seized Captain Wu and demanded to know what he had witnessed moments earlier. He recounted seeing rats resembling kittens, a multitude of them, all clinging to Yuran. Why didn't any come off in the end? I inquired. He replied he did not know. But when the flashlight illuminated them, their eyes gleamed a sinister red. I recalled the words of the path through the tangled brush. What is a monster? The abnormal must be monstrous. Li Ditsai had mentioned that during his disappearance, he had seen many large rats scurrying before him. Rats are typically fearful creatures. The phrase "as timid as a mouse" aptly describes them. Yet, those that dare to attack humans must have tasted human flesh, rendering them exceedingly vicious. Such rats are known as corpse rats. It is well understood that a human body serves as an optimal breeding ground for bacteria and viruses postmortem. Plague can survive within bones for up to 60 years, while anthrax can endure for approximately 40 years, harboring potent toxins. Should one become infected and subsequently consumed by corpse rats, those rats become highly aggressive and dangerously toxic. I scattered a handful of glutinous rice into the cave, and soon thereafter, the anguished sounds of squeaking filled the air. I halted the others from attempting to carry Hu Yuran's body, forbidding them from touching it. At this moment, Hu was rapidly becoming envenomed. A mere misstep could result in infection. They resisted, claiming I did not comprehend their bond of brotherhood. He is dead. We must leave a body for his parents to grieve, they argued. I turned to Captain Wu, questioning if losing one brother meant he wished for all to perish. He paused, fixated on me, then gritted his teeth and asserted, "Let us leave him here. In a few days, we will organize a team and return with tools." After wrapping Hu Yuran's body in cloth and placing it on a suspended stone platform, we resumed our trek toward the exit, marking our path along the way. The atmosphere grew heavy with gloom, and silence enveloped us. A police officer patted my shoulder, whispering that my decision was prudent. I remained silent, seeking no understanding, only feeling that our choice to enter the cave had been gravely misguided. As we retraced our steps, the chalk markings at the junction had vanished, but we pressed on, remembering to turn left as we had upon our arrival. As we traversed 3 forks in the path, I discerned a faint, sorrowful wail carried by the wind. I halted, moistening my lips with my hand, and then grasped the arm of Captain Wu, who turned to glare at me. With a sense of helplessness, I confessed, "We are lost." Typically, prolonged wandering in darkness diminishes one's sense of direction, particularly when familiar landmarks shift, casting doubt upon one's current location. However, my assertion of being off course stemmed not from an exceptional memory, but from a palpable sensation that the warmth of daylight was receding further from me, enveloped instead by a shroud of shadowy mist. The dual forces of yin and yang are most perceptible to duo. Captain Wu, growing impatient, retorted that we would soon find our way out and questioned my disruptions. I countered, "How can we be close to an exit? Look around. Does this resemble the path we took upon arrival?" At my insistence, several individuals began to shine their flashlights around, with some asserting it looked the same, while others disagreed. Furrowing my brow, I urged them to quiet down, for the terrain here appeared peculiar, as if we were meandering in circles. "Let us retrace our steps. I shall lead," I proposed. At that moment, even Captain Wu lacked certainty. He had marked his way when we entered, but now those markers had vanished, leaving an eerie ambiguity that could be attributed to either foul play or simple disorientation. Though they had undergone basic rapid memory training, my companions were not professionals, lacking compasses, levels, or barometers. They reluctantly acquiesced to my leadership. While my own sense of direction is not particularly keen, Duo's presence guided me as we cautiously explored. I must admit, this cavern was indeed vast, with larger openings encircling smaller ones, and interconnected passages multiplying the deeper we ventured. A sense of vigilance settled within me, for I suspected that those diminutive mules intended to ensnare us within this labyrinth, leading to our demise. How could we meet such an end? In Jinping, certain regions also exhibit karst topography. In my youth, I had traversed caves where one would light a candle. Should it extinguish, it signified excessive carbon dioxide, necessitating an immediate exit. Moreover, should one become lost in the cave, with energy depleting and provisions running out, the outcome would inevitably be fatal. Furthermore, this cavern harbored bats and shrews, with unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. Although Duo could not vocalize her thoughts, she provided me with clear guidance on where to tread and how to proceed. We retraced our steps, turning left and right, while I withdrew a machete from my backpack, brandishing it at the forefront, followed by 5 cautious men. After a while, we encountered a concave pillar once more, prompting a startled exclamation from a police officer. Yes, this is it. We have been here before. His surname was Liu, an associate of Ma Haiba. Officer Liu had previously encountered me in Sagai village, where he had complimented the charming golden silkworm. Recognizing my capabilities, he expressed delight at discovering we were nearly out. We hastened towards the three-way junction, only to realize we had retraced our steps through the right-hand passage. Captain Wu hurried to the marked rock face, his expression radiating joy as he exclaimed that he had found it, the chalk mark. This chalk mark was akin to a beam of sunlight piercing through the overcast skies, illuminating the heaviness in our hearts. Smiles blossomed on every face, and hope surged within us. I sensed a flicker of gratitude and respect in the gazes directed towards me. After all, I was the one capable of guiding them out of the darkness. Officer Liu inquired why we emerged from the right tunnel. I replied that I was uncertain. This tunnel was indeed peculiar. We pressed on, and with each step, the chill intensified, mirroring the temperature outside. Soon, we arrived at the second fork in the path. This time, we exited from the left. Upon seeing Captain Wu's mark, though crooked, there was an undeniable warmth to it. No one pondered how to locate the dwarf mule anymore. All thoughts were consumed with the desire to escape the darkness. Captain Wu muttered as he marked the path again, emphasizing the need to recover Hu Yuren's body. I responded that retrieving Hu Yuren's remains was feasible, but we must return equipped with oxygen tanks, protective gear, body bags, and be fully armed to prevent any opportunistic rodents or bats from causing harm, as even a scratch could lead to infection. My remarkable display had instilled a measure of trust in him, and he nodded in agreement. As we neared the exit, our spirits lifted. Although I was fatigued and gasping for breath due to the low oxygen levels, Captain Wu suggested he lead the way. After traversing another 50 meters, he suddenly halted. I, caught off guard, shone my flashlight ahead, revealing a diminutive figure in the darkness, its eyes aglow with an eerie red light. I steadied the beam and confirmed it, a red straw hat, indeed a dwarf mule. Almost instinctively, I grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and tossed it forward. The creature, remarkably agile, darted away as I reached for my backpack. I shouted for a pursuit and began to run. However, after only 7 or 8 meters, the creature had vanished. Puzzled, I turned back to find that Captain Wu and the 5 others stood frozen, immobile, their expressions rigid as if turned to stone. Approaching Captain Wu, I noticed his eyelids drooping, a look of terror and panic etched on his face, yet his body remained unnaturally stiff, almost wooden. I checked the others. They too exhibited the same condition. A closer inspection revealed their eyeballs rapidly moving beneath their lids. Were they dreaming? Alarm surged within me. It dawned on me that the dwarf mule had likely cast an illusion upon them. The expressions on their faces varied. Some bore joy, others fear, confusion, and even smiles. I realized that I was immune due to my unique circumstances, but the others were not so fortunate and had fallen victim to its spell. If they were merely dreaming, it might have been manageable. However, if they were sleepwalking and under control, the situation could become dire, especially considering they were armed. What is sleepwalking? It is a state of altered consciousness. The somnambulist becomes disconnected from the surrounding environment, seemingly inhabiting a private realm, engrossed in an activity of profound significance. Upon awakening, the individual retains no memory of the sleepwalking episode. Typically, sleepwalking manifests as erratic expressions of consciousness. However, if guided intentionally during this state, dire consequences may ensue. An illustrative case is that of Li Datsai, who, after committing murder, resorted to cannibalism. In such instances, individuals may become instantaneously entranced, manipulated by a malevolent puppet master. I am acutely aware that once this rapid eye movement phase concludes, they will instantaneously transform into unconscious beings, obeying the commands of the malevolent figure and potentially turning against me or each other. Evidently, we are on the brink of reaching the cave's entrance, and these entities, straddling the line between reality and the ethereal, begin to reveal their intentions, prepared to strike. A chill envelopes me as I recognize the cunning and ferocious nature of my adversaries. A formidable opponent indeed. I gaze at the 5 individuals, hesitant to rouse them abruptly. The sleepwalker is governed by consciousness, referred to here as the human soul or instinct. To awaken them suddenly poses 2 potential outcomes: confusion and weakness, or a disturbance to the soul, severing its connection to the earthly spirit and resulting in madness. What should I do? This dilemma weighs heavily on my mind. If I refrain from awakening them, they may enter a sleepwalking state and resort to violence. If I awaken them, could they descend into insanity? After merely 3 seconds of contemplation, I noticed the plump officer Lu's rapidly rolling eyes finally come to a halt, and I realized the urgency of the situation. Without time for further reflection, I invoked a spell from the 12 methods of mountain suppression, specifically the Buddhist admonishment. I centered myself, formed the lion's seal, and bellowed with great force, "What is it?" This phrase, explained in earlier text, is a mantra from the 9 great mandalas of Tibetan Buddhism, symbolizing the power to assert control over oneself and others, enabling one to resist manipulation and return to their true essence. My voice resonated above 100 decibels, echoing throughout the corridor like a celestial chant, reverberating like the toll of a great bell, soothing and purifying my very spirit. At that moment, all 5 individuals opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes clear and bright. Captain Wu turned to me, astonished, and recounted seeing a diminutive figure with a hat and red eyes. I confirmed my own sighting, explaining that they had been ensnared, rendered immobile, and that I had just awakened them. Have you chewed on licorice? Quickly do so as not to fall under its enchantment again. Captain Wu, evidently a person of strong will, recognized the gravity of the situation and, feeling a sense of dread, promptly instructed everyone to chew on licorice to extract its essence. As they chewed, one individual questioned the foul odor in the air, inquiring who had passed gas. No one admitted to it, yet I detected the unmistakable stench of decaying flesh, an unmistakable sign of foul play. I knew this was another trick of the malevolent figure. So I hastily instructed everyone to tear strips from their clothing, douse them with water, and cover their mouths and noses. Instantly, someone followed suit, tearing off his inner shirt. However, when he attempted to unscrew the cap of the military canteen, he let out a terrified scream and tossed it to the ground. We hurried over to inspect, only to find the water within teeming with a multitude of white maggots, writhing and glistening. There was no time for astonishment. The heavy sound of dragging footsteps echoed from our path. In the darkness, a hunched figure was laboriously crawling towards us. The stench in the air intensified, making one feel nauseous, as if about to expel last night's meal. Officer Lu shone his flashlight into the darkness, and we all gasped in horror as the recently deceased Hu Yuan dragged his heavy body closer. His calves had been gnawed clean by the corpse rats, leaving behind a multitude of bite marks on the white bones, still clinging with sinewy flesh. He walked with a limp, his upper body draped in the cloth we had covered him with, blood and flesh dripping as he approached. When the light illuminated his face, we saw fine black hair sprouting from his rigid, ashen skin, his eyes bulging like those of a goldfish, nearly popping out. His teeth were stark white, but his lips were stained with dark red blood, which flowed incessantly. My heart tightened. Could this be a case of the dead rising? What does it mean to rise from the dead? It is said that there remains a breath within the chest and abdomen, reluctant to depart from the earthly realm. If disturbed by creatures like cats or rats, one may temporarily revive. Yet this breath can hardly sustain life, only causing the resurrected corpse to mindlessly lunge and bite, until the breath finally escapes and it collapses, truly dead. Some may question how a completely dead body could still move. Indeed, it is possible. For instance, a headless chicken can run about erratically for quite some time, even return to its coop. The notion of rising from the dead has ancient roots. Unscrupulous Western religious figures have historically exploited this principle to create zombies. We had initially planned to return another day to retrieve his remains, but unexpectedly, he had risen and pursued us. Clearly, this was the work of the dwarf mule. One brave soldier, unable to see clearly, approached, calling out to Hu. Thinking he was merely incapacitated, I seized him, shouting for him to flee. This fool stubbornly tugged at me, intent on reaching the already lifeless Hu Yuran. I struck him on the back of the head, warning him that Hu had transformed into a zombie, though in truth, he was not. A zombie is one whose body has been buried in a place of extreme yin, where time and geomantic forces have granted it partial consciousness. Commonly referred to as a zongzi, while this was simply a case of a recently deceased corpse. Did he not fear being bitten? As I shone the light on him, the soldier finally beheld Hu Yuran's horrific visage, shrieking in terror and turning to flee, running faster than I. The bloodied Hu Yuran, upon seeing so many living souls, seemed invigorated, charging towards us with fervor. I lagged at the rear, while Captain Wu fell slightly behind, asking as we ran what we should do. I replied, "Do you not have firearms? Use the submachine gun to shatter his leg bones, so he cannot pursue." He cursed, insisting he could not defile a brother's remains. I took a moment to scatter some glutinous rice behind me, but it had no effect. At that moment, I wished for the presence of a black cat. I declared, "Fine, I won't shoot. Just wait and see. You'll end up like him." Fortunately, Hu Yuran's feet had been reduced to mere bones, rendering him incapable of swift movement, allowing me to keep my distance. Upon reaching the first fork in the path, I suddenly heard a shout from ahead, causing several individuals to halt. Unable to stop in time, I crashed into a companion in front of me. Curiously, I leaned forward to glimpse the scene ahead, where a multitude of insects had emerged: centipedes, scorpions, myriapods, red-headed cockroaches, earthworms, and large, fuzzy spiders blanketed the entire rock wall, while a thick, dark layer covered the ground, several centimeters deep. A dozen or so diminutive figures donning red hats were leaping about energetically. They were the diminutive mules, directing these insects. And heaven knows where they had procured such a plethora of venomous creatures. Being perceptive by nature, I could discern that this was no mere illusion. With a horde of insects before me and the threat of reanimated corpses behind, what was to be done? I shouted vehemently, cursing my neighbors. "Are your guns merely for display?" My admonition sparked a realization among them. Those wielding handguns and submachine guns began to fire indiscriminately forward. I yelled, "Shoot the one in the hat! Shoot the one in the hat!" Although I harbored no fondness for Captain Wu, his marksmanship was commendable. 7 bullets expended in 3 seconds. With 2 of the diminutive mules collapsing under fire, others joined in, and within moments, nearly half of the mules had been cleared away. Just as I began to feel a sense of relief, an acrid breeze swept in from behind. The stench was foul and foreboding. I had no time to turn around. So I kicked out with great force, as if performing a dog-esque natural act, and felt as though my foot had struck a motorcycle, numb and sore. When I glanced back, I was indeed confronted by the pursuing Hu Yuran, risen from the dead. My powerful kick sent him sprawling. As my right foot touched the ground, my hand instinctively reached for my backpack. What could possibly subdue this reanimated corpse? In an instant, 3 items sprang to mind: exquisite sandalwood candles, peachwood steaks fried for 3 days, and powdered poria that had been sun-dried over the summer until it weighed 20 pounds. Among these, I possessed only the sandalwood candle, but it had already lost the time needed to ignite and release its calming essence. With no other option, I brandished my hatchet to strike at the bones of the creature that had transformed into a corpse, no longer human. It lunged at me, teeth bared. Having long been nourished by plump insects, I was nimble. There was no way it could bite me. With another powerful kick, I sent it flying. However, after delivering those 2 kicks, I found my strength considerably drained. At that moment, the gunfire abruptly ceased. It turned out that Captain Wu and his men, in their panic, had lost their rhythm and exhausted their ammunition, now hurriedly reloading. This was hardly the error of a seasoned military unit. I had no time to assess their achievements. As I heard Officer Lu shout, "Retreat quickly. The insects are climbing up," I turned to see the remaining mules chirping at the corner, while the dark mass of insects surged forward like a flowing tide. That scene still sends chills down my spine, provoking goosebumps and a tingling sensation throughout my body. Armed with guns, men may not fear ferocious beasts, yet they remain wary of venomous insects. The insects, diminutive and devoid of strength, could only be vanquished by flamethrowers or insecticides. Few would willingly endure the torment of being consumed by countless bugs, prompting them to retreat. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It was Officer Lu, caught off guard, as the monstrous Hu Yuran lunged and sank its teeth into his thigh, causing him to wail in agony. In pain, Officer Lu pressed his handgun against Hu Yuran's head and discharged several rounds, each bullet embedding itself into the creature's skull. Yet Hu Yuran remained unrelenting in its grip. I could no longer concern myself with the camaraderie of Captain Wu and his men. Grasping a hatchet, I thrust it between the two, positioning the blade against Hu Yuren's neck. Gritting my teeth, I exerted all my strength. The sharpened edge slicing through the mangled head with a single stroke. Hu Yuren's body finally collapsed, its hands clawing at the air. But its head stubbornly remained latched onto Officer Lu's right leg. Run, run, run. Captain Wu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, hoisting the howling Officer Lu with another comrade as they rushed back along the path. Hu Yuren's decapitated head dangled grotesquely from Lu's thigh, swaying with each step. We sprinted for several hundred meters until Officer Lu, unable to endure any longer, gasped for breath. Relieved to find that the swarm of venomous insects had momentarily ceased their pursuit, I instructed the others to gather their lights as I crouched down. Observing Hu Yuren's head still tightly gripping Lu's leg, I pressed my hand against the oozing, pulpy mass of its cranium, reciting a chant for calmness. Seeking to guide the spirit to peace, I spoke with urgency, feeling a malevolent energy dissipate with each word of the incantation. At last, Hu Yuren's jaws loosened, and its head fell to the ground. Ignoring the grisly sight, I urged my companions to stand back, lest they be tainted by the foulness. I tore a slit in Officer Lu's tattered trousers, revealing a gruesome wound, blood and flesh in disarray, deep bite marks oozing blackened blood, reeking of decay. The torn muscles began to stiffen, and coarse hair bristled. He had been poisoned. I inquired about his condition, and he replied that the pain had subsided, replaced by a numbness. Yet he felt an intense chill, a sinking sensation in his chest, coupled with dizziness. Swiftly, I retrieved the remaining glutinous rice from my backpack, rinsed the wound with purified water from my canteen, and applied the rice as a poultice to draw out the venom. Captain Wu anxiously observed and then queried a soldier stationed ahead, asking if any insects approached. The response was negative, but his voice quivered, betraying his fear. Noticing the rice quickly turning yellow and black, I understood it was having some effect, and I rinsed the darkened grains with water from my canteen, running low on water. I asked who had any left. One soldier handed me his canteen, which I assessed before casting it aside. He picked it up, questioning my actions, and I instructed him to look for himself, inquiring about Captain Wu's water. The soldier unscrewed the cap, pouring out a viscous concoction teeming with countless tiny white maggots writhing within, shocking him into disbelief. My stomach churned with pain as I continued to wash the wound with the water provided by Captain Wu, muttering, "That old man Luo from before entering the mountains, there's something amiss. I have fallen victim to a form of sorcery known as Dow Ku, which involves the use of centipedes, small snakes, ants, cicadas, earthworms, and hair, ground into a powder and placed before the carved effigies of the 5 plagues inside a room or a box. This concoction, after prolonged offerings, transforms into a potent poison. Those afflicted experience swelling, diarrhea, and a debilitating weakness that leaves them on the brink of death. However, I possess the innate golden silkworm goo, which, although dormant, renders me impervious to this poison. While the effects are uncomfortable and require time to overcome, they do not instill fear within me." After consuming 2 handfuls of glutinous rice, Officer Lu appeared slightly improved. His complexion had shifted from a ghastly bluish hue to a pallid gray. Yet, I had spilled a considerable amount of the rice I had brought, and upon inquiring about more, they all replied in the negative, as they had weapons but had not thought to carry rice. Strangely enough, once we entered the cave, the swarm of poisonous insects ceased their pursuit, leaving us in a perplexing situation. It was not conducive to remain in such a state of confinement, especially as I observed Officer Lu's face beginning to tremble. I turned to Captain Wu, yet he too was at a loss for solutions. Officer Lu looked at me, tears welling in his eyes, grasping my sleeve as he implored, "Master Lu, you are a person of true ability. Please save me. I have only been married for a few days, and my wife and I have hardly shared any warmth, nor do I yet have a child." His voice cracked, filled with profound desolation. Gazing at the dark mouth of the cave, a thought stirred within me. I recalled the derogatory remarks made by the ruffians, referring to me as a little venomous creature. In terms of toxicity, my possession of the golden silkworm goo means I have no fear of such poisons, nor do I dread these serpents, insects, or rodents, provided I am not bitten too severely or injured in a vital area, such as the eyes. I am confident I can endure to reach the cave's exit. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of these poisonous creatures must be the work of those diminutive ruffians. It is rumored they are ethereal beings traversing 2 realms, possessing formidable powers. However, in reality, those copper bullets packed with gunpowder can dispatch them with precision, tearing through flesh. Eliminating the ruffians would dissolve the crisis. This realization brought all matters back to square one. I had no choice but to charge out of the cave alone, determined to eradicate the ruffians orchestrating this chaos. Only then could I buy time to assist Officer Liu, who had just embarked on the joys of marriage. I could not allow him to perish with such regrets. Having already witnessed one death, I could not bear to witness another. I asked Captain Wu for a submachine gun. He looked at me in surprise, questioning my need for it. I replied that the swarm of poisonous insects was beyond their courage to confront, but I would face it. If Officer Liu did not receive glutinous rice in time to draw out the poison, he would surely succumb to its effects within the hour. I must eliminate those ruffians to disperse the terrifying creatures, so I demanded the submachine gun to lead the charge. He hesitated, staring at me blankly, before murmuring, "You could die." Frustrated, I retorted loudly, "Hurry, time waits for no one. Do you all wish to perish?" He ceased his reluctance, calling over a soldier to fetch the weapon. After ensuring it was operational, he gazed deeply into my eyes, handing it over along with a magazine, asking if I knew how to use it. I examined it and replied affirmatively, having undergone military training during my studies, where I had diligently learned even the disassembly. With a firearm in hand, I handed him the remaining small handful of glutinous rice and instructed him on how to cleanse the wound. Once my directives were complete, I grasped my gun and flashlight and retraced my steps toward the exit. A tumultuous discomfort churned within my stomach, reminiscent of thunder, an unsettling indication of the onset of my ailment. Yet, in the depths of my being, a gentle warmth began to circulate. This was the power of the golden silkworm, a pest that remained dormant, oblivious to the time it had been since I last sensed its presence, nearly 2 weeks. Now, as this warm current returned, I could not help but ponder whether the accumulation of toxins within me might serve to awaken it. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting. I had no intention of risking my life in experimentation. As I stealthily traversed the darkness, the sound of rustling drew near, illuminating the path ahead with my flashlight. I beheld a nightmarish scene. Centipedes, spiders, and serpents adorned the walls and floor, their grotesque visages instilling a primal fear that compelled one to flee. I called out to the golden silkworm, urging it to awaken and feast upon the myriad of venomous creatures surrounding me. Yet, there was no response. It remained deeply ensconced in slumber. Peering ahead, the distance scarcely exceeded 200 meters, and I steeled myself for the inevitable confrontation. With resolute determination and armed with my submachine gun, I pressed forward, gritting my teeth and plunging into the fray. Just a few strides into the territory teeming with insects, the hissing sound sent shivers down my spine, a wave of goosebumps erupting across my skin. Clad in heavy-soled shoes reinforced with steel, I maintained a firm grip on the ground. Each step produced an unsettling crackling of shells beneath my feet, accompanied by the sensation of something slick beneath me. Fortunately, my sense of balance was sufficient. A single misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall, spelling doom for me. Not long into my sprint, I felt something slender and smooth creeping up my pant leg. Prior to my departure, I had tucked my trousers into my socks, secured my shirt within my pants, and donned a military cap, covering my face with cloth, leaving only my eyes exposed. Yet, incessantly, creatures cascaded from above, landing upon me and beginning to scuttle in various directions. I vigorously shook my head and limbs, attempting to dislodge the intruders, and then, after a brief respite, I boldly advanced once more. Despite my precautions, I could still feel the exposed skin of my hands and the tightly wrapped limbs being bitten through fabric. I sensed the sharpness of arthropod mandibles, the fangs of small snakes, and the stinging pain of a scorpion's sting. Compelled by the agony, I felt as though I were running on adrenaline. To employ a cliché, my adrenaline surged to its peak at that moment. I pressed on, occasionally wielding my flashlight to strike at the centipedes that had infiltrated my person. After traversing over 100 meters, a sudden blur caught my eye, and a shadowy figure barreled toward me. I could not evade it in time. The impact felt as if a 300-pound brute had struck my abdomen, threatening to expel my last meal. When I glanced down, I discovered it was a short mule that had delivered a headbutt. My insides twisted in agony as I witnessed this creature descend. My overwhelming pain and fury found an outlet. I delivered a powerful kick, sending the wretched thing crashing against the rocky wall, splattering blood that appeared blue upon closer inspection. Having arrived here, the swarm of venomous insects had gradually thinned. Yet I was tormented by the neurotoxin released from my wounds, causing me to cry out in distress, as if only by shouting could I alleviate the torment, even if just slightly. This suffering resonated with Duo, who had long resided within the wooden talisman resting upon my chest. She suddenly emerged, confronting the swarm of insects that assailed me with a piercing cry. It was not a voice in the traditional sense, but rather a high-frequency vibration, as if she were unleashing her spectral energy, exuding an aura of authority and ferocity. Instantly, I felt a wave of coolness wash over me, and the searing pain in my wounds diminished somewhat. This sound transcended the range of human hearing. I could not perceive her cry, yet the very space around me trembled in response. Subsequently, the various insects clinging to my body began to fall away in droves, and a small pink snake slithered from my pant leg, frantically darting into the hole. I continued to flee, with Duo perched on my shoulder, aiding me in swatting away the insects. Amidst the pain, an unexpected sense of happiness surged within me. I had always regarded Duo as a cherished pet, a little daughter to care for, obedient, yet fragile and timid, shying away from sunlight and avoiding the presence of strangers. I had played the role of her guardian, even indulging in teasing her at times, delighting in her innocent expressions of distress that would bring me laughter. Who could have imagined that one day Duo would return the favor, providing me with vital assistance, even saving my life? Such is the law of karma. Good deeds surely reap rewards. As I ran, a sudden chill enveloped my back. Compelled by a strange instinct, I turned abruptly to discern the source of this coldness. There, scattered across the stones of the cavern, were 6 green-haired humanoid entities, their amethyst eyes glowing in the darkness like small, eerie lanterns. Instinctively, I sensed that while their gaze towards me held animosity, their true focus lay upon Duo, who was perched on my shoulder, diligently swatting away the insects. I understood that their stare was one of greed, an insatiable desire akin to a seasoned gourmand yearning for exquisite delicacies. In an instant, my mind wandered to my uncle, Wang Luaha, and his peculiar pet, a tarsia, known for its appetite for spiritual entities, possessing both intelligence and a peculiar charm. Could it be that these diminutive creatures also crave the consumption of spiritual beings? Yes, it dawned on me. The miscellaneous discussions within the 12 methods had noted that these creatures traverse between the spiritual realm and the human world primarily to prey upon frail spiritual entities to satiate their appetites. Duo is my lifeline, my treasure. I dared not take any chances. I shouted for Duo to come in and swiftly turned to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, a fierce wind rushed toward me from around the corner. Instinctively, I dodged, realizing more ambushes lay ahead. As I observed Duo conceal herself within the locustwood sign, I felt an audacious disregard for the circumstances. After all, a multitude of lice does not fear itching. I had been toting my submachine gun for quite some time, yet it had yet to be put to use. With a swift motion, I raised it, disengaged the safety, and unleashed a volley towards the dark silhouettes before me. In an instant, crimson splatters erupted from the shadows. To be candid, apart from the 3 errant shots I had fired during military training, I had never discharged a real weapon since. Subsequently, I indulged in first-person shooter video games for a spell, captivated by their allure. Yet the disparity between virtual and reality was stark, a chasm too vast to bridge. However, my initial burst of fire exceeded expectations, striking down 2 of the diminutive mules, causing them to wail in distress. Once my magazine was spent, I bolted into the open, my speed surpassing any previous personal record. While running, I swiftly reloaded. If I were to fire again, I would need to press the button here. The mules, akin to leeches drawn to blood, pursued me relentlessly. After sprinting several meters, I turned back and fired off a few rounds, managing to hit another. The peculiar, anguished squeal that pierced the air filled me with an inexplicable thrill. My body was ablaze with pain, wounds festering as the neurotoxin coursed through me, every cell acutely aware of the sharp sensations. Yet, the light ahead grew ever brighter. My flashlight became cumbersome, so I flung it aside, fortuitously striking one of the lunging mules. At last, I discerned the outline of the cave entrance, a hazy halo of light. I pivoted and discharged the last few rounds before launching myself towards the opening, shouting, "Old Ma, fire behind me, they are all mules." The moment I emerged, a chilling breeze assaulted my ears, and I could no longer hold my ground, stumbling down the slope, awaiting the sounds of gunfire to send those ghastly creatures to their demise. Yet, no shots rang out. What was amiss? Gritting my teeth against the pain, I scanned my surroundings and spotted several lifeless bodies on the ground. Among the unfamiliar faces, I recognized Li Ditsai, his head reduced to mere fragments, his pale brain matter smeared across his visage. The sky loomed ominously, a light drizzle beginning to fall, the gloom fostering an unsettling chill in my heart. I could scarcely fathom the bizarre situation that had unfolded, and with no time for contemplation, I scrambled toward the great tree across from me. I sensed the faintest sound of footsteps behind me, Almost instinctively, I thrust my empty submachine gun backward. The searing barrel pierced the eye of an oncoming mule, its left eye bursting in a spray of crimson and blue ichor. Upon observing its grotesque, mottled hide, an unsettling familiarity washed over me. My heavens! Was this not the very creature I had captured last September? No wonder it harbored such enmity towards me, pursuing me from the cave. As I shook it off, 4 or 5 more mules lunged in my direction. With my left hand, I shielded myself with my backpack while wielding the submachine gun as a makeshift club with my right, deflecting their assaults. Indeed, the mules were creatures that held grudges fiercely. Luzwa, come over, lie down. As I struggled with my battered body against this frenzied group of adversaries, I suddenly heard Mahaiba's voice calling from the east. To me, this sound was like music from the heavens. I leaped back, glancing over, and caught sight of Mahaiba's half-exposed head at the slope, his face etched with tension as he shouted, "Increase the distance! Increase the distance!" A surge of primal strength welled up within me, and I charged forward, leaping onto the earthen embankment of the depression. I sensed something shadowing me, clinging to my back. 6 or 7 guns had already pointed in my direction. I dared not confront the barrels directly. I rolled to the side, freeing my hands to grasp at the creature. My wrist was clawed, a sharp sting, but I managed to seize it firmly. I gripped its neck. It was a mere 40 centimeters tall, with a long, slender neck. Its coarse, dark skin riddled with insect cocoons, emanating a warm sensation. To my astonishment, it was the short mule I had just injured in the eye. Its foul blue blood gushing from the socket, flowing over my hands, burning hot. As I tightened my hold on its neck, it thrashed desperately, emitting shrill cries. Its black claws sharp and erratic, attempting to bite me. At that moment, gunfire erupted nearby, signaling impending victory. I refused to allow this beast to triumph. With determination, I used my other hand to clamp down forcefully on its neck, preventing its rancid mouth from biting me. When it could not reach me with its jaws, it resorted to clawing wildly at my arms and legs, tearing my flesh and drawing blood. The pain was excruciating. Yet it paled in comparison to the nerve-wracking agony I had endured earlier. After what felt like an eternity, it finally ceased its struggles. Its remaining right eye's crimson pupil faded, blood vessels spreading, the white of its eye fixated on me with profound malice. In my 22 years of existence, I had never encountered such intense emotion. It was hard to believe this creature was merely an animal. I found myself perceiving it as a sentient being. Ultimately, it lowered its head, breathless, its once vibrant eyes losing their luster. At that moment, my mind went blank, my breathing halted. All I could think was, if you wish for my death, I shall ensure you perish first. I waited for it to draw its last breath for over a minute. When the gunfire finally ceased, and someone came to pull me away, I regained my senses. I released the green-haired creature, staring blankly at my hands, which were soaked in its blue blood. This substance seemed corrosive, seeping into the grooves of my skin, hot, and then infecting my wounds, burning intensely. The pain pierced deep into my heart. I tore at some grass to wipe away the blood, but the pain persisted. Someone handed me a towel and water. I accepted without knowing who it was, wetting the towel to cleanse my wounds. The searing pain subsided slightly. Yet the blue blood that had seeped into my flesh was like a viscous fuel, refusing to wash away no matter how I tried. At this moment, my heart finally began to ease. After regaining my composure, a chilling sensation washed over me, akin to awakening from a nightmare. Feeling the creepy crawlers of spiders and cockroaches skittering across my back, sending shivers through every pore of my body. The last time I experienced such a sensation was at Dongguan Hospital while assisting the daughter of Boss Gu's friend, Shiwerue, in dispelling a lingering grudge from a Malaysian monk, which had inexplicably transferred to me. This similar icy dread instilled a foreboding feeling within me. Luzwa, what's wrong with you? A voice interrupted my thoughts, accompanied by a hand gently pressing against my chest. It was Ma Haibao, staring at me with a bewildered expression. He inquired about the multitude of crimson wounds adorning my body, along with the corpses of centipedes, leeches, caterpillars, and scorpions that clung to me. Responding to his query, I began to free myself from the dead insects nestled within my clothing, asking him if the dwarf mule had perished. He replied that everyone who had come out with me had met their demise, as the armed police were remarkably accurate with their firearms. My body felt simultaneously numb, itchy, and painful. I unfastened my heavy coat and cast it aside, loosening my trousers to extract a collection of insects, in addition to the aforementioned corpses, including a 10-centimeter-long snake in shades of teal and pink, alongside numerous unidentified creatures. It was no wonder this place was referred to as Miao, the 10,000 Great Mountains. For the insects here were indeed extraordinarily abundant, especially considering it was winter, a time when such creatures should be hibernating. The dwarf mule was indeed a master of dealing with insects. It was no surprise that my grandmother once remarked that to subdue the golden silkworm curse, one must wear the straw hat it has adorned. I stripped down to my undergarments, my body a canvas of red and swelling, nearly devoid of unblemished flesh, exuding an unbearable stench of decaying insect remains. As I continued to undress, I asked Ma, who was unable to suppress his urge to cover his nose, about the corpses strewn on the ground. What happened to Li Ditsai and that village official whose surname escapes me? I gazed at the severed head of the village official, a look of terror frozen on his face, several meters away from his body. Ma, incensed by the memory, recounted how we had been in the cave for quite some time when Li Ditsai, in a fit of madness, suddenly seized the guide's machete and struck it violently against Wang, the official's neck. The blade, honed to a deadly sharpness by the hunter guide before our ascent into the mountains, made quick work of the task. Li Ditsai, with considerable strength, severed Wang's head in one fell swoop, blood spraying several meters high. In that moment, Xiaodong, a police officer, reacted swiftly, attempting to disarm him, but Li Ditsai had gone berserk, biting like a wild animal, and gruesomely gnawed away half of Xiaodong's neck. In a panic, Ma and his companions unleashed a barrage of gunfire, obliterating Li Ditsai's skull and splattering brains across the ground. As I peeled off my undergarments, I extracted a sizable centipede, 2 fingers wide, which had bitten me. However, due to the presence of the skin and golden silkworm curses, it had succumbed to its own venom. I flung it aside, and Ma observed with a furrowed brow, the muscles at the back of his neck twitching. As he asked if I was all right, I replied uncertainly, expressing that this expedition had proven to be exceedingly costly, laden with venom that could claim my life at any moment. Fortunately, I had shielded my face from bites that could have left it disfigured. I inquired further. What happened afterward? Why is everyone lying in ambush here? Ma expressed a certain distaste for the odor emanating from me, keeping his distance and positioning himself upwind. He later recounted that indeed a few short mules had suddenly emerged from the underbrush, precisely as I had described, moving with the speed of a bobcat, injuring Luo Fuan, one of his officers, before they were shot back into their den. Terrified, they took to this area to keep watch over the cave's entrance. Not long after, Luo Fuan succumbed to delirium, babbling incoherently, and fearing he might become as unstable as Li Ditsai, they bound his hands and feet tightly. Having finally rid myself of the insects that plagued me, I was left with but a single pair of undergarments. The cold wind chilled me to the bone, causing me to shudder uncontrollably. I inquired if he felt any better, to which he replied that he was still in a daze. I decided to check on him, cautiously making my way over, with Ma trailing behind, asking about the situation inside and why I was the only one to emerge. I informed him that a soldier from the armed police, named Hu Yuran, had perished inside, as had a corpulent officer under his command, surnamed Lu, who had succumbed to poison. I had not brought enough glutinous rice and had encountered a swarm of pests driven by the mules on my way back, forcing my way through with great effort. As I finished my tale, I suddenly stumbled, the world around me darkening, my senses wavering. Noticing my state, Ma quickly steadied me, his concern evident as he asked if I was all right. I retorted, frustrated, that it made no difference. What was the point of questioning? Realizing my rising agitation regarding this mission, Ma fell silent. Approaching the officer Luo Fuan, I found him handcuffed, intended to be tied securely with the rope meant for the mules. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady. I crouched down to feel his face and lifted his eyelids, revealing the whites of his eyes turned upwards, indicating a seizure, likely nothing too serious. He seemed to have been bewitched by the mules. A call to his spirit might suffice to restore him. As I prepared to apply acupressure, he suddenly opened his eyes, awakening. His pupils were perfectly round, the black hue faint, presenting an eerie void. My intuition warned me of impending danger, and just as I was about to act, he spoke in an odd tone. "Why do you seek to annihilate us?" This was his first utterance, leaving me bewildered and grasping for understanding. He continued with a second statement. "Human, do you truly believe we are dead? We have merely returned to the embrace of the true deity. Your hands are stained with the blood of our leader. You shall incur the wrath of all spectral beings. Tremble, human." A faint black mist surrounded Luo Fuan. His bizarre words sent a chill through me, observing his contorted visage. With his eyes rolled back and his speech incomprehensible, I realized that he was no longer himself, but rather possessed. Possession can manifest in various forms, including spirit invocation, divine strikes, soul journeys, descents, and ghostly possession. Among these, being possessed by a spirit is the most perilous, as the control of one's body is seized by the deceased spirit or essence, leaving one's fate in the hands of another, rendering them powerless. The words I heard were indeed from the spirit of the deceased mule, communicating through Luo-Fuan. Truly, they are intelligent beings. What, then, is the true deity? Is it the Allah and the doctrines of Islam? I cannot concern myself with such matters, yet within the 12 methods, there exists a distinct approach for summoning souls. And I am equally resolute. I have no inclination to heed their curses and nonsensical utterances. With a decisive slap, I struck Luo-Fuan, whose face immediately swelled visibly. I dipped my finger in the blood from his wound and smeared it on his forehead, exclaiming a powerful incantation. Then formed the inner lion seal and recited the Vajrasattva mantra for exorcism. After a while, Luo-Fuan awakened, his eyes fluttering open in surprise as he inquired about what had transpired. Ma Haiba chuckled as he unshackled his handcuffs and ropes, remarking that he had taken a stroll through the gates of hell without even realizing it. Luo-Fuan still cupped his face, dazed. At that moment, the surrounding individuals had gathered the remains of the short mule and laid the 3 deceased to rest. I asked who would venture inside to assist Captain Wu and the others. The mule was essentially annihilated, and the insects would naturally disperse. A few exchanged glances, all looking towards Ma Haiba. Ma Haiba had 3 subordinates. One remained in the cave, another had just been freed from the mule's possession. And while there were still 6 armed police officers, they were not under his command. Upon witnessing the pile of insects I had produced, few were inclined to undertake such a perilous journey. Noticing their hesitation, I exclaimed, for the sake of time. I dashed through the swarm of insects alone without pausing for breath. Now that the mule is dead and the insects have scattered, your brothers and comrades await your rescue within, yet not a single brave soul dares to venture forth. Must I, a gravely ill individual, undertake another run? One soldier, with evident concern, asked, "Are those insects truly gone?" I was uncertain, but to instill confidence, I assured them that they had vanished, advising them to be cautious and tightly bundled to avoid any entanglement. My words prompted a few to step forward, the guide, Ma Haiba's remaining subordinate, and 2 soldiers. I instructed them to bring some glutinous rice. They entered the cave while the others remained outside to manage the scene, with Ma Haiba directing operations. After a while, he approached me and inquired whether the words spoken by the mule that possessed Luo-Fuan were genuine. Did such bizarre entities truly exist in this world? I retorted sharply. What nonsense! Have you ever witnessed such things? Though I spoke dismissively, I felt a twinge of unease within. The mysterious nature of these events was terrifying. I could not comprehend how the mule was able to speak, nor did I grasp the essence of its utterances, truly absurd. Yet the chilling dread within me made me restless, as if I were being covertly plotted against. In the frigid air, the wind howled, and I could not remain unadorned any longer. No one had prepared an extra set of clothing. Though the 3 silent figures on the ground did not require garments, I had no intention of disturbing the deceased. I gathered my attire and donned it once more, only to be assaulted by a foul stench that nearly made me retch. However, I endured, for the discomfort of the odor was eclipsed by the persistent itch and pain upon my skin. Continuing in this manner was untenable, as the scriptures state. Where poisonous insects proliferate, there must exist a remedy. A small warrior accompanied me as we ventured around the ancient millennial tree. Finally, in a meadow to the west, we discovered the presence of dragon fern. I promptly urged him to gather more, using stones to extract its sap, and then applied the mushy concoction to my wounds. The dragon fern, known for its properties, broad serrated leaves and greenish hue, is renowned for its detoxifying qualities and remarkable efficacy in treating snake and insect bites. I requested him to procure additional quantities, preparing to take them back with me. Once applied, a refreshing coolness enveloped my body, and the searing sensation of the venom receded significantly. Gazing at the dragon fern in my hand, I was reminded of my past encounters with the golden silkworm curse, which had once been a nightmare in my life. Little did I know that I would come to miss that plump creature. When would it awaken again? If only it were here now to draw out the venom from my wound, my suffering would be alleviated. At that moment, Ma Haiba called for me, and together with the armed police soldier, we returned. I noticed Captain Wu and the others had exited the cave, with Officer Liu, who had succumbed to corpse poison, laid flat on the ground, his face a ghastly shade of black. I inquired if glutinous rice had been used to draw out the poison. and someone replied that it had been attempted, yet to no avail. Observing the bite marks, which had begun to scab, I crouched down, using my knife to carefully remove the scab, allowing the dark blood to flow freely before applying the glutinous rice. After a while, his complexion improved considerably. I checked his nails, which were neither sharp nor discolored. Only then did I exhale deeply, reassuring everyone that he was fine, though he had lost quite a bit of blood and needed to recuperate. Captain Wu and Ma Haiba convened to assess the day's outcomes. Upon their departure, the insects had indeed dispersed, eerily silent, leaving behind a trail of corpses, including those of the diminutive mules. They dragged the mule carcasses out, totaling 18. Meticulously arranged on the flat ground not far away, while some took photos for investigation. Although the day yielded significant results, the losses were profound, claiming the lives of 4 individuals: armed police soldier Hu Yiran, Xiaodong, Li Dicai, and the local official Wang. The remaining survivors bore their injuries and fears, their spirits shaken, leaving few in a stable condition. Given such outcomes, the 2 team leaders would undoubtedly face repercussions, particularly Captain Wu, who, though silent, I sensed was burdened by the weight of the day. After deliberation, it was decided to return with the bodies. There were too many mules to carry, and we could only manage 4. The rest would remain in the cave, to be dealt with another day. We managed to scrounge together 3 shrouds for the deceased, Hu Yiran's body remained in the cave. On the return journey, as one of the injured, I refrained from assisting with the bodies. My foot ached, and I lagged behind the group. Ma Haiba, carrying Xiaodong's body, inquired about the internal organs found in the cave. Captain Wu had remarked on their peculiarity, questioning whether they belonged to the mules. I replied that asking me would yield no answers. I was equally puzzled. The stone table was strange. Not a single bat dared approach it, and the organs it contained were desiccated and weathered, untouched by snakes, insects, or rodents. Standing beside it made me feel quite uneasy. Was this some form of sacrificial ritual? Is it something else? Ma Haiba inquired as we traversed the mountain path. What on earth did that old man do to turn the water in the kettle into maggots? I pressed my abdomen, realizing that the poison within me was gradually dissipating. What do you think? I asked. He speculated whether I had been cursed, questioning why no one else exhibited symptoms. I replied, that old man could be an enemy of mine. When we return, let us bring him along. It's not mere poisoning, but rather the release of hazardous substances. How we proceed is up to you. He gazed at me, asking if I was truly serious. I nodded, asserting that I could not simply allow myself to be bullied when pushed to such an extent. Of course, I am not directing you. Consider this a report. You may enforce the law as you see fit. We retraced our steps, the atmosphere heavy with silence. The 3 corpses and the young warrior Hu Yiran, left behind in the cavern, loomed like a great weight upon each of our hearts. The sky was overcast, resembling an irate British matron. Aside from the silence, the only shared action among us was the occasional astonished glance directed my way. Why? I pondered these subtle gazes and eventually deduced a conclusion. They were silently questioning why I had not yet succumbed, having endured the vicious bites of so many venomous creatures. The toxins coursing through my body could have incapacitated dozens, yet I remained alive, albeit unsteadily. Ma Haiba felled a small tree to fashion a crutch for me, which I leaned upon, my body smeared with the greenish sap of grass, emitting a bitter, youthful scent of despair. My wounds, previously swollen, had begun to subside, though I could not discern whether it was the effect of the golden silkworm curse or the dragon fern. Sometimes, I wondered if this plump larva, which feared the dragon fern, might be roused by its essence. Yet, it proved futile. My calls fell into the abyss, and it slumbered soundly. By around 5 p.m., we finally emerged from the forest, spotting the thatched roof of a cabin adorned with pine bark. In the distance, I noticed a figure smoking a pipe near a haystack. The dimming light rendered the wooden cabin and its surroundings hazy, making the spark of his tobacco particularly bright. An elder awaited me there, eager to discern whether I was alive or dead. Regrettably, I was still very much alive. I advised Ma Haiba and Captain Wu to hold back, as I intended to confront this companion of mine. Captain Wu appeared perplexed, but Ma Haiba, aware of my identity as a master of curses, nodded in understanding, cautioning me to be careful. That is nonsensical, I retorted. Aren't you going to lend me a gun for protection? He replied it was impossible, as it would be illegal for both of us. Fine then. It's not an environmental bag that I can carry around at all times. Isn't that exhausting? I adjusted my appearance, resembling a groom preparing for a wedding, and approached my adversary. He remained seated, puffing on his pipe like a statue. A breeze stirred, and wisps of smoke curled into the air. I walked along the ridge, leaning on my makeshift crutch, limping until I stood before him. In the winter darkness of the mountains, where the sky was devoid of stars, I found myself merely a meter away, captivated by the glowing ember of his pipe, which obscured his features in a hazy blur. He paused in his smoking, fixing his gaze upon me for a considerable moment. In that instant, his eyes shone brighter than the flickering embers in the darkness. After a brief silence, he inquired if I wished to sit. I nodded, expressing my exhaustion and the necessity of a seat. He hunched over and went inside to fetch a stool. It was then that I noticed a pool of blood on the ground where he had been seated. The poison, the curse, how could such a thing become a tool of harm? Creatures of nature, serpents, insects, and rodents did not exist before humanity. So the curse, much like the mule, is a creation of mankind. I had previously stated that, when it comes to poison, the human heart is the most toxic. To inflict harm through the curse, if the target does not succumb, the practitioner will undoubtedly face repercussions, enduring the backlash of their own failed attack. Old Luo had just spat out an unknown quantity of blood. A wave of satisfaction washed over me. The wooden door creaked open as he slowly returned with a low stool. This seat was haphazardly fashioned from 3 pieces of discarded wood. Its surface polished slick from countless uses, an ordinary fixture in a peasant's home. As I settled onto it, I asked if he could refrain from smoking, as the tobacco was too harsh for my already troubled lungs. He nodded and extinguished the pipe with the sole of his shoe, rubbing the copper bowl of the pipe. He regarded me and asked if I recognized him. I shook my head, though I had a good inkling of his identity. I simply chose not to disclose it. He seemed to believe my denial, visibly astonished, exclaiming, "You, my enemy, do not even know who I am, yet you dare to come to Zhongyang? No wonder. How could you dare to drink from my family's water, being unaware of my presence? Every grievance has its roots, every debt its master. Let me enlighten you. I am Luo de Shang, others call me Luo the Deaf, and I am the cousin of Luo Ermiai. Now, you should know." I responded, "So you are the cousin of Granny Luo. I am honored. You are indeed a predecessor from my grandmother's generation." He waved his hand dismissively, stating that despite their age, they did not presume to be of the same generation as Old Longlon. In the Miao community, with its 18 valleys and 32 entrances, in terms of mentorship, he and I belong to the same generation. Respect for hierarchy must be maintained. You may continue to call me Luo the Deaf and her Luo Ermiai. Otherwise, I would be foolishly proud and have no face to show to others. Is this the reason you curse me? I asked. He affirmed, stating that his lineage of curses held dear the clarity of grievances. Gratitude must be repaid, and revenge must be precise. Ultimately, I am responsible for the death of Ermiai, who perished unjustly in the hands of the Han people, her spirit unable to find peace. Thus, I must seek retribution, otherwise I would betray the bloodline that binds us. I laughed in indignation, retorting, "Is this your twisted logic? Ermiai died because of me. She succumbed to chronic lung disease, malnutrition, and a lack of fortune. She cursed an innocent little girl to death and transformed her into a spirit to serve her enemies. The tragedy befalling your cousin's family stemmed primarily from the delusions caused by the lowly mule, leading your nephew into prison. What does any of this have to do with me? I merely happened to be at the right place at the right time. Should wrongdoing go unpunished?" Luo the Deaf was not deaf. He understood every word clearly. In truth, he comprehended well the situation, yet he remained obstinately committed to casting the curse upon me, disregarding the reasons and solely fixating on vengeance. Much like Ermiai, it seemed that hatred was perhaps the greatest motivation sustaining such a soul as his. But why? The poison of sorcery seemed like a weapon in their hands, yet poverty was a curse. In contemporary society, those who cultivate such sorcery hold little esteem. The prolonged monotony of life weighed heavily on him, compelling him to seek an outlet for his frustrations. He fell silent, casting his gaze towards the distant figures of Mahaiba and others, astonished as he inquired whether we were to eradicate the dwarfs. I replied affirmatively, questioning why he needed to ask again when he was already aware at noon. These ruffians roamed freely in the Qingshan realm, wreaking havoc. Over the span of 6 months, they had claimed 3 lives. If they were not eliminated, how could the local villagers live in peace? He sighed deeply, stating, "Do you truly believe that ridding the village of them will bring peace to the people? Are you aware of the origins of the dwarfs?" I shook my head, admitting my ignorance. Luo Longzi asked if I knew of the Yelong Kingdom. I confirmed my knowledge, recalling its portrayal as arrogant in historical records, particularly in the records of the Grand Historian, which noted that Emperor Wu of Han had sent envoys to seek a route to India, reaching the Dian kingdom in Yunnan. During this time, the Dian king inquired whether the Han Dynasty or Dian was more significant. Subsequently, the envoy passed through Yalong, where the ruler posed the same question. This eventually gave rise to the idiom signifying the ignorance of a frog at the bottom of a well. He shook his head, sighing. Do you genuinely believe that a vast realm stretching from Huguang in the east to Qiandong in the west, from Sichuan and Hubei in the north to Southeast Asia in the south, could be overshadowed by the Western Han Dynasty? His tone was serious. Devoid of the demeanor of a mere rural farmer, he resembled a professor lecturing in a classroom. I was taken aback, asking if Yalong was truly so formidable. He shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Young one, you must learn more. Do not simply accept what others say as truth. I can only inform you that at its zenith, Yalong maintained a standing army of over 100,000 elite troops. Originally named Yalong, which means to chant, it referred to the practice of reciting clan oaths during sacrificial ceremonies. This system fostered a vast social organization bound by economic and cultural ties, with Yalong composed of various Yalong assemblies. Moreover, the witchcraft practiced in the Miao region has its origins in the Yalong kingdom since the Western Han period. Perplexed, I questioned the relevance of such historical anecdotes. He replied, what if I were to suggest that the downfall of Yalong was due to the calamities wrought by the dwarf kingdom? Would you be surprised? I laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. How could that be? As a native of this land, albeit not well read, I know that Yalong engaged in conflicts with smaller southern kingdoms and resisted the Han Dynasty's mediation. The newly appointed governor of Ku County, Chinli, ventured deep into Yalong's territory, decisively slaying Yalong's last king and quelling the rebellions of its vassals and tribes, leading to its ultimate demise. Where then did this dwarf kingdom arise? As I spoke, I found myself at a loss for words. A mere county governor could penetrate a nation boasting tens of thousands of armored warriors, assassinate their monarch, and obliterate their realm? This was during the late Western Han, not the pinnacle of Emperor Wu's reign. The entire narrative seemed implausible. What had become of Yalong's elite forces? Was the dwarf kingdom truly established by the dwarves? The mists of history obscure much of the truth, leaving posterity to glean lost information from textual records and lingering remnants. Luo Longzi chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. I inquired how he possessed such knowledge, yet he offered no response. What exactly is this diminutive mule? This question has been recorded within the 12 methods. It is said to be a wild spirit born of the miasma and deep mountains, a creature traversing the realms of the living and the dead. I previously mentioned that the 12 methods contain many writings from the ignorant populace, which, while replete with valuable information, are also interspersed with numerous ethereal legends akin to the Xiao Yu of Laozi and Zhuangzi or the ancient tome Shan Hai Jing, which ought not to be taken at face value. Nevertheless, the historical interpretation provided by Luo Longzi has stirred my doubts. Could there truly be some truth to it? I recounted my discovery of an altar-like object within a cave beneath a millennium-old tree, a table upon which lay 4 human hearts, though they were, in fact, various internal organs. What could this signify? Luo Longzi then asked if Long Laolon had ever spoken to me about a dark sorcery known as the summoning of the great black sky demon. I shook my head, oblivious to what it entailed. He explained that it was a formidable form of black magic, predicated on the precise birth date and death date of the deceased, requiring the sacrifice of 11 individuals, from whom the 5 viscera, limbs, male organ, and finally the head would be taken, down to the very moment, and then merged with malevolent stones to summon forth a great darkness. I queried what this great black sky demon was, and if these diminutive mules were capable of such dark sorcery. After such a lengthy discourse, Luo Longzi's lips were parched. He licked them, disregarding my protests, and retrieved some dried tobacco leaves from his pocket. He filled his pipe, struck a match to ignite it, and took several puffs before asking if the gnawing curse he had cast at noon had failed to poison me due to the influence of the golden silkworm curse planted by my grandmother. Yet, why had he not sensed any power from the golden silkworm? I remained silent, perceiving something peculiar in his demeanor. His ears flushed crimson, his eyes sparkled, and the smoke he exhaled coiled and morphed, as if sketching something ethereal. My heart raced, and a gust of energy surged forth from the locust wood talisman at my chest. In an instant, Duo had drifted behind Luo Longzi, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she gently rested atop his head. Luo Longzi furrowed his brow and remarked that his cousin's spirit was now assisting me. I recognized that he had discerned something but chose not to divulge it. Instead, I asked what he intended to do next. Did he wish to cast another curse? He chuckled, asserting that in his lifetime, his greatest proficiency lay not in these medicinal curses, but in spiritual curses. Had he ever heard of the nail curse? It involves a rusted iron nail being venerated before an idle day and night, abstaining from food and water on the 1st and 15th of each month, for a span of 20 years of fasting and reciting scriptures, also known as the 22-day meridian severing nail of the soul. Once the intent is realized, the nail enters the body, traverses the digestive tract, exploring the internal organs, and ultimately emerges through the eyes, taking 22 days to culminate in death. I was taken aback. Such a thing was exceedingly venomous. Just as I contemplated rising, he suddenly bellowed, "Degree," and the stool beneath me quaked violently, as if a sharp object had directly invaded my body from some hidden place. I let out a cry and fell backward, while Duo instinctively lunged at the nape of Luo Longzi's neck, her tiny fangs bared. I fell backward, my head striking heavily against the gravel below, a sharp pain radiating from the back of my skull. Luo Longzi rose to his feet, his hands swinging back with force. Ghosts are typically imperceptible to ordinary people unless they interact with the physical realm. However, when Duo sank her teeth fiercely into Luo Longzi's neck, not only he but even Ma Haiba and others, several meters away, could undoubtedly perceive the occurrence. Luo Longzi possessed some skills. He muttered incantations in Miao dialect. A curse passed down through his lineage, and he was familiar with certain mystical methods. As Duo was grasped by him, her small hand constricted, and despite the pain inflicted upon her, she struggled valiantly, emitting a soft whimper. As I previously mentioned, ghosts are silent. They cannot produce sound unless they experience extreme agony, causing their souls to tremble. Each syllable of that cry struck my heart with a profound ache, shattering it into pieces, though I felt a searing, sharp object coursing within me, tearing through muscle, inflicting pain that surged through every nerve to my brain, a pain that threatened to render me unconscious. I gritted my teeth and rose, charging towards Luo Longzi. With a resounding slap, I struck his withered, yellowed face. The sharp crack reverberated, sending him sprawling to the ground. It seemed that for this frail elder, physical assault proved far more effective than any mystical confrontation. In my desperation to free Duo from his grasp, I disregarded the old man's notorious reputation and unleashed a flurry of punches, finally liberating her from his clutches. Terrified, she darted into the wooden talisman resting against my chest. Meanwhile, shouts from Ma Haiba and the others echoed from a few meters behind me. With Luo Longzi pinned beneath me, his mouth swollen and bruised around the eyes, he shouted frantically, invoking deities and demanding his demise. Suddenly, I felt an explosive surge within me, an excruciating pain radiating from the core of my being, culminating in a deafening resonance in my mind. I could no longer withstand it, collapsing backward, as the sensation of pain concentrated intensely around my lower dantian, the vital center of my existence. What is the lower dantian? It is the repository of essence, the foundation of the internal organs, a place of life and death. In an instant, a vast consciousness connected with my mind. Then I heard Luo Longzi's anguished cry. You are actually Hangu Wang Luo Shiba. Darkness swiftly enveloped my awareness. I was in pain, and thus the world dimmed. I fell, the entire sky returning to tranquility. Life or death is, in truth, far more brutal than one might imagine, yet also more straightforward. When I regained consciousness, I found myself once again in a hospital. My first thought was a self-deprecating reflection. I have visited the hospital several times in the past 6 months. Before me was a head of gray-white hair, my mother S. An elderly woman in her 50s. Her life of toil under the sun and rain rendered her notably older than her peers. She sat on a stool, her head resting on my bedside, soundly asleep, lightly snoring. A profound ache surged within my heart as I extended my hand, yearning to touch my mother. She sensed my presence, roused from slumber, her face alight with joy as she inquired whether I felt better. I replied that I was faring well and asked the date. She informed me that it was indeed the 17th, in her customary manner of referring to the lunar calendar that translated to January 24th. My heavens! I had been in a stupor for 3 entire days. I moved my limbs, discovering no impediments, and inquired about the circumstances surrounding my condition. My mother recounted that she had received a phone call 3 mornings prior, informing her of my hospitalization. It was the young officer who had visited our home previously who escorted her to the hospital. The officer explained that I had been assisting in a public investigation but had suffered a bite from a multi-legged creature, necessitating my hospitalization. Over the past few days, many had come to visit me, The ward was adorned with an abundance of floral arrangements and fruit baskets. Furthermore, a leader had generously bestowed upon her a monetary reward of 10,000 yuan, and the medical expenses were eligible for reimbursement. The physician had examined me and attributed my condition to excessive fatigue coupled with the bite of the creature, asserting that I had not sustained any injuries or poisoning. However, given the county's inadequate medical facilities, he questioned whether further examination in the city would be prudent. I inquired whether anyone was waiting outside. My mother chuckled, stating that there was currently no one, but a charming young lady had been visiting daily, engaging her in lengthy conversations. She playfully asked if this young lady might be my girlfriend. I mused that perhaps this lovely girl was Huang Fei. My mother beamed, the wrinkles on her face softening considerably. Gazing out at the sky, I surmised it was around 4 in the afternoon. An uncomfortable urge to relieve myself arose. The single-occupancy room featured a private restroom, so I rose from the bed. My legs felt somewhat unsteady as I descended to the floor, prompting my mother to offer support, which I declined, insisting on my own independence. I made my way to the restroom, where I thoroughly relieved myself, and then touched the wooden plaque resting against my chest, sensing its warmth. The little girl remained quietly within. I took a moment to assess my body, finding no trace of the malevolent spirit that had tormented me. Instead, I felt an overwhelming surge of vitality, brimming with energy that made me wish to dash outside. What could be the reason for such vigor? After washing my hands, I heard voices outside, a cacophony of sound. I opened the door to find Ma Haiba and Yang Yu. Ma Haiba, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked that it was fortuitous I had awakened just as he arrived, suggesting perhaps I was awaiting his presence. After exchanging pleasantries, my mother excused herself, citing a need to fetch water, leaving us to converse at the bedside. Ma Haiba clapped me on the shoulder, expressing relief at my recovery, recounting that my sudden condition had startled them greatly. They had promptly apprehended Luo Longzi, fearing he might attempt sorcery, and had rendered him unconscious. I inquired about the subsequent developments. Ma Haiba explained that although the incident was peculiar, the numerous corpses of the diminutive mules and the multitude of eyewitnesses had lent credibility to the narrative, convincing the authorities. With the primary individual deceased, the case was effectively closed. Just the day before, they had revisited the site at Haoding Yazi, intending to recover all the bodies.